इसको बंद करे क्या, ऑफ करूं?
ये ऊपर मेन्यू वाले चलेगा तो ना, ठीक है।
हाँ हाँ मुझे कोई दिक्कत नहीं, हाँ बताओ। नहीं कहा। Okay, all of you, a very good morning. So I'll be taking a portions of geography, environment, disaster management, and society. That's the domain that I have. Geography is my specialization. It overlaps with human geography, which has a quite an overlap with society. So what is about human geography? It's about population, it's about tribal population, it's about settlement as a parameter. It is also, so this transition happens. It's echoing. Okay. Voice. Is it fine now? It's better? Is it fine? Okay, I think it's loud enough. Right. So that transits to society. Human geography, the element of population, the element of the demographic characteristics, migration, also about the settlement pattern. It migrates to society. So the domain that I'll be starting, we'll cover GS paper 1 society as well as geography together. Right. So let me start off with the first question, that is discuss the consequences of climate change on food security in tropical countries. So when I say this, discuss the consequences of climate change on food security in the tropical country. First question for geography, first 3 questions were history, role of, in that also there was role of geography in influencing ancient India, the parameters, geographical parameters influencing ancient India and development of ancient India. There have been emphasis on geography. When you read this question, that discuss the consequences of climate change on food security in tropical countries. So here on one hand, it's about food security. And on the other hand, what is it asking? Basically, whenever you hear or read a question, always think of 2 things. First, what are the keywords? What are the keywords in the question? 1. Second, think of how many parts are being asked in the question. Generally, for a 10 marker question, it will be 1 part. एक ही part पूछेगा. That consequences of climate change on food security. Keywords क्या है? Keywords है climate change and food security. तो पहले think of how many keywords? 2 keywords. Climate change, food security. Second, what is it asking? It is asking me about the consequences of climate change on food security, the impact of climate change on food security. So I know the keywords, I understand the demand of the question. The second thing that should come in, कितने part? 1 part. Part से मुझे ये समझ आता है, how do I structure my answer? How much percentage of the focus should I give it to in my body? How do I start off? Introduction क्या करें? Diagram क्या बनाए? And what do I write in body? How do I conclude? So introduction, diagrams, especially for geography. Your paper is not completed for geography unless and until you have diagram. For other papers, for other subjects, it's introduction, body, conclusion. But for geography, it is introduction, diagram, body, and conclusion. Okay. So discuss the consequences of climate change on food security. Either I will know that 1 part, I'll structure my answer like I can start off with the definition of food security. Okay. So let's get some basic clear. Get some basic clear. Whenever you hear the question, first basic, what are the keywords? 2 keywords. Second, what is it asking me? It is asking me about the consequences of climate change on food security. How many parts? 1 part. How do I structure now? कैसे मैं structure करूं? Introduction में क्या लिखूं? Diagram क्या बनाऊं? Body में क्या लिखना है? और conclusion में क्या लिखना है? जो main demand है question का, The consequences of climate change on food security. That will come in what? That will come in the body part. The consequences of climate change on food security. How do I introduce? I introduce with either mentioning about climate change. I either introduce by mentioning about food security, because दो ही keywords थे, climate change and food security. तो introduction के कितने type होते हैं? What are the types of introduction? First type of introduction is a definition type of introduction. Here you could have started off with the definition of food security. That is one type of introduction. Second type of introduction is factual introduction. Like, as per IPCC, this much percentage of global warming is affecting this much percentage of the food crops. As per IPCC, 1 degree rise in temperature affects the yield by 1.7%. That's what IPCC says. So second type of introduction is a factual introduction, right? कब introduction में definition करूं, कब introduction में factual चीजें लिखूं, या third type of introduction is why in news introduction, as in the context based introduction. There's possible, right? There can be a very good news that would have come that would help the examiner to derive this question, that probably about FAO report, probably about global hunger index report, and one of the parameters of reducing the yield, reducing the food security can be that news. तो तीसरा type का introduction होता है that why this topic has been in news. Now when I'm thinking, when I'm practicing my answer writing, I can think of, consciously think of कि इसमें definition क्या होगी, इसमें fact क्या होगा, इसमें news में जो आया है, why in news, that what it be there. But when you are writing in the examination, you don't have that much of luxury. You just have 7 minutes for 10 marker question. You have 10.5 minutes for 15 marker question. So you don't have the luxury in the examination. But while you are practicing here, in this, you should consciously think of, okay, can I start with the definition of climate change? Can I start with the definition of food security? Do I know some fact? That is what we call as brainstorming. Okay? At least in case you can give at least 1 hour of your day in brainstorming. लिखना नहीं है पूरा, बट ब्रेनस्टॉर्म कर रहे हो कि डेफिनेशन क्या है, फैक्ट क्या हो सकता है, न्यूज में क्यों था, तो दैट गिव्स यू अ डेफिनेट एज. नॉट ड्रजरी ऑफ राइटिंग आंसर्स, बट मेकिंग योर हॉर्सेस, मेकिंग योर ब्रेन रन. ठीक है, सो दैट इज हाउ डू यू इंट्रोड्यूस. यू कैन इंट्रोड्यूस ऑन द बेसिस ऑफ 3 पैरामीटर्स. 1, you can start off with a definition, you can start off why in news or the context of it, or you can give me a fact. अब इसमें भी ये समझना कि कब डेफिनेशन ज्यादा इंप्रेसिव है और कब फैक्ट ज्यादा इंप्रेसिव है. Whenever the topic is simple, let's say cyclone, 90% of you would know the definition of cyclone. It's a low pressure depression wherein the circulation is anti-clockwise in the northern hemisphere and clockwise in the southern hemisphere. ऐसे टाइप में अगर आप डेफिनेशन लिखते हो wherein 90% of you know the definition, that type of definition is not impressive because that is not separating you from others. Exam is competitive, right? You will get around 40% of marks. मिलेगा आपको consolation, आपको participation prize मिलेगा. To write, you've written the examination, completed the papers, you will get 35-40% of marks, right? Nobody gets less than 60 marks if they complete the paper. Point yet, how to make that 60, 80 to 100, and from 80 to 100, this journey is just of 20 marks, and 20 marks amounts to +1 number for every question. What will you do to get that 1 extra number? It is about content, it is about answer writing, it is also about playing with the psychology of the examiner. How do you play with the psychology of the examination? Examiner अगर सब definition लिख रहे हैं, सबको पता है, तो मेरे पास edge क्या है? I write with a fact. 1 line definition and a fact. I write something different from others because बोरियत नहीं होगी. Everybody is giving definition. The examiner would feel something better. So know that when do I use definition? Know that when do I use a fact? Know that when do I use why in news? Right? So know that thing. We play with the psychology of the examiner there. So this is about the introduction. In the body, or for that matter for geography, it is about diagram. You should put a diagram. And generally we say that put a diagram just after the introduction or just before the conclusion. sometimes just after the introduction, because don't make your examiner wait. Diagram कहाँ है geography के लिए, and why before the conclusion, because अब वो number देने वाला है, ठीक है. तो अब जब वो number देने वाला है तो उसको पता है कि हाँ this is something extra. Generally I prefer it after the introduction because that sets the tone of my answer. So here diagram, here in this type of diagram, the climate change and food security, the consequences of climate change on food security. In case you are good at world map making, you can show the world map throughout. You can show me the parameters of climate change. Parameters क्या है climate change के? What do we mean by climate change? What are the parameters? Heat wave, uneven rainfall, increasing in the erraticness of the rainfall. Climate change and deforestation. मैं reason of climate change नहीं पूछ रही हूँ. देखो दोनों में difference है. Reason of climate change is deforestation. The parameter means what? How do you know climate change is happening? Because there is heat wave. How do you know climate change is happening? Your erratic monsoon. How do you know the climate change is happening? Western disturbances, El Nino, cold waves. That is the parameter. आपको कैसे पता climate change हो रहा है, right? Desertification, spread of desertification. What I am trying to propagate here is make a world map, know the places where you have experienced heat wave, like heat wave in France, and then write the effect on Mediterranean agriculture, the effect on grapes. Heat wave का effect पड़ा grapes cultivation पे. So I am taking both the parameters in the diagram also. I am taking a parameter of climate change. I am also taking a parameter of food security in my diagram. I am showing world map. I am saying heat wave affecting grapes. I am saying western disturbances affecting tomatoes. दोनों पैरामीटर लेके चल रहे हैं, climate change और food security का. I am saying that increasing in temperature affects fisheries, ठीक है, because fisheries is also a part of agriculture. So agriculture is not just about food grain. Agriculture is also about fisheries. Agriculture is about your allied activities. It's about your vegetation. It's about the fruits, horticulture. वो dimension भी आना चाहिए. आप इसमें से कोई भी एक पैरामीटर भी ले लिए एक्स्ट्रा, you know that you have an edge over others. That बाकी सब food grain की बात कर रहे हैं, wheat rice की बात कर रहे हैं, but you have said horticulture, you have said plantation agriculture. आप Mediterranean vegetation लिख रहे हो. This is what you study, right? You study in your papers, but then you have to put that into the answer, right? So diagram, both the parameters of climate change and food security. Then in the body you try to elaborate the effect of climate change on food security. Parameters सोचना, headings सोचना, elaborate करना, examples लिखना. Headings, elaboration, you should make your examiner read your answer. आपका examiner आपका आंसर रीड करने के लिए मजबूर हो जाए, इतना अच्छे से आप उसको प्रेजेंट करोगे, राइट? हेडिंग, इलेबोरेशन, एग्जाम्पल. यू रिमेंबर योर यूनिवर्सिटी एग्जामिनेशंस में व्हाट वी यूज्ड टू डू? जब हम यूनिवर्सिटी एग्जाम के लिए प्रिपेयर करते थे, व्हाट वी यूज्ड टू डू? हेडिंग पढ़ लेते हैं, अंदर का हम लिख लेंगे, अंदर का हम इलेबोरेट कर लेंगे. Why do we do that? Because we know that even if the examiner reads the heading, उसको पता है कि मुझे पता है. He knows that I know. ठीक है? So point यहाँ पे भी यही है. Your examiner has a lot to check papers. ठीक है? And it is, if you have checked papers, I have checked papers, it is not an easy job. It is actually not an easy job. If you say that what is the most difficult job in academic profile here, it is checking the papers. Why? Because it is not very, interesting job. And when your examiner reads what? 1400 sheets, right? If he reads 1400 sheets, he gets bored. So you will have to make something to make your examiner read your answer. He is doing a favor. He is doing a favor by reading your answer. So please oblige him by saying कि हाँ, आप heading पढ़ लो, आप example पढ़ लो. मैं example ही underline करूँगी, मैं heading को bold करूँगी, आप उतना पढ़ लो और मुझे नंबर दे दो. The more you do the work easy for your examiner, जितना ज्यादा आपके एग्जामिनर के लिए चीजें इजी होगी उतने नंबर आपको एक्स्ट्रा मिलेंगे. So for that, in the body, one parameter is headings and examples. Headings, elaboration, example. Headings, elaboration, and example. So that's the basic. Introduction, diagram, body, and conclusion. How do you conclude? Like we have the type of introduction. Similarly, we also have type of conclusions. We also have type of conclusion. Consciously सोचना, मुझे ये खत्म करना है, मुझे ये आंसर खत्म करना है. Consequences of climate change बोला है on food security. It is, I started off with, let's say, definition of food security. I showed the parameters of climate change on the world map. I showed the consequences of climate change on food security. Climate change यानी heat wave yield को कम कर रहा है, western disturbances tomato को affect कर रहा है. Talk about marine heat waves affecting the fisheries. मैंने parameters बता दिए. अब मैंने food security से start किया था. I started off with food security. I showed in the world where is food security getting hampered. I wrote those parameters. I showed the relation of climate change and food security. How should I conclude? How should I conclude? कैसे conclude करें? I started off with food security. I showed it on the diagram. I also established the relation of climate change affecting the food security. How do I conclude? Suggestions. One way of concluding is suggestion. Suggestion for what? Suggestion for mitigating the effect of climate change on food security. आपने suggestion ले दिया. एक type का introduction, एक type का conclusion. That what we should go for? We should go for climate smart agriculture. We should go for drought prone resistant variety of seeds. श्री अन्ना मिलेट कॉन्फ्रेंस, ठीक है, मिलेट्स का होगा क्योंकि क्लाइमेट चेंज का इम्पैक्ट नहीं होता इतना. सो आई विल गो फॉर क्लाइमेट स्मार्ट एग्रीकल्चर. आई विल गो फॉर ड्राउट रेजिस्टेंट वेराइटी ऑफ सीड्स. Drought resistant variety of seeds. That is one type of conclusion. Anything else? You can summarize. You can summarize. नहीं समझ आ रहा. I am not able to recall anything at the moment, but I have to conclude. So what do? I summarize everything. Hence, we can see that climate change affects food security, and therefore it is important to take steps. ठीक है, इतना ही लिख लो, एक लाइन. नहीं कुछ समझ आ रहा तो at least summarize it. Don't leave it. Write a line. ठीक है, that's summarization based conclusion. Anything else? Suggestion बता दिया या तो फिर summarize कर दिया. Yes. Very good. Very good. So suggestion is you are recommending based on committee recommendation or something. MS Swaminathan committee recommendation. Third can be steps taken. Obviously, government have also taken some steps. So the steps taken by the government to mitigate the impact of climate change on food security. तो या तो आप बता दो करना क्या है, या तो जो government ने step लिए हैं वो बता दो. That government has taken lot of taking into consideration the effect of climate change on food security. Government has taken various steps. Like at the national level, there is this seed bank in Ladakh, Changthang region. We are preserving these seeds because we never know. One cyclone coming, impacting food security. One heat wave coming, impacting the crops. So we are preserving the seeds in Ladakh, Changthang region. We are also preserving the seeds at the world level. Svalbard, Norway में Svalbard seed bank है. So steps that government has taken. We're taking steps like we talk about Paris Agreement for oceans, Paris Agreement for mitigating the climate change. Paris Agreement for ocean भी है, जिसको आप biodiversity beyond national jurisdiction protect करना चाहते हो, BBNJ. Steps taken and make your answer little dynamic. Okay, make your answer little dynamic. When I say dynamic, have current affairs, right? Svalbard, the Ladakh seed bank, talk about Paris Agreement. That is giving you an edge. So the third type of conclusion can be steps that the government has taken. One can be what steps we should take, and one can be summarization. इसके अलावा भी there can be one type of conclusion, that is your futuristic conclusion. That what is actually happening in future, what is panning out in the future. Climate change is affecting security presently. However, in future there would be drastic impact. With suggestion, basically आप बोल रहे हो कि क्या ले स्टेप, आप क्या स्टेप्स लो, ये वे फॉरवर्ड है. ये अगर आपको वे फॉरवर्ड याद नहीं आ रहा, कोई कमिटी की रिकमेंडेशन नहीं याद आ रही, तो आप एटलीस्ट फ्यूचरिस्टिक तो बता सकते हो कि अभी सिचुएशन खराब है और खराब होने वाली है. तो फ्यूचरिस्टिक. So you are talking about what would happen in the future. Can I supplement both two, futuristic and suggestion? Yes. Can I supplement futuristic and step taken? Yes. Can I supplement summarization and step taken? आप combination भी रख सकते हो. मैं सिर्फ direction दे रही हूँ कि सोचो कि किस तरह का conclusion हो सकता है. The most easy is summarize. Whatever you've written, you are just summarizing. Hence we can see. Like we used to say in children, कि hence you can see, hence proved. ठीक है, तो that's the most easy one. But then there can be others also. Futuristic, steps taken, steps needed. Right? My suggestion is, yes. Yes. No, they are not asking. In case they would have asked the question that what steps have been taken, discuss the consequences. It's a 10 marker question, right? Discuss the consequences of climate change on food security in the tropical countries. In the tropical countries. Here in the body, it is only asking me one thing. What is the effect of climate change on food security? And that too in the tropical countries. I would have to write the name of the tropical countries. I would have to write about the consequences. Steps taken is not asked. If there would have been a question asked, discuss the consequences and mention the steps taken by government, then that would have come in the body part. जो आपसे पूछता है, that is the main body. Rest are the fillers. Rest are the fillers. You can fill it up in the conclusion. You can fill it up in the introduction. तो कंक्लूजन में क्या लिखोगे? अगर बॉडी पार्ट में स्टेप्स लिख लोगे तो कंक्लूजन में क्या लिखो? वे फॉरवर्ड और स्टेप्स. अच्छा ठीक है. माय सजेशन वुड बी, इन केस इट इज नॉट आस्किंग यू, देन यू राइट इट इन द कंक्लूजन. दैट्स व्हाट आई सजेस्ट. अगर आपको डायनेमिक बनाना है आंसर, यू कैन मेक योर आंसर डायनेमिक बाय नॉट फॉरगेटिंग दिस. Many of you will write about the consequences of climate change on food security, but not give me the example of tropical countries. When it is specifically saying tropical countries, likho example. Talk about Pakistan, India, Bangladesh, China, ठीक है, Taiwan. Talk about those countries. Talk about Australia. Talk about African countries. You have to write such example. That is one. Specifically to this question, when you actually hear the word, discuss the consequences of climate change. When you hear the word, discuss the consequences of climate change on food security. Now, on this question specifically, क्योंकि dynamic बनाना है, पहले तो let's first. Did you understand the type of introduction? 3 types of introduction. Did you understand that you should draw a diagram in geography answers to have an edge? Diagram can be a world map. Diagram can be hub and spoke. बीच में आपने बना दिया गोला, and you are writing the parameters of climate change. Diagram is something that is breaking the monotony of the answer. Some visual presentation. So we understand introduction, types of introduction. We understand diagram has to be made. We also understand the type of conclusion. We understand all of this. Now, coming to this question per se, discuss the consequences of climate change on food security in tropical countries. You should not forget tropical countries. ये specifically examples लिख के आने. 1. Second, here understand, जब भी आप सोचोगे climate change and food security, what you would be thinking is, you would be thinking effect of, let's say, effect of heat wave on yield, effect of cold wave on productivity, effect of, let's say, El Nino in destruction of crops. और कुछ सोचो, बताओ. ठीक है, फिशरीज, ऑन फिशरीज, और इफेक्ट व्हाट रेन फेड एग्रीकल्चर, ठीक है फाइन, रेन फेड एग्रीकल्चर का क्या क्या कम हो रहा है? यील्ड, प्रोडक्शन, प्रोडक्शन एंड यील्ड। मॉनसून इफेक्टिंग, ठीक है, इरेटिक ऑफ मॉनसून, बताओ। वेरी गुड। व्हेन यू आर टॉकिंग अबाउट फूड सिक्योरिटी, फूड सिक्योरिटी इज नॉट जस्ट अबाउट फूड अवेलेबिलिटी। हमारी फूड सिक्योरिटी कॉम्प्रोमाइज होगी जस्ट नॉट बिकॉज हमारा फूड अवेलेबिलिटी कॉम्प्रोमाइज हो रहा है। Whenever you hear the word food security, give your answer a bigger dimension. Food security is not just about food availability alone. Food availability तो एक ही पैरामीटर है फूड सिक्योरिटी का। Food security is also about food accessibility. Suppose climate change related conflicts or climate change related displacements. There are problem of nations having climate change related issues. Climate change है, displacement हो रहा है, sea level rise हो रहा है, तो दो nations के बीच में conflict हो गए. Quite possible. One nation says I will not supply you food. What happened? My nation becomes food insecure because मेरी क्या compromise हुई? Accessibility. दूसरे nation के पास food है, मुझे नहीं मिल रहा. It's in showcase. I can't take it. So climate change related conflicts like in Yemen, Sudan, there is compromise of the food accessibility. So don't simply write about food availability. ये आपके आंसर को अलग लेवल पे ले जाए. So making your answer dynamic. It is also about food stability, that biodiversity loss and stability loss. So availability loss, stability loss, accessibility loss. It is also about food security is also about food affordability. कैसे? सबसे ज्यादा vulnerable population of climate change is farmer, tribal population. Most affected, the most affected sector is what? Primary sector. Agriculture sector is the most affected. If there is climate change related reduction in the profits, do you think farmer can afford food? Farmers cannot afford food. जब खुद agriculture कर रहे हैं but खुद की खेती खराब हो रही, so they can't afford food. So climate change is also affecting the vulnerable population the most. Tribal population, lack of affordability of food. Farmers population, small and marginal farmers, lack of affordability of the food. So it is not just about availability. It is about accessibility. It is about affordability. Nutritional security. Climate change, food को कम नहीं कर रहा. It's not reducing production, but it is reducing the nutrient security. Nutrient security, there is less nutrients in the food, less nutrients in the wheat and the rice. So when you have to make your answer dynamic, you have to think, what do I give an extra point? That extra point could be 1. Agriculture is not equal to food grains alone. It's also about fisheries, it's also about allied sector. Second, food security is not just about food availability. It is also about affordability, accessibility, etc. Third, I give examples of tropical countries. इस तीनों में से कुछ भी कर लिया, तीनों में से कोई भी एक पॉइंट कर ले, you have an edge over others. Any one. I am telling you 2, 3, but then any one if you are able to do, you will have an edge over others because you are giving new dimension, new point to give to the exam, right? So just discuss the consequences. Here the traps is, the question is moderate level. The trap is structuring can be an issue, that you will not be able to structure as much. The trap is people will not write the examples of developing countries, the example of tropical countries, Brazil, India, Africa, Pakistan, Bangladesh, ये miss कर जाएंगे. The focus would be on the climate parameters alone. मतलब आप सोचोगे let me elaborate climate parameters, El Nino, La Nina, monsoon, heat waves, but then you have to link it to food security. You have to link it to the food security. Other trap is agriculture does not mean food grains alone. It is also about allied sector. How do I introduce? I can start off with a fact. I can start off with a definition. I tended to start off this with the definition because food security is a good term. If I ask you, how many of you know the definition of food security? I'm playing here because मुझे पता है कि आपको नहीं पता है, मुझे पता है कि आपको पता है, तो मैं उस हिसाब से I am playing. Food security And every time when you write a definition, try to give some name, authentic name. So as per FAO, मैं नहीं कह रही food security क्या है, मैं कुछ नहीं हूँ, FAO है. So as per Food and Agriculture Organization, food security exists when all people at all time have access to good and quality food. So it's at all people at all time have physical and economic access to sufficient, safe and nutritious food. कितनी comprehensive definition है, सारे लोगों को सारे टाइम पे access है, economic, physical. I can afford, I can have the accessibility, physical accessibility to food grains, to good and nutritious food grains that meet their dietary needs and food preference for an active and a healthy life. Simple, one definition which sums up food security in comprehensiveness as per FAO. Then I write the parameters of food security because I know नहीं लिखेंगे आप सिर्फ availability पे रहेंगे. Availability, accessibility, utilization, also about your stability, also about nutritional security, also about affordability. जब भी food security word आए, सोचना how do I break my answer into these 4 points: availability, affordability, accessibility, utilization, stability. Mains writing, mains answer writing is knowing the frameworks. जो toppers होते हैं, when you hear the word art and culture, right? When you hear the word culture, toppers के दिमाग में बन जाता है 5 parameters लिख के ही आने. Culture is about food, festival. That is the level of brainstorming that you have to do. जहाँ culture दिखा, I know मुझे 5 parameters लिखने हैं. I have to write about festivals, food, dresses. I have to write about the language, performing arts. ये हाँ बोला dress. ये 5 parameter दिखने हैं. इतना mechanical हो जाता है that you read the question in a sufficient detail after this. जहाँ culture आया यानी 5 चीज: food, festival, dress, performing arts, language. That is there. Performing arts also about literature, literature, architecture. तो आपको आर्ट एंड कल्चर जैसे कल्चर दिखेगा तो ये दिखना चाहिए. आपको जहाँ क्लाइमेट चेंज दिखा वहाँ 5 पैरामीटर्स दिखने चाहिए. 5 पैरामीटर्स. आई एम नॉट आस्किंग फॉर मोर बिकॉज 5 पैरामीटर्स इज गुड टू गिव यू अ हेड स्टार्ट. That's what actually boils down. So in case you are able to do this, in case you are able to look at culture like this, in case you are able to look climate change like this, 5 parameters, 5 parameters. When I say human values, आपके दिमाग में सीधा आना चाहिए: love, care, compassion, ठीक है, patience, tolerance. 5 parameters. बाद में सोचेंगे और डिटेल क्या लिखनी है. But then this is the level of brainstorming that you have to achieve. Why do I say that? It's because एग्जामिनेशन में मेन प्रॉब्लम है टाइम का. इफ आई गिव यू 1 hour to write an answer, you will write a beautiful answers and I'm sure your creativity would be best. However, problem is the examination is forcing you to write in 7 minutes. The examination is forcing you to write in 10.5 minutes. So what happens is your internalization on tips, it's like you don't have, your brain should not think. Reflex actions होते हैं. Your hand should know that what is coming from my nervous system. Nervous system is giving introduction कि ये लिखना है. Nervous system is giving कि ये 5 parameters लिखो, बाद में बात करेंगे और अच्छे से देखेंगे. But then because the problem is just of time pressure, so you fit it into your brain, the frameworks. Food security आया, I'll talk about affordability, accessibility, utilization, stability as well as availability. Right? The others would stick on availability, I will write on that. So this is about your food security. The 4 dimension of food security. I've done a good decent introduction. I know I have an edge there. I know I have an edge in the diagram. Or I can show the world map, example of impact on yield, water availability to crops, loss of biodiversity. Drawing a world map. For some of you it has become an exercise now. Ab easy hai. We've done that effort. For some of you, you will have to make a world diagram in, let's say, 20-30 seconds. A rough sketch. You don't have to have a very perfect sketch. A rough sketch would do. So here about the availability, etc. Body, I said, try to have. Now, when I just show you this, what is the thing that you see? If you look at this, if you look at the body, what is the thing that you see is your brain tend to read here. Your brain tend to read what is bold, and your brain would tend to read some fact. That's how our brain functions. So you will have to make your examiner also. उसका भी दिमाग हमारे जैसा ही है, तो आपको खेलना है. Simple. Reduced water availability compromises nutritional security. Pest and disease. 65 million people affected. Sudan, Somalia. समझ आ रहा ना? Pest affect करेगा, 65 people have been affected. Sudan Somalia में ज़्यादा affected. Facts याद कैसे होंगे? I get a lot. Who said that? Facts तभी याद होंगे when you create a story around them, when you yourself make an effort, right? It's like you will have to make an effort. Yesterday only I was telling somebody that what is the electricity that India generates? So it's around 420 gigawatts. 420 gigawatt is the electricity capacity, total installed capacity that we have. तो अब I know I will forget this fact, but अगर मैं उसके पीछे स्टोरी बना दूं, मेरी कंट्री ना 420 इलेक्ट्रिसिटी बनाती है, ठीक है? तो आपने एक थोड़ा सा फन एलिमेंट्स डाला, you just put one fun element, 420, no pun intended, ठीक है? So you will remember it. You will remember 420, okay, 40, 60. 40 is renewable energy, 60 is non-renewable energy. And 60 में से majority is what? Majority is coal. और ये कहते हैं कि coal बंद करो. You will have to create a story. You will have to make some fun activity. Only then you will remember. And let me tell you, no matter how much I tell you, till the time you make an effort of active learning, you will not remember. You will forget. Okay, I have been telling the names of what? Godavari की tributaries बता दो. And I have made them learn, literally learn. But then नहीं बता पाएंगे जब तक खुद effort नहीं मारोगे. That it's दूधना, पूर्णा, वेनगंगा, पेनगंगा, वर्धा, सबरी, सिलेरू. Rhyme. It's rhyming. So till the time you make an effort, you will not be able to remember. It is about active learning. I can tell you tricks. I can guide you. But effort तो खुद को मारना है. क्यों खुद को मारना है? Because you will remember only that. So how do you remember facts? You develop a story. Develop a story. Simple. There are about 9 billion population. 65 million is affected. Percentage सोचो. 1/10 लिख लो. If not that, 1/10. 9 billion, 90 million. So just write 1/10 of the population is affected. Make some story, make some energy. The moment you give energy, you will remember it better. So it's about water availability, it's about pest and disease, increasing temperature. There is accessibility to food. 1% rise in temperature affects 1.7%. Can I not use this in introduction? I can use in introduction also. Fact है. Fact दोनों पैरामीटर को लेके चल रहा है, climate change and food security. I can use that. Western disturbances. In conclusion, you can tell us about the steps taken. The steps taken in the form of climate smart agriculture, drought resistant variety of seeds. नहीं कुछ समझ आए तो SDG आलू है, ठीक है? वो सब it's like नहीं समझ आ रहा, but SDG would work, especially in the environment, in your geography based answer. That it is important to reduce climate change so as to achieve SDG 2, SDG 1, SDG 14. We need international cooperation, SDG 17. वो आलू है, कुछ नहीं समझ आए तो SDG डाल दिया. In this question, why not? Why not? मतलब तो क्या हो गया? बिल्कुल. Let Veda says, let knowledge come from all sides. We will see that we have taken example of spawn city, best example. And for that matter, if you would have heard in newspapers, newspapers they give that Bangalore should have a spawn city from China, like China is doing. We should have. हम सारे models talk about any models. We have not got the भगवान ने सिर्फ मुझे थोड़ी दिमाग दिया या मेरी कंट्री को. There are good practices working. What is the purpose of academics? What is the purpose of wisdom? Take it from all the sides. So why can't we use? Definitely we could use best practices across the world. Yes, very good. No, what happens is, yeah, very good. What happens is when we tend to write and underline, understand what we do while we are reading. No, हम पूरी लक्ष्मीकांत अंडरलाइन करते हैं, हम पूरा स्पेक्ट्रम अंडरलाइन करते हैं, तो हम आंसर के टाइम पे भी सब अंडरलाइन कर देते हैं. एंड व्हाट इज द पर्पस ऑफ अंडरलाइनिंग इज टू कैच द अटेंशन. आप सब अंडरलाइन करोगे तो क्या पढ़ूं, सभी पढ़ूं? नहीं. व्हाट यू शुड डू इज बी वेरी कॉन्शियस while you're writing an answer कि क्या underline कर. Underline mostly the headings. This one, Western disturbance. Example, price in tomatoes. I have consciously just bolded those parts, accessibility to food, IMF. You need to underline headings, you need to underline examples, and try to consciously see that I will not underline more than 5 or 6 lines, 6 words. 5-6 words से ज़्यादा underline नहीं करूँगी. क्यों? Otherwise that will compromise my readability. Now, in the whole page, not more than that. Headings को छोड़ के सिर्फ examples ही underline करने या कोई fact underline करने, and not even the entire fact. Grammar को underline मत करो. 1.5%, 1 degree. Just the fact, because that catches the examiner's attention कि सही जगह underline की. अब आपको बाद में करना है, लिखने के बाद एक फुल पेज लिखने के बाद अंडरलाइन करना है या लिखते लिखते करना है, that I rest on you. That depends on how your brain is functioning. I tend to underline that then only. Sometimes I have written it because underlining disturbs my flow of thinking. So first I write it and then I just underline it. But I have made sure that headings में उसी समय circle कर देती हूँ, because I know that is giving me confidence. It looks also better. It looks better. So I leave it to you कि कब करना है, पेज खत्म होने के बाद करना है, साथ में करना है. That depends on how you practice. But what you should underline, please don't underline everything. Just underline the examples, just underline the heading, right? This one, accessibility of the food as the climate change affects small and marginal farmers to more. Increase in 1 degree temperature can lead to 1.7% of growth and decline, leading to 25% of agriculture loss in tropical countries. So 1 degree temperature rise can lead to 1.7% decline. So 1 degree, 1.7 degree. That's it. Yes, the accessibility. हाँ, so not necessarily, I'm saying heading. Headings को छोड़ दो, उसके बाद सिर्फ ये अंडरलाइन करो, उसके बाद सिर्फ टमेटो अंडरलाइन करो, उसके बाद सिर्फ इसको छोड़ दो. I'm not taking this as underline, I'm taking this as box. Leave it, just underline this one. This is climate based conflict affects the accessibility. You should know कि हाँ ये और ये पढ़ लेगा ना तो मेरी चीज खत्म हो जाए. So underline is this. Underline is this. What people tend to do, they will tend to underline like this. Accessibility to food, 1 degree rise of temperature to 1.5 degree, 20 to 45% of the agriculture. तो पूरा underline कर लो. That's, you should know what is the purpose. तो point यही है कि boxing को छोड़ दो, heading की boxes को छोड़ दो, उसके बाद सिर्फ tomato, उसके बाद सिर्फ accessibility, उसके बाद सिर्फ Sudan. That is it. So you should know what to underline there. Right? Yes, tell me. Keywords, हाँ, बहुत important है. Terminologies. Yes. No. नहीं, आपका confusion ये है. Your confusion is with respect to what is a keyword. That is the confusion. And what are the important words? Important word is climate change. One is, what is a keyword? Keywords basically are subject specific words. Now, when I am writing an economy answer, right, I would tend to write more about tax elasticity, tax base, about the fiscal consolidation, finance commission. That's the keyword related to subject. And what is an important word? An important word can be subject related words, or it can be not so subject related words, like stability, utilization, affordability, accessibility. So that is important word, that is breaking. Keywords are mostly subject specific words. Okay. So whenever, and what is the purpose of keyword? The purpose of keyword is to give brevity to your answers. Now, if you understand this term, bioaccumulation and biomagnification. Now, this point is bioaccumulation यानी क्या? Pollutants getting a part of the food chain, accumulating in food chain, like in plants. And then from plants, there is higher level of pollutant concentration as you move higher in the food chain. Like from plants, there would be more pollutant accumulation in animals, in the herbivores, from the herbivores, more in carnivores, from the carnivores, more in omnivores. That is bioaccumulation, plants में pollutant का जाना, और जैसे जैसे higher chain में जा रहे हो, magnify हो. That is biomagnification. I will not elaborate everything. The moment I use the word bioaccumulation, biomagnification, it gives an examiner the idea that what am I talking about. I need not elaborate it. That's the point of keywords. I can simply say that the rise of intolerance can lead to trust deficit, can lead to chaotic situation and fighting among people. Or simply I can say conflict related anomaly, or for that matter, the word, I just use the word anomy. Now, if I just use the word anomy, it is understood that I'm talking about a disruption in the law and order and conflicts among the people. I reduced the whole sentence into a word. That is the idea of keyword. आपके आंसर को ब्रेविटी मिलती है, आपको स्कोप मिलता है कि अब आप एग्जाम्पल लिखो और एक एक्स्ट्रा मार्क ले लो. That is what happens, because you have to write at the end of the day what, 150 words. So that is the idea of keyword. There have been people, those who are, what are they doing? They're just doing keywords, they're just writing keywords and substantiating with examples and having an edge over others. So keywords से ही पूरा खेल बन जाता. What is important word? Like important word would be art and culture. Art and culture को dimensions में divide करना is the important words, but to reduce it into a small thing, that is your keywords. Know what is the keyword. How do you do that? Whenever you hear some important statement, try to think कि इसके लिए एक word है क्या कोई, some one important word, then you will get it, then you will get the idea of what is a keyword there. ठीक है? So subject specific words are keywords. The aim of the keywords is to reduce your elaboration into a one word, right? आपने एक लाइन में establish कर दिया, like your increasing temperature affects the stability due to the loss of biodiversity. आपने elaborate कर दिया example. Keywords, दो keywords को लिख के elaborate कर दिया ताकि आपका sentence में meaning है कि नहीं है, समझ में आना चाहिए. Here, western disturbances, ठीक है, that's a keyword. Climate change related keyword, western disturbance, lead to increase in the price of tomato. No, you will not explain what is western disturbance, low pressure at Mediterranean carried by subtropical westerly jet stream. No, it is understood. Western disturbance means that it affects the price of tomato, simple, or it affects the price of crops, example. That is it. So just that will make your sentence what? If your sentence is going beyond 10-15 words, 15 words से ज़्यादा अगर एक statement बन रहा है, there is something going wrong. 15 words, because see, it's like this. You have 150 words. 150 words. And let me tell you, you can't write beyond 150 words. It's like very simple exercise. You have 10 mark question, 10. You have 10 mark question, 10 question. You have 15 mark question, you have 10 question of 15. For 10 marks, you have 150 words. That is, you have to write 1500 words because there are 20 questions. You have 250 words for 15 marks. That means you have to write 2500 words. Yani you have to write 4000 words in 3 hours. And you don't have to simply write. You have to think, you have to recall, you have to structure, you have to draw a diagram, you have to fill the OMR. Okay. Basically, in 3 hours, if you even Google what is the writing speed of a person in 1 hour, average speed of writing of a person in 1 hour, it will be around 1300 words. That means what? For 3 hours, you cannot write beyond 4000 words. It's not practically possible. It takes a toll on your body. जब इतना, that's the research that it, अगर 4000 वर्ड ही लिख सकते हो 3 घंटे में, तो आप तो सोच रहे हो, रिकॉल कर रहे हो, लिख रहे हो. पॉइंट ये है कि I cannot go beyond 150 words. I cannot go beyond 250 words. Now let's break it. 150 words, 15 words, 20 words introduction, 25 word introduction. Similarly, 20-25 words conclusion. 50 words gone. I have 100 words. If I have to write 7 points for a 10 marker question, I cannot move beyond 15 words. I cannot move beyond 20 words. So in case you are moving beyond 20 words, 30 words, वहाँ पे नहीं लिख पाओगे. यहाँ तो लिख लोगे because यहाँ पे you take 3 hours for one answer. ठीक है, वहाँ पे 3 hours में पेपर लिखना है. Point is 7 words लिखने हैं, 15 word के ऊपर मैं नहीं लिख सकती. If I have to write 15 words for one point, I have to have keywords. I have to have the important frameworks. It is about keywords then. That's the whole point I'm bringing. Because even physically 4000 words से ज़्यादा लिखना possible नहीं है. आपके दिमाग में ब्रेन में बन चुका है 20 वर्ड इंट्रोडक्शन 20 वर्ड कंक्लूजन एंड इट इज नॉट इजी टू एक्चुअली डू इंट्रोडक्शन इन 20 वर्ड्स. वो ब्रेविटी की प्रैक्टिस लगती है. ठीक है, तो यू विल हैव टू स्टार्ट लर्निंग दैट वेज. ओके, so that's the idea there, the introduction there and the conclusion and other things. Moving on to the second question, that is about, okay, this is about the Shri Anna Millet, Global Millet Shri Anna Conference. That was the first question. Yes, tell me. FAO का source, yes. Yes. Source याद नहीं आ रहा है. ठीक है, ठीक है, फाइन फाइन, बिल्कुल लिखो, क्या प्रॉब्लम है. अगर FAO याद नहीं आ रहा है तो ग्लोबल हंगर इंडेक्स रिपोर्ट लिखो, IFPRI रिपोर्ट लिखो. प्रीलिम्स का नॉलेज कब काम आएगा? सिर्फ आपसे जितना पूछेगा 100 क्वेश्चन उसके लिए नहीं आता है. प्रीलिम्स नॉलेज इज नॉट जस्ट important in your prelims examination. The facts that you learn in prelims, the reports that you learn in prelims, apply those in your mains answer writing. So I wrote FAO because I was knowing. If FAO has said, obviously global hunger index report would also say. Obviously your international food policy report index would also say. So write about it. There's nothing wrong there, right? Yes.
जो आप डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन दिया वो 150 रोल्स में है. All those 100 in the body, or should we go
this one basically for 10 marker it is generally one part, and for 15 mark it is generally two parts. They generally tend to ask two parts, so you will have to use that in the body only. आपके पास लग्जरी नहीं है 20 वर्ड से ऊपर ज्यादा इंट्रोडक्शन करने की, चाहे 15 मार्क का हो चाहे 10 नंबर का. You don't have the luxury of moving beyond 20-25 words in the introduction, whether it's 10 marker question, whether it's a 15 mark question. In the conclusion, it's the same, 15, 20, 25 words. 1/3 of the page may it should get over. 1/3 page, half page, then your 1/3 page is introduction, nearly 1/3 or half page is your diagram, and then you start off body. From the half page, from the 1/3 page that is left, आपको start करना है. Body first page से ही start हो जानी चाहिए. And you look at topper's copy. There's no harm in looking at topper's copy because they have cracked the examination. They've cracked the examination. You'll see a pattern. You'll see a visible pattern. 1/3 page is introduction. Point है कि one good point is you can't write as much. So even if you are able to write or generate 6 points, 7 points, just looking at the question, you are there. We need to have effort there. So my suggestion would be, I give that suggestion every time because I have learnt the most by topper's copy. One full year till 2018 when I did not give my attempt, I just did that. अब पढ़ लिया है सब, अब लिखते कैसे हैं? Let's learn that. What are they doing that is clicking? What is that? And you will see that it's very simple answers, basics, keywords, examples, diagrams, demand of the question addressed, no subpart missed. I'll repeat. Demand of the question addressed, no subpart missed, keywords, example, diagram. And they are there, and they are doing it for 20 questions. It is not easy to do that for 20 questions. It is not easy. They are doing it for every question and not just one paper. They are doing it for all the 4 papers. That is not easy. So learning that how to do is easy, but doing it for every answer and for 4 papers, that is difficult. So you need to get to that level. It is एक आधी पेपर खराब होगा ही हो मेंस में, but despite that उसके बाद भी वो toppers बनते हैं. So that is the mind game. That's different. But let's not move there. Let's for now focus on competence part, that what we have to achieve, right? So this was about the first question. Moving on to the second question. Again, why is the world today confronted with the crisis of availability of and accessibility to fresh water resource? Basically, question is talking about why is the world today having fresh water crisis. Now, whenever I hear the word fresh water resource, 5 parameters. I just need 5 parameters. And then I have to tell that why is the world having this crisis. So it is asking about one keyword is freshwater resource. And the second one is crisis. Crisis of the freshwater resource. Why? Okay, why crisis of the freshwater resource? What is freshwater resource? Rivers, glaciers, lakes, groundwater, rainwater. Rainwater. That's what it is. Ice caps, groundwater, lakes, atmospheric, rivers, and the rainwater. That means these are the 5 parameters I have when I look at freshwater resource. Now, why is the world confronted with the freshwater resources? Simple why? We don't store rainwater. Why? There's lack of storage of the rainwater. Example, Meghalaya has one of the largest amount of water, around 1100 centimeter of rainfall, but then they suffer drought every year. The best example, we don't conserve rainwater, suffering from rainwater crisis, freshwater crisis. About the rivers, क्या करते हैं हम? Pollution of rivers. Now, pollution of rivers because of dumping of waste, household waste, thermal pollution, etc. Example, just write an example. Talk about any example of river of India. But here it is not just India, it is world. So I'll have to give the example of world. Trap. कि world के examples पता होने चाहिए. Talk about Amazon river, talk about Mekong river. Geography के prelims का knowledge. Are we not polluting Mekong river? Possible नहीं है. Are we not polluting Amazon river? Possible नहीं है. So here rivers. Glaciers, melting of glaciers. Because now start using the technical terms. Melting of glacier or climate change and positive feedback loop, or climate change and reduction of albedo leading to melting of glaciers. ठीक है, फिर वो साइकिल बना सकते हो. मेल्टिंग हुआ ग्लेशियर का, ट्रैप्ड CO2 निकलेगा, ट्रैप्ड CO2 रिलीज, अगेन मेल्टिंग ऑफ ग्लेशियर्स एंड द crisis. This is positive feedback loop. I very smartly put 2 words. Positive feedback loop, I put albedo. I don't have to elaborate albedo now. Example, as per IPCC, Antarctic goes ice free in summers by 2050. By 2050, Arctic ice would not be there in summers. Right now we have permafrost. In some regions, there already is melting done. But तब तो पूरा आर्कटिक में आइस फ्री हो जाएगा. आइस नहीं रहेगी समर्स में by 2030, 2050. That's IPCC. So melting of glaciers. Lakes, what are we doing? We are polluting lakes. Pollution of lakes. Example, Belandur Lake, other lakes, whatever lakes that you remember. Talk about lakes there in the outside India also, Africa में. Example था prelims में Lake Fagubin. There was one question asked in prelims that which lake has turned into desert? Lake Oguta, Lake Fagubin, Lake Volta, Lake Chad. आपके दिमाग में रह जाती हैं कुछ चीजें, स्पेशली जो गलत होती है. That will stay, right? Fagubin Lake, drying of lake. You did not remember then, but now I have the ability to use that in my answer. So Lake Fagubin. Talk about groundwater. 25% of the world's groundwater is exploited by India alone. India is the largest extractor of the groundwater in the world. So, extraction of the groundwater. Simple, right? 10 words. Over extraction of groundwater. India is the largest. Green revolution belt bana diya. Just don't write examples of India. But this is what I call as brainstorming. If I would have written this answer, probably it would have taken 20 minutes. But I'm thinking about it before even reading the model answer. I'm not reading at the model answer. I'm just looking at and I'm thinking, I'm brainstorming. Now when I read the model answer, my brain is active because I have challenged my brain. कि पहले तुम बताओ. You first tell, now you will get active. It's a challenge. We love challenges, right? If you simply read, no, okay, देख लेते हैं, you will tend to remember less. Challenge yourself at every step. You will learn more. So, why is world today confronted with the crisis of availability of and access to fresh water resources? So, availability and the fresh water resource. It is easy. It's a repeated theme. Fresh water resource, land resources, fresh water resources. They keep on asking questions. Land resource and fresh water resource. So, it's an easy theme. Trap is, it's about world, not just India. It's about availability and accessibility. Give examples. As per IPCC introduction, I can start off with fact. I can start off with the definition of the fresh water. Fresh water definition is not very impressive here. क्या लिखोगे? Fresh water resources are the resources which are river, lakes, ground. Not very impressive. Start with a fact. Start with a why in news. So why news or fact? IPCC says there would be ice-free Arctic by summers by 2035. There are glacial melting, falling of the groundwater table. IPCC. I can use it. What do I do? Freshwater resource दिखाना तो है. I just make a pie chart. 97% of water is in the oceans. 3% fresh water. Then I write the parameters. Imagine, no, your examiner is just looking at the introduction. He knows that you've given a fact. You know the parameters of freshwater resource. Even if you just looked at the introduction and your diagram and the headings, he knows that you are there. आपको पता है कि आपसे क्या पूछा जा रहा है. You know that what is being asked to you. So here you talk about ice cap. This is also prelims related fact only. The largest fresh water is in ice cap. The second one is groundwater. Then we have lakes, atmosphere and rivers. They've asked this question twice in prelims. One in 2013 or 14 and the other in 2021. Prelims, mains और interview अलग preparation नहीं है. Focus अलग हो जाता है. Just before the examination, the focus gets different because that's more factual, that's more analytical, that's different competence, this is different competence. But knowledge तो वही है ना. Fact आपको use करने आना चाहिए. ठीक है. So ice cap, you have groundwater, you have lake, you have atmosphere, you have rivers. ठीक है. So you can use that pie chart. You know that this is first, this is second. That's in the order. First, the largest repository is ice cap. The second one is groundwater. So we are going for freshwater crisis. You can, yes, tell me. बिल्कुल हो सकता है. और भी आप दूसरा लिख सकते हो. You can talk about definition, you can talk about fact. कोई और fact है तो वो लिखो. बिल्कुल लिख सकते हो. Beauty तो यही है. Beauty है कि आप कितना creative बनाते हो अपने answer. That's the beauty. ठीक है. So this is about either you draw a pie chart or you draw this. This is also a type of diagram. Diagram just not necessarily mean world map. It is also about pie chart. It's also about bar graph. और जितना अलग diagram बनाओगे, sometime world map, sometime pie chart, sometime bar graphs, sometime just a regional map, sometime the map of India. You know that you have diversity in your answers. So here, and pie chart works better for economy. Very nicely you can show. Bar charts works very good for economy. The trends, economic survey में रहता है, right? So that way. So here you have this. Why is it happening? Why is it? What are the issues? Melting of glacier, Himalayan glacier. Over extraction of groundwater, places like California. Over pumping है, places like California. California में dust balls बन चुके. It has become so dry that there are dust bowls. It's called as dust bowls. Lot of sand ravaging the entire regions. So your Central Valley of California. Pollution of river. I have written rivers. You can talk about river of Malaysia, Indonesia, any river. We are polluting. हमने हर जगह तबाही मचाई है. ठीक है. So we are talking about this river. There's lack of storage of rain water. Example can be Meghalaya. South Africa में water crisis है. That's lack. 0 day. ठीक है. 0 day. You've seen the movie Fukre 3. ठीक है. तो 0 day आ रहा है. ठीक है. Shimla goes dry. Bangalore goes dry. The whole of the movie is focused on this. Delhi. You see one of the problem of Delhi is water crisis. Management. This one. That not only are we over exploiting freshwater resources, but our practices are also unsustainable. 90% of the groundwater is used for, 90% of the water is used for what? Agriculture. One sector is using as much of water. So that is why we have problem of water crisis. एक तो कम है. Salinity, fresh water की बात चल रही. ओके, बताओ salinity का क्या? Drying of बोलो ना sea, drying of sea. बोल सकते हो, ठीक है. Yes, very good. growing water intensive crops in dry regions. Water intensive crops like rice, sugarcane, cotton. पंजाब में नहीं होना चाहिए, but still we go for pollution. Green revolution, yes. Simple story क्या है? Story है एक तो पानी कम है, ठीक है, just second. एक तो पानी कम है हमारे यहाँ पे, स्पेशली इंडिया हैज 4% ऑफ फ्रेश वाटर रिसोर्स, 17% ऑफ वर्ल्ड पॉपुलेशन. पानी कम है, जितना पानी है, स्टोरी हिंदी में ही अच्छी लगती है, ठीक है. तो एक तो पानी कम है, जितना है उसको कर रहे हो पोल्यूट, जो बच गया उसको कर रहे हो ओवर एक्सट्रैक्ट. रेन वाटर को हार्वेस्ट कर नहीं रहे हो, पानी कम है बचा नहीं रहे हो, पोल्यूट कर रहे हो, ओवर एक्सट्रैक्ट कर रहे हो, ठीक है. उसके बाद मिसमैनेज कर रहे हो. तो हो गई ना स्टोरी, पानी कम है, फ्रेश पॉपुलेशन फ्रेश, ठीक है, स्टोर नहीं कर रहे हो रेन वाटर नहीं, जो बच गया उसको कर रहे हो पोल्यूट, चाहे रिवर हो चाहे लेक्स हो, ठीक है. ऊपर से किया है तबाही इन द फॉर्म ऑफ क्लाइमेट चेंज, जितना है वो भी ड्राई हो रहा है. 5 पॉइंट्स आ गए. आई जस्ट नीड 5 पॉइंट्स फॉर नाउ. यस, हाँ, ओवर एक्सट्रैक्शन ऑफ ग्राउंड वाटर, ठीक है, ओवर एक्सट्रैक्शन ऑफ ग्राउंड वाटर, चाहे ड्राई रीजन्स हो चाहे डेजर्ट मार्जिन्स पे हो, वी आर टॉकिंग अबाउट दोस, ठीक है. सो योर यस, बिल्कुल, वेरी गुड, करेक्ट करेक्ट. राइज ऑफ अर्बनाइजेशन से ज्यादा लिखो द मॉडल ऑफ अर्बनाइजेशन, द काइंड ऑफ मॉडल ऑफ अर्बनाइजेशन दैट रिलाइज ऑन कॉन्क्रीटाइजेशन. यस, पोल्यूशन, पोल्यूशन, टॉक अबाउट पोल्यूशन. पोल्यूशन फ्रॉम एग्रीकल्चर, आर्सेनिक लिखो, फ्लोराइड लिखो, जो लिखो. वर्ल्ड के एग्जाम्पल देना, प्रीलिम्स का जो नॉलेज है उसको यूज करना. सारी रिवर्स पोल्यूटेड है, कुछ गलत नहीं होगा, इंटरनेट पे सर्च करोगे तो मिलेगा, ठीक है. वी हैव फॉर ऑल द प्रैक्टिकल पर्पस वी हैव डिक्लेयर्ड यमुना रिवर एज डेड रिवर, ठीक है. इट हैज लॉट ऑफ प्रॉब्लम्स ऑफ पोल्यूशन, ठीक है, स्पेशली दी स्ट्रेचेस ऑफ दिस दिल्ली के पास इट इज डिक्लेयर्ड एज डेड रिवर. So you have these as the parameters: climate change, population pressure, lack of storage of rainwater, pollution of rivers, pollution of lakes, over extraction of groundwater, melting of glaciers. So we are trying to, I am just trying to break it into two things. I am demarcating into components of fresh water, जो components है सबको बर्बाद किया, और I am creating a story that what you have done, right? So this is about the pollution and the other things. Geopolitical conflicts and water scarcity. That's your PSR part, that's your polity part, that's your paper 2 part. Which question are we talking about? This one? Food security. Fresh water resource. हमारे यहाँ पे किया है. We ourselves has done. If you know about Raleganj Siddhi, Anna Hazare, watershed management, Pani Foundation, Pani Panchayat, we ourselves have done. You can talk about those definitely. No. You can definitely write. You can also write it as a case study in your body. Just make one. Let's say this is my body. Point 1, elaboration example. Point 2, elaboration example. I can simply make a case study. Down to earth वगैरह पढ़ते हो ना, उसमें ऐसा रहता है, right? You can simply make a case study also. We ourselves have examples of watershed management, conserving of the rainwater and changing the face of many villages. ठीक है? There's this village, Hiware Bazaar. Once it had lot of poverty, it had lot of social problems, it had problem of substance abuse, domestic violence, and then one vision of a person changed the face of the village. Rainwater को conserve किया, check dams बनाए, there was harvesting of water, and that village is the village that has highest number of millionaires today. लखपति है, ठीक है. Point is that you can definitely write local examples, no harm there. ठीक, okay. Where are we? We were at this freshwater crisis. ठीक है, we have freshwater crisis. What do? One of you said that हमारा model of urbanization खराब है. ठीक है, you can definitely write in the conclusion about change the model, change the way in which you go for urbanization. Change the way we go for urbanization. This is an example of sponge city. This is an example of a city in China. China has done what? In a city, they have created these pavements. Can you see? These pavements are permeable pavements. Permeable pavements, that is, they allow the water to go inside, infiltrate in the groundwater. One component. The second component is they have created wetlands and they have put the forests, the trees in the urbanization. Imagine in Delhi there is a green heart, there is a forest, urban forest. They have wetlands, they have forest, they have permeable pavement. Now what does this do? These forests, these wetlands, they can absorb excess rain if that comes. Once they are acting like a sponge, like the sponge absorbs the water, they can absorb and it goes inside. The water goes inside the ground water. It becomes groundwater. इसके कारण क्या होगा? Suppose there is excessive rainfall, right? The wetlands है, forest है, they would absorb and they would prevent the city from flooding, because otherwise if the city is made up of concrete, there would be less of percolation of the water. There will be more of the surface runoff. दिल्ली में कंक्रीट है, पानी अंदर नहीं जाएगा, सरफेस पे रहेगा. रोड है कि नाला है कि नदी है पता नहीं, ठीक है, we don't know what is there. That's the problem in Delhi. Here in Gurgaon थोड़ी बारिश हुई, the roads turns like rivers, right? That problem of urban flooding is stopped in China because of this, because they can absorb. Not only is the problem of flooding stopped, but also there is increase in the groundwater table. As there is increase in the groundwater table, the problem of scarcity of the water is also stopped. The city would not run dry. Pani rahega, groundwater. So it solves both the problems. It solves the problem of droughts, lack of availability of water, and it also solves the problem of flooding because there are green hearts. You can definitely write such examples that sponge city of China. And जब Bangalore में floods आए थे 2 years back, Bangalore is known for flooding, ठीक है? And Bangalore was once known as city of lakes, but now because the way we are urbanizing, we have encroached on the lakes, we've encroached on wetlands, we've encroached on forests. As we've encroached on that, the Bangalore suffers the problem of flooding. Bangalore suffers the problem of water shortage. तो news में बहुत आया था that Bangalore should learn from China, should learn from sponge city of the China. So this is about the sponge city, ताकि fresh water को conserve कर सको, ground water table बढ़ा सको, climate change related solutions हैं, talk about Paris Agreement, talk about SDGs. There are watershed management, that what we talked about, example of रालेगांव सिद्धि, watershed management कर सकते हैं, ठीक है? This is the village of Anna Hazare. Watershed management. तो आपको कंजर्व कर रहे हैं फ्रेश वाटर. To conserve fresh water, stop pollution, stop over extraction, go for climate change agreements ताकि आपका melting कम हो glaciers का. Talk about conservation of the rain. Fresh water में आप पर्पस मत, वाटर क्या करता है, वो ओशन है, दोनों में फर्क है. कोरल रीफ की सर्वाइवल के लिए आपको सैलिनिटी चाहिए अराउंड 30 पार्ट्स पर 1000, ठीक है? तो हम फ्रेश वाटर की बात कर रहे हैं, तो हम फ्रेश वाटर तक रहेंगे, ठीक है? पर्पस क्या था, सोल्यूशन किस कंटेक्स्ट में दे रहे, फ्रेश वाटर क्राइसिस है, अब सॉल्यूशंस बताओ, ठीक है? यस नहीं, हाँ, आप जब आप हेडिंग लिखते हो, ठीक है, तो आप हेडिंग क्यों लिख रहे हो, ताकि आप वर्ड्स बचा सको. आप अगर उसी हेडिंग को इफ यू विल ट्राई टू इलैबोरेट, देन यू आर डिफीटिंग द पर्पस. हाँ, so coastal water intrusion in Bangladesh, that means water, fresh water is getting, this compromises the fresh water along coast. Now you don't have to explain कि coastal water intrusion मतलब coast, पानी ocean से coast में जा रहा है, समझ आ गया? Coastal water intrusion means water from the ocean is moving to the coast, saline water. So we talk about compromise of salinity or affecting the fresh water resource. You need not elaborate the heading. समझ आ गया. कोस्टल वाटर इंट्रूजन से आर यू एबल टू अंडरस्टैंड व्हाट इज गोइंग ऑन? कोस्टल वाटर इज इंट्रूडिंग, कोस्टल वाटर इज गेटिंग इनसाइड. सो यू नीड नॉट इलैबोरेट दिस, ये तो पर्पस ही डिफीट हो जाएगा, राइट? जैसे कि इसको समझते हैं, ठीक है. जियोपॉलिटिकल कॉन्फ्लिक्ट एंड वाटर स्कैर्सिटी. अब इसका ये मतलब है that there is geopolitical conflict leading to water scarcity. I will not elaborate this because that is self-explanatory. What I do, I will substantiate it. कैसे? Examples. Example: Yemen faces water scarcity. Yemen faces water scarcity because of ongoing conflict. Simple. Or for that matter, let's say this: population pressure. Population pressure on fresh water resource. तो आप नहीं बताओगे कि ज्यादा पॉपुलेशन है तो ज्यादा पानी चाहिए नहाने के लिए, कपड़े धोने के लिए, नहीं, वो पता है. पॉपुलेशन प्रेशर ऑन फ्रेश वाटर रिसोर्सेज. एग्जांपल: इंडिया हैज 4% ऑफ पॉपुलेशन विद 17% ऑफ द वाटर रिसोर्स. समझ आ रहा है ना कि 4% ही पानी है, 17% पॉपुलेशन है, पॉपुलेशन प्रेशर है. आप इलैबोरेट नहीं करो. मिसमैनेजमेंट ऑफ वाटर, अब इसको इलैबोरेट करो. मिसमैनेजमेंट यानी क्या? इंडस्ट्री में प्रॉब्लम, एग्रीकल्चर में प्रॉब्लम, देन यू इलैबोरेट. एग्रीकल्चर यूजेस 90% ऑफ द ground water. So you are using this heading to reduce the words. Mismanagement of water यानी पानी का सही इस्तेमाल नहीं कर रहे. तो पूरा लिखने से अच्छा that the fresh water is not being utilized properly. Mismanagement of water. Reduce it. Brief. ठीक है. And it should be self-explanatory. If you just read lack of storage of rain water, समझ आ रहा है? We are not storing the rain water. 5 keywords है ना, 5-6 words. That gives you luxury to write more than 2-3 points. If you go on elaborating, you will end up using the words in 4 points. That's not what we want. We want a multi-dimensional answer. So, pollution of rivers, it's explanatory. अब इसमें लिखना है तो लिखो pollution of rivers by thermal pollution, industrial pollution, waste dumping. That is it. ठीक है? Example: ओवर एक्सट्रैक्शन ऑफ ग्राउंड वाटर. अब इसमें लिखना तो लिखो ड्यू टू वाटर इंटेंसिव क्रॉप इन ड्राई रीजन्स. व्हेन आई से द वर्ड वाटर इंटेंसिव क्रॉप इन ड्राई रीजन, समझ आ रहा है ना? ड्राई रीजन में आप जहां जिसको ज्यादा पानी लगता है वो उगा रहे हो. वाटर इंटेंसिव क्रॉप इन ड्राई रीजन्स. 5 words, 6 words. Write about green revolution, give an example, make a map, anything that you want to do to have an extra marks. ठीक? That's the answer for the fresh water crisis. Yes. Yes. See, accessibility would be more about the accessibility to the small and marginal farmers or the vulnerable population, and accessibility would be in the terms of developing countries. डेवलपिंग कंट्रीज को नहीं मिल पा रहा फ्रेश वाटर बिकॉज डैम्स बना दिए आपने रिवर्स पे, तो एक्सेसिबिलिटी नहीं कर पा रहे. दैट इज द टू थिंग. लिख सकते हैं वो. एक्सेसिबिलिटी में 3 से 4 पॉइंट्स के ऊपर बनेंगे नहीं. सो वेदर शुड आई मेक अ सेपरेट हेडिंग और नॉट depends on मेरे पास points कितने. If I can have 3 points, 4 points, I can make a heading. If I don't have more than 4 points, I have 1 point. Don't make a heading. Be very smart. एक साथ बना दो. So heading बनाए कि नहीं बनाए? Should I make it 2 parts or 1 part? Depends on how many points you. If you have 4 points, go for it. If you have 1 point, then don't go for it. साथ ही लिख लो. ठीक है? तो वो तब आ जाएगा जब आप क्वेश्चन पढ़ोगे कि एक्सेसिबिलिटी के लिए पॉइंट्स कितने. Not necessarily. You can talk about the steps taken. ये steps taken है. These are not solution. They are steps taken. China का steps taken है. Watershed हमारा steps taken है. Government initiatives. So you can write summarization, government initiatives, steps needed और futuristic. अभी इतनी प्रॉब्लम है और आगे और प्रॉब्लम होने वाली है. शिमला, बैंगलोर, चेन्नई, दिल्ली, साउथ अफ्रीका में they are running dry. 0 day. Talk about futuristic, any type. Yes. Carbon water. हाँ. Yes. Accessibility का problem है. Definitely. हम why are we so concerned China building dams in Brahmaputra? We are concerned. India building dams on Brahmaputra, Bangladesh gets concerned. मिलेगा कि नहीं मिलेगा पानी, ठीक है. The problem of Kaveri, Karnataka and Tamil Nadu वाला जो problem है, we are concerned, right? So obviously climate change and the upper riparian state and the lower riparian state. Way forward and no, that's what I'm saying. No, if it is not asking, make way forward as your conclusion. मैंने तो हर जगह way forward as conclusion ही बनाया. हाँ, yes, so then you don't write way forward, or just write way forward in one line, dropping term droppings. ठीक है? It can be anything. I have written way forward in conclusion. What people do is steps अलग से लिखेंगे, conclusion अलग से लिखेंगे. नहीं है scope. अगर नहीं पूछा है steps मत लिखो. ठीक है? Many of the model answers also give that. करूँ क्या? Knowledge ले लेती हूँ. I will try to use this as a knowledge exercise. ठीक है? So this was about some. Okay, we have time. So this was about some questions of geography. This is how is fjord formed. What are they? Why do they constitute some of the most picturesque areas of the world? So fjord formed, generally we were not expecting these questions because in landforms they are not asking many questions. But then they asked, this was something to test. UPSC does that. There is a question in your GS paper 3, care economy and monetization. Generally care economy you study in society, but they have asked in the paper 3. ठीक है, तो that UPSC does play. कई बार subjects के साथ they play up. Like they are asked about what International Maritime Organization. Many of them were like ये यहाँ क्यों पूछ लिया. There was a question on Juno mission in paper 1. तो वो करते हैं. Why do they do that? To test your pressure handling skills there. Do we have the presence of mind and then not lose our head because everybody is in the same boat, or we are panicking? So they do that. तो ये question थोड़ा unexpected था. Fjord क्या है? And why do they constitute some of the most world's picturesque area of the world? ऐसे question में ना, even if you write something, because it was an unexpected question, you get an edge. So you write something about it, इतना ही लिख लोगे that glacial valley है, submerged glacial valleys हैं, ठीक है? Submerged glacial valleys found along the coast of Norway. It is because of the erosional purpose, submergence of the U-shaped valley. That will also serve, ठीक है, purpose. क्योंकि उस समय उतना ही याद है. What are basic fjords? Right now you can know that. So those who know, they can attempt. You need to write examples. Examples मत भूलो. Geography is about study of the places. So write examples. It's all the coast of glaciated. You have Norway, you have Finland, you have Sweden, world map. You have Canada, you have Alaska, you have Russia. You have fjords along that Arctic Circle. You can have the fjords along the Arctic Circle there. Don't give it a priority. If you don't know, ये वाले question के जो 7 minutes हैं, just last के 3 minutes, just before you complete the paper, keep it. Rest 4 minutes utilize somewhere else. If you don't know, many of times you will see that these type of questions come, especially those if you have your geography optional. Geography optional generally question number 1A, पहला ही question. They would try to give a very difficult question. So हर बॉल पे छक्का नहीं मारना, कुछ को डक करना होता है, ठीक है? You win, but I will not succumb to your sledging there. I will not succumb to sledging. 3 minutes डालेंगे, last के 3 minutes. That is what I have. दो constraints हैं. There are 2 constraints while you write your mains examination. One is time constraint. The other is space constraint. So utilize these constraints really well. मतलब think like you are a miser, that you will not spend your time into something that is not productive. So I will not spend my time. I will spend last 3 minutes just because मेरे को satisfaction होना चाहिए, paper complete किया है, ठीक है? That's a big psychological satisfaction that I've done my paper. So I will give last 2-3 minutes to this, whatever I know. Just the keywords: glacial valleys, submerged glacial valleys, Norway, Finland, Sweden, Alaska, diagram, world map. थोड़ा आधे पन्ने का बना के आना इसमें, ठीक है, ताकि उसको लगे कि हाँ फिल भी किया है पेज. Do that. It is about psychology, and that comes when you write mains. 2-3 mains, you know that you are on. कि हाँ अब खेलना कैसे है, इतना पता है कि how do you open. नहीं, either you write in test papers as a practice. mains ही लिखना ना, मैं थोड़ी कह रही हूँ UPSC का दो. यहाँ लिखो, यहाँ पे मेंस लिखो, गिव योरसेल्फ दैट, यहाँ के मेंस पे हम करेंगे 2-3 full sets of papers, you know how to create them, right? So here, don't consider that I'm saying कि 4 attempt दो, no. Here, practice here. The more you practice here, the less you bleed there. ठीक है? So here you have fjord. These are nothing but deep inlets at the sea. ठीक है? So whenever there's a glacial landforms, you know that you have U-shaped valley. So U-shaped valley, when on the coast and water gets inside that U-shaped valley, submerged glaciated valleys are fjords. Basically, there are two types of coast. One is submerged coast that goes inside the water. The other is emergent coast that comes from the water. Submerged coast can be of various type. Submerged glaciated coast got submerged. Submerged river coast. In India, western coast of India is submerged river coast. So the submerged glaciated valleys are called as what? Fjord. जो glaciated valleys submerge हो जाएंगे उसको आप fjords बोलोगे. So what are fjords? Basically, when the glacier moves down the slope very slowly over time, it carves a valley and that forms a depression. This carving of the valley and submerged coast is called as fjord. Generally, it is more deeper because glacier has carved it. It is more deeper than the open seas. That ज़्यादा deep होता है, ठीक है? So they form the inlet of the sea there. Where do you have them? You have them along this indented coast that you can see. This indented coast, very irregular coast, is nothing but your this one. So if you look at your atlas, you will see this. You will see this uneven, irregular coast. Where do you have glaciers or glaciated valleys? You have along the Arctic Circle. Along the entire Arctic Circle, Alaska, you have Labrador, you have towards Greenland, you have Iceland, you have Norway, sometimes Finland and Sweden, also towards this part, also towards the southern part. So these are your fjord coast, irregular coast, indented coasts. Okay, what are fjords? Why do they make picturesque? Why do they make picturesque area? One of the students just wrote an answer to me, WhatsApp पे, beauty lies in the eyes of beholder. सुंदर हमें लगता है तो सुंदर है, इसलिए picturesque है. ठीक है, don't do that. बताएं. Somebody? Yes. Map. Okay, you want to see where is it and how is it? This is about your fjord coast. Where do you have? You will get the PDF. क्यों? मतलब why so sad? You will get it. इसका मतलब ये नहीं कि लिखना नहीं है. अच्छा, where? Oh. I'm sorry I made that statement. I'm sorry. भूल जाओ. मुझे नहीं पता. Don't ask me about logistics. Yes. Fjord समझाएं? ठीक. What is fjord? Fjord is basically, suppose you have glaciated landforms. Okay. In a glaciated landforms, you can have the hanging valleys and you can have a main valley. Okay. Glacier create landforms in the highlands. As the glacier is there, let's say this was the whole of the mountainous slope. The glacier is moving. It is creating some of the hanging valleys, and it is creating, because it's such a big size, it creates a U-shaped valley. Now imagine this to be on the coast. Imagine this to be on the coast. Here, okay. Imagine this to be on the coast. The whole of the glacier is moving down slope. Okay. As it is moving down slope here, it will create this valley, U-shaped valley, and this U-shaped valley has submerged. Water is there. It is filled with the water. So what do you have? You have mountainous cliffs here. Mountainous cliff, a very steep slope of the mountain here, and you have not so regular coast. It's not straight coast because the glaciated have made your coast curvilinear or curvatures बढ़ा दी. So what is this? What do you call such type of coast? Such type of coast you called as fjord. So basically जो submerged coast, submerged glaciated valleys है, what do we call this? We call them as fjord. Where will you find? You will find them where you have glaciers and submergence taking place. So where has the glaciers submergence taken place? It has taken place along the Alaska, along Labrador, along Greenland, Iceland, your Norway region. Along Chile, glaciers have submerged valleys here, right? So that's about the glacier. Why are they so picturesque? Because it's like this: you have ice, you have mountain, you have coast. So it's like all the different ecosystem that adds up to this. You have towering cliffs, you have good waterfalls, you have diverse wildlife है, ग्लेशिएटेड रीजन है, माउंटेनस रीजन है, कोस्ट है. अगर दो अलग टाइप के लैंडफॉर्म्स दिखते हैं, लाइक फॉर एग्जांपल डेजर्ट्स ऑन द कोस्ट, it's very beautiful because it's two opposite world at the same place. If you have glaciers and you have oceans, it appears very beautiful. Why is Kashmir so beautiful? Especially if you go to Dal Lake, you can see the reflection of the mountains in the lake. तो पता ही नहीं होता है कि sky देख रहे हो कि lake पे lake देख रहे हो. So it's very beautiful there. Towering cliffs, diverse landscapes, you have good waterfalls, you have diverse wildlife. That's about this. You have homestead, village homestead, cultural villages हैं. That's add to the beauty. इसमें examples नहीं भी पता है, countries के भी नाम पता है, so that is beautiful, right? So here you have some of the places where you can go for it. जहाँ पे cliff है, जहाँ पे पानी है, वहाँ पे you have this paragliding, you have hiking, you have skiing. Goa क्यों beautiful है? Beach, water, mountain. Do you like beaches or mountains? We like both. We like Goa. ठीक है, तो it's beautiful there. बताएं. Importance based conclusion. ठीक है, आप steps नहीं लिख पाओगे गवर्नमेंट, समराइज कर लो, या तो वे फॉरवर्ड भी नहीं हो पाएगा, फ्यूचरिस्टिक if possible. Certain type of conclusion can also be importance based conclusion, that you tend to write about the importance of it. Landforms में importance can be one. If there's a question on delta, importance of delta, importance of cliff, importance of this. इसका importance क्या है? Landforms में generally ऐसे end कर सकते हो. They are picturesque beauty. They support a lot of tourism and adventure sports if that is possible. तो importance based conclusion लिख सकते हो, especially landform का. नहीं समझ आता है ना, तो या तो summarize या तो importance. Importance can also be a very easy way of concluding. In case they are not asking about the importance in the body, you write about the importance in the conclusion. Yes. Importance बता दो. Fjord coast का importance बड़े सुंदर है, ठीक है, पिक्चरिस्क ब्यूटी है, यहाँ पे आप एडवेंचर स्पोर्ट्स कर सकते हो, अलग अलग वाइल्ड लाइफ मिलती है. इंपॉर्टेंस बेस्ड इकोलॉजी, यस डेफिनेटली इकोलॉजी कैन बी वन वे फॉरवर्ड और वन टाइप ऑफ कंक्लूजन. इकोलॉजी एसडीजी, टॉक अबाउट दैट. Fjord, see, very simple. You can track every question to current affairs. बैक ट्रैक करने के लिए सारे क्वेश्चंस को करंट अफेयर से ट्रैक कर सकते हो, बट हाँ कह तो रही हूँ, यू कैन ड्राइव एवरी क्वेश्चन टू, कैन कनेक्ट एवरी क्वेश्चन टू करंट अफेयर्स, बट पॉइंट इज दैट कि आई कैन रीड करंट अफेयर्स एंड I have to read because I have to be a wise person. I'm not saying no for current affairs, read it. But to say कि current affairs में था इसलिए पूछा, तो ऐसे तो current affairs में डेल्टा भी होता है, why not डेल्टा? ऐसे तो current affairs में wetlands होते ही हैं, बढ़ते जा रहे हैं 75, ठीक है. They asked in paper 3 also wetlands. So you can track every question to current affairs that. But what was the purpose? What my thing is, they were trying to just test कि will you be able to do that? They do that. ये करते हैं. They will ask you about, let's say, dead zone, or they'll ask you about biological desert. अब fjord पूछ लिया, biological desert बोलेंगे. What is biological desert? Basically dead zones in the oceans. अब क्या ये न्यूज में नहीं है? Obviously because of climate change, lack of oxygen, lack of reduction of dissolved oxygen, कुछ dead zones बन गए oceans में जहाँ पे life possible ही नहीं है. That is also there in current affairs. Everything can be traced back to current affairs. Point is, don't look at the question like that. Look at कि हाँ ये छेड़ने के लिए क्वेश्चन है, ठीक है. I will not lose my mental calm there, ठीक है. That's the idea. No. Okay. Why is southwest monsoon winds called as पुरवैया? अब ये क्वेश्चन, ठीक है, दे आस्क्ड पुरवैया. अभी पुरवैया पूछ लेगा, कल कुछ और पूछ लेगा, तो यू विल से दिस आल्सो करंट अफेयर. नहीं, सर्टेन क्वेश्चंस आर देयर टू टेस्ट कि वहां पे कैसे करते हो. किसी को नहीं आता, nobody thought कि ये पूछ ले. Once in blue moon somebody had thought, am I able to attempt it? I have to not be perfectionist in this question, but I have to be good enough than you. You are my competitor. ठीक है? So here, what is southwest? Why is southwest monsoon winds called as Purvaiya in Bhojpur region? भोजपुर पता होना चाहिए कहाँ है. भोजपुर सॉन्ग्स, भोजपुरी सॉन्ग्स के कारण ही पता होना चाहिए. ठीक है? How has this directional seasonal wind system influenced the cultural ethos of the place? नहीं पता. पूर्वैया कैसे कल्चर को इन्फ्लुएंस करती है, स्पेसिफिक एग्जाम्पल नहीं पता, बट इतना पता है कि कल्चर क्या होता है. कल्चर इज फूड, फेस्टिवल, सॉन्ग्स, परफॉर्मिंग आर्ट्स, डाइटरी पैटर्न, दैट इज कल्चर. इतना तो लिख सकती हूँ, मॉनसून कैन इन्फ्लुएंस फूड, मॉनसून कैन इन्फ्लुएंस सॉन्ग्स, मॉनसून कैन इन्फ्लुएंस डांस. आई डोंट नो स्पेसिफिक एग्जाम्पल्स. ठीक है, बट एटलीस्ट आई नो दैट कल्चर क्या है. वो लिख के आएंगे, नहीं लिख के आएंगे इसमें एग्जाम्पल्स. आई एम ऑल प्रो कि एग्जाम्पल्स लिखो, सब्सटैंशिएट करो. नहीं पता इसमें नहीं लिखेंगे, 2 नंबर कटेंगे, 1 नंबर कटेगा. ठीक है, आई विल गेट 50% of marks. I don't want 60% of marks in this answer. I want 50% of marks. 50% is good to go. How will I score an edge? I will score an edge by giving him or her a very beautiful diagram. पूर्वैया का diagram अच्छे से बना के आएंगे. Distribution of southwest monsoon winds, वो अच्छे से बना के आएंगे कि हाँ नहीं पता but effort तो मारा. ठीक है, that's the whole idea. So what is southwest monsoon winds? Why it's called as Purvaiya? The first part is easier. And how this directional seasonal winds affect the cultural ethos of the region. The first part is easy, the second part requires an effort. Okay, now how do you introduce? इसको introduce कैसे करें? Southwest monsoon winds को पूर्वैया कहते हैं और cultural ethos को कैसे influence करता है? How do I introduce? Definition करें, fact करें, कैसे करें? Importance keep in the conclusion. ठीक है, mostly. ठीक है, फाइन, ओके. वैसे लिखोगे कि कल्चर को इन्फ्लुएंस करता है, फूड को इन्फ्लुएंस करता है, इकोनॉमी को इन्फ्लुएंस करता है. ओके, एरिया में. ठीक है, फाइन. ठीक है, देखो आप क्या कर रहे हो. यू आर सेइंग आई एम राइटिंग अबाउट इंपॉर्टेंस ऑफ मॉनसून, देन आई एम सेइंग व्हाई इज मॉनसून कॉल्ड एज पूर्वैया, देन आई एम राइटिंग हाउ इट डज इन्फ्लुएंस कल्चरल इथोस. देन कंक्लूजन में क्या लिखोगे फिर? इंपॉर्टेंस ही रिपीट हो रहा है ना. इंपॉर्टेंस लिख रहे हो और कैसे बेनिफिट करता है, बात तो वही कर रहे हो, इंपॉर्टेंस ही बोल रहे हो. इमेजिन आई एम अ डायरेक्टर. मुझे पता है कि मॉनसून पूर्वैया होती है इन दी भोजपुर रीजन. सो देयर इज डेफिनेटली अ फैक्टर दैट इज मेकिंग साउथ वेस्ट मॉनसून ईस्टर्ली इन नेचर. कोई फैक्टर होगा ना जो साउथ वेस्ट मॉनसून को ईस्टर्ली बनाता है. तो आई एम राइटिंग, आई कैन ईदर स्टार्ट अबाउट व्हाट इज मॉनसून. मॉनसून आर seasonal winds, modified trade winds. ठीक है, that is reversing wind. It is derived from the word मौसम. Basically definition हो गई. Monsoon is मौसम, reversing winds है, modified trade winds है. That is introduction definition. या तो फिर I can also start off, think like a storyline. There are many factors that influence monsoon. The direction of monsoon winds is affected by orography, local pressure differences, माउंटेनस रीजन. तो मैंने फैक्टर्स बता दी, पहले ही बता दी कि मॉनसून बहुत सारे फैक्टर्स से उसका डायरेक्शन, इंटेंसिटी इन्फ्लुएंस होता है. फिर दिखा दिया मॉनसून विंड्स के बारे में कि कहां से कैसी डायरेक्शन चलती है. देन आई टेल व्हाई इज मॉनसून कॉल्ड एज पूर्वैया इन भोजपुर रीजन. देन आई से हाउ मॉनसून इन्फ्लुएंसेस द कल्चरल रीजन. एंड देन आई कंक्लूड विद द इंपॉर्टेंस ऑफ मॉनसून. बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट. स्टोरी समझ आ रही है? पहले आप ट्रेलर दे रहे हो कि बहुत सारे फैक्टर्स हैं जो मॉनसून को इन्फ्लुएंस करते हैं. देन यू आर शोइंग दैट फैक्टर्स इन दी डायग्राम. देन यू आर टेलिंग दैट व्हाई इज मॉनसून इन्फ्लुएंस्ड बाय, व्हाई इज मॉनसून कॉल्ड एज पूर्वैया इन दी भोजपुर रीजन. सो आई कैन स्टार्ट ऑफ विद दैट कि बिकॉज मुझसे पूछ रहे हैं साउथ वेस्ट मॉनसून इज कॉल्ड एज पूर्वैया, यानी समथिंग हैज हैपेंड दैट हैज चेंज्ड द डायरेक्शन. देन व्हाट आर द फैक्टर्स दैट चेंज द direction of monsoon? What are the factors that affect the intensity of the monsoon? So here first part is easy. I can start off with that the direction of monsoon winds. I directly hit to direction. Direction of monsoon wind is influenced by relief factors, mountainous relief, topography. It is influenced by shift of ITC set. This gives me a luxury, right, to show my geography, to show that key terms. I know about relief, I know about IT CZ, ये मुझे लग्जरी दे देता है कि आप कीवर्ड्स डालो, ठीक है। मॉनसून का इंपॉर्टेंस वो तो मैं कंक्लूजन में वैसे भी लिखूंगी। सो ITCZ, position of subtropical westerly jet stream, tropical easterly jet stream. This is what makes your answer content heavy. That is giving me a luxury. That direction is influenced by ITCZ, subtropical westerly jet stream, tropical easterly jet stream, and relief parameters. Monsoon is orographic in nature. जो monsoon है, the distribution of monsoon is affected by what? Orography. Western Ghats, Aravalli, इससे, ठीक है। एंड द पाथ इज इन्फ्लुएंस्ड बाय द माउंटेनस टोपोग्राफी एज शोन बिलो। अब मैंने मॉनसून का बता दिया कि यहाँ साउथ वेस्ट है, यहाँ साउथ वेस्ट है, यहाँ जाते जाते इट गेट्स डिफ्लेक्टेड बाय द माउंटेनस टोपोग्राफी बाय अर्कन योमा पेगु योमा एंड देन पूर्वांचल अर्कन योमा पेगु योमा, यहाँ डिफ्लेक्ट होती है और यहाँ पे एक ब्रांच जाती है। इफ आई टॉक अबाउट monsoon, see you have to make your answer content heavy, you have to use those term dropping कि मैंने पढ़ाई की है, मुझे आंसर लिखने आता है, मुझे समझता है कि आपको कैसे इम्प्रेस करना है, ठीक है। सो इफ आई टॉक अबाउट द डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन ऑफ द मॉनसून हियर, इफ यू टॉक अबाउट द डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन ऑफ मॉनसून, okay, the distribution of monsoon is what? Monsoon is basically southwest monsoon. It can be influenced by there is one branch, Arabian Sea branch, there is one branch, Bay of Bengal branch, ठीक है। If there would have been no Purvanchal, Arkan Yoma, Pegu Yoma, the branch would have not turned, ठीक है। So I can write southwest, I can write Arabian Sea branch, I can write Bay of Bengal branch, I can write deflection by Pegu Yoma, Arkan Yoma, and then I can write पूर्वैया। सिंपल, साउथ वेस्ट मॉनसून है, टर्न होके पूर्वैया। एग्जाम्पल अगर वो ये भी देख लेता है, अगर आपको थोड़ा और ब्यूटीफुल बनाना है तो यू कैन टॉक अबाउट more rainfall greater than 250 centimeter. If you want to further add some more, you can talk about 100 centimeter iso height. उसके बाद आपकी श्रद्धा कि आपको कितना बनाना है। एटलीस्ट बेसिक मैंने साउथ वेस्ट मूव पूर्वैया में बता दिया बिकॉज आई शो दी डिफ्लेक्शन। योर डायग्राम शुड बी मोर देन बीइंग ब्यूटिफुल डायग्राम कि एकदम शेप बना रहे इंडिया का, उतना टाइम नहीं है। इट शुड बी नीट, it should be labeled. Labeling is something that gives your examiner a perspective of that you know how to draw a diagram. It should be neat. Don't color, don't pencil से या पेन से उसको काटो मत कि हम sketching कर रहे हैं तो ऐसा लगता है काट दिया। Don't do that. Don't sketch it. Make dots. Make, in case you have a different color pencil, you can use that, ठीक है। You can carry one color pencil or two color pencil, brown and blue, just brown and blue. That will give an edge. So here this monsoon से हाँ फैक्टर तो ठीक है, बट फैक्टर पूर्वैया वाला जो फैक्टर है that is because of deflection. हाँ, this is because of अर्कन योमा पेगु योमा। यहाँ कहाँ ग्लेशियर्स तो यहाँ है। वही तो मैं कह रही हूँ कि I am saying monsoon is influenced by many factors. It is also influenced by melting of glaciers. It is also influenced by ENSO. It is also influenced by El Nino La Nina. The direction change specifically for Bhojpur region is because of deflection. Is because of the deflection of the Arabia of Bengal branch. That's what I'm saying. तो पूर्वैया क्यों कहते हैं? Because वहाँ पे mountainous topography. If I talk about India में monsoon is majorly governed by mountain. Why is there more rainfall on the western side of Western Ghats? Why is Aravalli? Why is only foothills of Aravalli have rainfall? Why is Aravalli dry? Because वो parallel चली जाती है। यहाँ पे ज्यादा बारिश है, यहाँ पे कम है because change होता जा रहा है, ठीक है, away from the coast होता जा रहा है। यहाँ पे mix हो जाती है branches। यहाँ पे you don't have as much of rainfall, peninsular plateau, because of the leeward side of the Western Ghat, ठीक है। तो इट इज मेजरली माउंटेनस इन, हमारी मानसून जो है ज्यादातर डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन ऑफ माउंटेन से गवर्न होती है, ठीक है। सो व्हाई इज पूर्वैया vice purvaya. Here you am trying to basically show this, then this, then this. ठीक है, gaps में gaps it enters. You can show this diagram. Monsoon and cultural factors. Post harvest festivals है. हमारे यहाँ पे जो harvest festivals है, the harvesting of the crops, cutting of the crops and giving it to sun god or rain god, it is influenced by what? Monsoon. ठीक है, तो majority of the post harvest festival you will see is influenced by the monsoon. Cultural factors, it is the food habits, eating of rice, eating of wheat. You see West Bengal, there's more monsoon, people eat rice. Bihar, rice eating culture. Western UP, wheat eating culture. Bihar, Punjab, Haryana, wheat eating culture. जितना दूर हो रहा है उतना monsoon कम हो रहा है, उतना आपका कौन से crops, what crops will you grow, what crops will you eat, that depends on monsoon. Dance, Bhojpuri dance, rhythmic है, ठीक है, because monsoon drops are also rhythmic. So rhythmic है, symbolizes it will not go wrong. ठीक है, you have music, you have Kajri music. अगर नहीं पता है example, then also it's fine. सावन गीत है, you have and cropping pattern. Yes. बिल्कुल क्यों नहीं कर सकते? सावन गीत. Your monsoons are governed by music or dance. That is governed definitely by your rainfall. Eating of crop. If you would know that in winter times there's a lot of celebrations. There's a lot of celebration because it gives a lot of leisure to have a bonfire and then celebrate. ठीक है, तो न्यू ईयर्स के टाइम से पहले और न्यू ईयर टाइम के तक it is about your New Year's, then it is about your Lodi, then it's about some other festival. It's the whole 15 days. You'll see that there's festivals and festivals. So winters, your seasons do connect with the eating, with the your, what do we say, performing arts. They do connect there. ठीक है, so this is about your culture. क्या है? Culture is about festival, culture is about food habit, culture is about dance, culture is about music, culture is about cropping pattern. 5 points. I just need that much and you are good to go, right? नहीं पता है examples, but इतना तो पता है कि influence. Conclusion that then you can talk. Monsoon arrival is not just meteorological but also cultural event. As you can see about the practices of the people of this one. Importance लिख लो. Introduction में importance लिखने से अच्छा यहाँ पे लिख लो कि monsoon हमारी lifeline. ठीक है, economy की बात करो. Talk about economy, talk about stock market, talk about culture, talk about exports of agriculture products. That is our lifeline there. So this is about monsoon. This was major part of geography. Now coming on to part of society. That now society as a topic. Let me give you a brief introduction about society as a topic. Society as a topic is little bit technical. To the extent when I say technical, at least you should know the keywords. At least you should know the keywords. Now you should understand when I say caste, let's say caste system. So what is caste system? Vernacular system, Varna system. अच्छा बताओ. Social stratification, ये technical term है. It is a social stratification. It's a method in which your society is stratified. It is a hierarchical system which is based on the concept of pollution and purity. So I have very smartly used 3 terms: social stratification, hierarchical in nature, based on the concept of pollution and purity. So अब caste system कभी भी पूछे, I will always write this definition. So point is, for you to score an edge in society answers, you need to have that keywords. You need to know the keywords. So that becomes a little technical that way. It's not technical in understanding. Like geography is technical in understanding कि कहाँ घूम रही है, क्यों ऐसे घूम रही है, हवा high pressure से low pressure क्यों जा रही है. It's technical in understanding. But society is technical in the concept of using those keywords. ठीक है. So that way you'll have to know, especially society के keywords पता होने चाहिए. But it's a very easy subject. It's a very scoring subject. Because why it's so scoring? Because if you look at the topics of society are what? Salient features of Indian society. You all understand, no? The features of Indian society. We live here. हमें पता है कि हमारी society के क्या अच्छे features हैं, क्या negative features हैं. What is good feature of our society? टॉलरेंट सोसाइटी, प्लूरलिस्टिक सोसाइटी, ठीक है, वासुदेव कुटुंबकम में हम बिलीव करते हैं, वर्ल्ड एज वन बिग फैमिली, G20 का थीम भी रहा है, नाउ 21, so world as one big family. So these are good features of my society, but then there are some features which are not so good about my society. There is casteism, there is hierarchy, there is concept of pollution and purity still ingrained, there are primordial identities, we are influenced by our caste, race, language, ethnicity, so there are primordial identities that we attach to. There is patriarchy, yes, there is patriarchy, so certain good features, certain not so good features. हाँ, मैं इसकी बात नहीं कर रही हूँ, मैं सब्जेक्ट की बात कर रही हूँ. I am talking about the subject. I have not touched upon the topic. I am just introducing the subject for you. So I am telling you that how do you score? You should know the keywords of the subject. And I said this subject is an easy subject. Why is this subject an easy subject? Because what defines easiness is the type of questions that they have been asking. Themes are repeated and the topics that are there. Society में 10 topic है. There are 10 topics and questions कितने आते हैं? 5 से 6 topics तक question आते हैं. So if you have in those 10 topics, if you have proper introduction, if you have proper keywords, if you have proper dimensions, then you are on, then you are simply on. Some facts, some data there. उतना अगर एक बार बना लिया तो आपको उसको यूज करना है बस. So that way it's a easy topic, it's a manageable topic because 75 mark का आता है, syllabus छोटा है, syllabus is less. So that is why it's an easy one. So let me just tell you what you need. You need some keywords there, you need some data there. Keywords is something that will give you an edge there. Looking at this question, that do you think marriage as a sacrament, do you think marriage as a sacrament is losing its value in modern India? It's like, what are the factors that are changing the outlook towards marriage? What are the factors in the modern India that are, or do you think as a sacrament it is losing its value? Pehle marriage, initially marriage was seen. Acha, in society first. Society introduction, you can start off with definition. Definition is a easy way for starting a society answers. Definition is the easy way for starting of the ethics answers. It's a very easy way कि आप definition से start करो. So definition से start कर सकते हैं. आपके पास definition होनी चाहिए. Marriage की, divorce की, cuddling की, because they asked a question on cuddling of child. So you should have some definitions ready. Okay, and that definitions you have to put. Try to always replicate the definitions. Definitions मन से मत बनाना. Caste की. Try to replicate the definition. Try to use the keywords in the definition. So when we say marriage as a sacrament, marriage as a ritual, marriage as a sacrament is losing its value in the modern India. I can start off with the definition of marriage. I can then say that marriage was considered as a sacrament. What are the factors? मतलब आपसे simple question है. आपको क्या लगता है? Do you think that marriage as a sacrament is losing its value? And if yes, why? Because of the influence of Western ideas. Link it to marriage. कैसे? Marriage is, rather than seeing marriage as a dharma, ठीक है? Marriage is seen as a social contract. Basically, in the ancient time, we had no choice कि शादी करनी है कि नहीं करनी है. Marriage, there are four आपके जो life cycles होती हैं, 4 phases होते हैं. That is, you have what? You have brahmacharya, then you have grihastra, then vanprastha, and then sannyas. आपका transition from brahmacharya to grihastra cannot be done. Brahmacharya means indulging in your studies, brahmacharya, not indulging in the other sexual activities. From your transition from brahmacharya to grihastha ashram will only happen when you go marriage. तभी ही आप marriage से ही आप family start करेंगे. That means choice नहीं है. अगर एक आश्रम से 4 ashrams, if you have to transit to the next ashram, which is your dharma, which is your duty, you have to marry. And in this transition, who helps you? It is the wife that helps you. इसलिए क्या कहते हैं? धर्म पत्नी. आप अपना धर्म निभाओगे, आपको धर्म पत्नी support करेगी. And you have to transit. So this was the idea of marriage. This was the idea that married people were considered equivalent to God. marriage was seen as a method, as basically one of the primary aim was what? Reproduction. ठीक है, you complete your family, you complete your dharma, you do your duties, धर्म पत्नी आपको support करेगी. That was the idea of marriage. But today, what is marriage? Today marriage is about social contract. That it is not, it's about you and me entering into a social contract wherein you have some obligation, I have some obligations, and we have some expectations from each other. So ab marriage as not a sacrament, marriage is not no longer about 7 जन का साथ, 7 दिन भी हो जाए तो क्या बात, ठीक है. So that's the way we look at marriage. बताइए, somebody say something. Yes.
इस तरीके से आंसर में प्रेजेंट कर सकते हैं. In contrary, it is the approach that is taken.
कंक्लूजन के पहले क्वेश्चन पूछ रहा है ना, डू यू थिंक, तो आप दोनों पार्ट लिखोगे, आप दोनों पार्ट लिखोगे. यू विल ऑल्सो राइट द अदर पार्ट. डू यू थिंक इट इज लूजिंग its value as a sacrament? So yes, there are factors which is making marriage lose as a sacrament its value. The one factor that has been told is modernization, the outlook towards marriage. Rather than dharma, it is about the social contract. One. The second idea is about individualism. There is greater individualism. So it's not about that duty. It is about choice. Choice in the form of, choice of the partner, the sex of the partner. Okay, it's also about whether I want to marry somebody else or not. Sologamy. Okay, I want to marry myself, nobody else. Sologamy. There was a first sologamy there, and she also divorced herself. ठीक है, तो खुद से भी शादी की और खुद से डिवोर्स भी ले लिया. ठीक है, तो I married myself, I divorced myself. That's sologamy. Yes. Yes, rituals की बात करते हैं, बिल्कुल. Yes. Self respect marriage. हाँ, yes, okay. ठीक है, ठीक है, yes. Correct. हाँ. Yes, you will have to write that. कि initially when we say marriage was considered as what? There was a lot of rituals attached. Rituals like, you have rituals like wife has seen 7 life union. You have rituals like this one, Saptapadi, that you have to take 7 circumambulations. There was fire, Homa, okay, the sacred fire. That was associated with marriage. But now it's not about this. Many of the marriages, there are not rituals attached. You go to court marriage, you go to court, you do the marriage. So rituals ka bhi importance come on. So here, what is a marriage? Basically, it's a social and culturally recognized unions between 2 or more individuals. We recognize that union between 2 or more individuals that establishes rights and obligations between you and me, and it is often seen as changing. Firstly, it was solemnized by these rituals, but now the rituals have taken a back seat, right? Now it is not about now it's not about rituals, it's about something else. Please tell me. I understand. I was actually here. We are mostly talking about Brahmanical marriages. You can mention other factors also. आप other factors भी लिख सकते हैं. Mostly, yes, our idea gets influenced by that. ठीक है, sacred marriages हैं. अभी जैसे इसकी ceremonies हैं, there are other ceremonies also in the other religion. You can mention about them also. ठीक है. So this is about the marriage. Now, why is marriage losing its value as a sacrament? Because there is secularization of marriage. When you use the word secularization, it is about secularization का क्या मतलब है? It is about reducing hold of religion. Secularization means secularization of education, reducing stronghold of the religion in that aspect. तो यहाँ पे secularization का मतलब है that the stronghold of religion is reducing in marriages. Like we've already discussed, it was about ceremonies, it was about rituals, but now it is about what? It is about your preferences is based on compatibility. It's about the income status. It's about the ascribed status. ठीक है? तो you don't majorly think कि हाँ पंडित जी ने शादी करवाई, क्या status है, क्या preference है, क्या compatibility है, क्या chemistry है. So now initially there was no choice. It was seen as dharma. धर्म पत्नी की मदद से ये धर्म का पालन करना है, दूसरे आश्रम में जाना है, गृहस्थ आश्रम में जाना. So it's no longer about dharma. It has now been reduced to social contract. That is secularization of marriage. Not only is the marriage form changing, not only is the rituals withhold reducing, but also universality of marriage. Why should we marry? Okay, the universality of marriage is getting questioned. Rather than marriage, the form is what? Live in relation. The form is what? Sologamy. The form, universality of the marriage as an institution gets questioned because of the change in the value system. Value system change हुआ है, marriage नहीं करनी है. Divorce is no longer seen as a taboo. Okay, there are single parent headed families, there are divorced families. So here that is also getting questioned. कि marriage as a sacrament, कि पहले it was seen as no, we are going against dharma, we are going against, divorce was seen as a taboo. आप धर्म से पीछे हट रहे हो, आप अपनी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी से पीछे हट रहे हो. अब सेक्युलर एजुकेशन, वैल्यू सिस्टम चेंज होना, ग्लोबलाइजेशन के कारण, मॉडर्नाइजेशन और वेस्टर्नाइजेशन के कारण, द purpose of marriage has changed. Purpose of marriage has changed. The type of marriage has changed. The rituals that the marriage is associated, rituals जो associated थे marriage से, वो change हो गए. We have choice now कि करनी है कि नहीं करनी है. तो outlook ही change हो गए. So firstly, that yes. हाँ, yes. तो वो धर्म की बात है. अब choice है, अब करनी है कि नहीं करनी है, वो भी choice है. So universality gets questioned. The question is change in the value system. Divorce rates increase हो गए. There is marriage is no longer seen as dharma. It's about family pool, income pool. दोनों बैठ के EMI भरेंगे, दोनों के नाम से प्रॉपर्टी होगी. ठीक है, अभी मुझे मेरा जो आउटलुक है मैरिज इज नॉट दैट, इट्स नॉट दैट गिविंग बर्थ टू किड्स. इट इज प्रॉबेबली इनकम पूल. जो डिंक कपल्स होते हैं, डबल इनकम नो किड्स फैमिली, की पैसे दोनों के, किड्स किसी का नहीं, डबल इनकम नो किड्स, डिंक फैमिलीज. ठीक है, या इट्स अ फिनोमेना, डिंक कपल्स. टेल मी प्लीज. रोल ऑफ स्टेट, यस, राइट, यस. द अब रोल ऑफ स्टेट, see in society always there would be different cases, right? There would be different cases that some of them are seeking protection, some of them would try to misuse हो रहा है, तो we need to find out कि misuse क्यों हो रहा है और उसको प्लग करना है. To say that हम law नहीं लाएंगे, या will not respect privacy, we will not respect individual choices, that we can't say. ठीक है, तो you need to plug in administration में, you need to have that administrative acumen to plug the loopholes rather than not respecting. That's what saying ना, हमारा outlook change हुआ है. Right now it is no longer about community affiliations, it's about individualism, it's about my privacy, it's about my choices, it's about modernization. तो modernization के नाम पे हम ये सोच रहे हैं कि मेरी individual choice है. What is society? It is amalgamation of you and me, right? So we have to respect that also. बात सही और गलत की नहीं हो रही है, बात हो रही है कि चेंजेस क्या हो रहे हैं. इज इट राइट और रॉन्ग? आई एम नॉट अटैचिंग वैल्यू, आई एम नॉट अटैचिंग वैल्यू जजमेंट. आई एम सेइंग दैट मैरिज एज अ सेक्रेमेंट, इज इट लूजिंग इट्स वैल्यू? यस. कैसे? रिलीजन की अभी रिचुअल्स कम है, धर्म की बात नहीं है, इट्स अबाउट चॉइसेस. देयर इज नो लॉन्गर, डिवोर्स इज नो लॉन्गर अ टैबू. तो देयर आर the kind of marriages are changing. So yes, it is losing its sacrament as a, it is using its value as a sacrament. Right or wrong, I'm not giving a judgment there. ठीक है, because society है. ठीक है, so yes. Okay. हाँ, industrialization, modernization, globalization. Yes, बिल्कुल. यस, प्राइवेसी, मॉडर्नाइजेशन की बात चल रहा है ना. विमेन, सिर्फ विमेन ही क्यों, वैसे ही इंक्रीज ऑटोनॉमी, इंक्रीज प्राइवेसी, इंक्रीज इन इंडिविजुअल राइट्स. यू कैन टॉक अबाउट वुमेन ऑल्सो देयर, राइट? हाँ, बोल सकते हो. मॉडर्नाइजेशन एंड इंडिविजुअलिस्टिक वैल्यू सिस्टम, ऐसे लिखो. ठीक है, यस.
ये by default ये establish कर दे रहा है कि जो value exist करता था या जो process exist करता था वो higher level पे।
नहीं, why do you say that? Why are you attaching value system? कि पहले वाला सही था, अभी वाला सही नहीं है. Why do you say that?
But the question itself when it is saying that losing its value.
Losing its value as a sacrament. When you say कि it is losing its value as a sacrament, तो उसका जो sacrament वाला part था, धर्म वाला जो part था, that is losing its value. मतलब initially it is about धर्म. Now it is not about धर्म. अभी धर्म नहीं. It's not about धर्म. It's not about sacrament. That is losing its value. So don't add value judgments there. ठीक है? Don't add value judgment there कि हाँ change हो रहा है, हाँ हो रहा है. कैसे हो रहा है? Rituals का importance कम है. कैसे हो रहा है? आपका धर्म, you don't no longer see it as धर्म, you see it as a choice. You see it as an individual. It is about social contract. It is about social contract. The obligations are related to income pool. The obligations are related to your choice of marriage. For that matter, धर्म क्या? Marriage खुद question हो रही है. आप तो बोल रहे हो उसकी धर्म वाली value कम हो रही है. I am saying marriage itself is getting questioned. There are questions like single-headed family, single-parent family. The idea of change of the sex, same-sex marriages. तो and live-in relation for that matter. Marriage नहीं करना, live-in relation रहना है. तो marriage ही question कर रहे हैं. Value as a धर्म तो question हो ही रही है, but आपकी मैरिज भी क्वेश्चन हो रही है. तो सेक्युलराइजेशन का मतलब ये है कि रिलीजन का इंपॉर्टेंस कम होना, रिचुअल्स का इंपॉर्टेंस कम होना. इट्स अबाउट चेंज इन द वैल्यू सिस्टम, ग्लोबलाइजेशन, राइज इन एक्स्ट्रा मैरिटल अफेयर्स. हाँ, यस यस, हाँ यस यस, वैदिक टाइम्स. लिख सकते हो एक लाइन में कि एंशिएंट इंडिया में क्या था, अभी मॉडर्न इंडिया में क्या है, फैक्टर्स क्या है, मॉडर्नाइजेशन, ग्लोबलाइजेशन, अदर फैक्टर्स. ठीक है. हाउएवर अब जो सेकंड पॉइंट है कि आप कितना भी बोल दो, ठीक है, हाँ यस डेफिनेटली बढ़िया रहेगा वो पॉइंट. 100. Second question उसी पे है, cuddling. Yes, the second question is on that. Cuddling is reducing and that is being replaced by mobile phones. Yes, इस पे भी लिख सकते हो. You can touch anything but each other's phone. बाकी सब ठीक है, फोन को हाथ नहीं लगाना. ठीक है, that's the idea. Yes, बिल्कुल है. ठीक है. So yeah, that is true. Okay, fine. Now. Despite it being changing its value, despite there's change in the value system, especially the perspective towards marriage, however, still today, not all of us actually don't go for court marriages. There are rituals still attached. Marriage is seen as giving identity. Marriage is seen as something completing an individual. Still date मैरिज नहीं हुई है तो क्वेश्चन मार्क आता है. ठीक है, डोंट लुक एट मी. ठीक है, देयर इज अ क्वेश्चन मार्क ऑफ कंप्लीशन, ऑफ स्टेबिलिटी, ऑफ फैमिली वैल्यूज, ऑफ ट्रांसिटिंग, ऑफ ट्रांसमिशन ऑफ द वैल्यूज फ्रॉम वन जनरेशन टू अदर. स्टिल डेट divorce rates are less than 1% in India. They are increasing. There is increase in the extramarital affairs also, but divorce rate is still low. It is still, there is some kind of question mark that is still that. So abhi bhi marriage as a institution has a very strong hold in our country. In India per se, there is the other dimension. Do you think it is losing its value as a sacrament? Yes, but there is a strong social institution that is still deeply rooted in tradition, in religion. There are rituals. It provides support, social support to the family. It's about there is still endogamy. There are still rituals that are other. So 12% of marriages in India are intercaste marriages. There is endogamy still, marriage within the caste. So abhi bhi endogamy. This is seen as passing of the values to children. passing of family traditions and values, ठीक है, sacrament है, and the divorce rate is very low in India. So it is still, हमारे यहाँ पे every social institution is affected by stability and change. Stability and change. So there is change, there is stability also. Changes हो रहे हैं, but still there are strong, these are institutions are very, very strong. So there is stability and change that is happening. Yeah. Yes. Some sections are questioning the universality of marriage. क्यों करनी है शादी?
Past reasons which is modern India is not accepting. Why not the answer is now focusing on the previous factors? Why the individual approach these things are?
नहीं, I did not understand. मतलब क्या? What are you expecting? ऐसा नहीं है कि एक्सेप्ट नहीं कर रही है, winds of change आए हैं, there is question mark, there is a question mark on, there is a raise of question mark. क्यों करनी है? there is a raise of question mark कि आप जो education बात कर रहे हो ancient type का, but I have studied a different kind of education. My education is about humanism. My education is about human values कि an individual should strive for happiness. तो अगर मुझे happiness उस चीज पे मिल रही है, then why should I follow that? There's a question mark. There's increase in questioning. There's increase in rationality. There's increase in modernization. कि modern values की बात करो. Modern values क्या है? Humanism. रेनेसां के टाइम पे क्या हुआ? Individual should strive for happiness. आप वैदिक की बात कर रहे हो. 14th century, 15th century, there was a rise of Renaissance, which was saying that rather than social institution, rather than stronghold of religion, the question is rationality, human happiness. तो winds of change आए. That's what I'm saying. History का development अगर देखोगे, it's ancient India. You have Rig Vedic, you have later Vedic, you have Gupta times, you have Mauryan times. That's the change. Then we have medieval times. In medieval times, there were different value system. Then there was modern times. Modern times starts off with Renaissance, where there's question marks, where there is rationality, where there is focus on humanism, where there's focus on individual choices. जो revolutions आए, ठीक है, the duty of a king, social contract आया, तो change हुआ है. तो जिसको आप modernization कह रहे हो, modern कह रहे हो, वो Renaissance से आए, वो Renaissance के बाद वाले. तो आप जो बात कर रहे हो, that is what is happening, कि change हुआ है. वहाँ पे sacrament था, वहाँ religion है, वहाँ rituals है, वहाँ ceremonies है, वहाँ पे it's about, union of 7 lives. Now it's not about that. Now you can see change, right? You can see a sea change in the outlook. That is, it is asking कि वो sacrament की जगह पे अब उसका value जो sacrament था, जो sacredness थी, जो religion था, जो ritual था, जो union था, it's not there. The question कि करनी ही है, choice नहीं है, धर्म है. आपको अगर आपको आश्रम में जाना है, you have no choice, and your wife would support. अब वैसी बात नहीं. Right now, if you say this to Gen Z, so they will say कि क्या बात है? Are you fine? What are you saying? That's how it is happening. ठीक है? Yeah. Yes, we are trying to defend it. We are trying to say that yes, see, society में it is not black or white. Society is amalgamation of many different individuals, and we as a generation are confused generation. किसकी सुने? ठीक है? What even I listen to? So we have all the kind of outlook. We have all the kind of evidences. किसी के लिए probably it is marriage है तो है, ठीक है? हाँ, two sides. Definitely there are two sides to it, right? Adultery, everybody says adultery मतलब extramarital affair, right? So, many of us, majority of us would be not comfortable about it. I'm still saying majority, ठीक है, with a star mark. The majority of us would not be comfortable in our partners indulging in extramarital affairs. That question mark, that stability is still there. Huh? Pre Premarital also. If you are a partner, you are a partner. Adultery nahi. Many of us would not be comfortable in our partner indulging in adultery. That's not we are comfortable about. That's what I believe. ठीक है. So यही तो है. The other side. करके, yes, the other side of it. That if you want to have a different kind of introduction conclusion, you talk about a stronghold of marriage as a social institution. It is still a very strong hold. डाल सकते हैं, चेंज दिखा सकते हो, चेंज दिखा, जस्ट एंशिएंट मत डालना, चेंज दिखाना. यस, बताएं. सेक्रेमेंट बेटर नहीं बोल रही हूं मैं. आई एम नॉट सेइंग बेटर. आई एम नॉट गिविंग वैल्यू जजमेंट कि क्या बेटर है. हु आर वी टू गिव बेटर? वी आर नोबडी. वी कैन पॉइंट आउट, रैशनली पॉइंट आउट करना. सी, एथिक्स में भी और सोसाइटी में भी रैशनली पॉइंट आउट करना कि क्या चेंजेस हो रहे हैं, बिकॉज दैट इज आस्किंग कि क्या चेंजेस हो रहे हैं, क्या वैल्यू सिस्टम जो सेक्रेमेंट वाला वैल्यू है उसका कम हो रहा है, क्या इंपॉर्टेंस. जस्ट रैशनली टेल दैट. डोंट टेल योर एफिलिएशंस. नो, आई एम ऑल्सो नॉट सेइंग व्हाट इज गुड व्हाट इज बैड. आई एम जस्ट सेइंग कि ये था, ये हो रहा है. दैट्स इट. हाँ, yes, previous time, yes, yes. सती क्यों ला रहे हो उसमें? मैरिज पे लाओ. ठीक है. हाँ हाँ, वो लिख सकते हो. यस यस, करेक्ट, बिल्कुल लिख सकते हो. सती लाने से अच्छा यू राइट अबाउट स्ट्रेट मोनोगैमी एंड सीरियल मोनोगैमी. ठीक है. पहले ये था कि इफ यू आर अ पार्टनर, आई हैव वन पार्टनर, आई विल हैव वन पार्टनर इवन इफ ही इज अलाइव और नॉट. दैट वाज द आइडिया. वन पार्टनर, सी स्ट्रेट मोनोगैमी की जिंदा है नहीं है, एक ही है. अब वो बात नहीं है. ठीक है. तो देयर इज चेंज, देयर इज दिस, एज लॉन्ग एज तुम जिंदा हो ठीक हो. जब तुम नहीं रहे तो आई कैन चूज अ पार्टनर. सो वी, there is a difference between straight monogamy and serial monogamy. तो वैसे लिखो कि मैरिज चेंज हुई है, मैरिज का फॉर्म चेंज हो गया. यस, बिल्कुल डाल सकते हो. गवर्नमेंट इनिशिएटिव्स डाल सकते हो कि चेंजेस आए हैं. आउटलुक इसलिए भी चेंज हुआ. मॉडर्नाइजेशन, द रोल ऑफ स्टेट. यस यस, पॉजिटिव नहीं, चेंज की नहीं चेंज. पहले तो ये कि चेंज हुआ है, चेंज नहीं हुआ है. जो चेंज नहीं हुआ है वही तो लिख रहे हैं कि मैरिज इन इंडिया इज स्टिल अ स्ट्रॉन्ग सोशल इंस्टीट्यूशन. इट इज डीपली रूटेड इन ट्रेडिशन, इट इज डीपली रूटेड इन रिलीजन, इट इज डीपली इन्फ्लुएंस्ड इन सोशल नॉर्म्स. मैरिज आप बोल रहे हो यूनिवर्सलिटी क्वेश्चन हो रही है. आई एम सेइंग नो, नहीं हो रही. दे स्टिल प्रोवाइड सोशल सपोर्ट. It is still seen as continuation of family lines. There is still strong traditional practices. अभी भी करवा चौथ ऑब्जर्व करते हैं. ठीक है. ठीक है. हाँ, तो उसमें फर्स्ट वाले में लिखोगे कि चेंज हुआ है, सेक्रेमेंट नहीं है अभी. इट्स नॉट अबाउट सेक्रेमेंट, इट इज नॉट फर्स्ट पार्ट है, दैट्स नॉट अबाउट सेक्रेमेंट. आपका प्रॉब्लम ये है कि आप उसको वैल्यू अटैच कर रहे हो, तो आप कंफर्टेबल नहीं हो रहे. प्रॉब्लम इज यू आर अटैचिंग अ वैल्यू सिग्निफिकेंस. प्रोबेबली यू आर थिंकिंग दैट द एसोसिएशन विथ रिचुअल्स वाज बेटर, द एसोसिएशंस विथ being a straight monogamy was better. That is what you think. My point is, I am not saying better or good or bad. Good, bad, better नहीं कह रही हूँ. मैं सिर्फ बोल रही हूँ चेंज हुआ है.
राइट ऑफ इंडियन मतलब ये जुडिशरी भी जो है ये सपोर्ट मतलब ये जैसे
इंडिविजुअल राइट्स है. हाँ ठीक है. हाँ ठीक है. हाँ यस यस.
अगर आप इस चीज को अगर आंसर में मेंशन करते हैं, will it
what? No, it will not. No, as long as you are a rational individual and telling me that how the changes are taking place. ठीक है. Even I have written, ठीक है, that there is globalization has changed the form of marriage. We are moving from straight monogamy to serial monogamy to open marriages to same sex marriages. क्या ये गलत है? क्या globalization ने नहीं किया ये change? It has changed the form of marriage. अब sacrament की बात हो रही है क्या? It is not about sacrament. It is about open marriages. It is about. आप केस लॉ लिखो. आपको केस लॉ लिखना है तो आप केस लॉ लिख लो. पुट्टुस्वामी केस. That is good to go. ठीक है. You have enough points. You just want to write case law. Are you, as long as you are writing fact, and as long as this is not an incorrect fact, that is fine. It's not an incorrect fact. हो रहा है, ठीक है. और वो तो यूपीएससी खुद पूछ रही है ना कि वो सेक्रेमेंट कर रहा है लूज, तो हम जस्टिफाइंग इट बाय फैक्ट्स. यूपीएससी खुद पूछ रहा है. तो अभी हम क्लोजिंग द आइज नहीं 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 वैसा ही है, वही होगा. आप 7 दिन भी साथ नहीं रहने वाले हो, ठीक है. तो प्लीज, ठीक है, ऐसा नहीं है. वो पूछ रहा है वैसे. बताओ. चार्ल्स डार्विन क्यों? सर्वाइवल ऑफ फिटेस्ट. इनोवेटिव बनो, बट जहां नहीं जरूरत है वहां मत डालो. डोंट पुट. आई बिलीव दैट देयर वुड बी इनफ पॉइंट टू राइट अबाउट सोशल एस्पेक्ट. सो लिंकिंग इट देयर वाज नॉट मच नीडेड. ठीक है. एक होती है अच्छी बात, एक होती है सच्ची बात. आप सच्ची बात तो कर रहे हो, बट वो अच्छा नहीं लग रहा है. बेसिकली इंडियन सोसाइटी है. इट्स सोसाइटी ऑफ इंडिया. ठीक है. वी हैव सोसाइटी ऑफ इंडिया देयर. Salient features of Indian society, वहीं से स्टार्ट होता है. तो मच ऑफ द क्वेश्चंस आर बेस्ड ऑन आवर सोसाइटल एस्पेक्ट्स. ठीक है. नाउ सिंपल. या यस प्लीज टेल. हाँ हाँ कर सकते हो. सेक्रेमेंट की तरह यूज, बात सेक्रेमेंट की नहीं है अभी. ठीक है. इट्स अबाउट कॉन्ट्रैक्ट. इट्स अबाउट कंसेंशुअल कॉन्ट्रैक्ट. साथ में ही लिखो, साथ में. सिंपल. कीप इट जस्ट एज अ पॉइंट. सिंपल पॉइंट. नाउ यस टेल मी. नहीं करेगी. It will not do. It has not done so far. It will not do. They are expecting you to actually know the changes. They are expecting. Ethics नहीं है. Ethics में कर सकती है, society में नहीं करेंगे. In ethics they can ask you, but not here. And in ethics also I believe they will rather test your administrative acumen more in case studies and others. So there are various strands in society. ठीक है. And we don't attach value judgments to them. ठीक है. So what is right, what is wrong? We are not attaching value judgments there. Now, second one. Explain why suicide among young women is increasing in Indian society. Explain why suicide among young women is increasing in Indian society. So simple है. Suicides बढ़ रहे हैं, young women में बढ़ रहे हैं, Indian society में. You have to explain why. A simple question. ठीक है. Start off with a fact. We're talking about. Yes. Why? You can start off with a fact. Introduction. You can tell me why. Why? 1. Okay. Domestic violence. Okay. Patriarchal mindset. ठीक है. Identity crisis. ठीक है. Lack of economic empowerment. Lack of economic empowerment. Dowry. Okay. Okay. ठीक है. फाइन. पेरेंटल प्रेशर है, करियर प्रेशर्स है. ठीक है. कोटा. लैक ऑफ अवेयरनेस ऑफ द राइट्स. ठीक है. एजुकेशन. लैक ऑफ अवेयरनेस टुवर्ड्स मेंटल हेल्थ लिखो. जब सुसाइड की बात चल रही है तो एजुकेशन से ज्यादा. हाँ. ग्लास सीलिंग. Okay, glass ceiling, glass cliff. Glass ceiling, all of you understand this term? So basically, there is a transparent ceiling beyond which the women are not promoted in the higher position. Okay, how many percentage of women are in members of parliament till date? Okay, 10%. There is a wage gap. 25% is the female labor force participation. ठीक है. 25% ही है. So there is wage gap, there is less female labor force participation, and the number of and the participation of women in the higher position is actually restricted, जिसको कहते हो ग्लास सीलिंग है, ये सीलिंग के ऊपर नहीं जा सकते और ट्रांसपेरेंट है, दिखती नहीं है. एक तो ग्लास सीलिंग है और यू शुड आल्सो नो द टर्म ग्लास क्लिफ. ग्लास क्लिफ क्या है? coercion at workplace, definitely coercion at sexual harassment at workplaces. ठीक. Abortion rights, ठीक है, मतलब fine, that's not exactly the case, but because there is law there. Cyber crimes, cyber bullying, pornography, right? Yes. Basically, don't merely list your points. इस आंसर में segregate करना. The problem at the household level, then you talk about domestic violence, dowry related death, lack of say, ठीक है, अब culture of abuse, household. There is patriarchy at the home, there is a patriarchy at the workplace. So there are problem at the workplace also. In this workplace, you can talk about glass ceiling, you can talk about glass cliff. Glass cliff is what? Generally, females are not promoted at the higher position. That's glass ceiling. इसको higher position पे नहीं promote करते. However, at the time of crisis, whenever there is a crisis situation, females are promoted. ठीक है, हमारी first women prime minister. ठीक है, तो at the time of crisis situation, you promote a female, and then you say, and if she fails, then you have all the right in the world to say, हम तो कह ही रहे थे कि women are more emotional, women are not rational, women do not have management skills, they lack administration skills. That's class cliff. कि cliff पे खड़ा कर दो, and then if it falls, you have all the right to blame. That's the at the workplace. And at the other place, you have workplace में you have problem of, what do we say, wage gap. There is sexual harassment at workplace. So household level, workplace level, there is also economic insecurity, lack of women economic empowerment. ठीक है, especially feminization of agriculture भी देखें तो the laggard sector has more of participation of the female. Laggard sector, agriculture is considered to be a laggard sector. So economic insecurities in the daily wage earning female, your feminization of agriculture, there is economic insecurity. There is lack of say and mental health issues. And the mental health issues. हाँ, right. Household में आ जाएगा, ठीक है. Division of labor. That's what he's saying. Sexual division of labor. Basically, the care economy is, the burden of care economy is on female. ये आपका economic survey कहता है that females spend nearly 10 times more amount of hours in taking care of the family. Genderization of labor. ठीक है. In case there is mental health issue and the culture of abuse. ठीक है, वहां पे हाउसहोल्ड लेवल में बेसिकली यू आर टॉकिंग अबाउट inequalities. You are talking about inequalities, marriage related issues, career pressure. So if you have restricted financial autonomy, if you have feeling of powerlessness and fear, if you do not have that control, there is emotional abuse, there are distress due to impotency. If it leads to that if it gets to the mental level, culture of, it's not about घर का काम ज्यादा कौन करे, it's about the culture, it's about the culture that you have. How much of say does she even have in the financial related measures? How much of the say she does she has a say in नहीं करना? If that is the case, that gets to the mental level. So that is leading to issues. ठीक है, dual burden, career related pressures. ठीक है, it's easy, right? It's easy to not recruit a female, thinking कि maternity related आपको maternity related holidays देनी होगी, ठीक है, so don't recruit a female. And it is a double pressure. एक घर की shift है, एक office की shift है, ठीक है, so that creates pressure. It's about parental pressure, it's about learning disabilities. Once a female does not perform well, ठीक है, और प्रेशर होता है, parental pressure, learning disabilities, exam stress leads to suicide. There is economic insecurity. So there is, we start off with the fact that Indian women has twice the suicide rate as compared to global average. You have problems of marriage, there is career pressure, there is economic security, the problem of child abuse. Okay. There was a survey, right? Nearly 50% of women have witnessed child abuse, some kind of child abuse. So that stays, that mental pressure there. Child abuse, discrimination at family, workplace, cyberbullying, revenge pornography, stigma around the mental health issues. So these are what are the reasons for high rates of suicide in the young women. Yes. बिल्कुल, कंक्लूजन में सोल्यूशन लिखो. बॉडी पार्ट में क्यों लिखना है जब एक पार्ट बोला है? तो पूछा हुआ है वाई. आप स्टार्ट करो फैक्ट से, आपके पास लग्जरी नहीं है ना, कंक्लूजन में लिखो. जब आपको लिखना ही है वे फॉरवर्ड लाइक यू हैव पॉलिसीज, यू हैव मानस ऐप, you have suicide prevention policies, there has to be genderization, socialization. ठीक है, so socialization should respect the gender based principles. So you have gender sensitive socialization, mental health can be taken care of. Yes, बताएं. Child abuse. What is child abuse? So basically as a child you should know what is the difference between a good touch and a bad touch. So in case there is a bad touch, in case there is something that has been, you have been physically abused, verbally abused, mentally abused, that is called as child abuse. Okay. Yes. On the female. Yes. Patriarchy works. Impotency related issues as well as divorce related issues. That creates a problem. Yeah, it is the burden lies on the weak sex. Okay, so that's happens. So these are the reasons. You have the points, you need to use those terms and you need to put those terms. That's it. Was it a difficult question? No, it was not a difficult question. So society mein questions are not difficult, you can easily time manage करना है, right? So society में it's a easy subject, it's a doable subject, and every time you will see there's a question on women, there's a question on caste system पे question आता है, ethnicity पे question आता है, women पे question आता है. ठीक है, features of Indian society में regionalism पे भी question, या तो regionalism, communalism या तो फिर language issue पे, because 3 of them are listed together. They will ask question on any one of them. So you can understand the pattern also, you can understand how to attempt also. So it's not a very difficult subject to actually go about. The next one. Yes, बताएं. Conclusion is about the steps that you can take. Gender sensitive socialization. To respect and not to denigrate women. Fundamental duty. Bilkul, please talk about that. Fundamental duty, right? There are some schemes that government has taken. Manas app hai. There is your Gujarat based suicide prevention policy. You have SAB suicide prevention policy that we have in India. Okay. Look at this question. The next one. Child cuddling is now being replaced by mobile phones. Discuss its impact on socialization of children. So there is rather than child cuddling, the warm, affectionate hug, empathy towards your care, it is now being replaced by mobile phones, and you have to discuss the impact on the socialization of children. So basically mobile phone ka impact पूछ रहा है in the socialization of the children. What is the impact of what is the impact of mobile phones? Rather than cuddling, rather than that affectionate hug, rather than showing empathetic behavior, the replacement by mobile phones. So what is the impact on the socialization? I can start off with cuddling. What does cuddling means and how cuddling has been replaced by mobile phones, and then you can go on by telling me that cuddling is a process of holding children close for warmth, for affection, to show love, empathy, compassion. However, use of mobile phones have led to increase in the screen time, less of human interaction, screen time बढ़ा, human interaction कम हुआ, and there have been consequences on the children's socialization. Now, बताओ, what is the effect? It's a easy one. Effect क्या होगा? Health, physical health, compromise of the physical health and the mental health. ठीक है? Mental and physical health, dissociation from reality. ठीक है? Okay. Alienation of the child from parents. Kinship suffered. भाईचारा, मेरा भाई है, मेरा मोबाइल है, ठीक है? So the alienation from the family members. Alienation from the family members. Kinship gets affected. And delusional values हो जाते हैं. What is right, what is wrong, we are not able to differentiate. And what that happens, it leads to juvenile delinquencies. Juvenile delinquencies बढ़ सकते हैं. मतलब a juvenile, having a delinquent behavior, having a behavior that goes against the laws, because we are not able to differentiate between what is right and wrong. Over information, misinformation leads to juvenile delinquency. I don't know if you would have read about it here. To cancel the examinations, there have been cases here in Delhi, Ryan International School. Okay. Right. So Ryan International School mein there was a case where to cancel the examination, there was a harm done by a children to the other children. How do you get the ideas and how do you know what is right or wrong? वो idea, blue whale आया था, gaming and people were taking their own death. They were going for suicide. There was depression seen among the children. So isolation, alienation. So you have isolation, right? The effect is cyberbullying. There is problem of cyberbullying, and even the child gets confused. What is a right behavior? What is a wrong behavior? Child indulgence, adult-like activities. Okay? So there is problem. There's problem of cyberbullying because of lack of socialization. So rather than knowing what is right or wrong, this is happening. बताएं? हाँ, emotional intelligence लिखिए. That decrease in emotional intelligence. तो जो wisdom आता है ग्रैंड पेरेंट्स से, ठीक है, उनकी स्टोरीज से, पेरेंट्स से, that gets affected. Right or wrong? This one. So here what happens is alienation from the parental care. There's social distance from the family. There is lack of interconnected with the family. Family से connect नहीं करते. Due to overexposure to media. Kinship is declining. There is lack of emotional connectedness. There is lack of security. किसके पास जाए, ठीक है? This leads to individualism and self-centeredness. So alienation from parents, alienation from kins. The physical health, cognitive development gets compromised. There's sleep disorder, there's anxiety, ठीक है? There is this decreased concentration span. How many times we touch our phone while studying? After every 10 minutes, after every 15 minutes. अभी वो apps भी आ गए हैं. Mind tree लगाएंगे. We'll go for mind tree. We'll go for that. If you just click the phone, your tree breaks. Then again you have to start. So if there is a streak, abhi people will create apps for that कि आप पढ़ाई कर सको अच्छे से. Yes, there is addiction. Yes, there is susceptibility to cyberbullying. We do not know what is right or wrong. Gets delusional. सही क्या है, गलत क्या है, आपको नहीं पता. मतलब बच्चों को नहीं पता. Juvenile delinquency. There is delayed speech. There's delayed speech impairment. You see, among children, they do not have, they'll keep quiet. They'll have their entertainment on phone rather than speaking up. So delayed speech development, language development, that is there. Yes, in motor skills. There's problem on motor skills also. Physical ability nahi hai. Yes, tell me. Educational divide. हाँ लिख सकते हो. Yes, basically negative impact के साथ positive impact भी लिखना. आपसे क्वेश्चन क्या पूछ रहा है? That child cuddling has been replaced by mobile phones and discuss its impact on the socialization of children. Impact बोल रहा है, impact positive और negative दोनों आएंगे. So once we have listed the negative impact, juvenile delinquencies, alienation, lack of socialization, isolation, these are negative impacts. But then there are positive impacts also. Better entertainment, learning, language developments हो सकती हैं. Yes, tell me. Why do you say that? Yes, discuss the impact. See, you will write more of negative impact, but you'll not skip the positive impact as an alternative. So one paragraph, majority of your answer, let's say the divisions can be 80-20. Majority of the answer would be replace को replace ही बोलोगे ना. हाँ, exactly, replace को replace ही बोलोगे. Why do you think it is negative? Proportion कम रखो, but you write the other points also. It is not saying adversely impacted. ठीक है, it is saying impact, that it has been replaced, it has been changed, there's more use of mobile phones, and what is the impact of it. So keep more of the negative points, less of the positive points, because ज़्यादा negative ही है. ठीक है. So talk about new hobbies, greater cognitive development, exposure to technological development, entertainment of children through videos. Parents को लगता है घर में ही तो है, बैठे तो घर पे ही हैं, सेफ्टी में बैठे हैं. ठीक है, करें क्या? Parental checks are necessary. Parental checks जो होते हैं in the mobile, that this is the time you have to take, this is what you can watch. There are Google for kids also, YouTube for kids also, that is also there. So you'll have to have parental checks. Parental checks, boundaries on screen time, balanced life. ठीक है, have face-to-face interaction. The greater responsibilities on parents rather than the child. हाँ, yes. जापान में भी है, चाइना में भी है. ठीक है, फॉर दैट मैटर इंडिया में भी है, एप्स तो हैं. ठीक है, सो वी हैव टू गो फॉर दिस. ठीक है, वी हैव टू गो फॉर प्रमोशन ऑफ रिस्पॉन्सिबल internet use. ठीक है, so this was some idea about society, some idea about geography. There have been other questions also about the resource potential, कि क्या resource potential है. What about the coastal, what about the forest, where do we have forest in India, what are the vegetations. So there is this forest idea, where do we have forest, कौन से forest है, कहाँ कहाँ है, क्या फैक्टर्स है जो फॉरेस्ट को इन्फ्लुएंस करते हैं इन इंडिया. दीज आर 15 मार्क क्वेश्चन. आई सेड फॉर अ 15 मार्क क्वेश्चन जनरली इट इज you have generally this one, 2 questions, right? So your comment on the resource potential of long coastline of India. Tell us what is the resource potential of the coastline of India. Coast है हमारा 7,516 किलोमीटर जो coastline है, उसमें resource बताओ. What all resource do we have? Generally resource, you will think of metallic resource, mineral resource, but it's not just that. It's also about water resource, it's also about energy resource, it's also about biotic resource, mangroves, wetlands. ठीक है, तो कमेंट करो रिसोर्स पोटेंशियल का लॉन्ग कोस्ट लाइन का, एंड हाईलाइट द स्टेटस ऑफ नेचुरल हजार्ड प्रिपेयर्डनेस इन दिस जोन. So there are 2 parts. So you have to tell us what are the hazards and how far are we prepared. Comment on the preparedness or highlight the status of preparedness. तो क्या नेचुरल हजार्ड और हम कितना प्रिपेयर्ड है. Hazards like cyclones, hazards like tsunami, hazards like pollution, hazards like hazard like pollution, sea level rise. आप कितना prepared हो, आपने क्या क्या किया हुआ है to be prepared. You have MISTI program, you have coastal regulation zones, you have other zones. You have coastal regulation zones, you have INCOIs, you have integrated coastal zone management. MISTI program है, तो आपने क्या क्या steps लिए to get prepared. So generally for a 15 mark question, it's a 2 questions. They will not ask 1 question, they will ask 2 questions, and then you have to do what are the factors that affects the distribution of, what are the factors that affects the diversity of natural vegetation in India. India में natural vegetation में diversity है, कौन से factors responsible है. Assess the significance of wetland wildlife sanctuaries in the rainforest region of India. तो rainforest कहाँ है, उसमें वाइल्ड लाइफ सेंचुरी कौन सी है और उसका इंपॉर्टेंस बताओ. बट तो समथिंग यू विल शो इन द डायग्राम. वेयर आर रेन फॉरेस्ट, and what are the wildlife sanctuaries in the rainforest. And you will write assessment of the importance in the body. तो rainforest कहाँ है इंडिया में? Western side of southwestern side of Western Ghats. Eastern Ghats पे we don't have rainforest. Arunachal Pradesh, northeastern region, Andaman Nicobar and Lakshadweep, where the rainfall is about 250 centimeter, 300 centimeter. तो कहाँ पे rainfall 250, 300 centimeter is Andaman Nicobar, Lakshadweep, northeastern region, the northeastern region and the southwestern part of the Western Ghats. कौन सी वाइल्ड लाइफ सेंचुरीज हैं? ये प्रीलिम्स में पढ़ते हो कि कौन सी वाइल्ड लाइफ सेंचुरीज हैं. यू हैव व्हाट वाइल्ड लाइफ सेंचुरीज इन दिस रीजन? ठीक है, मानस वाइल्ड लाइफ सेंचुरी नॉर्थ ईस्ट में, और नीलगिरी के नीचे वाला होता है बेसिकली, पेराम्बिकुलम, इराविकुलम. यू हैव अंडमान निकोबार में वी हैव गालाथिया, वी हैव मरीन, तो यू हैव दीज वाइल्ड लाइफ सेंचुरीज. ठीक है, यू हैव बक्सा, यू हैव जल्दापाड़ा, गुड़माड़ा. ठीक है, हैव काजीरंगा. दीज आर, एंड टुवर्ड्स दिस द सदर्न साइड वायनाड, पेरियार, अनामलाई, नेयार, मुदुंतराई, कलक्कड़, मुदुंतराई, ये सब आपकी वाइल्ड लाइफ सेंचुरीज हैं. और आपको इसका इंपॉर्टेंस बताना है. यू हैव टू असेस द इंपॉर्टेंस ऑफ वाइल्ड लाइफ सेंचुरीज. आर दीज वाइल्ड लाइफ सेंचुरीज इंपॉर्टेंट? एंड इफ दे आर इंपॉर्टेंट, what is its importance, and in case there are some limitations. क्या assess करते हो ना? assess करना यानी दोनों dimension देखना. assess the importance of wildlife sanctuary. They are important. Why are they important? And what are the limitations of it? तो 15 marks के लिए demarcation into various heads becomes important. सिर्फ ये नहीं पूछ रहा है कि hazards बताओ इंडिया में कोस्ट लाइन पे. assess how far are we prepared. कहाँ हम prepared हैं, किसको लेके प्रिपेयर्ड हैं और किसको लेके हम प्रिपेयर्ड नहीं हैं. और अगर आप प्रिपेयर्ड हो, इफ यू आर प्रिपेयर्ड, व्हाट आर द स्टेप्स दैट यू हैव टेकन, व्हाट स्टेप्स हैव वी टेकन. सो demarcation of the questions in 15 marker is important, that how far will you demarcate. So what is the importance of wildlife sanctuary? The importance of wildlife sanctuary is in situ conservation. It's a term, in situ conservation, conserving the population, flora, fauna in the same place. Species specific conservation, you want to conserve some species, some wildlife, some specific wildlife. Manage करता है man and conflict. However, कितना भी बोलो, problems तो हैं. National park को ज़्यादा, national park has much more stringent regulation as compared to wildlife sanctuary. The boundaries of wildlife sanctuaries have been changed, have been turned, have been twisted, because national park is declared by the central government majorly. Wildlife sanctuaries is declared majorly by the state government. The boundaries are, हाँ, they will, तब फिर protection का डिग्री अलग हो जाएगा. बट अभी जब तक वाइल्ड लाइफ सेंचुरी है तब तक बाउंड्रीज को फ्रीक्वेंसी चेंज करते हैं. मैनेजमेंट gets compromised. There's displacement of people. If you want, while you are going for wildlife sanctuary, there's displacement of people. That leads to more of animal-man conflict, tribal population. So you have to assess. You have to assess that. ठीक है? So I'll not spend much time. I have already taken a lot of time. Point ये है, society is easy. Geography have an edge with respect to examples. Have an edge with respect to diagrams. And for 15 mark question, try to mark your answers or segregate your answers. जो organization होता है body का, वो ज़्यादा अच्छे से करना. So that's it from my side, the geography part and the society part. There have been few questions on environment also. The questions were fairly easy. But wetland conservation के नाम बताओ, wetland conservation है, oil spills क्या होता है, marine पे क्या impact होता है. So the questions on environment were fairly easy. So thank you so much for being patient. You can have your breakfast and other thing. Okay. Thank you so much. कैसे?
ऑल ऑफ यू बच्चे तो तुम लोग बहुत ही अच्छे हो, मतलब मुझे नहीं लगा कि 2 दिन तक सुनोगे ये सब डिस्कशन। हाँ सच में, मतलब गुड। तो अच्छा लग रहा है डिस्कशन, रेलेवेंस आपको लग रहा है? मतलब आई एम हैप्पी कि यू हैव रिटेन्ड, क्योंकि लोगों में सीरियसनेस दिखती नहीं। ठीक है, अगर मतलब ये रिटेन किया है तो अच्छी चीज है, क्योंकि पढ़ाई से बोर जल्दी हो जाते हैं लोग। हाँ ठीक है, गुड। चलो तो हम इलेवन हो गया। अच्छा, पीछे से, आज पीछे से करते हैं मेरे वाले, ये लास्ट तक है। अच्छा, या आगे से करते? चलो आज पीछे से आईआर से पहले करते हैं, ठीक है। C is important component of cosmos. Discuss in light of the above statement the role of IMO in protecting environment and enhancing maritime safety and security. तुम लोग ऑर्डिनरली ये ऑर्गेनाइजेशन पढ़ते हो? हाँ, मेजॉरिटी तो नहीं पढ़ा होगा, हालांकि न्यूज में तो था, बट हर चीज आपको ध्यान रहे ये भी जरूरी नहीं है। ठीक है, तो मतलब आई एम फर्स्ट डिस्कसिंग assuming that we have not well read this organization. ठीक है, क्या एनवायरमेंट इकोलॉजी में इसको पढ़ाते हैं? नहीं, ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस पढ़ाते हैं क्या वैसे? ठीक है, तो फिर भी हम क्या सोच सकते थे इसके बारे में? Though because India has been elected to its council, so there was a news, and there was also one treaty, something like that. I saw some video on Sunset TV, though I have not got, मतलब उसमें मैंने डिटेल में देखा नहीं था। तो करंट के एरियाज में मुझे ऐसे लगता है कि अगर ट्रैक करने हैं तो संसद टीवी पे थोड़ा ध्यान देना चाहिए, कि वो जो गवर्नमेंट पर्सपेक्टिव से इम्पोर्टेंट होता है, जहाँ पे इंडिया का कुछ रोल होता है, उस तरीके की चीजें आती हैं। तो संसद टीवी को अगर आप ट्रैक करेंगे तो वो इश्यूज मिलते हैं लगभग। एक क्वेश्चन तो मैंने कहा था आना ही है, ये वाला जो डायस्पोरा का था, उसमें बिकॉज अगेन आई वॉच्ड ऑन यूट्यूब इन इकोनॉमिस्ट की साइट पर, दे हैव प्रेजेंटेड अ गुड स्टडी ऑन द रोल ऑफ इंडियन डायस्पोरा एंड wherever प्राइम मिनिस्टर मोदी हैज बीन गोइंग, सो डायस्पोरा का जो रिसेप्शन है या ये था, तो इसके ऊपर काफी चीजें चल रही थी। इवन आईआर क्या, अगर करंट टॉपिक्स को देखना है और तो बजाय ऐसे कोई वेबसाइट्स, आई थिंक जो इकोनॉमिस्ट वालों का यूट्यूब में भी आता है, कभी कभी उनको आप ध्यान में रखें। हाँ बट मतलब मुझे तो ऐसे आई गेट मोस्ट ऑफ द थिंग्स, मुझे ऐसे लगता है संसद टीवी इज गुड फॉर एग्जाम्स। पर अभी जैसे डीडी वाला भी आता है ना, वी इनवाइटेड श्री राम चौलिया सर, तो उनके भी जो डिस्कशंस होते हैं, क्वालिटी ऑफ डिस्कशंस भी अच्छे होते हैं, एंड आई थिंक एग्जाम के पर्सपेक्टिव में आपको वहां मिलता है। अगर कुछ देखना है तो ये देख सकते हैं, मेरा एक रजिस्टर था वहां, तो ये मतलब अगर हम, और लास्ट तक आप बहुत सारा लिख भी नहीं पाते हैं। ठीक है, तो इस मेंटेलिटी में आप कैसे इसको डेवलप कर सकते थे? डिस्कस मैरीटाइम होगा तो कुछ मैरीटाइम से इंपॉर्टेंट होगा, प्रोटेक्टिंग इन्वायरमेंट है, तो हम सोच सकते थे कि व्हाट आर द एक्टिविटीज विच मे बी इम्पैक्टिंग द इन्वायरमेंट, और कुछ डिफ्यूज्ड सेंस में, जनरलाइज्ड सेंस में भी आंसर लिख सकते थे, एज्यूमिंग, ठीक है। इन एनहांसिंग मैरीटाइम सेफ्टी, हम अपने दिमाग से भी तो सोच सकते कि व्हाट ऑल कम इन मैरीटाइम सेफ्टी, व्हाट ऑल कैन कम इन मैरीटाइम सिक्योरिटी। तो एट टाइम्स सच क्वेश्चंस विल आल्सो, अब यूनिडो विनिडो टाइप के ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस थोड़ी पढ़ेंगे, तो छोड़ के एक तो नहीं आना है, और नहीं एक वाइट एनवेलप टाइप है, छोड़ के नहीं आना है, और कुछ सेंसिबल लिख के तो आना ही है, ठीक है। सो नाउ लेट अस सी कि इसका मतलब क्या है। सी इज अ इंपॉर्टेंट component of cosmos. How to understand this? इससे how to deconstruct this particular statement. So cosmos means universe, and C is an important component of that universe. So universe has what link you can build between these two things. Important components, how it is important, how it is different. So let me start think about universe, fine, or cosmos. And in universe we see there are, even philosophy can help you in deconstructing. तो यूनिवर्स में एक मटीरियल डायमेंशन है, ठीक है, उसका एक स्पिरिचुअल डायमेंशन भी है, या हम ऐसे भी समझ सकते हैं लिविंग एंड नॉन लिविंग, लिविंग एंड नॉन लिविंग, ठीक है। तो सी रिप्रेजेंट both the living part and the non-living part also, fine. So is it an important component? If you see the sea, can you see the cosmos philosophically? ठीक है, तो सी में सारे लोग फ्लोट कर रहे हैं, यूनिवर्स में सब लोग फ्लोट कर रहे हैं, ठीक है, and universe has the living and non-living both components. So try to show your imaginative capabilities. और ये क्या है, ये सब लिबरल आर्ट होता है, आप किसी भी ढंग से उसको इंटरप्रेट कर दें, सब्जेक्ट टू द कंडीशन कि वो थोड़ा लॉजिकल लगे। आई डोंट नो कि इसका क्या एग्जैक्ट मीनिंग है, बट दिस इज हाउ वी कैन interpret. Philosophy helps in that way because we all are a part of the whole also, and even for the living beings, non-living is also equally important. So it is a interdependence. Life is what? Interdependence between the two. कुछ भी ढंग से आप लिख सकते हैं, ठीक है। तो suppose first इसमें है deconstruction of this, and if you see maritime security has become a very important concern. We see almost every global platforms or declarations. If you talk about Sagar, you talk about blue economy, then also sustainable use of the seas, safety, addressing the conventional and non-conventional threats to safety and security is always there. तो जो भी हमें उस समय आ रहा है, ठीक है, उससे भी हमको उस समय we have to do best in a given situation, ठीक है। तो अगर हम इसको लिख देंगे, C is an important component of cosmos, तो इसका क्या implication आप लिखेंगे? Cosmos means universe. ये चीज तो ऐसे में भी आ सकती, ठीक है? तो cosmos is universe comprising of living and non-living, and sea itself is a symbol of cosmos first. Then I will search ki maritime security protecting environment and maritime safety and security. So next we will talk about importance of maritime sphere. ठीक है? तो why maritime is important? Oceans are important. Maritime sphere, oceans and seas are important. From what perspective? From perspective of human security. Human security in terms of food security, in terms of energy security, in terms of our entire life cycle, या जो बोलते हैं biology में biodiversity and many other things. तो next conceptualize कर दो maritime security. Fine. And second, I can talk about that maritime security or maritime sphere is very vital for our life in terms of trade, ठीक है? In terms of even for geopolitics, geoeconomics. So this is so important, maritime sphere. In fact, यहाँ लिखने की जरूरत नहीं है, but to understand the issue, Alfred T. Mahan says that one who controls the oceans will control the world. Means it is a key to power, key for sustenance, etc. And how in present time maritime safety and security is becoming an issue. So how should you talk about maritime safety? Means those who are living in the maritime environment, ठीक है? Safety of those, safety of the fishes, the safety of the other organisms, ठीक है? तो इनकी safety, organism, plants, diversity, that we utilize the maritime wealth in a manner which is least harmful, most sustainable and replenishable. ठीक है? तो हम अपनी अंडरस्टैंडिंग ऑफ सेफ्टी समझा सकते हैं. नेक्स्ट इज सिक्योरिटी. तो सिक्योरिटी इन 21st century, the concept of security has become multidimensional, and it is believed that at the center of security is obviously human security, but human security is also interdependent on the security of other spheres of life, maritime. Plus there are conventional and non-conventional threats to human security. Conventional threats means other state, but non-conventional threats in terms of environmental security, pollution of all these things, and we all know how human life and plant and animal life is inextricably interlinked. So this is how you put forward the understanding of the issue. Okay, and then role of IMO, a maritime organization. Fine. So maybe you know about it, maybe you don't know. Fine. लेकिन हो सकता है पता हो. तो it is also one of the important body of United Nations which aims at ensuring the safety and security. इसी में तो इनका रोल है. Fine. So their prime role is to identify the major threats and how to overcome that. So one of the major threat to the maritime security comes from those humane use where we use this particular sphere, and that is through the shipping. Fine. So there have been issues of oil spill, there has been issues of ships, and those who are traveling in the ship, ultimately you have to release the waste material. Fine. So as our sensitivity is increasing, this organization is working with the different stakeholders in evolving the global norms and conventions regarding the safe and sustainable shipping, the sustainable use of all these conduct of economic activities in a sustainable manner. ठीक है, तो कुछ तो लिख के आ सकते थे. तो कुछ क्वेश्चंस ऐसे होंगे वो हमेशा जो आप नहीं पढ़ेंगे, आप इमेजिन नहीं करेंगे. ठीक है, लेकिन उसको हम कैसे बना सकते हैं, तो इसको और डिस्कस करने की जरूरत नहीं. सो नाउ लेट अस सी कि पढ़ा वाला कौन सा था और उसको कैसे कर सकते थे. एससीओ वाज एक्सपेक्टेड बिकॉज इंडिया has for the first time conducted the SCO summit. तो SCO कैसे नीचे करो. What is the next question? इसमें से देख लेते हैं. नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन कुछ SCO पे है ना, ये वाला नेटो पे है. ओके. हाँ, कर सकते हो. देखो जीएस में बहुत ज्यादा स्कोप नहीं है, लेकिन ये है कि कई चीजों को समझ के भी आप आंसर लिखिए, क्योंकि ये तो ऐसे नहीं होगा कि यूपीएससी का पेपर है और आपको सब आता हो. फिर यूपीएससी के पेपर का वैल्यू नहीं. ठीक है, तो वो भी तो मतलब एक, अगर कोई एग्जाम की क्वालिटी है तो इसी एग्जाम की क्वालिटी है, ये तो मान के ही चलना होगा कि कुछ तो ऐसा होगा ही. यस. क्वेश्चन नंबर 19. तो एक्सपेंशन एंड स्ट्रेंथनिंग ऑफ नेटो एंड अ स्ट्रॉन्गर यूएस यूरोप स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप works well for India. What is your opinion about this statement? Give reasons and examples to support your answer. ठीक है, तो expansion and strengthening of NATO. Expansion of NATO has happened in context of Ukraine war, and Finland, Sweden, Ukraine itself has planned to join it, and Finland has been introduced or has been given the membership. Sweden's is pending because of Turkey's objection, but Turkey's objection has also considerably got diluted in a big way. And the question of Ukraine and strengthening of NATO. How will you say strengthening of NATO? Who weakened the NATO? Trump. And then Biden has restarted strengthening the NATO, rebuilding the confidence of the allies, and then that strengthening has been happening, which was almost got abandoned during the time of Trump. Fine. And the recent summit at NATO. Two things, the recent summit of NATO that happened in Lithuania. ठीक है, दो चीजें हुई. All countries agreed, despite the economic slowdown in all these places. They all agreed to contribute 2% of their GDP for NATO. Plus, for the first time after the end of Cold War, a decision has been taken to prepare a comprehensive defense plan of NATO. ठीक है, तो NATO was formed primarily against USSR. NATO's first general secretary, you must be remembering, class में मैंने बताया था, Lord Ismay. He has explained the objective of NATO is to keep Russians out, Germans down and Americans in. ठीक है, तो इस कॉन्टेक्स्ट में, बट primarily NATO is what? A collective defense platform which aimed at protecting or containing USSR. ठीक है, तो ये it has become after the end of Cold War, when Warsaw Pact got dissolved and US and Russia also entered into strategic partnership, NATO's existence was under question. And NATO has redefined its goal in the form focusing on the threats of 21st century like terrorism, and main area of operation became Afghanistan. Fine, so that was certain modifications. Now NATO is coming back to its original form. So since there was no enemy like USSR, NATO never thought up till now on having a comprehensive defense plan. Fine, but because of Ukrainian war and because of rising tensions with China, for the first time NATO has come up with a new comprehensive defense program. And there is a concept of NATO plus, where they have included US allies in the Asia Pacific region. Australia is a part of NATO plus, New Zealand is a part, South Korea, Japan and Israel. Fine, these are part of NATO plus. And recently a committee of US Congress had proposed that India should also be made a part of this particular NATO plus program, and they have explicitly mentioned that the purpose like that will give more effective deterrence against Chinese aggressionism. ठीक है, तो NATO outlived its importance because of Trump, but it is now again. And a stronger US-Europe strategic partnership. Again, because of Trump, lot of divisions have come between US and Europe, and many policies of Trump administration, मतलब his attitude towards the allies, तो वो differences आ रहे थे. And also because of the US, since the 2-3 things have impacted their relationship. पहला तो था US and Iran tensions. So EU always wanted that this tension should be resolved amicably because their security is territorially linked with the Middle East because they share the borders. The next issue has been the Syrian war, which has created the problem of refugees and migration, which has created problem internally in EU for its cohesiveness. So they had blamed them. And the third has been EU-China continued trade. Fine. And EU entered into free trade agreement, though it has not been operationalized, but EU entered into free trade agreement with China against the wishes of US. So there were certain points that they went away from each other, and there was a disagreement between EU and US over the policies with respect to Russia. So EU was not in a mood that we should invite Russia's aggression, because EU's energy security, Russia has been the source of cheap labor. तो ये divergences थे. But because of Ukrainian war, EU as such has become more integrated, and US-Europe strategic partnership has improved. अब हमें बहुत जरूरी नहीं है कि हम सारा ये स्टोरी लिख पाए, तो हमको चीजों का एसेंस समझ में आना चाहिए, मतलब समझ में आना चाहिए कि ये क्या पूछ रहे हैं. तो ये पूछ रहे हैं US EU टुगेदर becomes West. India's partnership with West, how does it works well for India? It works well for India? Yes, because West is a source of technology. West is also a place, you can say, which is market for India's products. Fine. Then our diaspora is also existing there. We have, though they are also there, but we have to be concerned about their safety, security, and above all, the factor of China, Chinese aggressiveness, which is creating a imbalance. ठीक है? So to rebalance China, India will also require this thing. ठीक है? तो हमें ये कई लोगों ने इसको शुड इंडिया ज्वाइन नेटो के कॉन्टेक्स्ट में लिखा है, लेकिन नहीं, हमको इसको इसका एसेंस लेना है. एसेंस क्या है? एसेंस ये है कि वी शुड स्ट्रेंथन आवर पार्टनरशिप विद द वेस्ट. ठीक है? तो डज इट ऑगर वेल फॉर इंडिया? यस. So what can be the cost of India's stronger partnership with the West? Maybe India's relationship with Russia, or India's relationship with the third world countries which are anti-West. So India's relationship with Russia, but presently what we see that willingly or not, Russia is isolated. Russia is going too much in the direction of China. Russia has started providing the defensive equipments to China. तो ठीक है, if Russia is balancing, we can also balance. And so far the way we have conducted diplomacy, that has ensured that we have not antagonized Russia. ठीक है? तो वो हम डिस्कस कर सकते हैं. फिर है अदर थर्ड वर्ल्ड कंट्रीज. तो देयर आर वेरी फ्यू थर्ड वर्ल्ड कंट्रीज विच आर वेरी आइडियोलॉजिकल. फॉर एग्जाम्पल लेटिन अमेरिकन स्टेट्स विच आर मोर एंटी वेस्ट, और सर्टेन स्टेट्स. सो इंडिया नीड्स टू, और इंडिया हैज ऑलरेडी बीन वर्किंग विद द, ऐसे वर्ड्स हैं आपके पास, लाइक माइंडेड कंट्रीज. ठीक है? तो इंडिया विजन फॉर ग्लोबल साउथ, that can reduce if there will be any disagreement or any you can say discontent with India's engagement with the Western countries. So India is placed in such a geography that India will have to go for multiple alignments, and at any cost we cannot ignore the West, because West has many things to offer which India requires in terms of defense, in terms of political capital, in terms of economy. आ गया समझ में? तुम लोगों ने क्या सोचा था, क्या लिखेंगे? यही सोचा था. अगर आपने बहुत ज्यादा ध्यान नेटो और वेस्ट पे दिया होता, नेटो और ईयू पे, कि नेटो एक्सप्लेन करेंगे, तो ये हो जाता गड़बड़. आपको वेस्टर्न नॉन अलाइनमेंट इस कॉन्टेक्स्ट में लिखना था. तो बताया तो कि भाई रशिया के साथ हमारे रिलेशन इम्पैक्ट हो सकते हैं। ज्यादा ही तो पॉजिटिव ही तो है, और पॉजिटिव है इसीलिए हमारा मल्टीपल अलाइनमेंट है। ठीक है, लाइक माइंडेड कंट्रीज इन थर्ड वर्ल्ड ऑल्सो ना।
क्या हम लोगों को इस कॉन्टेक्स्ट में देखना है कि यूएस और यूरोप का जो स्ट्रेटजी एक दूसरे के साथ अलाइनमेंट रहेगा, एंड देन इंडिया के लिए वो कैसे काम करेगा कि हमारा दोनों के साथ?
नहीं, ये तो साथ में बोल रहे हैं, यूएस एंड यूरोप, मतलब ट्रांस एटलांटिक पार्टनरशिप, या ये वेस्टर्न वर्ल्ड है, ये लिबरल वर्ल्ड है, इनके साथ हमारा संबंध अच्छा होने से हमें क्या फायदा है। तो इंडिया के पास एक ग्लोबल साउथ है और एक ग्लोबल नॉर्थ है, तो इंडिया इज वर्किंग विद बोथ। India is a bridge builder and we have interest in both, and we have always believed in non-ideological, non-confrontational politics and working with the like-minded countries, asserting our strategic autonomy. And since the end of Cold War, multiple alignment has been the broad paradigm of India's foreign policy. नहीं, लाइक माइंडेड कोई स्टिक नहीं है कि किसका, किसके पर्सपेक्टिव से लाइक माइंडेड की बात की जा रही। नहीं, क्लैरिफाई नहीं करना है। अगर आप सही जगह सही वर्ड लिख दे रहे हैं तो अपने आप आपको क्लैरिटी है, क्लैरिफाई नहीं करना होता है। वो क्वेश्चन है ना, हम तो लाइक माइंडेड अपने पर्सपेक्टिव से बोल रहे हैं। इसका आप चाहते हैं हम आंसर लिखा है या आगे बढ़े? आगे बढ़े, हाँ। हमारा रिलेशनशिप विद द वेस्ट, how much it is useful for India. Expansion and strengthening of NATO and a stronger US-Europe strategic partnership works well for India. क्या आपको लगता है नेटो स्ट्रांग होने से हमको फायदा है? नेटो स्ट्रांग अगर होता है और नेटो प्लस जैसा प्लेटफॉर्म बनता है, तो भले हम उसके मेंबर नहीं हो तो चाइना, रशिया या एडवर्सरीज को तो कंटेन करते ही है ना। और दूसरा है स्ट्रॉन्गर यूएस यूरोप स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप। तो हमारा क्या नुकसान है? हम तो वैसे भी यूएस के स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनर है, हम यूरोप के भी स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनर हैं। हमें प्रॉब्लम होती जब ये दोनों लोग अलग अलग होते। तो इनके होने से हमको चॉइसेस नहीं करनी पड़ेंगी ना। We will be more relaxed. If they will be more tensed, we will have to walk on the tight rope. There will be little room to maneuver. कहाँ पोलराइजेशन? ये क्वेश्चन क्या है? वो कह रहे बस यूरोप और यूएस का बीच संबंध अच्छे हुए तो क्या ये भारत के हित में है। लेकिन कभी भी कोई चीज ना कंप्लीट हित में होती ना कंप्लीट अगेंस्ट होती। ठीक है, फिर भारत ऐसी जगह है जिसमें नॉर्थ साउथ पॉलिटिकली भी ज्योग्राफिकली भी, तो हमारे पास तो वैसे ही मल्टीपल अलाइनमेंट है हमारा पास ऑप्शन। तो हमारी फॉरेन पॉलिसी हमारा बेस्ट गाइड है। और हमने अपोजिट सेक्शंस के साथ भी रिलेशनशिप मेंटेन किया और वर्ल्ड ने उस चीज को एक्नॉलेज किया है कि देयर मतलब यूएस कम्स टू इंडिया and goes for partnership knowing that India will not support USA's resolutions against Russia. ठीक है, तो आ गया समझ में? डिफरेंट नहीं, हर आंसर का एसेंस निकाला जाता है। जैसे किसी ने कुछ कहा तो तुम्हें निकालना होता है कि क्या कहना चाह रहा है, what they mean to say. They mean to say that two things. If West becomes strong and their internal divisions gets less, is it beneficial to India? And if collective defense pacts like NATO become stronger, is it beneficial to India? They are asking in context of NATO because historically we have been against the defense pacts. Fine? And historically throughout Cold War our position has been more anti-West. ठीक है, तो हम क्या कह सकते हैं? Nothing is constant. The world of international politics changes so fast. Fine. So it is like we have adjusted to the new realities, and the new realities show that today the biggest threat is China and authoritarian states which have a potential to destroy the liberal world order, which is beneficial for India's growth or India's political aims, etc. ऐसे बहुत कुछ आप लिख सकते हैं।
Ma'am, in context of not only NATO but also in as the permanent membership in UN, this partnership also helps us, ना?
हाँ, तो सब लिखो ना कि कहाँ फायदा है। लिख पाओगे ना?
मैम सिर्फ नेटो से ऊपर भी तो जा सकते हैं, जैसे कल आप बता रही
तो
थी।
वही तो, नेटो एक है और यूएस यूरोप। ये क्वेश्चन क्यों है? क्योंकि हिस्टोरिकली हम कलेक्टिव डिफेंस पैक्ट्स के अगेंस्ट रहे हैं। हिस्टोरिकली ऐसा माना जाता था कि एंटी अमेरिकनिज्म इज डिस्टिंक्टिव फीचर ऑफ इंडियाज फॉरेन पॉलिसी, लेकिन आज सिचुएशन अलग है। तो सिचुएशन अलग है तो उसकी थ्योरी पता होनी चाहिए। थ्योरी क्या है कि इंटरनेशनल पॉलिटिक्स चेंजेस फास्ट। दिस वर्ड इज अ वर्ड ऑफ चेंज, नथिंग इज परमानेंट, नो परमानेंट फ्रेंड, नो परमानेंट एनिमी।
मैम तो रशिया को दुश्मन समझना सही नहीं रहेगा ना?
दुश्मन थोड़ी समझ रहे हैं, रशिया को दोस्त मानते हुए दोस्तों की संख्या बढ़ा रहे। हमारे जितने भी दोस्त होंगे हमें उससे फायदा ही है। On in international politics, friendship is not based on any emotional ideological grounds. It is based on very hardcore strategic interest. Every country does what works for its national interest. One of the virtue of a foreign policy is how much flexibility you have, how much fast you adapt to the changing situations. ठीक है, इसके ऊपर तो पूरा ऐसे लिख दें हम। तो जयशंकर जी से क्या फर्क पड़ता है तुमको? वो तुम्हारे विचार पूछ रहे हैं, तुम्हें कैसा लगता है? अरे तो जयशंकर जी अल्टीमेट थोड़ी हैं, क्या तुम उनसे अच्छा नहीं सोच सकते? उनको क्यों मान रहे हो कि उनके ऊपर कोई नहीं सोच सकता है? तो तुम अगर फॉरेन सेक्रेटरी या फॉरेन मिनिस्टर होते तो तुम क्या करते? जयशंकर जी को फोन मिलाते, आज्ञा दीजिए हम ऐसा करें? तुम अपने दिमाग से चलो। तो हमारा दिमाग ये कहता है, जयशंकर जी का पॉलिटिकल कंपल्शंस भी हो सकते हैं ना। इफ इंडिया इज सेइंग कि वेस्ट, मतलब वेस्ट इज नॉट ऑलवेज नाइस एंड दे हैव ऑल दीज थिंग्स, you have to criticize West. क्यों? Because otherwise if you will say, you will become yes man, आपकी इमेज इंपैक्ट होगी, आपको थर्ड वर्ल्ड कंट्रीज को कॉन्फिडेंस में लेना है। हमें क्या फायदा है, हो सकता है वेस्ट ही कह रहा हूं हमें कि तुम क्रिटिसाइज करो, क्योंकि यू नीड कॉन्फिडेंस, कोई तो होना चाहिए ना इंटरलॉक्यूटर ऑफ द वेस्ट हु कैन टॉक विद द रेस्ट। तो पॉलिटिक्स भी तो समझो कि जयशंकर जी जबरदस्ती थोड़ी एंटी वेस्ट हैं, वेस्ट वाले कह रहे हैं एंटी वेस्ट भाषण दो, ठीक है। तो हर चीज क्वेश्चन तो पूछो क्यों कर रहे हैं ये, एंड एक्शन स्पीक्स लाउडर देन द वर्ड्स। See the action, see Prime Minister Modi's visit, see the type of agreement from space to technology and cyber security. तो हर कोई थोड़ी वो एग्रीमेंट पढ़ रहा होगा। अफ्रीका और बाकी जगह के देशों के लिए थोड़ा एंटी वेस्ट बोल दिया उतना बहुत, बाल्कन वहां सब ठीक है, they will be happy. You don't go by what politicians speak. You have to have your own position. I don't think we can ignore the West. I don't think we can pursue our relations with Russia at the cost of West. Okay, that is not at all possible today. और जयशंकर जी अल्टीमेट थोड़ी।
मैम
Yes, he is not the only scholar in the world. He is not the only person who knows IR in the world. ठीक है? Yes.
मैम व्हाट इज द डिफरेंस बिटवीन स्ट्रेटेजिक एग्रीमेंट, एंगेजमेंट एंड पार्टनरशिप?
No difference, not required. Yes. अब आगे बढ़ते हैं। हाँ, strategic means something which require thinking, something for which you should do SWOT analysis, strength, weaknesses, opportunity, threat, and make a plan of action. Strategic thinking करना और normal thinking करना। Strategic thinking मतलब you are playing the game with certain payoff in mind, कि आप कुछ प्राप्त करना चाहते हैं, लेकिन उसके लिए क्या कॉस्ट ये डिसाइड करना। हमारा ये गोल है, ये हमारे रिसोर्सेज हैं, किस कॉस्ट पे हम आई कैन बिड फॉर समथिंग। तो वही स्ट्रेटेजिक थिंकिंग है जो बिजनेस में होती है। ठीक, why should we join expansion of NATO when we are getting everything without joining? Why should we leave our autonomy? And you never know, you should never enter into permanent agreements. ठीक है, परमानेंट एग्रीमेंट करके फिर आपकी लाइबिलिटी हो जाती है। आपको बेनिफिट्स गेन करने, लाइबिलिटी थोड़ी उठानी उनके। तुम नेटो के मेंबर बन जाओ, फिर उसके बाद कल वो कहेंगे कि 3% ऑफ जीडीपी हमको दो, तो हम लोग तो फ्री वाले लोग हैं, हम फ्री में फायदा उठाने वाले लोग हैं ना, इंडिया वाले लोग। तो इसीलिए हम जाते ही नहीं उसमें, परमानेंट मेंबरशिप में जाना ही नहीं किसी के साथ। ठीक है, तो अब हम आगे तो बढ़े। ठीक, ओके, अब ये जरा ठीक करा दो, कहाँ है नोट? तुम टच करो आके, करो अब तक। तो अब हम और देखते हैं, एक और था कहीं SEO, क्वेश्चन नंबर 9। वायरस ऑफ कॉन्फ्लिक्ट is affecting the functioning of SEO. In light of above statement, point out the role of India in mitigating the problems. 9. इसमें पहले क्या समझना जरूरी है? Virus of conflict is affecting the functioning of SEO. So you have to understand the importance of SEO. First thing you should discuss is importance of SEO. So what is importance of SEO? क्या है इंपॉर्टेंस? What is SCO? SCO is a regional platform of Central Asia, ठीक है, एंड ऐसे चल नहीं रहा, ये कुछ आ रहा है शायद, हो सकता है इससे रुक रहा हूँ. रीजनल प्लेटफॉर्म ऑफ सेंट्रल एशिया, ओके. एंड व्हाट इज इंपॉर्टेंस ऑफ सेंट्रल एशिया फ्रॉम द पर्सपेक्टिव ऑफ ग्लोबल जियोपॉलिटिक्स? सेंट्रल एशिया इज हार्ट ऑफ एशिया या हार्ट ऑफ वर्ल्ड पॉलिटिक्स. तो देयर आर स्कॉलर्स, यू कैन मेंशन दोज स्कॉलर्स जो वेल नोन है, जैसे मैकाइंडर. मैकाइंडर क्या कह रहा है कि दोज हु विल कंट्रोल द सेंट्रल एशिया विल कंट्रोल द वर्ल्ड. ठीक है, तो पहले यू हैव टू अंडरस्टैंड कि रोल ऑफ इंडिया इन मिटिगेटिंग द प्रॉब्लम. तो भाई हम रोल परफॉर्म ही क्यों कर रहे हैं? ठीक है, तो फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल ये है कि you have to talk about Central Asia and its importance in global. हमेशा एनालाइज करने के लिए 3 वर्ड्स याद रखो: ग्लोबल पॉलिटिक्स या जियो पॉलिटिक्स, जियो इकोनॉमिक्स एंड जियो स्ट्रेटेजिक पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू. एंड इन स्ट्रेटेजिक पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू वी ऑलवेज डिस्कस सिक्योरिटी रिलेटेड इश्यूज. So security related concerns from Central Asia are extremism, radicalism. Then the next geo-economic issues in terms of the natural resources which it has, in terms of the food basket of the world and many other economic issues, oil, gas, rare earth and other. And then geopolitics. तो geopolitical element, because Central Asia is important from geopolitics point of view. That is why historically it has been called as a place of great games. Fine, because major powers have always remained involved. तो पहला ये. अब second है importance for India, so that India remains involved. तो Central Asia lies in India's extended neighborhood. Fine. And Prime Minister Modi has changed this phrase or discourse and said that Central Asia is not a part of extended neighborhood. It is a part of extended family. Okay, at SCO summit, this shows that how closely the Central Asia and India's interests are interlinked. And then SCO. SCO is the most important and the largest regional organization in this region. So obviously SCO becomes important for India. Fine. And then you can write little bit history that in 2017 India became the full member of SCO. तो थोड़ा historically दे दीजिए. Now the virus of conflict is affecting the functioning of SCO. So you know that SCO is a very important organization, but since the beginning it has been a non-starter. There has been nothing significant in SCO. Okay, and the only recognizable activity of SCO that can be seen is their RATS structure. Okay, and so it has been a non-starter. And why non-starter? Because from initial its members have lot of bilateral issues. Fine. So it can also be called as a platform which is full of so much of internal contradictions. For example, Russia was in SCO, but Russia was concerned about Chinese hegemony in the region, and Russia has been the main force behind bringing India in this particular platform to establish the balance. Then there have been many inter-state conflicts among the Central Asian states on border issues, on land issues, on water issues, as well as on ethnic issues. Fine. And there is also a disagreement or lack of consensus among Central Asian states with respect to their foreign policies related to the three great powers. Fine. Some are pro-US, some are pro-Russia, some are pro-China. So it was never a coherent house as such. And then the contradictions increased further when both India and Pakistan also became the member, and we already know the contradiction between or the conflict of interest between India and China as well as India and Pakistan. Fine. So इसलिए हम कह सकते हैं, फिर हम कह सकते हैं कि after the end of Cold War or after the exit of US, it was believed that it is going to play or it is going to emerge as a more significant platform. But again, there are lot of problems which put a question mark on future of SCO. The first is Russia's war in Ukraine, fine, and Russia's isolation. And there are so many problems if countries go for any meaningful trade with Russia. ठीक है. And Russia as a authoritarian state, and which in the eyes of the West and others also has violated the norms in international law, and sharing a platform with the country is obviously a cause of concern. And then India and China Galwan crisis is still there. Pakistan issue continues to be there. And then we have seen that there has been an eruption of violence, and I think Belarus is also a potential member, and there have been problems in Belarus and Poland and these type of issues where Belarus was also using its position against the Western countries. ऐसे कर सकते हैं. And obviously there there has been a conflict between Tajikistan and Kyrgyzstan or Kazakhstan. तो इनके conflicts होते ही हैं. तो is affecting the functioning of SCO. Hence, there are more clouds of suspicion about the future of SCO as of now, because the conditions required for evolution of a strong regional organization are neither existing in internal or external terms. तो ऐसे हम कह सकते हैं. In light of above statement, point out the role of India in mitigating the problems. तो इंडिया का क्या रोल यहाँ पर दिखता है? ठीक है. तो what all India can do in about it and India's role. तो सबसे पहले you should discuss little bit of India's perspective towards SCO. Fine. So initially we were not very enthusiastic about SCO, because SCO was seen as an anti-West platform. West also held that SCO has been a Asian NATO type of a thing. So India was reluctant to join, but later on India became a member of SCO or tried to join SCO because or increased its scale of representation. Earlier, Prime Minister used to never go, but it's because we were apprehensive and we believe that this is an anti-Western platform and China-led platform. But then we understood that to manage a situation, you need a regional platform. And now a major concern, like some of the objectives of SCO, they are in convergence with the wider interest of India. For example, fighting against radicalism, extremism, and the next is connectivity issue, fine, which is another important thing. So India has seen SCO with a new perspective, a place which can help in building India's soft power, India's hard power, and which can position India in a very significant geography from the perspective of world politics. तो India has been a part of it. ठीक है, तो role of India in mitigating the problems. So everyone knows that today multilateralism is in crisis, fine, and if the New Delhi Declaration emerges of SCO and where on majority of the points which India has put forward, if a consensus has emerged, it shows that the New Delhi Declaration, where some very important programs of action that have emerged is in the field of digitalization and digital connectivity, or in the field of traditional medicine. This shows that because of India's efforts, SCO continued to remain in relevance, because if consensus emerged, it shows that despite these conflicts, countries are willing to work together. India has done a very active diplomacy. More than 140 meetings have happened, and India has played the role in energizing SCO. And again, since connectivity is a two major objectives of SCO, one is counter terrorism, and Prime Minister Modi came very clear in suggesting that there should not be any double speak, fine, as far as the terrorism, fight against terrorism is concerned, and no one should be supporting any such thing. So he has pointed out that if you want this particular region should be in peace, prosperity should come, we have to overcome and just reject the double standards about with respect to terrorism. And next is the connectivity project. And as many countries have started feeling the heat of China's connectivity project like BRI, so India's alternative project in the form of INSTC, that can give a better alternative to these countries who are looking for connectivity. And India held a separate meeting with the Central Asian countries, and they have expressed their interest and faith in INSTC project. So we can say that role of India in mitigating the problems. तो problem number 1 क्या है? SCO becoming and has always been a China-centric platform. Though all countries in the region are not pro-China, so India's presence here, it ensures that the image, even the image of SCO, it ensures that it should not be seen as China-centric platform. And India being present there, India's initiatives like Connect Central Asia and other things, it gives them an alternative to China. Fine. So, and again, India's perspective with respect to Afghanistan has also found a place in New Delhi Declaration, where India said that it should not be, or whatever solution, पहले वही है, Afghanistan should not be used a place for heaven of terrorism, and the solution of Afghanistan should be Afghan led and Afghan owned. So everybody has agreed to it. ठीक है, तो इसका मतलब है the New Delhi Declaration shows that SCO has not died under the weight of its contradictions, and SCO has charted out a clear program of action towards digital, in मतलब digitalization का कुछ है pillar, and second pillar is with respect to traditional medicine and other things. Means SCO has something concrete to work on. ठीक है, तो ऐसे हम कर सकते हैं, and इसको end कर सकते हैं in the form of Prime Minister Modi's statement, who himself said that whether SCO is ready to modify itself and change itself according to the changing requirements of the time. ठीक है, तो is SCO prepared to meet? Otherwise, if SCO is not prepared to meet, SCO will go out of significance. ठीक है, ये बेसिकली इसका इश्यू था. तो हाँ, अब एक नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन आया, इससे रिलेटेड ही हो गया. इंडियन डायस्पोरा हैज स्केल्ड न्यू हाइट्स इन द वेस्ट. डिस्क्राइब इट्स इकोनॉमिक एंड पॉलिटिकल बेनिफिट्स फॉर इंडिया. तो वैसे तो ये डायरेक्ट क्वेश्चन है, लेकिन आपको डायरेक्टली नहीं लिखना है, आप थोड़ा सा और भी कुछ लिख सकते हैं. कंसेप्चुलाइज करिए पहले. इंडियन डायस्पोरा हैज स्केल्ड न्यू हाइट्स इन द वेस्ट. डिस्क्राइब इट्स इकोनॉमिक. तो इसका क्या कंसेप्चुलाइजेशन हो सकता है? इसका कंसेप्चुलाइजेशन ये होगा कि इन प्रेजेंट टाइम्स foreign policies cannot be conducted on the single track of government to government track. So you will require multiple actors, be it the corporate classes, be it the civil society, and in this context, diaspora assumes a significant importance. And Prime Minister Modi calls them as brand ambassadors of India. कुछ कोई दूत ऊत बताते हैं, वो पता है? I have heard, but अभी वो कुछ पता नहीं, कोई दूत कुछ बताया है उन्होंने. ठीक है, तो diaspora for any country act as a brand ambassador. ठीक है, तो अब हम बात करेंगे इंडियन डायस्पोरा की. So the global migration report has shown that in the world, the largest diaspora is India's diaspora. Pardon? राष्ट्रदूत, हाँ कुछ तो बोला था, राष्ट्रदूत करके. ठीक है, तो मोदी जी चाह रहे हैं कि IFS की संख्या ना बढ़ाएं हैं और सस्ते में काम निकाल ले इन्हीं के थ्रू. ठीक है, तो पहले थोड़ा सा कंसेप्चुलाइजेशन करें, और नेक्स्ट आप इंडियन डायस्पोरा. और इफ यू टॉक अबाउट वेस्ट, द वर्ल्ड माइग्रेशन रिपोर्ट शोज दैट द नेक्स्ट लार्जेस्ट डायस्पोरा इज ऑफ चाइना. और अगर हम वेस्ट में करें या US की बात करें तो इंडियंस लार्जेस्ट हैं, सेकेंड मैक्सिकन्स हैं या मैक्सिकन्स एंड थर्ड इज चाइनीज. बट एक बहुत बड़ा गैप है. और quality of diaspora that matters, not just number. So Chinese diaspora does not matter in terms of quality. Quality in the sense in terms of their social and political status in these countries. ठीक है, so recently a study has been conducted by economists, which I was talking about, that they are suggesting that every year some or the other Indian is assuming something, some very critical position, either in the country or in some international organizations, means those organizations which are of huge significance. Fine. For example, WTO's president, who is he? Some Gaurav, World Banks. So, Ajay Banga, देन S&P का जो 500 कंपनीज हैं उसमें डेटा शो करता है अराउंड 25 CEOs आर इंडियंस. गीत वो तो, लेकिन वो कहाँ की है? इज शी नॉट इंडियन? हाँ, वो दैट तो आई नो. उनको तो शी वॉज अवर सीनियर ऑल्सो, मतलब 1 year सीनियर इन DU. ठीक है, तो बट मतलब आई डोंट नो उनका पासपोर्ट कहाँ का है. ठीक है, तो वो मतलब देयर आर सो मेनी पीपल यू कैन टॉक अबाउट पर्सन्स ऑफ इंडियन ओरिजिन. कमला हैरिस, ऋषि सुनक, या ये सब चीजें. तो और ये वेस्ट की बात कर रहे हैं, तो स्पेशली इन द वेस्ट. ठीक है, स्पेशली इन द वेस्ट द स्टडी शोज दैट this much number of members have a representation in US Congress, in British Parliament. Fine. So this itself shows that they have become, and even India's lobby in US has become the strongest and the richest, and in a way more influential. Up till now Israel's lobby used to be influential, but ऐसे थोड़ा सा आप प्रोफाइल दे सकते हैं. Or they have scaled new heights from all perspective, political, economic, and otherwise, in terms of occupying the positions in the government sectors as well as the non-government sector. And the amount of remittances which India is getting in totality is also now the largest in the world. And the study shows that around 3% of our GDP is being contributed by that. तो उसमें दोनों तरीके से you can talk. Now, describe its economic and political benefits. So, what are political benefits? Because they act as a lobby, they are present in the civil society. They may play a positive role in creating the brand India image, in creating the positive environment in the non-governmental sectors also, and in terms of economic potential. So economic potential should not be just seen in terms of remittances, but how they are also shaping the policy choices of these countries and its impact. For example, Indo-US Civil Nuclear Agreement, या Indo-US Strategic Partnership projects, like India's participation in the critical projects like Make in India, in defense and other sectors. So they have been playing a role in lobbying for India. And again, they also built like they are playing an active role, because if you see the prime minister's visits and the type of participation, so that also builds India's soft power. It shows, it helps in building, and recognition is there. Government of India is also recognizing this in different ways. तो ऐसे करके इसको हम लिख सकते थे. तो अब हम थोड़ा पॉलिटिकल क्वेश्चंस पे आते हैं. ये तो वैसे डायरेक्ट एंड फैक्ट बेस्ड क्वेश्चन ही है. इसको करें, account for the legal and political factors responsible for the reduced frequency of using Article 356 by union governments since mid 1990s. So account for the legal and political factors. What are the legal factors? Judicial review, ठीक है, मेजरली SR बोम्मई केस, देन रामेश्वर सिंह केस आई थिंक, तो लेकिन SR बोम्मई केस, पॉलिटिकल फैक्टर्स, कोएलिशन गवर्नमेंट्स, जुडिशियल प्रेसिडेंशियल एक्टिविज्म भी हम कह सकते हैं, ठीक है। अमेंडमेंट कौन कह रहे थे आप? अच्छा, तो उसको लीगल में डाल सकते हैं, बट 44th गिविंग, अच्छा, फॉर द रिड्यूस्ड, तो इस आंसर को कैसे लिखना चाहिए? अकाउंट फॉर द लीगल, अकाउंट मतलब एक्सप्लेन करें, फॉर द लीगल एंड पॉलिटिकल फैक्टर्स रिस्पॉन्सिबल फॉर द रिड्यूस्ड फ्रीक्वेंसी ऑफ यूजिंग आर्टिकल, इसमें क्या लिखना चाहिए पहले? आर्टिकल 356 के बारे में, ठीक है। तो इसमें सबसे पहले आपको फर्स्ट पॉइंट में लिखना चाहिए कि इंडिया इज अ फेडरेशन, with a strong center to the extent scholars like Casey Weir calls Indian model as quasi-federal. ठीक है, फिर हमें बताना पड़ेगा आर्टिकल 356 एंड व्हाई इट मेक्स इंडिया क्वाजी फेडरल, ठीक है। तो राइट अबाउट आर्टिकल 356, व्हाट विल यू राइट? इट्स अ यूनिक प्रोविजन which is not found in anywhere else, where union takes control over the state administration on the ground of breakdown of constitutional machinery. फिर हमेशा थोड़ा सा कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंट असेंबली डिबेट्स डाल दो, कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंट असेंबली का पर्सपेक्टिव, कि इट हैज बीन द मोस्ट कंट्रोवर्शियल in the constituent assembly, it was the most controversial issue, and Ambedkar assured that this provision is added only as a precaution and it will act as a dead letter. It will act as a dead letter. फिर हम दिखाएंगे, ये कह रहे हैं रिड्यूस हुआ है तो हाइपर यूज दिखाएंगे और उसके कॉन्सिक्वेंसेस, ठीक है। तो इसमें हम यूज ऑफ 356 एंड इट्स कॉन्सिक्वेंसेस, तो इसमें लिखेंगे कॉन्ट्रेरी टू अंबेडकर्स promises, it became one of the most used provisions studies show that in less than 100 years, it has already, matlab less than 100 years of republic, it has already been used more than 114 times. फिर ये है majority of the maximum number of instances have been till 90s, and after which there is a decline in the frequency. ठीक है. एंड इसमें थोड़ा सा कि इससे प्रॉब्लम कर सकते हैं कि ऑन मेनी ऑफ द ओकेजन्स द यूज may not appear justified. ठीक है. इसमें लिख सकते हो the misuse has led to the growth of regionalism and secessionism. secessionism इंडिया से बाहर जाने का एक बहुत फैक्टर बन गया था. फिर the regional parties recommended repealing of this article. ठीक है. तो आप लिख सकते हैं however from 90s onwards there has been reduction for various legal and political factors. ठीक है. इसमें among the legal factors the interpretation of Article 356 and the guidelines with respect to the use of Article 356 has considerably reduced the misuse. प्रेसिडेंट वाला मत लिखो, यही लिखो बस. ठीक है. फिर नेक्स्ट है अमंग द पॉलिटिकल फैक्टर्स coalition politics representing the regionalization of party system at the union has also prevented the frequent use right. Thus, both legal and political factors reduced the frequency and has strengthened the federal axis of Indian Constitution as well as constitutionalism in the country. Constitutionalism strengthen हुआ, rule of law, arbitrary exercise, हम ऐसे कह सकते हैं. Next is, let us say article, ये question number 15. Explain the significance of 101st Amendment Act. To what extent does it reflect the accommodative spirit of federalism? 101 Amendment Act, GST. It represent the accommodative spirit. Accommodative spirit कैसे लगा? क्या accommodation किया? किसने किया accommodation? स्टेट्स ने एकोमोडेशन किया. और किस चीज पर एकोमोडेशन किया? सेल्स टैक्स पर अपनी ऑटोनॉमी दे करके. ठीक है, तो ये एक्सप्लेन. तो सिग्निफिकेंस क्या है इसका? 101 अमेंडमेंट एक्ट का सिग्निफिकेंस क्या है? क्या फायदा है इससे? पैटर्न कोऑपरेटिव फेडरलिज्म. इससे फेडरलिज्म ये तो रिफ्लेक्ट कर रहा है कोऑपरेटिव फेडरलिज्म. जीएसटी का सिग्निफिकेंस बताइए ना. पार्डन? टैक्स कलेक्शन इंप्रूव हुआ. यूनिफॉर्मिटी इन टैक्सेशन क्यों चाहिए? क्यों पे आओ? हाँ, इकोनॉमिस्ट जैसे नहीं सोचना है आपको. आपको पॉलिटिकल के एंगल से सोचिए ना. जीएसटी लाना मतलब ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस है. ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस में दो चीजें हैं. इंडिया को राइज करना है तो हमारी इकोनॉमिक पावर ग्रो करेगी, तो उसके लिए हमें इंटरनेशनल इकोनॉमी से बेटर इंटीग्रेशन करना चाहिए. तो बेटर इंटीग्रेशन करने के लिए जो ट्रेड फैसिलिटेशन बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है, तो ये उसका भी एक पर्सपेक्टिव है. ठीक है, तो ये इसके थीम है. तो इसके पीछे इसका आंसर आप तब लिख पाएंगे when you understand the theory behind federalism. ठीक है, and how does it fits into that particular theory. तो 101 Amendment Act with the objective of one country, one tax. What does it show? It shows that there are different logics behind federalism. And one logic of federalism is a common market. Fine. And common market creates the ease of doing business. Federations are formed primarily for two logics. One is security and other is economic. It shows the economic logic behind federalism. ठीक है, तो इसको हम पहले क्या समझाएंगे? थियरी ऑफ फेडरलिज्म. ठीक है, इसमें ऐसे लिख लो थियरी ऑफ फेडरलिज्म में. हाँ, तो नहीं देते तो क्या जीएसटी अमेंडमेंट हो पाता? सेंटर ने थोड़ी एकोमोडेट किया, स्टेट ने एकोमोडेट किया. सेंटर ने क्या एकोमोडेट किया? दोनों में सेंटर ने क्या एकोमोडेट किया? कुछ नहीं किया, पावर ली ना इनकी। एक एकोमोडेशन आप कह सकते हैं सर्विस टैक्स में एकोमोडेट किया, लेकिन जीएसटी में इनको डिसीजन मेकिंग दी, वो इंपॉर्टेंट नहीं, वो तो एसेंशियल था, उसके बिना कैसे होता। ठीक है, लेकिन ज्यादा एकोमोडेट स्टेट नहीं किया। ठीक है, एक्सप्लेन द सिग्निफिकेंस ऑफ 101 कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल अमेंडमेंट, ये बताना है। तो सबसे पहले हम बताएंगे थ्योरी ऑफ फेडरलिज्म। ठीक है, तो इसमें हम स्टार्ट करेंगे, और आप इवन इफ जीएस है, आप इन लोगों का नाम रेफर कर सकते हैं। ठीक है, और हमेशा ऐसी चीजें एक्सप्लेन करने के लिए यू कैन ऑलवेज टॉक विद रेफरेंस टू एवी डाइसी। ठीक है, तो ये लीगल एक्सपर्ट हैं, इनका डेफिनेशन लिखो। देखो, अकॉर्डिंग टू एवी डाइसी, फेडरलिज्म इज अ political formation where units desire unity without uniformity. So they come together for different reasons. ठीक है, फिर हम बता सकते हैं देयर आर, या फेडरेशंस आर ड्रिवन बाय डिफरेंट लॉजिक्स। तो डिफरेंट लॉजिक में फर्स्ट लॉजिक है सिक्योरिटी, सेकेंड लॉजिक है पॉलिटिकल, एंड थर्ड इज इकोनॉमिक। तो हमको किसको एक्सपैंड करना होगा? इकोनॉमिक। ठीक है, तो अब हम नेक्स्ट पैराग्राफ में लिखेंगे इफ, मतलब अगर आपने पॉलिटिकल साइंस अच्छे से पढ़ा है तो आपके लिए चीजें बहुत आसान है, क्योंकि अगर पॉलिटिकल साइंस नहीं पढ़ा है तो आप इन चीजों की थ्योरी नहीं समझेंगे। ठीक है, और जो टीचर, जिसने पॉल साइंस का टीचर नहीं, वो थ्योरी नहीं बता पाएगा, वो ऐसे ही पढ़ाते जाएंगे। तो फिर कोई कॉन्सेप्ट के बिना चीजें डिस्कस करने का कोई, अभी तक तो आप पूरा पॉलिटिकल साइंस से ही कर सकते थे पेपर। ठीक है, तो अब हमने क्या लिखा है? तो हमें इकोनॉमिक लॉजिक पर जाना है। ठीक है, तो इसमें लिखो इफ seen in economic sense या from economic logic, federalism is a big market or a common market. तो बिगर मार्केट, इससे फायदा क्या होता है? बिगर मार्केट मीन्स मोर इकोनॉमिक एक्टिविटीज, हमेशा समझ दिखाने की कोशिश करो, जानकारी नहीं। ठीक है, मोर इकोनॉमिक एक्टिविटीज मीन्स मोर एवेन्यूज फॉर इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ। अब हम 101 अमेंडमेंट में आ जाते हैं। ठीक है, तो 101st अमेंडमेंट एक्ट इज अ वेरी बिग चेंज in India's fiscal federalism. ठीक है, अब लिखो this change became necessary because of of the realities of post Cold War economic logic. पोस्ट कोल्ड वॉर इकोनॉमी क्या है? मार्केट बेस्ड इकोनॉमिक लॉजिक बेस्ड ऑन नियो लिबरल आइडियाज, फुल स्टॉप. इंक्रीजिंग इंटीग्रेशन ऑफ इंडिया, increasing integration of India in international economy, requires the creation of conducive environment which facilitate the trade. Next, the multiplicity of the tax regimes go against the idea of ease of doing business. फिर India's membership to certain platforms like APEC hinges on demonstration of India, hinges on demonstration of India to create more business friendly environment. Next, even with respect to tax administration, in terms of collection of taxes, GST is a significant reform. Next, in the from the perspective of the Prime Minister, GST reflects the vision of सबका साथ, साथ एंड सबका विकास. ठीक है, अब लिखो, इट इज द ब्यूटी ऑफ कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल अप्रोच टू इंडियन फेडरलिज्म which allows such a far-reaching changes to meet the challenges of time without destroying the spirit and the basic structure. ठीक है, अब ये बता रहे हैं एकोमोडेटिव स्पिरिट पर आ सकते हैं, ठीक है। तो जीएसटी इज अ good example to understand the idea of cooperative federalism. ठीक है, right? In cooperative federalism, center and state do not act as two watertight compartments. Watertight compartments, अलग अलग नहीं, right? But they work together reflecting the spirit of Team India. टीम इंडिया, ठीक है। तो जीएसटी, फिर इसमें एकोमोडेटिव स्पिरिट दिखानी पड़ेगी। जीएसटी was concerned with two major changes या major reforms. One is sales tax, another is service tax. अब इसमें accommodative spirit लिखते हैं, despite the sales tax has been the most important from the perspective of revenue collection, by the states, yet states agreed to dilute their sovereignty क्यों एग्रीड किया टू डाइल्यूट? मोदी जी ने डाटा कंपनसेशन के लिए, और क्यों एग्रीड किया? किसी से कहो क्यों एग्रीड किया, तुम बताओगे कंपनसेशन के लिए। इतनी छोटी मानसिकता मत रखिए, हमेशा पॉलिटिशियन जैसे बोलना है, ऐसे शब्द जो सुनने में अच्छे हो। अरे ये सब कोई फाइन नहीं समझना है, बड़ी बड़ी बातें करी जाती है। अरे बस लिखो, सोचना ही नहीं है, ठीक है। ऐसी बातें बोलनी जो लोग समझ ना पाए, ठीक है, लेकिन फिर भी इम्पैक्ट हो जाए, खाली मूली की बातें, ठीक है। बस क्या लिखना है हमने? इन द इंटरेस्ट ऑफ द ग्रेटर गुड ऑफ द सोसाइटी। और क्या, बस कोई कहे कि कंपनसेशन के लिए किया है तो वाइडर गुड। आपको एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव और वैसी लैंग्वेज बोलनी है, ठीक है। एक बड़ा त्याग किया गया देश के लिए, ठीक है। अब सेकेंड लिखो, राइट राइट। सिमिलरली the service tax which was newly introduced and where center had monopoly, now state also have a role in decision making. Next paragraph, देखो right, thus it reflects the accommodative spirit and reflect the strengthening of क्या क्या चीज स्ट्रेंथन हो रही, कोऑपरेटिव फेडरलिज्म स्ट्रेंथन हो रहा है। अरे कुछ बड़ी बात करो है? और क्या आता है तुम लोग के दिमाग में? कुछ आता और लाओ दिमाग में, बड़े से बड़ी चीजें लिखो। राइट, इस 5 ट्रिलियन पैसे से ध्यान हटाइए। 5 ट्रिलियन इकोनॉमी, और क्या आ सकता है आपके दिमाग में? हाँ, नेशन ना, यस। क्या लिखना है लास्ट? इट इज स्ट्रेंथनिंग ऑफ आइडिया ऑफ इंडिया। आइडिया ऑफ इंडिया, जो पढ़े लिखे लोग हैं वो नेशन वेशन नहीं बोलते, आइडिया ऑफ इंडिया बस जो फ्रेज है वो तो लैंग्वेज है। मतलब इससे इंडिया एक नेशन के रूप में हम सब लोग डिविजन्स और डिफरेंसेस होते हुए भी जरूरत पर साथ हैं। ठीक है, इसके साथ साथ लिख सकते हो कि लिखो राइट, इट इज ऑब्वियस दैट इन डेमोक्रेसी lack of agreements will emerge and therefore amendment also provides for an institution for collective decision making and dispute settlement। ऐसा कोई आर्टिकल पढ़ा तुम लोगों ने हिंदू में? है? अब इससे क्लियर हो गया सारा कॉन्सेप्ट। कंसेप्ट पे जाओ। अब और क्या बचा? मतलब अच्छा, इसके बारे में टू व्हाट एक्सटेंट डज इट, स्पिरिट ऑफ फेडरलिज्म पूछ रहा है कि बेनिफिट ऑफ कलेक्शन ऑफ टैक्सेस या टैक्स एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन पे थोड़ी क्वेश्चन है, पेपर 3 का क्वेश्चन थोड़ी है ये। बताया तो फेडरलिज्म इज अ बिग मार्केट, ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस। अब है HR विचार ये सब आलतू फालतू, गवर्नेंस। अब कौन क्वेश्चन बचा? कोई नहीं बचा क्वेश्चन। हाँ, एक और कुछ लग रहा था, पार्लियामेंट्री कमेटी वाला था, पहले वो करते हैं। 16, explain the structure of parliamentary committee system। क्वेश्चन नंबर 16 लगवा दो यहाँ पे। explain the structure of parliamentary committee system, how far have financial committees helped in institutionalization of Indian parliament। ठीक है, do you understand institutionalization ऑफ इंडियन पार्लियामेंट क्या होगा? इंस्टीट्यूशनलाइजेशन का क्या मतलब होता है? इंस्टीट्यूशंस क्रिएट हो रही, उसका क्या मतलब हुआ? इंस्टीट्यूशनलाइजेशन ऑफ इंडियन पार्लियामेंट, इंस्टीट्यूशनलाइजेशन हो गया है क्या? अगर नहीं पता है तो बोलना जरूरी नहीं, हर क्वेश्चन का आंसर देना इतना जरूरी नहीं होता है। क्वेश्चन पूछना टीचर का एक टेक्निक होता है, जैसे टीचर को ना समझ में आए तो कभी कभी, आज तुम लोगों को एक टीचिंग टेक्निक बता दिया, टीचर क्यों पूछते हैं क्वेश्चन, ये जान लेते हैं कि इनको कितना पता है, यानी नहीं पता है तो कुछ भी चलेगा। हर फील्ड की अपनी पॉलिटिक्स और स्किल्स होते हैं, या फिर किसी के दिमाग से कुछ अच्छा आ जाता है, उससे अपने को आइडिया आ जाता है। लेकिन टीचिंग स्किल में ये भी है कि स्टूडेंट की बात को एक्नॉलेज नहीं करना है, ठीक है, और उसको काउंटर करना है। फिलहाल आपको ये टर्म्स है ना, टर्म्स को कॉन्टेक्स्ट में इंटरप्रेट करना आना चाहिए। आई थॉट कि एक ऐसा क्वेश्चन है जो अच्छा क्वेश्चन है। क्वेश्चन है, एक्सप्लेन द स्ट्रक्चर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट्री कमेटी सिस्टम। ठीक है, तो यहाँ पे मैंने एंड हाउ फार फाइनेंशियल कमिटीज हेल्प। हेल्प इन institutionalization of Indian Parliament. Institutionalization का मतलब यहाँ पे हुआ acceptability and recognition that Parliament plays a critical role. ठीक है, मतलब उसको एक इम्पोर्टेंस के रूप में वो चीज एस्टैब्लिश होगी, ये बताना है। ठीक है, कि हाउ फार और स्ट्रक्चर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट्री कमेटीज पता है कि नहीं? इनको बुलाओ, इनको साथ, पता है तुम्हें कि नहीं स्ट्रक्चर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट्री कमेटीज? पार्लियामेंट्री कमेटीज का स्ट्रक्चर नहीं पता है? क्लास में हमने किया, तुमने पार्लियामेंट किया था कि नहीं? उस समय घर गए थे। अच्छा, और कोई था अप्रैल बैच में? हाँ, वही वही स्ट्रक्चर कमेटीज। हाँ वही तो, हमको चेहरा याद था कि तुम थे वहां। ठीक है, तो हम इंस्टीट्यूशनलाइजेशन का मतलब है एक्सेप्टेबिलिटी, लेजिटिमेसी। ठीक है, तो इस क्वेश्चन को हम कहां से स्टार्ट करेंगे? इंस्टीट्यूशन, पहले इससे करें या पहले इससे करें? इससे करें, इसके लिए ये रोल प्ले कर रहा है। ठीक है, तो इंस्टीट्यूशनलाइजेशन सबसे पहले हम डिस्कस करेंगे, इंस्टीट्यूशनलाइजेशन ऑफ पार्लियामेंट्री, क्या है? पार्लियामेंट, इंस्टीट्यूशनलाइजेशन ऑफ इंडियन पार्लियामेंट। तो उसमें हम पहले पार्लियामेंट का रोल बताएंगे। ठीक है, तो व्हाट इज द रोल ऑफ पार्लियामेंट? तो पार्लियामेंट इज द हाईएस्ट इंस्टीट्यूशन ऑफ अकाउंटेबिलिटी। ठीक है, एंड इंडिया हैज एस्टैब्लिश्ड the parliamentary form of government where executive is responsible for, executive is responsible to the lower house of parliament. फिर लिखो इन अ पार्लियामेंट्री सिस्टम the main function of legislature is not formulation of laws. लॉ तो एग्जीक्यूटिव बनाती, ठीक है, बट टू इंश्योर अकाउंटेबिलिटी and financial accountability is obviously the most important aspect of accountability. ठीक है, अब लिखो, अब मतलब हम क्या लिखेंगे, हाउ अकाउंटेबिलिटी इज मेंटेन्ड, हाउ दिस थिंग इज बीइंग एक्सरसाइज्ड, ठीक है. टू राइट पार्लियामेंट होल्ड्स अकाउंटेबिलिटी बाय scrutinizing the bills proposed by the executive full stop. Parliamentarians are expected to perform या to conduct the informed debates ठीक है. अब in this context the role of committees assume critical importance. अब ये समझाना होगा क्यों, ठीक है. तो इसमें लिख सकते हैं इट इज सेट दैट, या इन कॉन्टेक्स्ट ऑफ यूएस कांग्रेस it is said that Congress in session is a Congress at display, and Congress in committees is a Congress at work, ठीक है. It shows that the real legislative business of Parliament takes place in committees. तो फिर next, committees work outside the media glare, hence easy to arrive at consensus next. Committees may involve the experts to prepare the better policies. तो कमेटीज के पीछे की थ्योरी बना देंगे. अब है एक्सप्लेन द स्ट्रक्चर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट्री कमेटी सिस्टम। ठीक है, इसके ऊपर आते हैं। तो इन इंडिया देयर आर टू टाइप्स ऑफ पार्लियामेंट्री कमेटीज। अब यहां मत लिखो, लेकिन वैसे लिख देना कि थोड़ा सा ये भी लिख सकते हैं कि parliamentary committees, what are parliamentary committees? This is defined in the rule of business, and a committee which is constituted by speaker and which works under the speaker is a parliamentary committee. ठीक है, तो बाद में लिख देना, अब यहाँ पे इतना क्या ही लिखोगे। ठीक है, तो स्ट्रक्चर, तो parliamentary committees are of two broad types. First is the standing committees and ad hoc committees. फिर ad hoc committees भी दो तरीके की हैं। Select committees which deals with particular bill and other. Next, the standing committees deals with different issues like privileges of parliaments, committee on subordinate legislations. अब हम फाइनेंशियल पे आ जाएंगे। ठीक है, फिर however the financial committees are the most significant ठीक है। अब since beginning we have three financial committees. First is a estimate committee. तो अब ये सब वहां पे लिख देना 30 मेंबर, बट इसका पर्पस क्या है? It is like to advise on economy and efficiency. लिखो, provides important inputs on the budget. With the objective of gaining efficiency and economy in policy making. Next, Public Account Committee. Which scrutinizes the expenditure. Then Committee on PSUs. Expenditure by the executor. ठीक है, and CAG supports this. तो पब्लिक अकाउंट कमेटी के बारे में लिख सकते हैं, इट्स मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट टू इंश्योर अकाउंटेबिलिटी। ठीक है, एंड थर्ड इज कमिटीज ऑन PSUs, because PSUs, once India had such a very expanded structure of PSUs, fine, तो PSUs auditing, accounting could not be done along with other departments, so a separate committee is existing. अब इसी में हम कर सकते हैं towards financial accountability, an important innovation has been the introduction of DRCs, departmentally related standing committees. Towards financial aspect, an important innovation is introduction of department related standing committees, which started from 1996. अब इसकी समझ आनी चाहिए आपको, इसका क्या काम क्या है करते ये। पोस्ट बजट थोड़ी, बजट के दौरान। बजट जब इंट्रोड्यूस किया जाता है तो पर्पसफुली थोड़े दिन बाद ही उस पर डिस्कशन चालू होता है। तो ये जो होती हैं ये डिफरेंट मिनिस्ट्रीज की डिमांड्स फॉर ग्रांट्स को स्क्रूटनाइज करती हैं। तो इससे दो चीजें हुई। पहला चीज ये हुआ कि जो पब्लिक अकाउंट कमेटी थी वो खर्चे के बाद स्क्रूटनी करती है, ठीक है, और इससे क्या हो जाता है कि खर्चे से पहले स्क्रूटनी करने का कल्चर स्टार्ट हुआ। और इन अ वे ये एस्टिमेट कमेटी के भी फंक्शन को क्या करती है कि जो एस्टिमेट कमेटी का रिकमेंडेशन होता है वो तो नेक्स्ट ईयर के बजट पे लगता है, ठीक है, तो उसके भी काम को, ये जो गैप्स थे हमारे कमेटी सिस्टम में, ये इसको कवर करती है। तो ये इसका इंपॉर्टेंस है, ठीक है। क्या लिखा है हमने? इंपॉर्टेंट इनोवेशन, हाँ ठीक है, लिखो, राइट आफ्टर द इंट्रोडक्शन ऑफ बजट it scrutinizes the demand for grants by different ministries. Thus it bridges the gap which was there in the functioning of the other two. For example, Public Account Committee is scrutinized after expenditure. तो ये पहले करके दे सकते हैं, उसको हम और प्रोएक्टिवली मैनेज कर सकते हैं। एंड एट द सेम टाइम एस्टिमेट कमिटीज रिकमेंडेशंस were meant for the budget of next year. ये ऐसे समझा सकते हैं। फिर हम इस पे आ जाते हैं कि ये कैसे इंस्टीट्यूशनलाइजेशन में हेल्प करता है, ठीक है। अब लिखो, राइट सिंस कमिटीज हेल्प इन Parliament's core functioning of ensuring financial accountability, it allows Parliament to perform its work with efficiency, which would not have been possible without these institutional mechanisms, ठीक है, हेंस इससे इंस्टीट्यूशनलाइजेशन में क्या हेल्प होती है, ट्रस्ट बिल्डिंग होती है, ठीक है, हेंस इट strengthens the trust of the people in the system, that taxpayers' money is not misappropriated. लेकिन committee system in India is not in its best form. So there are problems. तो वो एक पैराग्राफ में लिख देना चाहिए. इसमें लिख सकते हैं, however there are certain concerns in the way committee system operates इसमें पहला लिख दो, according to PRS legislative research, the number of bills referred to the committees have reduced drastically. Next point, right, often the reports of the committees are not presented or discussed. Next, there is a lack of capacity which requires training and capacity building of the legislators. ऐसे करके लिख सकते हैं, ठीक है, यानी मेंस के लिए तो कुछ पढ़ना ही नहीं था. हा? अब मेन गेम तो पीटी हो गया है. इस बार का पेपर तो काफी, लेकिन क्या है, चीजों को कैसे समझना है, कॉन्सेप्ट समझना है, उसके पीछे की थियरी, वरना ऐसे आंसर नहीं लिखा जा सकता है. जैसे लोगों ने बहुत मॉडल आंसर वो सब डाल दिए, बट दे आर सो मैकेनिकल, उसको स्टूडेंट्स कैसे लिखेंगे, ठीक है, 5 पॉइंट ऐसे 5 पॉइंट वैसे, पॉइंट्स देना इज डंपिंग ऑफ फैक्ट्स. तो ना तो वो पता नहीं मतलब कैसे तुम लोग को आसान लगता है उसे पॉइंट्स रट देना, ना तो बिना समझे, तो ऐसे डंपिंग ऑफ फैक्ट्स नहीं. ईज ऑफ डूइंग आंसर राइटिंग इज ऑल्सो इम्पोर्टेंट, ठीक है, एंड देयर इज नो नीड, मतलब पहले किसी भी चीज को करने से पहले उसका एसेंस, हर चीज की एक थ्योरी है ना, हर चीज की एक फिलॉसफी है which you should understand. So the next part will be done after lunch break. Okay, and mostly now governance topics are left, and then security and science and technology. So finish the complete process. हाँ बेटा, रह गया? अच्छा, मैं पता करता हूँ. Okay.
So, good afternoon, everybody. So, this is the session of GS2 that in some portions has already been taken by Shubhra Ma'am. So, all the remaining questions we are going to have a discussion. You know? So, in this particular session, I'll try to, first brief you about how exactly we are going to go about the questions that are remaining. You know? So, the three important things. Yesterday, I have had a discussion with you guys, but since there was paucity of time yesterday, and I was pretty certain that you guys were not in that state of mind. So, given the paucity of the time, I had to rush, sort of. So, I'll just brief you how this session is going to be. We'll be doing it in 2 stages. I'll be ensuring that you guys have an idea where exactly are the questions coming from. That is the most important aspect. We are going to analyze the trend, the pattern, on the basis of which you will be in a position to predict the question. Yesterday, we did discuss but just one question, and I gave you a context as to where that particular question came from, which is the most important thing in mains. In the next 15-20 days, you will get all the model answers and all in the market. That is really important as well. But what is even more important is to have an understanding as to what exactly is playing in the mind of in the minds of UPSC before they were setting these questions, so that you are in a position to predict it right in advance. So that is the key, and that is what distinguishes the toppers from others. So first I'll give you an overview of this particular question paper, ताकि आपको you have an understanding how the questions are positioned, and how, if you have an understanding of the theme, once you have an understanding of the theme, all the questions are going to come under that particular theme. It becomes, if I can use the word, child's play if you have an understanding of the theme. See, UPSC is not a child's play, but if you have the right approach, it does become relatively easy. Okay, so what does that mean when I say that? So while I'll be discussing the questions, I'll be showing you where exactly those questions have been asked in the past, and how you could have sort of predicted that this question might come in this year, and precisely many questions have come. The crash course that I conducted, I've got the review and also from the students, and also when I analyzed the paper, I did feel that a lot of questions were directly coming from that particular course, and also some of them were modified in form. So ma'am has already taken, I think, 11 questions. I am supposed to do approximately 9 questions, one which I have already discussed. So starting right away, you see that the first question that you have over here, which has already been discussed by ma'am, is talking about judicial independence. So this is a question which is talking about judiciary and the judicial independence, separation of power and checks and balances. And that's a very important concept that you have to study in polity, and every single year or every 2-year questions on this theme comes. So ma'am has already discussed, but why am I mentioning it over here? Because this question is again an extension of that particular question which I discussed yesterday. NALSA we did discuss yesterday, and I gave you an idea how you have to approach this question, because it was in news, and it was in news because there was Model Prisons Act, a new act in the current affairs. If you go through the current affairs magazine, you will find that it was in news. And why do we need NALSA, or why do we need paralegals in the very first place? Because there are various people who are not aware of their legal rights. They don't have legal awareness. They don't have access to lawyers who are very expensive. So it sort of creates a gap between the people who are seeking legal help and the people who are there to provide them with the legal help. To fill that particular gap, we find that this NALSA thing has been introduced. It was not already present in the constitution. So that means that it was a step that had been taken by the state by amending the constitution and putting it through the 42nd Constitution Amendment Act. So see, whenever any question comes in UPSC, it is pertinent on a part of an aspirant to have 10-12 keywords by their side. If you have those 10-12 keywords for any theme, you can, based on the tone and the tenor of the question that is being asked, suppose वो बोल रहा है कि elucidate or comment or critically analyze, based on the tone and the tenor that question is being asked, you can realign those keywords and create a story, fill that with case laws, give a case study, maybe give few examples, talk about what exactly are the constitutional provisions, issues, challenges. So that is how your answer should typically look like. So that should be the approach that you should always be having in mind. Now, when I say about this legal aid and NALSA, you see that the two questions are directly adjacent. The question that were asked with regards to judiciary. Judicial independence, because Keshavanand Bharati was in case 50 years of Keshavanand Bharati, है ना? So UPSC does ask questions if something is on the 50th year, 25th year, 100th year. That way you need to look at things. 1973, 2023, 50 years. Judicial independence, and that landmark judgment was also under a lot of discussion that was taking place. Judicial independence being talked about, with the coming of NJAC. I hope you are aware of these NJAC. है ना? You guys are aware about these basic things, no? So that is how you would be in a position to predict these questions. Firstly, we have already talked about the second question and the details of it, so I won't be going there. I'll be moving ahead with what exactly you guys need to be aware of while looking at this question in the very first place. See, every year, this comparing the constitutions between the British and England or France or US, rights to equality. If you look at the previous questions, these questions were predictable in the sense India is getting closer to France. So India's secularism is always compared with French secularism. Likewise, India's constitutional provisions and the British are always compared. In the last 4 years, the questions have been asked in that particular pattern. Hence this particular question number 4 that came. Now, if you look at question number 5, ma'am has already discussed question number 4, so I won't be going there. Question number 5. And I'll show you why this question number 5 was asked in the very first place. So, what I have designed over here is this. So, this is the last 40, 50 years question paper that have been arranged in subtopic wise. Subtopic wise, and in the sense, in the last 50 questions, in the last 50 years, what all questions have been asked. So, suppose I take a theme of speaker. What exactly are the questions that have been asked in the last 50 years? So you have an understanding that the UPSC is repeating the questions on speaker in toto, in the sense, exactly in the form it was being asked. So if you see over here, in 2020, the question that was asked, once a speaker, always a speaker. Do you think that the practice should be adopted to impart objectivity to the office of Speaker of Lok Sabha? So what question that can come from the speaker is about his impartiality. How the speaker, based on the discretion that he has in certain criteria, he can misuse that particular thing, and in order to ensure that, what should be the provision to guarantee the impartiality of the speaker. For example, in the Britain, there is this provision that he has to disassociate himself from the political party to which he belongs. That is not the criteria over here in India. So this but many cases we keep on hearing where wherein we find that breakdown of the parties are taking place, MLAs are moving out to the other parties. We do have the provisions of anti-defection law, but how that is getting misused, precisely why the role of speaker became very important in the last 4-5 years. And hence this question in 2020 was asked. In the very same pattern, this question was repeated this year also, but not being asked on the national level, but on the state level. See, and I'll give you an idea why exactly that thing was asked also. So if you have an idea, once a speaker, always a speaker, do you think that the practice should be adopted to impart objectivity to the office of the Speaker of Lok Sabha? What could be its implications for the robust functioning of parliamentary business in India? It was 150 words, 2020. Okay? And the very, for example, in the representation of, so this question, so we find that, and also last year, the question that was being asked was on this, Vice President. Last year, the question that was asked was on Vice President. Yeah, I'll search it and see the last, we'll find it out. The last year, the question that was asked was, what is the role of the Vice President or the Speaker of Rajya Sabha or the Chairman of the Rajya Sabha? So the UPSC had already asked the question on the Speaker of the Lok Sabha and the Speaker of the Rajya Sabha. So the next pertinent move of UPSC was to talk about the State Legislative Assembly, precisely what they have asked in this particular question. Discuss the role of presiding officers of state legislatures in maintaining order and impartiality, in conducting legislative work and in facilitating best democratic practices. So it's an extrapolation of the questions that have been asked in 2022 and 2020. So if you analyze the previous year questions, you are in a pretty decent position to at least sort of talk about it. So what happens in the state legislature, you just have to change the articles, you know, and instead of Lok Sabha or Rajya Sabha, you have to talk about Vidhan Sabha and Vidhan Parishad. Practically most of the rules and the procedures remain the same. And so we are going to talk about that particular impartiality only. So that is one thing. If we move ahead, you know, when you're talking about impartiality of the office, impartiality, then you're going to talk about the same theme. For example, in the State Assembly of Maharashtra, things are, you find that in Manipur, there have been instances. In Karnataka, there have been instances. So what happens is that is things are happening on the state level. So you can just talk about the same thing and give examples, case studies of, or cases or examples of those things which are happening in the State Assembly. You know, State Speaker. Not every state is having the Vidhan Parishad. So accordingly, you are going to put things across and give examples. See, it is not possible for everybody to know every Vidhan Parishad, in all the Vidhan Parishad, what is happening. But when you are reading the news, you have a fair idea about what is happening in Vidhan Sabha in general, and what are the states, what are the issues that are happening. So directly the same points you are going to, which you have prepared for Lok Sabha Speaker, you are going to put in there. Okay? Getting back to the next question, the crucial aspect of development process. See, you need to break down the question. It's very important. Why this particular question becomes important? Because a very important theme that you have to study is economic growth versus economic development. What exactly is the difference between economic growth and economic development? So when you're talking about economic development, it does include certain social metrics like education, health, employment, education, and things like that, that gender equality, economic equality, things of those sort have to be brought into that particular aspect. So this is a very recurring theme in the previous year questions that are being asked. So what the question is being asking is that talk about the crucial aspects of development process has been the inadequate attention paid to the human resource development in India. Suggest measures that can address this inadequacy. So what is being talked about here is that we every year we find the reports of Human Development Index. We find that India is somewhere ranked really downwards. So it's a very recurring theme in India's developmental growth. So this is something which is a theme that needs to be prepared, and precisely why this question has been asked, asking about what exactly has been the reason behind it. Now when you're talking about this human resources, so you're going to immediately break down this human. Exactly what are the components of human? You can talk about gender inequality, you can talk about equality, and this equality is going to include the gender inequality. And when you're going to talk about gender inequality, you're going to talk about the situation of women in various aspects. And the very same question is the very same theme has been repeated in the shape of gender justice. We'll find another question that is being asked on gender justice and what is the role of the civil society that the civil society has played in ensuring that women get accessibility to state legislature. These are the three questions that we are going to see. I am putting these three questions under the same theme so that you have a fair understanding, that if you have an understanding of the theme, the questions, no matter how much maneuvering of the question takes place, you are in a reasonable position to answer those questions. My precise point of carrying out this investigation of the question paper in the very first part is to ensure that based on thematic understanding, you can solve questions. You cannot rush after every single question, because this year you're going to write the answers to this question, next year the questions are going to be changed. So you're always going to be lagging behind. So what is the solution? According to me, the only solution, effective solution, is that when you have an understanding of a theme and you connect that to the current affairs which are happening every year, you become pretty reasonably positioned to answer those questions. अब देखो यहाँ पर human resource development की बात हो रही है, तो immediately break down this human into, you can talk about the gender inequality, or we can talk about economic equality, we can talk about education, है ना? You can talk about health, and when you're talking about health, you can talk about the health of a child and of a woman. This can come over here also. Gender में you can talk about women also. Malnutrition का concept पढ़ा होगा कई बार आप लोगों ने, malnutrition, children, stunting, wasting, concepts like this, है ना? Acute malnutrition जो चल रहा है, severe acute malnutrition, breastfeeding, things like that, पोषण अभियान, ये सारी चीजें are associated with this particular concept only. So imagine this is a human, right from the stage of the birth to an elderly person. How are these resources going to be being beneficial to the economy? How will you ensure that the human resources are optimally utilized? When the humans, the components of human are served well, how will that happen? Firstly, health. Any child that is getting born, it has to be ensured that the proper nutrition is being served to it. Firstly, the women who are giving birth to the child, they are also not suffering from malnutrition. Early marriages, child marriages, where the women have not completely are in a position to give birth to so many children, that has a severe impact. And maternal mortality rate, we find that India is one of the highest maternal deaths taking place in our country. So all are those social issues. When the women are subjected to such sort of situation wherein she is not healthy, she is not having proper nutrition, the child that is going to come is also going to suffer from the same problem. If the child is having stunted growth, wasted growth, not getting proper education, he will never be able to maximize his output in terms of gaining the skills. And when he will not be in a position to gain proper education because of this limitation, he will not be in a position to gain proper employment opportunities. And whenever we are going to talk about employment, we are going to talk in the range of 15 to 59. That is the important age group where we find that we talk about the resources which have to be very optimal. So we find that when we are talking about human resources development, we are going to talk about these aspects. The gender aspect, women are not getting equal opportunities in terms of the jobs, are not getting equal opportunity in terms of higher education. Early marriages is a restriction on a woman's growth as an individual. So women is an altogether different section that we have to study, and accordingly the questions can be tackled based on what are the issues that women are suffering from. So first, health wise, both child and women, mothers, then we are going to talk about education, we have already talked about, and then we are going to talk about employment. Now the moment we are going to talk about employment, India is not suffering from as much from unemployment as much as from underemployment. In the sense, if you are supposed to earn say 100 rupees, you are earning 40 rupees because of the various factors that we are going to discuss eventually. So that is the problem that India is suffering from. Now women, although they comprise of 50% of the total population, their presence in the labor participation is very low, abysmally low. And that is also to do with this particular thing. That has to do with the health and also with the early marriages in a patriarchal society where the women are not subjected to so many opportunities because of the various factors. She is sort of perceived to be doing pink collar jobs, also referred to as care economy, nursing, teaching, jobs like that. So what happens? She is not going into more specialized sectors like STEM, science, technology, engineering, mathematics. So these are the things which is having a compound impact. So this is what your human resource development is going to be all about. Now read this question again. The crucial aspect of development process has been the inadequate attention paid to human resources development in India. suggest measures that can address this inadequacy. Now, if you have pointed understanding of every issue at every stage, you can very well come up with answers and give out solutions to that. We are going to discuss on that. But before we do that, I just want to draw your attention towards a similar sort of question that has been asked. Before we go into the other aspects of things, see this question. Explain the constitutional perspectives of gender justice with the help of relevant constitutional provisions and case law. अब अगर आपने विमेन सेक्शन को या जेंडर सेक्शन को, जेंडर जस्टिस के सेक्शन के थीम को अच्छे से प्रिपेयर किया है, इफ यू हैव प्रिपेयर्ड इट thoroughly well, talking about exact issues that women, now over here most of you are going to restrict yourself to women, but see over here the word used is gender, and after Nalsa versus Union of India, even the transgenders are regarded as a third gender. So we can break down this gender further into female, transgenders, LGBTQ can also be talked about here. See, this is a 15 marker, है ना? So you first need to structure the answers, how you're going to come up with more points to address this question. Had it been 10 marker, ठीक है, मतलब से women issues के बारे में लिख दिया, बात खत्म हो गई. But that is not the situation over here. So gender justice we are talking about. So gender justice, you're going to talk about women, and immediately you can shift to this transgenders, and maybe you can talk about LGBTQIA plus as well. Raging issue last year, same sex marriage and issues. सेम सेक्स मैरिज वाला इशू चल रहा है ना अभी, LGBTQ वाला, और उससे रिलेटेड कितने सारे केसेस हैं. नाज फाउंडेशन का केस है, और कौन से केसेस हैं LGBTQ वाला? नवतेज जौहर वाला केस है, नाज फाउंडेशन का केस है ना. वी ऑल्सो फाइंड दैट अभी हम लोग देखते हैं कि सेम सेक्स मैरिज पे इतना सारा डिबेट चला है ना. नालसा वर्सेस यूनियन ऑफ इंडिया, ट्रांसजेंडर्स के बारे में केस है. तो केस मैटर्स तो आपने इमीडिएटली पहली शेप में निकाल के दे दिया है ना. आपने जैसे ये ट्रांसजेंडर्स लिखा तो ट्रांसजेंडर्स बिल और जो एक्ट था उसके बारे में आप बात कर लेंगे. LGBTQ के इश्यूज है, 2 पॉइंट यहाँ पे आप रख लेंगे. विमेन के बारे में आप बात करेंगे तो विमेन के कितने सारे इश्यूज हैं, विमेन के बारे में आप बात कर सकते हैं. उनके इनहेरिटेंस के बारे में, यू नो, we're going to talk about violence against women को भी हम लोग एक सेक्शन में डाल सकते हैं. Violence against women will include marital rape, डाउरी वाले इश्यूज जो है ना. वी टॉक अबाउट द एसिड अटैक्स ऑन विमेन, ये सारी बहुत सारे इश्यूज है. 8-9 अलग अलग तरीके के हम लोग उसको सब सेक्शंस में भी बांट सकते हैं. बट मेजरली को पार्सनरी राइट्स, द राइट टू इनहेरिटेंस, 2005 में हिंदू सक्सेशन एक्ट वाज अमेंडेड एंड विमेन वर आल्सो गिवन द राइट्स टू इनहेरिट द प्रॉपर्टी, है ना. अर्लियर देयर वाज ओनली मेल हु कुड इनहेरिट द प्रॉपर्टी. तो सबसे पहले तो देखो इस बात को समझना जरूरी है कि विमेन को ऐसी जगह पर पोजीशन करना कि वो डिसीजन मेकर हो सके. नेम सेक के लिए तो एक थीम और भी एग्जिस्ट करता है ना, सरपंच पति वाला एक थीम चलता है कि भाई सरपंच, women have been made सरपंच but the decisions are being taken by the husband. That is just the nominal positioning of women, and that will bring me to the next question that we are going to talk about over here. जैसे जेंडर जस्टिस के बारे में आप बात कर रहे हैं तो यू आर गोइंग टू टॉक अबाउट द इनहेरिटेंस राइट ऑफ द वुमेन. यू आर गोइंग टू टॉक अबाउट, traditionally we just keep on talking about female infanticide, child marriage and all, but what are the contemporary challenges that women are facing? Abortion rights, right to use contraceptives, है ना. फिर और क्या क्या इश्यूज हो सकते हैं कॉन्ट्रासेप्टिव राइट्स में. कॉन्ट्रासेप्टिव्स का यूज, अभी अबॉर्शन लॉ चल रहा था, उसके बारे में. फिर मेडिकल टर्मिनेशन ऑफ प्रेगनेंसी उससे जुड़ा हुआ है ना. सरोगेसी वाला इश्यू चल रहा है, वो हो सकता है. विमेन का सबसे ज्यादा जो डेथ ये हम लोग देखते हैं कि फीमेल इन्फेंटिसाइड है, वो तो है ही. ट्रेडिशनली वी रिस्ट्रिक्ट आवरसेल्व्स टू सच सॉर्ट ऑफ डिस्कशंस, बट इसके अलावा भी रिप्रेजेंटेशन ऑफ विमेन इन हायर जुडिशरी पे लास्ट ईयर क्वेश्चन पूछा है. अब सोचो, विमेन इन हायर जुडिशरी पर क्वेश्चन पूछा है 2022 में, 2021 में क्वेश्चन पूछा है पंचायत पे, और थर्ड अभी पूछ रहा है विमेन का रिप्रेजेंटेशन इन स्टेट लेजिस्लेचर. डोंट यू थिंक दैट रिप्रेजेंटेशन ऑफ विमेन का एक सीक्वेंस हम लोग बना सकते हैं? वी कैन प्रेडिक्ट द पैटर्न. द क्वेश्चन हैज ऑलरेडी बीन आस्क्ड इन, अभी देखो द एक्ट केम, नो विमेन का रिप्रेजेंटेशन इन लोकसभा, इन पार्लियामेंट, that act came. So that was a natural extension of what exactly has already happened, and the questions have already been asked. So whenever you're going to talk about the gender justice, you need to talk about the contemporary issues also. So this question can be solved if you have a broader thematic idea of what exactly are the problems of women. ठीक है. अब मैं थर्ड क्वेश्चन को इसके साथ जोड़ करके अभी वी आर गोइंग टू गो बैक टू द डिस्कशन ऑफ एवरी टॉपिक. सी दिस क्वेश्चन नंबर 14. Discuss the contribution of civil society groups for women's effective and meaningful participation and representation in state legislatures in India. Women से 3 क्वेश्चन तो यहां पूछ दिया सिर्फ GS2 में. आप ऐसे चेक करके जाओ, ऐसे के टॉपिक्स चेक करो, उसमें भी विमेन इश्यूज पे सवाल है. एक ऐसे का टॉपिक विमेन पे ही है. 2020 का ऐसे उठा करके देखो, पेट्रियार्की पे क्वेश्चन है. आर यू गेटिंग द पॉइंट? ये जो एक ब्रॉडर थीम अगर आप प्रिपेयर करते हो, योर ऐसे क्वेश्चंस आर गोइंग टू बी आंसर्ड. योर GS1 सोशल इश्यूज में ये सवाल इंपॉर्टेंट हो जाता है, दैट इज गोइंग टू बी आंसर्ड. GS2 3 क्वेश्चंस आई शोड, the question can be answered. So what I'm trying to come to the conclusion is that if you have a thematic understanding of the issues, every year you just need to add value as to what is being discussed in the newspaper. That positions you in a very effective manner to deal with the questions. Otherwise you will always end up rushing after the questions कि भाई ये सवाल पता नहीं कहाँ से पूछ दिया, है ना? See, now I'll bring your focus into 2 important things. Women's effective. Word use किया effective. UPSC doesn't use any word for the sake of using it. There is a logic behind that particular question. Women's effective and meaningful participation. कहीं ना कहीं सरपंच पति वाला थीम अगर आपको याद है तो वो बस nominal representation है. It is just nominal representation. So what is being at least being tried to be asked over here कि जो भी issues चल रहे हैं सरपंच पति वाले थीम पे, उससे अलग हट करके what are the things that can be done? But this question is not easy. Why do I say that it's not easy? It is trying to combine 2 concepts, civil society and women issues, and it is trying to club these 2 concepts together. See, UPSC के questions is always about interlinkages. कभी भी UPSC को interesting क्यों बोला जाता है? UPSC is not asking questions on any horizontal theme. It is going to add 2-3 themes and it is going to put them together. And it is going to ask you that particular question कि भाई बताओ क्या solution है. तो आपको समझ आनी चाहिए कि इस particular situation में पहुंचने में किन किन का roles रहा है. अगर आप governance पढ़ेंगे, if you're going to study governance, you're going to study a theme of civil society. Civil society and what role that civil society is ensuring to bring about this gender justice. इसको मैं कह सकता हूं ना, ये gender justice है. Last year the question that was asked was the role of the women in higher judiciary. यानी हायर जुडिशरी पे विमेन का क्या रोल होना चाहिए उस पे पूछा. तो अब आपके पास क्या बच रहा है? ये एक बच रहा है स्टेट लेजिस्लेचर, पंचायत के बारे में पूछ चुका है, जुडिशरी के बारे में पूछ चुका है, स्टेट लेजिस्लेचर बच रहा है. और उसमें भी व्हाट इज द कंट्रीब्यूशन ऑफ द सिविल सोसाइटी ग्रुप. सो 3 क्वेश्चंस, ऑलमोस्ट सिमिलर ट्रीटमेंट विथ द क्वेश्चन दैट इज बीइंग आस्क्ड. ठीक है, तो अगर आपको ये समझ में आ रहा है तो यू आर गुड टू गो. और एक सवाल लास्ट में डिस्कस करता हूं, उसके बाद वी आर गोइंग टू गेट इनटू द डिटेल्स ऑफ दिस पर्टिकुलर क्वेश्चन. ठीक है, देखिए डिक्टेशन इज इंपॉर्टेंट, बट यू नीड टू अंडरस्टैंड दिस वन थिंग. डिक्टेशन और मॉडल आंसर्स आपको इवेंट के हो जाने के बाद का सोल्यूशन दे रहा है. एक तरीके का आफ्टर थॉट है वो. आपने देखा, आपने आंसर सोचा, गूगल किया, लिखा या जो भी किया, डिस्कस किया एंड यू रोट द आंसर. यूपीएससी को अगर मोस्टली मेंस को अगर इफ यू हैव टू एड्रेस दिस, यू नीड टू बी प्लेइंग विद द साइकी ऑफ यूपीएससी, बिकॉज यूपीएससी कंटिन्यूअसली प्लेज विथ योर साइकी. भाई आप कैसे प्रिडिक्ट कर पाएंगे? जिस दिन आपको वो लेवल आ जाएगा प्रिडिक्शन करने का कि ओके दिस नाउ यूपीएससी कैन आस्क दिस पर्टिकुलर क्वेश्चन, बिकॉज इन द लास्ट 10 years दे हैव नॉट आस्क्ड दिस क्वेश्चन एंड दे हैव बीन आस्किंग ऑन द रिकरिंग थीम. द मोमेंट यू रीच दैट स्टेज यू कैन प्रिडिक्ट द क्वेश्चन, है ना. अब इसको देखिए, skill development programs have succeeded in increasing human resources supply to various sectors. In the context of the statement, analyze the linkage between education, skill and employment. Don't you think that when I was discussing about the human resources and when I tried to break that human thing into the various compartments, I did talk about education, I did talk about health, I did talk about gender equality. Why am I emphasizing on gender equality? Because women form a substantial part of our workforce. and they are being subdued either because of the various factors, either getting married earlier or not educated enough. अच्छा, interesting बात एक और भी है, school और colleges तक women are competing with men and even outshining men. Even outshining. न्यूज़पेपर में पढ़ते रहते हैं ना हम लोग कि बेटियों ने लड़कों को पछाड़ा, things like that, बेटियों ने झंडा गाड़ दिया, things like that. You know, gold medalists are women, but all of a sudden they disappear from the workforce. All of a sudden, after the college, after all those gold medals, after all the schoolings and everything that have been done, they completely disappear from the workforce, or they are in very small percentages. Forget about higher education, forget about those managerial roles that they are subjected to play, forget about politics and other things. Women are become a mere dependent on the personality of a man, and this is known as leaky pipeline syndrome. Or even if they are working, the choices of jobs that they are given are restricted to care economy, and that is known as pink collarization of the job. So you see the opportunities of the women in terms of representation and in terms of how they are going to go about their conduct is restricted. Add to that fact that she forms a very substantial part of the labor force, and we are one of the youngest countries of the world, and we are talking about economic growth and economic development. Don't you think that the contribution that they can make in this economic growth and development is, the potential is huge? Don't you think that the reason why they are disappearing from the workforce is very alarming? And the moment we address that, our economic growth and our economic development is going to take a huge leap. अगर आपको ये सारी चीजें समझ में आती हैं तो अब आप सवाल को रीड कीजिए. Education, skill. See, whenever we are going to talk about economic development, it is always going to be capital intensive. Capital intensive मतलब क्या? Technology, usage of machines, usage of more advanced, अभी machine learning, AI, ये सारी चीजें आ रही हैं, तो जो dependency on humans है, that is going to get limited. And जो काम 100 आदमी मिलके कर रहा था, that can be done by one machine. So what is going to happen? Those 99 people are going to rendered jobless, unemployed, unless they are given skills. So if at all quality jobs or services have to be done, education has to be combined with skills. And unless the skill is there, the person is always going to end up doing some sort of substandard job. And when that person is doing substandard job, the amount of money that that person should be making is very low, and the contribution that it can have is very dismal. बात समझ में आ रही है? Forget about women. Women तो हैं ही नहीं अभी workforce में. Are you getting the point? That is why this question, linkage between education, skill and employment. समझ में आ रहा है? 3 सवाल जो एक similar theme में recurrent theme है, वो आप समझ पा रहे हैं? ये ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट है समझना, ये सवाल क्यों पूछे जा रहे हैं. So we find that, see, question number 18, I'm reading it again. Skill development programs have succeeded in increasing human resources supply to various sectors. Now you're going to immediately break down this various sectors. What are those various sectors? Primary, secondary, tertiary. Primary, secondary, tertiary. Primary के क्या क्या issues हैं वो आप समझ जाओ. अगर एक concept पढ़ा है, feminization of agriculture. The men are shifting to, because agriculture is not a profit-making avenue for most of them. They focus on traditional agriculture. People are having small land patterns. They're having, so they cannot carry out intensive capital agriculture. जो investment करना चाहिए उनको tractors, machines पे वो नहीं कर पाते हैं. Profitable है नहीं. So what do they have to do? They have to migrate to the city in search of better opportunities. But they are not skilled enough to be working in a service sector. So where do they land up? They'll end up doing menial work. They'll end up doing construction labor का काम. They'll end up doing छोटा टपरी खोल लिया. Things like that. उसी से urbanization का issue यहीं से उभर के आ रहा है. Urbanization के क्या issues हैं, है ना? इधर ही से राइज करके आ रहा है। और प्रॉब्लम भी ये है कि अगर उन माइग्रेट कर भी रहे हैं तो छोटे शहरों से डायरेक्टली बड़े शहरों में जा रहे हैं। क्यों? क्योंकि हमारा रूरल इकोनॉमी रोबस्ट नहीं है, पहली चीज। और जो स्मॉल टाउन्स हैं जो कि इमीडिएट एब्जॉर्बर्स हो सकते थे उनके, वो भी डेवलप्ड नहीं है। तो जो इंडस्ट्रियलाइजेशन है वो एक छोटे छोटे पॉकेट्स में बटा हुआ है। सो दे यू विल सी पीपल फ्रॉम यूपी, बिहार माइग्रेटिंग टू दिल्ली। ऑल ऑफ अ सडन कहां जाना है? दिल्ली जाना है या मुंबई जाना है। अब the moment they reach Mumbai and Delhi, the pressure on the infrastructure rises and there is an urbanization problem that is taking place because of all that. So are you able to link the concept? ये अगर आप linkages को समझ रहे हैं तो ये सवाल सॉल्व हो सकता है, तीनों सवाल आराम से। We are going to talk. So see, skill development programs have succeeded in increasing human resources supply to various sectors. यहां पर I'll just add one more point. क्या होता है? With the coming up of technology, every 5 or 10 years, the nature of jobs are changing. All of a sudden, जो traditional jobs हो, पहले typist, shorthand के लिए भी लोग पढ़ते थे. With the coming up of laptop, it has gone. With the coming up of AI, coding and other things which are, or content creators are going to go down the drain. So what is happening? We are preparing ourselves for something, but with the coming up of automation and other things, we are rendering ourselves useless for that particular thing. 90s में मे बी योर आपके कोई रिश्तेदार यूएस चले गए, इंजीनियरिंग का बहुत उस वक्त था कि भाई बिकॉज यू नो पीपल वे मूविंग टू द वेस्ट एंड एवरीबडी स्टार्टेड डूइंग इंजीनियरिंग. सो सप्लाई बढ़ गया, डिमांड ऑफ द जॉब गॉट रिड्यूस. अल्टीमेटली देयर इज अ डिमांड सप्लाई मिसमैच, जिसकी वजह से दे एंड अप डूइंग समथिंग एल्स. पढ़ा होगा आपने कंप्यूटर साइंस, बट कर रहे हैं कुछ और, है ना? या मैकेनिकल पढ़ा होगा, प्लीज आ रहे हैं. स्किल डेवलपमेंट प्रोग्राम्स, यही जो मिसमैच है ना, मिसमैच बिटवीन द जॉब्स एंड वोकेशनल एजुकेशन जो होना चाहिए, उसको लिंक करने के पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से आईटीआईज जो होते हैं, वी आर गोइंग टू टॉक अबाउट द डिटेल्स ऑफ इट. स्किल इसलिए डेवलप करवाया जा रहा है ताकि जो जॉब की रिक्वायरमेंट है उसके लिए आप फिट हो सके. यू आर फिट टू डू दैट पर्टिकुलर जॉब. इफ देयर इज गोइंग टू बी मिसमैच, देयर इज गोइंग टू बी अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट.
नहीं सर, मेरा एक क्वेश्चन ये है कि इनके प्रोग्राम्स कैसे पता चलेंगे सेक्टर वाइज? स्किल डेवलपमेंट के तो बहुत सारे
प्रोग्राम्स हैं, लेकिन आपको 8-10 जो भी मेजर प्रोग्राम्स है ना, कॉमन प्रोग्राम जो न्यूज में आते रहते हैं, प्रधानमंत्री कौशल विकास योजना, PLI, बहुत सारे ऐसे हैं जो हम लोग न्यूज़पेपर में पढ़ते रहते हैं, है ना? वी आर गोइंग टू टॉक अबाउट ऑल ऑफ दैट. ठीक है, वही देखिए, इट्स अ 15 मार्कर. वेरियस सेक्टर्स में हो सकता है कि आप यू माइट नॉट बी नोइंग अबाउट एवरीथिंग इन डिटेल, बट ब्रॉडली यू हैव अ फेयर आइडिया व्हाट एग्जैक्टली आर द स्किल डेवलपमेंट प्रोग्राम्स दैट आर गोइंग ऑन, है ना? सो वी विल सी दैट, है ना? अभी मैं सिर्फ थीम आपको समझा रहा हूं. अब वी आर गोइंग टू टेक एवरी क्वेश्चन इंडिविजुअली. ठीक है, सो यू विल बी पुटिंग योरसेल्फ इन अ बेटर सिचुएशन टू आंसर इट. इतना समझ में आया? 4 सवाल हम लोगों ने डिस्कस किया, है ना? ब्रॉडली देखा कि किस तरीके से सॉल्व करना है. अभी हम लोग चलते हैं पहले क्वेश्चन में जो हमें करना है. ठीक है, नालसा का डिस्कस कर लिया हम लोगों ने. ये भी मैंने आपको एक आइडिया दिया कि सवाल को हाउ आर वी सपोज टू सॉल्व दिस क्वेश्चन. प्रिजनर्स न्यूज में रहा है, उससे आप ह्यूमन राइट इश्यूज, यू गोइंग टू टॉक अबाउट द ह्यूमन राइट इश्यूज एंड देन हाउ दिस इज हाउ यू आर गोइंग टू डील विद दिस पर्टिकुलर क्वेश्चन. अब जैसे देखते हैं 5th क्वेश्चन को हम लोग करते हैं. ठीक है, 5th क्वेश्चन हम लोग थोड़ा सा देखते हैं कि डिस्कस द रोल ऑफ प्रिसाइडिंग ऑफिसर्स ऑफ स्टेट लेजिस्लेचर्स. तो my approach over here, see, I'm not going to dictate anything, but if there is anything substantial that you guys need to know, I'm going to put you down in the form of keywords, है ना? Because I have time constraint and I want to do it qualitatively, so both things cannot run together. Let's break down this question. Whenever the question comes, break it down. Discuss the role of presiding officers. ठीक है भाई, presiding officers मतलब क्या? Speaker. Speaker of what? Legislative Assembly and Legislative Council. क्योंकि स्टेट लेजिस्लेचर बोल रहा है. प्रीवियस क्वेश्चंस अगर इफ यू वुड हैव जस्ट सीन इट, यू कुड प्रिडिक्ट इट. इन मेंटेनिंग ऑर्डर, दैट मींस डिसिप्लिन, ऑर्डर, द वेरियस कंडक्ट ऑफ द बिजनेस दैट इज सपोज्ड टू बी डन. सो फर्स्ट थिंग दैट यू हैव ब्रोकन इट डाउन इनटू मेंटेनिंग ऑर्डर एंड इम्पार्शियलिटी. वंस अ स्पीकर ऑलवेज अ स्पीकर, है ना? उसके इम्पार्शियलिटी के बारे में ऑलरेडी पूछ चुका है उसी थीम में. तो योर कीवर्ड्स शुड बी प्रिपेयर्ड for that question that has already come. Now you are going to just replace the articles and replace that speaker and chairman of Rajya Sabha into this. In conducting legislative work, Who has got the authority to issue the certification of a bill as a money bill? Speaker. Legislative work क्या क्या हो रहा होता है? यही हो रहा होता है, लॉ को पास करना ही तो लेजिस्लेटिव वर्क है, कमिटीज को भेजना लेजिस्लेटिव वर्क है, डिस्कशन करने के पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से, है ना? किसी को सस्पेंड कर देना क्या है? लेजिस्लेटिव वर्क है. अभी सस्पेंड बहुत सारे एमपीज हम लोग देखते हैं कि हो जाते हैं. कौन कर रहा है? स्पीकर, है ना? आर यू गेटिंग द पॉइंट? एंड जो भी कंडक्ट हो रहा है उस 4 वॉल्स में ऑफ द पार्लियामेंट और द स्टेट लेजिस्लेचर, उसका कंप्लीट अथॉरिटी किसके पास है? स्पीकर के पास. तो ये प्रिसाइडिंग ऑफिसर जो है एडजर्न कर सकता है ना, या मीटिंग को बुला सकता है. ये सारी चीजें कौन कर रहा है? प्रिसाइडिंग ऑफिसर. तो लेजिस्लेटिव वर्क एंड फैसिलिटेटिंग बेस्ट डेमोक्रेटिक प्रैक्टिस. डेमोक्रेटिक प्रैक्टिस वर्ड जहां देखा, इसको अगेन ब्रेक इट डाउन इनटू 2-3 पॉइंट्स. डेमोक्रेसी मतलब क्या? फ्रीडम ऑफ एक्सप्रेशन, स्पीच, एक्सप्रेशन, डिस्कशन, डिबेट, डेलिब्रेशन ओवर टॉपिक्स, क्वेश्चन आवर, 0 आवर. यार क्या है यही सब? यही सब तो है डेमोक्रेसी. डेमोक्रेटिक प्रैक्टिस इज व्हाट? फ्रीडम ऑफ एक्सप्रेशन, आस्किंग क्वेश्चंस, अकाउंटेबिलिटी ऑफ द गवर्नमेंट. अब देखो इसका स्ट्रक्चर, इसका कंस्ट्रक्ट ऐसा है कि एक स्पीकर को अपॉइंट कौन कर रहा है? द हाउस एंड द पार्टी विच इज इन मेजॉरिटी. तो इट इज अ गिवन कि वो बंदे की लॉयल्टी इज ऑलवेज गोइंग टू बी टुवर्ड्स द पर्सन हु इज अपॉइंटिंग इट. It is the integrity of that person that can be the only objective way of making him impartial, or otherwise spell it out in the constitution. Write it down. You have to disconnect yourself, or there's going to be some sort of penal provision if it comes out to be a blatant misuse of the authority or the power. समझ में आ रहा है? अगर एक व्यक्ति की लॉयल्टी को कैसे चेक कर सकते हो? अगर मेरा ट्रांसफर पोस्टिंग, इफ आई एम द डीएम, मेरी ट्रांसफर पोस्टिंग करने की पावर इज विद द सीएम and my salary is dependent on my boss. Do you think that I can go in the face of the boss and talk, even though I feel that you are disgruntled with the boss? Can you talk about the things? You cannot. You're always going to be listening to what he has to say. That is precisely the structure of this speaker. So whenever we are talking about impartiality, it is something which is a very controversial thing, because मैं कैसे, आप ethics पढ़ लोगे तो इस बात की गारंटी है कि कल को आप सिविल सर्वेंट बनोगे तो यू आर नॉट गोइंग टू बी करप्ट. Even though you got 130 marks in ethics, that does not guarantee you. That has to be based on your personal integrity, right? तो अब देखो, ये आपने ब्रेक डाउन कर लिया इस सवाल को. The moment you have broken it down into pieces, now you are in a position to take this question. अब मैं जो फाइनल पॉइंट से मैं आपको बता रहा हूं, आप लोग सबने लक्ष्मीकांत पढ़ा हुआ है, तो अब आप कनेक्ट कर पाएंगे. ये सवाल लक्ष्मीकांत से मे भी सॉल्व हो सकता है कुछ हद तक. जस्ट गिव मी 1 सेकेंड. ठीक है, देखिए, डिस्कस द रोल ऑफ प्रिसाइडिंग ऑफिसर्स ऑफ स्टेट लेजिस्लेचर्स इन मेंटेनिंग लॉ एंड ऑर्डर एंड इम्पार्शियलिटी. व्हाई डिड आई हाईलाइट दिस? बिकॉज इट्स अ रिकरिंग थीम. फैसिलिटेटिंग बेस्ट डेमोक्रेटिक प्रैक्टिस. तो आवर अप्रोच क्या कि स्टार्ट टॉकिंग अबाउट स्पीकर. क्या क्या है भाई, उसकी प्राइमरी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी क्या है? पहला पॉइंट, ये आपको बुलेट पॉइंट्स में लिखना है, पूरा नहीं लिखना है. बुलेट पॉइंट्स में लिखते जाओ बेस्ड ऑन द फैक्ट दैट क्वेश्चन 10 मार्कर है या 15 मार्कर. तो फर्स्ट थिंग, प्राइमरी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी क्या है? ऑर्डर एंड डेकोरम, डिसिप्लिन. ठीक है. There is some quasi-judicial role also on matters of privilege. पढ़ा होगा आप लोगों ने, collective privilege, individual privilege to the MPs and the MLAs. कौन करता है वो? यही करता है. He can summon witnesses, he can demand papers and documents. तो ये तो order ही हुआ ना, ठीक है. Interpretation of parliamentary rules. इस parliamentary rules की जगह आप लिख सकते हो assembly, state assembly rules. Getting the point? See, I'm going to give it to you guys. ये दे दूंगा पूरा आपको, जो भी है ये आंसर्स है ना. दैट इज नॉट एन इशू, मिल जाएगा आपको. बट द पॉइंट इज, क्या आप अपने आप को अलाइन कर पा रहे हैं कि सवाल कैसे पूछा जा रहा है? दैट इज द की विच पीपल यूजुअली डोंट रिवील और डोंट टॉक अबाउट, है ना. दैट इज व्हाई इट टेक्स सच लॉन्ग टाइम टू क्रैक दिस एग्जाम. ये मैं नहीं भी बताऊंगा, 4 साल की तैयारी के बाद आपको समझ में आ जाएगा. I'm just trying to save you your 4 years. ठीक है. Previous year questions is the most important thing to understand the psyche of UPSC. Once you have done that, you are good to go. 95% of the people don't even know the syllabus and previous year questions. If you just have a fair idea in details what exactly previous year questions are talking about, you are in that 5% group. अब देखो इंटरप्रिटेशन ऑफ द ये 2-3 पॉइंट लिख दिया, डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन ऑफ मेंबर लिख दिया, है ना, एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव कंट्रोल ओवर द सेक्रेटरीट किसका है, स्पीकर का है, मैनेजमेंट ऑफ पार्लियामेंट्री, आप पार्लियामेंट की जगह चेंज करते जाओ, असेंबली हाउस स्टेट, मतलब जो भी उसका बिल्डिंग और इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का सिक्योरिटी की जिम्मेदारी सबकी किसकी है, स्पीकर की है, अपॉइंटमेंट ऑफ द ऑफिसर्स, जो भी ऑफिसर्स हैं स्पीकर की है ना, कुछ लेजिस्लेटिव रोल्स हैं जैसे क्या, पुटिंग द बिल्स टू वोट एंड द रिजल्ट्स ऑफ द वोट, ये उसकी जिम्मेदारी है, कास्टिंग वोट का पावर उसके पास है, तो ये तो इट्स अ पार्ट ऑफ द लेजिस्लेटिव फंक्शन। आई होप आप लोगों में से लोगों ने थोड़ा बेसिक लक्ष्मीकांत पढ़ा होगा, है ना, सब दिया हुआ है, कोई बहुत बड़ी बात नहीं है, ठीक है। सर्टिफिकेशन ऑफ द बिल, यहां पे इसका डिस्क्रिशन चलता है, मनी बिल, आधार एक्ट वाला जो चला था, इट वाज पास्ड एज अ मनी बिल व्हिच वाज अ लॉट ऑफ कंट्रोवर्सी दैट इरप्टेड बिकॉज ऑफ दैट। क्या होता है मनी बिल से पास करने से, बाईपास कर देगा अदर हाउस को, राज्यसभा डजंट हैव द पावर टू ऑब्जेक्ट टू इट, इवन इफ इट टेल्स दैट आई एम नॉट पासिंग इट, इट हैज टू पास, गॉट द पॉइंट। बहुत सारे कमिटीज को हेड करता है, तो ये 5-6 पॉइंट्स आपने लिख दिया, आपका काम हो गया ऑर्डर ऑफ द हाउस के बारे में। कुछ जो डिस्क्रिशनरी पावर्स है ना, जहां पे डिस्क्रिशन आता है वहां पे इंटीग्रिटी आ जाती है, और वहां पर उसकी इंपार्शियलिटी प्लेज अ वेरी सिग्निफिकेंट रोल, दैट पर्सन हैज टू बी इंपार्शियल एंड दैट इज द ग्रे एरिया व्हिच नीड्स सुपरविजन फ्रॉम सम सुप्रीम अथॉरिटी, इन दिस पर्टिकुलर केस सुप्रीम कोर्ट। सुप्रीम कोर्ट, बिकॉज जो भी डिसीजन ले रहा है स्पीकर, दैट इज ओपन टू जुडिशियल रिव्यू। लैंडमार्क केस है किहोटो होलोहन का केस, अगर आप लोगों ने लक्ष्मीकांत पढ़ा होगा तो किहोटो एक होलोहन का केस है जो ये बोलता है द डिसीजन ऑफ द स्पीकर इज सब्जेक्टेड टू जुडिशियल रिव्यू, सब्जेक्टेड टू जुडिशियल रिव्यू। तो डिस्क्रिशनरी पावर, किसको अलाउ करना है स्पीक करने के लिए बियॉन्ड द प्रिस्क्राइब्ड लिमिट, किसको बैठा देना है, कौन ज्यादा सवाल कर रहा है उसको हटा देना है, ये सारा डिस्क्रिशनरी पावर इसके पास है, ठीक है। अब इंपार्शियलिटी के लिए क्या क्या करना चाहिए और ऑटोनॉमी ऑफ द स्पीकर के लिए क्या क्या करना चाहिए, जो ग्लोबल प्रैक्टिसेस हैं उनको देखते हैं। ग्लोबली जो प्रैक्टिसेस फॉलो हो रहे हैं, दैट कैन बी योर एसओपीज कि भाई इफ मैंने ऑलरेडी टॉक्ड अबाउट इट कि स्पीकर जो ब्रिटेन में होता है, he has to be a non-party person, he has to completely disassociate himself from the political party, so that can be done, उसका कोड ऑफ कंडक्ट डिसाइड करवाया जा सकता है कि how is supposed to act in a particular situation, ठीक है। और क्या हो सकता है इसके, जैसे सिविल सर्वेंट्स का एक कोड ऑफ कंडक्ट का आपको एक बाकायदा साइन करना पड़ेगा कि आप यू आर सपोज्ड टू बिहेव इन अ सर्टेन मैनर। You cannot be directly calling the media and giving the press conferences talking about the policies of the government. You cannot do that. You are a government servant. Your role is to implement the policies and not question the policies. Where is it coming from? The code of conduct of civil servants. तो एक code of conduct होता है जिसमें कि the expected behavior on your part. So that is something training and development can be done. ठीक है? So what are the issues? Issues surrounding the speaker. Already I have talked about some of the criticisms. क्या है? Partisanship. He tends to have his loyalty shifted towards the party who has appointed him in that particular position. तो constantly वो उसको favorable time देगा, है ना, या उस वो जो चाह रहा है वो कर सकता है। तो partisanship is one thing. Use of discretion, जैसे किहोटो होलोहन का मैंने आपका केस का एग्जाम्पल दिया, तो ऐसा बहुत बार हो सकता है कि वो बायस्ड मैनर में एक्ट करे। तो सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने बोल दिया है भाई कि जुडिशियल रिव्यू हो जाएगा आपका अगर आप ऐसा करते हो तो, ठीक है। कई के बार जब वो कंट्रोवर्शियल टॉपिक्स जो सवाल उठाए जा रहे हैं बाय द ऑपोजिशन दैट रिक्वायर्स डिस्कशन, उसको डिसरप्शन के तौर पे कैसे उसको बाहर कर दिया, सस्पेंड कर दिया, या फिर हाउस को खत्म कर दिया, ऑर्डिनेंस ले आए। इफ आई कॉल अप द हाउस, इट इज डन, देन द ओनली ऑप्शन इज द ऑर्डिनेंस, एंड वंस द ऑर्डिनेंस कम्स इनटू प्ले, द डिस्कशन इज नॉट गोइंग टू टेक प्लेस, and at least for that limited point of time it is going to have the power of a law. Are you getting the point? So things like this, the way it is getting handled, and there has been instances where the speaker has faced criticism for his or her handling of disruptions in the office. We find that the disruptions have risen to disproportionate level, and because of this, what is happening? Because of this, the discussion on relevant issues have not been taking place, and guillotine has taken place. Uska natija kya hota hai? Bureaucracy starts taking more authority, which we talk about in the shape of what laws? Delegated legislation. Have you heard of delegated legislation? Delegate कर देना bureaucracy को. भाई अगर discussion होगा नहीं, 10 issues हैं, you are disrupting the parliament, only 3 issues are getting discussed, the 7 issues that were supposed to be discussed are declared pass. Then who is going to frame the rules, the laws? Bureaucracy. And do you think that the bureaucracy has been formed to formulate laws? No. उनका काम तो execution का है. That means bureaucratization rises because of this. And who are bureaucrats? They are on the goodwill of the politicians. Are you getting the point? बात समझ में आ रही है? तो relations with the media, नहीं जवाब नहीं दूंगा मीडिया को या प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस नहीं करूंगा, तो ये सारा डिस्क्रिप्शन है. एंड सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट बात है डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन के केसेस. डिस्क्वालीफाई कर देना किसी को भी, है ना. जैसे कर्नाटका एमएलए का डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन का केस 2019 आप एग्जांपल दे सकते हैं, है ना. एंटी डिफेक्शन के साथ जोड़ करके पढ़ सकते हैं. केस स्टडी दे दो आप. गेटिंग द पॉइंट हाउ योर आंसर शुड लुक लाइक. केस स्टडी एक दे दिया कि भाई अभी 2017 में मणिपुर का केस हुआ था, जहां पर हम लोग देखते हैं कि बीजेपी फॉर्म द गवर्नमेंट इन मणिपुर आफ्टर 7 लेजिस्लेटर्स ऑफ कांग्रेस जॉइंड द बीजेपी. The Congress party asked the speaker to disqualify them, but the petitions were kept pending. They were kept pending. ठीक है. हाँ, एग्जाम्पल दे दीजिए कर्नाटका असेंबली का केस, मणिपुर का केस दे सकती हैं. ये तो आपका स्पीकर है तो भाई आपको पार्टीज का मेंशन आप कर सकती हैं, बट अवॉइड कीजिए. यू कैन अवॉइड इट. ऑपोजिशन लिख दीजिए. हाँ ठीक है. अब ऐसे ही कुछ कुछ केसेस और हैं, जैसे सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने इस मैटर को एसए संपत कुमार वर्सेस काले यदैया एंड अदर्स के केस में बोला, तेलंगाना एमएलए के केस में. सो देयर आर दीज केसेस दैट यू आर गोइंग टू पुट थ्रू एंड यू गोइंग टू टॉक अबाउट दिस एंटी डिफेक्शन लॉ में, जहां पे वो डिस्क्रिप्शन को यूज कर रहा है, मिसयूज कर रहा है, एंड हाउ द जुडिशियरी इज कमिंग आउट स्ट्रॉन्ग ऑन द स्पीकर टू मेंटेन दिस impartiality. Are you getting the point? Can this question be solved? Can this question, could this question have been predicted based on the previous year questions? हो सकता है. थोड़ा सा लेवल आने दीजिए. अभी just like I have introduced you to a new game and you want to be in the 10th or the 11th level, it is going to take you some time, है ना? But you have a fair idea about it, है ना? So this is how the question is going to look like. ठीक है? Moving to the next question. Fifth question हो गया. Ma'am has discussed I have discussed the second. Third ma'am has discussed. Fourth she has discussed. Fifth. ठीक है. अब let's get to the sixth question. अब theme आपको समझ में है, दिमाग में है. You have already an understanding of human resource development. Let's read this question again. The crucial aspect of development process has been inadequate attention paid to the human resource development. ठीक है. Immediately human resources को you can break it down. You can talk about the fact that जो trickling effect पढ़ा है आपने, trickling effect. Does anybody know trickling effect? मतलब 99% of the wealth is in the hands of 1% of the population. Just giving you an example. ठीक है. Don't go by the data. And say 1% of the population is having 1% of the wealth is with 99% of the population. That means economic growth तो हो रहा है, but economic development नहीं हो रहा है, because it is not trickling down to the common public. The beneficiaries are not getting impacted positively in the same proportion. इसका एक छोटा सा example, I'll give you a very small example. So suppose 100 people were there and they were producing 100 pens. All of them were working, say suppose village women, I hired them and they were making say tokeries, 100 tokeries. So we can, and suppose it was getting sold at 10 rupees. So 100 into 10 is 1000 rupees. That was the GDP for that particular thing. Getting the point? What I did, what I purchased a machine, suppose it cost me 100 rupees. In that one machine I require one man. and now he is producing 1000 tokaris and I'm selling it at say 5 rupees. So now the GDP is 5000 rupees. है ना? Even though the GDP is 5 times more than the one, but we find that 99 people are unemployed. So even though the money rose, economic growth took place, but the economic development did not take place because it did not trickle down to those people. It went in the pockets of that entrepreneur. उस investor की जेब में गया पैसा. So 1% is holding 99% of the wealth. In other words, economic development necessarily हो रहा हो economic growth से, ये जरूरी नहीं है. So in other words, if I were to write it down in equation, economic development, ठीक है, economic development also includes some social components. Social components in itself. Economic development एक qualitative figure है, and economic growth is a quantitative figure. Are you getting the point? तो इसका अब मैं आंसर्स हम लोग देख लेते हैं कि क्या है. इसका आंसर्स हम लोग देख लेते हैं कि क्या क्या है. स्ट्रक्चर कैसे करना है आंसर को, वो इंपॉर्टेंट है. डेटा थोड़ा सा आपके पास होना चाहिए. ठीक है, दिस इज द क्वेश्चन. द क्रूशियल एस्पेक्ट ऑफ डेवलपमेंट हैज इनएडिक्वेट अटेंशन. तो अब इस लाइन पे आप सोचिए, इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ वर्सेस इकोनॉमिक डेवलपमेंट के थीम पे सोचिए, सोशल सिक्योरिटी के पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से सोचिए. भाई आई डिड टॉक अबाउट द एम्प्लॉयमेंट. एम्प्लॉयमेंट मीन्स व्हाट? इनफॉर्मल. 86% ऑफ द सेक्टर इज इनफॉर्मल. इकोनॉमिक सर्वे में एक वर्ड यूज होता है, चक्रव्यूह चैलेंज. चक्रव्यूह चैलेंज मीन्स आर इंडस्ट्री वंस, देखिए व्हाट हैपेंस इज दैट ये हमारा प्राइमरी सेक्टर है और ये हमारा सर्विस सेक्टर है. कई बार आप पढ़ेंगे कि हम लोगों ने डायरेक्टली जंप कर दिया यहां से यहां, प्राइमरी से टर्शियरी की तरफ, और इसी को कहते हैं जॉबलेस ग्रोथ. वे जॉबलेस ग्रोथ वाला ही सवाल है. ये क्या हुआ इधर बीच में? सेकेंडरी सेक्टर, मैन्युफैक्चरिंग सेक्टर डिड नॉट डेवलप. तो कौन है यहां पर? यहां पे एमएसएमईज हैं. हु आर दीज एमएसएमईज? These are micro, small and medium enterprises. What are the issues with them? They don't want to grow. They don't want to grow because the moment they start showing numbers, they'll have to register themselves to GST. And they'll have to formalize their things. Cut करना पड़ेगा इन लोगों को PF वगैरह लोगों का. And that is going to bring down the salary of the people. So we find that these MSMEs don't want to grow. And precisely why they remain small in size. और ये जितने भी प्राइमरी सेक्टर के लोग हैं जो इतने स्किल्ड नहीं है, who can go there and work in the service sector, they end up being in MSME. In other words, the point that I am trying to make over here कि इनके पास social security नहीं है. Social security नहीं है. एक और कॉन्सेप्ट मैं यहां पे आपको दे रहा हूं, gig workers. Who are these gig workers? They are the ones who are working on the platforms of Swiggy, Zomato, Uber, Ola. They do not have social security. Their bargaining power is not that strong. The company cuts a lot of commission. ऐसे सिचुएशन में इनके पास भी सोशल सिक्योरिटी नहीं है. इंटरनेट शटडाउन, इंडिया इज ऑल्सो रिफर्ड टू एज इंटरनेट शटडाउन कैपिटल ऑफ द वर्ल्ड. इंटरनेट कट हो गया अगर, तो these people are going to get rendered jobless because they're dependent on the internet. है ना? So what is happening? Social security नहीं दिया गया है. तो employment में this is reflect upon the employment also ना. सोशल सिक्योरिटी नहीं, कल को बीमार पड़ जाएंगे तो नहीं. अभी राजस्थान ने एक नया एक्ट पास किया इन्हीं गिग वर्कर्स के लिए, न्यूज में था. गेटिंग द पॉइंट? सो दैट इज वन पॉइंट दैट यू कैन टॉक अबाउट इन द एम्प्लॉयमेंट. सोशल सिक्योरिटी के बारे में यू कैन ऐड दैट पर्टिकुलर पॉइंट. हेल्थ के बारे में ऑलरेडी हम लोग डिस्कस कर चुके हैं, चाइल्ड मेल न्यूट्रिशन के बारे में. क्वालिटी एजुकेशन के बारे में हम लोग बात कर सकते हैं कि भाई प्रॉपर एजुकेशन नहीं मिलता है. क्यों? क्योंकि हम लोग जो पढ़ा रहे हैं, द टीचिंग दैट वी आर डूइंग एंड द आउट in our country, we find that our education system is so placed that whatever we are being taught and the kind of jobs that we are expected to do in the future, complete mismatch है. Sin theta, cos theta का कोई काम आ रहा है क्या? नहीं आ रहा है ना? ठीक है. कंस्ट्रक्ट जो करते थे हम लोग कंपास और प्रोट्रैक्टर से, I don't think it's coming much of यूज, बट यू स्पेंड अ सब्सटेंशियल टाइम लर्निंग ऑल दैट. इंजीनियरिंग ड्राइंग में अगर कोई लोग हैं या उस तरीके के काम में आर्किटेक्ट है तो दे आर गेटिंग द बेनिफिट. व्हाट आई एम ट्राइंग टू से ओवर हियर कि वी आर नॉट taught the how to handle finances, how to have mental strength, how to deal with relationships and the world in general, how to change the stepney and the tire of a car. Just give you an example, how to do the gardening, how to deal with other person who is not so receptive. These are the basic skills that we're not taught in the school and the colleges as such. Colleges में क्या होता है, nobody goes and attends, it's complete wastage of time. Apprenticeship का जो concept है, it's not that significant. तो ये सारी चीजें आप ह्यूमन रिसोर्सेज में रिफ्लेक्ट करना चाहिए आपके आंसर्स में. अब मैं थोड़े थोड़े से पॉइंट्स आपको दे देता हूं, जो इंपॉर्टेंट पॉइंट्स है वो मैं दे रहा हूं. देखिए, इट्स अ वेरी कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव थिंग. तो अभी देखिए, तो मैल न्यूट्रिशन से आप स्टार्ट कर सकते हैं. मैल न्यूट्रिशन में लिख दीजिए वेस्टिंग, स्टंटिंग, अंडरवेट, 3 पॉइंट्स हो गया. अब देखिए कुछ डेटा दे दीजिए. हम लोग देखते हैं कि अकॉर्डिंग टू दिस वर्ल्डोमीटर, इंडिया इज द लार्जेस्ट कंट्रीब्यूटर ऑफ अंडरनरिश्ड पीपल. Approximately 15% of the population is not receiving enough nutrition, and also it is reflected in the National Family Health Survey, जो कहता है कि 36% of the children are stunted. थोड़ा सा बेसिक फैक्ट्स रखिए अपने आंसर्स में, ठीक है. 19% are wasted, 32% are underweight. अब इसको 10 बार जाकर के आप लिख लीजिए, कहीं पर जाकर के टेस्ट सीरीज में लिख लीजिए, इट इज गोइंग टू कम हैंडी, है ना. एनीमिया एक बहुत बड़ा प्रॉब्लम है, या लो हेमोग्लोबिन. 67% of the children are suffering because of this, and also it's very prevalent in women. So you're going to write about children and women together, ठीक है. फिर primary causes क्या है? Because of economic inequality, ठीक है. Lack of primary health infrastructure. In India, we are focusing on the tertiary healthcare system, not on the primary healthcare system. तो ये बहुत problematic situation है. We are more focused on curative rather than preventive care. हमारा बजट उतना नहीं है हेल्थ केयर में जो हम स्पेंड करते हैं. So only 3% of the GDP. तो जिसकी वजह से हम लोग देखते हैं डॉक्टर्स इतने नहीं है हमारे पास. तो बच्चे का जो हेल्थ होता है, चाइल्ड का और विमेन का जो हेल्थ होता है, एंड एड टू द फैक्ट दैट लैक ऑफ अवेयरनेस है, ठीक है. They do not have the idea about what constitutes balanced meal. They do not have the idea of the relevance of breastfeeding and how to prevent micronutrient deficiencies, ठीक है. हमारा जो पब्लिक डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन सिस्टम है वो बड़ा वीक है ना. जो डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन होना चाहिए उसमें बहुत सारा करप्शन और लीकेजेस है, ठीक है. हम लोग देखते हैं कि जो इंटीग्रेटेड चाइल्ड डेवलपमेंट स्कीम है वो इतना इफेक्टिव नहीं है जितना होना चाहिए. Only 50.3% of the children under 6 years they received any service from any आंगनवाड़ी system in the last 6 months. अब आप बोलोगे सर ये सब फैक्ट्स कहां से लाए? तो न्यूज़पेपर पढ़ना पड़ेगा. ऐसा नहीं है कि कहीं से भी आ जाता है, न्यूज़पेपर में आते रहता है ये. It keeps on coming up in the newspaper. तो these are the 2 पेज का नोट्स बना लो. थीम समझ में आया? तो this is what are the steps which is being taken by the government? मिशन पोषण 2.0, यही माइक्रो न्यूट्रिएंट डिफिशियंसी को मीट करने के लिए ICDS को और रोबस्ट बनाया जा रहा है. प्रधानमंत्री मातृ वंदना योजना, क्या हो रहा है उसमें? इंस्टीट्यूशनल डिलीवरी ऑफ विमेन, उनको इकोनॉमिकली इंसेंटिवाइज किया जा रहा है कि यू कम एंड डिलीवर द चाइल्ड, है ना. मिड डे मील स्कीम, so that the children are not dropouts. कुछ तो इंसेंटिव होना चाहिए ना, इनके बेचारों के पास खाने तक के लिए पैसा नहीं है. So ये मिड डे मील स्कीम is a very successful model, although we can debate on the quality of food that is being served, but at least it's one of the incentives that why they want to send the child to the school in the very first place. So mid day meal scheme हो गया. Scheme for adolescent women, इसी को सबला कहा जाता था पहले. सबला जिसमें women are given iron and folic. This is adolescent women are given, ठीक है. मदर्स एब्सोल्यूट अफेक्शन, माँ एक प्रोग्राम है. पोषण वाटिकास बनाया गया है, ठीक है. तो ये सारी चीजों दे करके आप बात करेंगे कि ये सारे इश्यूज है. तो ये तो फिर है ही. अब जैसे देखिए, अच्छा इसका बहुत कुछ लेना देना स्वच्छ भारत अभियान से भी है. स्वच्छ सेफ्टी, हाइजीन, प्रिवेंटिव केयर को इनकरेज करने के लिए, बिहेवियरल चेंज को लाने के लिए सारी चीजें. तो एक सेक्शन आपने कवर कर लिया माइक्रो न्यूट्रिएंट डिफिशियंसी का, है ना. एक केस स्टडी आप दे सकते हैं. एक बेमतारा विलेज है छत्तीसगढ़ में, केस स्टडी दे दिया, एक एग्जांपल दे दिया. सो द एग्जामिनर इज गोइंग टू नो, ओह ही इज समबडी हु नोज हिज फैक्ट्स, हु नोज व्हाट ही इज सपोज्ड टू डू. तो एक केस स्टडी दे दो यार, ठीक है. बेमात्रा इन छत्तीसगढ़, वेयर नंबर ऑफ पीपल चिल्ड्रन आर हाईएस्ट, सीवियर एक्यूट malnutrition are as high as 3,300 in December 2022. This is a case study example, ठीक है. ये हो गया. अब लोकल लीडर्स, सरपंच, पंचायत, इन सब को आप अकाउंटेबल ठहराओ कि अपने गांव में सारे लोग ये इफेक्टिव इंप्लीमेंटेशन में दे प्ले इंपॉर्टेंट रोल, बिकॉज ज्यादातर पीपल आर कमिंग फ्रॉम रूरल एरियाज। ये पहला 5-6 पॉइंट, 7 पॉइंट्स इधर हो गए आपके। दूसरा, यूनिवर्सल हेल्थ कवरेज, द हेल्थ बेनिफिट शुड बी गोइंग आउट टू द पॉपुलेशन एट लार्ज, सबके पास जाना चाहिए। तो हम लोग देखते हैं कि यूनिवर्सल हेल्थ कवरेज पे 6-7 पॉइंट्स दे दो। प्रॉब्लम्स क्या क्या है? नॉट एवरीबडी इज गेटिंग एक्सेस टू हेल्थ केयर बिकॉज पीपल हैव टू स्पेंड फ्रॉम देयर पॉकेट, आउट ऑफ द पॉकेट एक्सपेंडिचर, उसको कम कर सकते हैं। जननी शिशु सुरक्षा कार्यक्रम यही करता है, ठीक है, आउट ऑफ द पॉकेट एक्सपेंडिचर कम हो गया, ठीक है। और फिर हम लोग देखते हैं प्रधानमंत्री जन आरोग्य योजना है, जिसके बेसिस पर क्या होता है, जो भी हम लोग हैं को इंश्योरेंस दिया जाता है इन केस ऑफ एनीथिंग दैट हैपेंस टू देम, ठीक है। तो ये सारे पॉइंट्स आप लिख सकते हो यूनिवर्सल हेल्थ कवरेज के बारे में, ठीक है। तो दैट इज गोइंग टू कवर। आयुष्मान भारत का आप एग्जांपल दे सकते हो। अब आ जाते हैं हम लोग ये सब डिटेल है, मैं बस आपको जो बताना चाह रहा हूं वो देखिए। अब आ जाते हैं हम लोग उसमें, ठीक है। गिग इकोनॉमी, गिग इकोनॉमी क्या है? एक गिग इकोनॉमी का एग्जांपल मैंने आपको दिया। गिग इकोनॉमी में क्या हो रहा है कि लैक ऑफ जॉब्स एंड सोशल सिक्योरिटी है, डिजिटल डिवाइड है, नॉट एवरीबडी कैन गेट एक्सेस टू डिजिटल, ठीक है। लैक ऑफ डेटा है, डेटा का लैक है, एक्सप्लॉयटेशन बाय द कंपनीज है। क्यों? क्योंकि ये दीज पीपल आर नॉट गेटिंग द जॉब्स इन दैट पर्टिकुलर, एक स्टेबल जॉब इनके पास नहीं है। तो हम लोग देखते हैं कि होलिस्टिकली इन सारे एस्पेक्ट्स पे आप बात करेंगे इस पर्टिकुलर क्वेश्चन को एड्रेस करने के पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से, ठीक है। So this question can be handled. अब हम लोग आते हैं जी, इंट्रोडक्शन आप ऐसे स्टार्ट कर सकते हैं कि ये ह्यूमन डेवलपमेंट जो है क्वालिटेटिव कॉन्सेप्ट है दैट इनकॉर्पोरेट्स इन इट द वेरियस सोशल डिमेंशंस लाइक poverty, like good education. ये these things are important for bringing about economic development. क्योंकि आप human development, human resources क्या है, अब उनके बारे में बात करेंगे। 15 से 59 तक के लोग जो हैं, they are the ones who are part of the force labor, force participation. So we need to ensure that इनको optimally इन पे investment किया जाए, तभी तो आपका डेवलपमेंट होगा। Getting the point? तो ये आप मेंशन करेंगे। हाँ जी, उसी को कॉन्टेक्स्ट बना करके आप उसको करेंगे आंसर। सी फॉर एग्जाम्पल देखिए, एक्सप्लेन द, इसमें तो नहीं है कुछ, जैसे जो क्वेश्चन अभी हमने डिस्कस किया वो क्या था, The crucial aspect of development process has been the inadequate attention paid to human development in India. तो बेसिकली ये पहला चीज समझिए कि इट्स अ 10 marker. You don't have to mention everything. है ना? First thing, you're going to get 2 pages. It has to be 150 words. But immediately you are going to form a structure. Immediately you are going to form a structure कि what exactly points you are going to talk about. Precisely मैंने जो कहा कि human development को आप break down कीजिए. Human resources क्या है? ह्यूमन रिसोर्सेज मतलब क्या? जेंडर इक्वालिटी हो गया आपका। ये इस पर्टिकुलर स्टेटमेंट को लेकर के आप आगे बढ़ेंगे कि इनके साथ क्या इश्यूज हैं। यू विल टॉक अबाउट इन 3-4 पॉइंट्स एंड टॉक अबाउट द इश्यूज दैट दे आर सफरिंग फ्रॉम, इमीडिएटली यू विल स्विच टू सॉल्यूशंस कि इनके क्या क्या सॉल्यूशंस हैं। पहला क्वेश्चन इज रिफ्लेक्टिव ऑफ द कॉन्टेक्स्ट ऑफ दैट पर्टिकुलर क्वेश्चन। Why are the 2 statements being written over here? Suggest measures that can address this inadequacy. तो इस इनएडिक्वेसी को पहले पता तो हो कि क्या इनएडिक्वेसी है। गेटिंग द पॉइंट? कोर्स ह्यूमन डेवलपमेंट प्रोसेस में जो इश्यूज क्या क्या सब, मैल न्यूट्रिशन क्या है? इनएडिक्वेसी है, एक इशू है। उसको वो इनएडिक्वेट स्टेप्स क्यों है? क्योंकि सफिशिएंट स्टेप्स नहीं लिए गए। सो व्हाट कैन बी द वे आउट? यू आर गोइंग टू टॉक अबाउट दैट, ठीक है। हाँ जी, एम्प्लॉयमेंट हो गया, एम्प्लॉयमेंट जो गिग इकोनॉमी की बात करें, सोशल सिक्योरिटी हो गया। सोशल सिक्योरिटी क्या है? व्हाट इज सोशल सिक्योरिटी? सोशल सिक्योरिटी मींस सम सॉर्ट ऑफ सेफ्टी नेट विच इज देयर। अगर इफ यू आर वर्किंग इन एन इनफॉर्मल सेक्टर, कल को मैं आपको हटा दूं, you are under a contract for a particular thing, you're not going to get any pension, or for that matter even when you're going to retire you are going to get some sort of safety net, वहां पे जो मिलता है वो नहीं मिलेगा आपको। कल को अगर आप एप्लीकेशन बंद कर दें तो you're not working, you're getting the point। so safety net नहीं है, your human resources के development के लिए वो important aspect है, getting the point। तो ये हो गया, तो ये क्वेश्चन नंबर 6 हो जाएगा, ठीक है। We are going to come on question number 7, but before we do that, इस similar theme के questions को हम लोग एक साथ कर लेते हैं, ठीक है। तो जेंडर जस्टिस पे आ जाते हैं, क्वेश्चन नंबर 12, ठीक है। अब जैसे देखिए यही क्वेश्चन है, सिमिलर थीम वाला साथ कर ले रहे हैं हम लोग ताकि आपको एक ब्रॉडली समझ में आ जाए चीजें। To explain the constitutional perspectives of gender justice with the help of relevant constitutional provisions and case laws। यहाँ पे case laws भी लिखा हुआ है, questions are being asked कि क्या क्या case laws है। तो अगर even if you have given a basic reading कि constitution में क्या क्या provisions हैं women को लेकर के, it's not that difficult। article 14 talks about right to equality, है ना। देखिए आप कैसे सोचेंगे, पहले सोचना कैसे है, ये SDG 5 में इसके बारे में बात होता है, जेंडर इक्वालिटी के बारे में। एक कीवर्ड है वूम टू टूम, चाइल्ड इन्फेंटिसाइड के बारे में बात हो रही है। सन मेटा प्रेफरेंस, सन मेटा प्रेफरेंस इज समथिंग विच मोर वांटेडनेस फॉर अ मेल चाइल्ड। पेट्रियार्कल माइंडसेट, लीकी पाइपलाइन सिंड्रोम जिसके बारे में मैंने आई हैव टॉक्ड अबाउट। एक्सेस टू सेक्स सिलेक्शन, गेटिंग टू नो अबाउट द सेक्स ऑफ द चाइल्ड बिफोर द चाइल्ड हैज टेकन बर्थ। ग्लोबल जेंडर गैप इंडेक्स क्या है? 112 out of 153। वी फाइंड दैट द गैप इन द पेमेंट of the people on the basis of their gender is very prominent, और इस गैप को क्लोज करने के लिए it's gonna take you at least 100 years, है ना। फिर we find that health and survival में 147, India is 147th position out of 149 for women। Economic participation यानी women working women, again India's rank is 142 out of 149। कहां पर है ये? वर्ल्ड इकोनॉमिक फोरम के रिपोर्ट्स और वर्ल्ड बैंक के रिपोर्ट्स में। Female labor force participation, India is 163 out of 181, yani females are not working in the workforce। I've already discussed about all these, given you a comprehensive idea। Now these are going to give you the structure to talk about this gender justice। Why is it that we're using the word justice? Because one section of the society is not represented enough, is not positioned strongly to be the decision maker for their own good, and whose responsibility it becomes? The constitution and the people who are sitting and taking the decisions to be sensitive towards their need and requirement। Are you getting the point? That is why we are using the word justice, that is why we are using the word vulnerable section, ठीक है। अगर आपको ये समझ में आ जाएगा तो देखो, women receive 34% fewer wages, मतलब if a male is receiving 100 rupees, the woman is getting 66 rupees for the same sort of job that she is doing। Getting the point? And that has precisely to do with what sort of output. Suppose Virat Kohli is also playing cricket and a women cricket, अब उनका salary same कर दिया है हालांकि, I mean BCCI ने, लेकिन it is also dependent on the fact कि how much crowd you can pull। अगर शाहरुख की कोई मूवी है तो it is going to get better opening, that is why he is getting more paid than suppose Deepika Padukone or any other actress with whom he is working। It has not as much to do about the gender than the business that comes with it, है ना। So देखने का holistic नजरिया भी है, but typically in a corporate circle it is not how it works। It is also has to do with the, you know, for the same role women might be getting lesser paid, and that is why you find that women receive 34% fewer wage। World average is 20%, मतलब world over if a man is getting 100 rupees, women is getting 80 rupees। Less than 1/3 of the women are in managerial role, decision making roles, less than 1/3 of them are there। According to UNICEF, 1.5 million girls less than 18 years are getting married every year। India has also been referred to as world child bride capital। So these are the keywords that you are going to mention in your answers। It's a 10 marker or 15 marker, you can elaborate on all these things। Real issues क्या क्या है? Concerns of maternal death, we find that there are 45,000 deaths which are taking place every year while giving birth to a child. Assam is the #1 state where the woman dies because of during the childbirth. है ना? Access to maternal care, safe abortion rights. Women are not having safe abortion rights. Only 20% of abortions for non-married women or unmarried women take place in public or private hospitals because of the social stigma which is attached with it. Precisely, there is a rise of these cottage abortion centers जहां पर the abortion takes place, which is not good for the health of the woman. इसीलिए हम लोग देखते हैं कि abortion rights के बारे में हमने बात किया अभी. Access to contraceptives or recognition of adolescent sexuality. So these are some of the problems that women are suffering from. अगर ये broader picture आपकी नजर में है, so you are going to talk about the articles and everything. It's a cakewalk. Article 14, Article 15, Article 16 इसके बारे में बात करता है. Article 39 talks about it. Article 42 talks about it. There are certain legal provisions which talk about it. जैसे देख लो Sexual Harassment of Women at Workplace Act. इसी को तो कहते हैं हम लोग विशाखा गाइडलाइंस, POSH, 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 Prevention of Sexual Harassment at Work. विशाखा के केस में गाइडलाइन है. वुमेन्स रिजर्वेशन बिल जो एक्ट बन गया है ना, हिंदू सक्सेशन एक्ट, जिसके बारे में मैंने अभी आपको बताया. I talked about the co-parsonary rights of inheritance of women. विनीता शर्मा वर्सेस राकेश शर्मा का केस है ये, जिसमें विमेन अमेंडमेंट किया गया था हिंदू सक्सेशन एक्ट में, एंड विमेन वर आल्सो गिवन द सेम राइट टू इनहेरिट एज टू व्हाट मैन कैन इनहेरिट. मैटरनिटी बेनिफिट एक्ट. मैटरनिटी बेनिफिट एक्ट क्या है? आपका पेड लीव्स मिल रहा है उनको इवन व्हाइल शी इज प्रेग्नेंट. टिपिकली क्या होता है, व्हाई शुड, इफ आई लुक from an entrepreneur's viewpoint, why should I be hiring somebody who's going to take paid leave for say 5 weeks, 6 weeks, and I have to pay for that particular thing? अगर मैं उसको economic terms में देखूं तो it is a not very profitable decision to make. I would prefer a man over a woman. ये एक case study है बीड district में where women are undergoing hysterectomy. They're cutting their uterus. These are those sugarcane plantation workers. Once they have given birth to the child, 1-1.5 घंटे में बहुत ज्यादा डिटेल तो डिस्कस नहीं हो सकता, बट आई एम गिविंग यू अ ब्रॉडर आउटलुक. दे कट आउट देयर यूटेरस. व्हाई? बिकॉज टू अवॉइड मेंस्ट्रुएशन व्हिच इज एन अ सॉर्ट ऑफ obstructs in the process of sugarcane cultivation. तो बीड डिस्ट्रिक्ट में there is huge numbers of women undergoing hysterectomy. Hysterectomy is removal of uterus. Once you don't have the uterus, you won't be suffering, you won't be having menstruation or menstrual pain आपको नहीं होगा, and you are not going to you give birth to the child. तो आप सोचो कि किस लेवल पे लोग जॉब के लिए जा रहे हैं, उस लेवल का पेन उठा रहे हैं. तो मैटरनिटी बेनिफिट एक्ट हो गया. एक बार देख लेना एमटीपी एक्ट 1971 क्या होता है. स्पेशल मैरिज एक्ट, डॉरी प्रोहिबिशन एक्ट, विशाखा वाला केस जो मैंने आपको बताया, लता सिंह वर्सेस स्टेट ऑफ उत्तर प्रदेश पढ़ना है पॉलिटी में. इंटरकास्ट मैरिज में क्या होता है, कई बार खाप पंचायत डिसीजन ले लेते हैं कि भाई ये शादी नहीं कर सकते हो, वो नहीं कर सकते हो. लता सिंह वर्सेस स्टेट ऑफ उत्तर प्रदेश में सुप्रीम कोर्ट का जजमेंट है कि भाई राइट टू मैरी है, एक वुमेन का है, वो कर सकती है मैरी. थोड़ा सा ये मैंने डिटेल में भी दे दिया है उस पर्टिकुलर केस में, रीड कर लोगे तो केस स्टडी समझ में आ जाएगा. अभी ट्रिपल तलाक वाला क्या है, जेंडर जस्टिस है. शाहरा बानो का केस, शाह बानो का केस, सब क्या है, जस्टिस है. नाउस फाउंडेशन क्या है, एलजीबीटीक्यू वाला. नालसा वर्सेस यूनियन ऑफ इंडिया क्या है, ये लक्ष्मी वर्सेस यूनियन ऑफ इंडिया क्या है, एसिड अटैक का केस. देखो 15 केसेस मैंने आपको दिखा दिया विच इज टॉकिंग अबाउट जेंडर जस्टिस. इट्स अप टू यू which cases you want to use and what marks you're going to get 10 marker है या 15 marker है, पर holistically you have to have an understanding of the concept. बात समझ में आया जेंडर जस्टिस का, ठीक है. प्रोग्राम्स के बारे में लिख दो, बेटी बचाओ बेटी पढ़ाओ योजना, महिला शक्ति केंद्र, सुकन्या समृद्धि योजना. the list goes. in a 10 marker 5 पॉइंट्स रखो अपने पास. this question can be a 15 marker also very easily, ठीक है. So we are done with question number 12. आपके पास है क्वेश्चन पेपर, ठीक. क्वेश्चन नंबर 14 देख लेते हैं हम लोग. क्वेश्चन नंबर 14, ठीक है. Discuss the contribution of civil society groups for women's effective and meaningful participation and representation in state legislatures in India. सबसे पहले तो मैंने आपको ये बताया कि हाउ कुड यू कुड हैव प्रिडिक्टेड दिस क्वेश्चन. नाउ वंस वी आर डन विद दैट, let's talk about so the question is about what is the role of the civil society in ensuring this. It is not asking about कि women का participation होना चाहिए कि नहीं. So this makes it a relatively difficult question. भाई आप सिविल सोसाइटी के बारे में पढ़ रहे हो, पर आपने अगर गवर्नेंस की क्लास मेरी अटेंड करी है या फॉर दैट मैटर कभी भी कहीं भी पढ़ा है, तो वी हैव टॉक्ड अबाउट प्रेशर ग्रुप्स, वी हैव टॉक्ड अबाउट these SHGs, self-help groups. Have you heard of these self-help groups, civil societies, NGOs? What do they do? These are the components of pressure groups which try to influence the policies by raising these issues and to ensure that women get effective participation in the decision making roles. प्रिसाइजली यही सवाल पूछ रहा है कि क्या कंट्रीब्यूशन है सिविल सोसाइटी का. यानी थोड़ा सा आपको एक प्रेजेंस ऑफ माइंड शो करना पड़ेगा. यू विल हैव टू शो सम प्रेजेंस ऑफ माइंड टू डील विद दीस क्वेश्चंस. इट हैज इंटरलिंक्ड टू वर्टिकल कॉन्सेप्ट्स. ठीक है, इट्स नॉट जस्ट आस्किंग अबाउट पार्टिसिपेशन ऑफ वुमेन, इट इज टॉकिंग अबाउट व्हाट रोल सिविल सोसाइटी हैज प्लेड. ठीक है, तो थोड़ा सा हम लोग डेटा देख लें तो हम लोग देखते हैं कि लगभग 15% ऑफ वुमेन आर इन लोकसभा, 14% इन राज्यसभा, और एमएलएज में तो 9% है. पीआईबी में जाइएगा, थोड़ा सा गूगल करके पीआईबी में डेटा मिल जाएगा आपको. कोई भी टॉपिक पढ़ रहे हो, मैं पढ़ने का तरीका बता देता हूं क्या है. अगर आपको डेटा चाहिए गूगल करो और देखो कि भाई क्या परसेंटेज. हो सकता है बुक्स में इट माइट नॉट बी मेंशन. गो इन गूगल एंड राइट. सो बी वेरी ऑब्जेक्टिव विद द फैक्ट्स दैट यू आर थ्रोइंग. रैंडम जनरल बातें नहीं करनी है अगर मार्क्स लाना है तो. सो वी सी दैट ओनली 9% आर इन स्टेट असेंबलीज. See, the question is asked in state legislatures. It is not being asked in parliament. So you need to have a percentage कि कितनी how many what is the percentage of women in state legislature. तो हम लोग देखते हैं only 9%. क्यों भाई? क्योंकि gender stereotypes है. Women cannot take the decisions and all that. ये वही theme है, वही theme चल रहा है. तो यहाँ पे आप competition, ठीक है, वर्क एंड फैमिली का रोल उसका ज्यादा है, केयर इकोनॉमी का रोल है, लैक ऑफ पॉलिटिकल नेटवर्क, वो अपने दम पे इलेक्शन जीतना, उसके लिए मोबिलाइज करना लोगों को इतना इफेक्टिवली नहीं कर सकती है, लैक ऑफ रिसोर्सेज है उसके पास, सोशल कंडीशनिंग नहीं है. इफ अ वुमन गोज आउट एंड स्टेप्स एज अ लीडर, अ लॉट ऑफ स्लर्स, मेल गेज स्लर्स, इस तरीके की बातें, कैरेक्टर असैसिनेशन, 10 तरह की बातें की जाती हैं, तो उसकी सोशल कंडीशनिंग ऐसा नहीं है कि उसे डील करे. नॉट एवरीबडी कैन बी थिक स्किन्ड. वंस यू गो आउट इन अ man's वर्ल्ड, यू हैव टू डील विद strong repercussions from that particular thing. So it's not an easy thing. तो ये चीज सोशली कंडीशन नहीं है, वो अनफ्रेंडली एनवायरनमेंट है उनके लिए. तो इसीलिए जरूरत है कि पुश किया जाए इनके लिए, इनके रोल के लिए. तो क्या क्या कौन कौन से हैं सिविल सोसाइटीज. अभी न्यूज में था ये सब, इट वॉज इन न्यूज. तो हम लोग देखते हैं नेशनल अलायंस फॉर वुमेन, इन्होंने मैनिफेस्टो डिमांड किया था सबसे पहले, डिमांडिंग की इनका स्टेट लेजिस्लेचर में होना चाहिए. असम में हम लोग देखते हैं 5 women led NGOs published Women's Manifesto 21. ठीक है, फिर NGOs like भारत जागृति, they have been talking about women reservation bill, है ना. समाजवादी पार्टी ने भी एडवोकेट किया था स्पेशल कोटास फॉर OBC females, that talked about it. रिसर्च स्टडीज जैसे कि आपका ADR's नेशनल इलेक्शन वॉच has talked about it. हम लोग देखते हैं कि महिला राजसत्ता आंदोलन एक हुआ था जिसमें कि इसके बारे में बात किया गया है. Women's Democracy Network and Fem First Foundation has been talking about it. Organizations like Khabar, Lahariya and Writing with Fire all have been highlighting the issues of the women. So it's a relatively difficult question for a 15 marker, but आप 15 marks नहीं तो एटलीस्ट 7-8 मार्क्स आप ला सकते हैं अगर आपको थीमेटिक अंडरस्टैंडिंग समझ में आ रही है जेंडर जस्टिस का. अब समझ में आ रहा है. अगर मान लो कि यू विल गेट 3 पेजेस टू राइट दिस आंसर, यू आर गोइंग टू गेट 3 पेजेस, 15 मार्कर. अगर मान लो नहीं भी पता है तो आप इस सिचुएशंस को डॉज करने के लिए क्या करोगे कि आप जेंडर स्टीरियोटाइप जो है उसके बारे में बात करोगे, विमेन के परसेंटेजेस के बारे में बात करोगे, फीमेल लेबर फोर्स पार्टिसिपेशन के बारे में बात करोगे, एंड यू विल टॉक अबाउट व्हाट रोल सिविल सोसाइटी इन टर्म्स ऑफ मोबिलाइजिंग, और ये सारी बातें करके आप बात कर सकते हो. स्टेट लेजिस्लेचर समझ में नहीं आ रहा है तो पार्लियामेंट के बारे में लिख दो, छोड़ना नहीं है. स्ट्रैटेजी बता रहा हूं निकालने का, 20 परफेक्ट आंसर नहीं लिख पाओगे. Getting the point? You won't be able to write 20 perfect answers. Just like a game of cricket, you cannot hit every ball for a 6. You have to dodge few questions. So it's a relatively difficult question. But if you have a thematic understanding, you can solve this question. ठीक है? So question number 14 is doable. अब हम लोग आ जाते हैं एक सवाल जो हर साल पूछता है वो है क्वेश्चन नंबर 8, ई गवर्नेंस. It's a favorite topic. It's a favorite topic of UPSC. Every year the questions is being asked. Previous questions उठा करके आप देखोगे ना, ई गवर्नेंस के सवाल हर साल आते हैं, हर साल. So e-governance as a critical tool of governance has ushered in effectiveness, transparency and accountability in governments. What inadequacies hamper the enhancement of these features? एक तरीके से आपसे ये पूछ रहा है कि ई गवर्नेंस में क्या क्या इश्यूज हैं, क्या क्या प्रॉब्लम्स हैं, क्या क्या शॉर्टकमिंग्स हैं, उसके चैलेंजेस क्या क्या हैं. दैट इज व्हाट इज बीइंग आस्क्ड. इफ यू लुक एट द सिलेबस, स्ट्रेट अवे इट्स रिटन की ई गवर्नेंस से क्या क्या इश्यूज हैं, कि उसी का एक उठा करके इसने पूछ दिया. जी बिल्कुल सही है. अब तुम सोचो यार कि हम लोग क्या कर रहे हैं, गवर्नेंस को जोड़ दे रहे हैं आईसीटी के साथ. जहां टेक्नोलॉजी को जोड़ दिया वही ये ई गवर्नेंस. ई गवर्नेंस क्या कर रहा है, इफिशिएंसी बढ़ा रहा है. अगर आप यूज करके जी पे पेमेंट कर रहे हो या कहीं पैसा ट्रांसफर कर रहे हो, इट इज थ्रू द यूजेज ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजी दैट यू आर डूइंग समथिंग. अगर आप डिजी लॉकर में अपने डिटेल्स को सेव करके रख रहे हो तो देयर इज सम प्लेस वेयर यू कैन सेव इट. mygov.in में जाकर के आप किसी पोल में हिस्सा ले रहे हो या यू आर गिविंग आउट योर ओपिनियन ओवर देयर, यू आर बीइंग डायरेक्टली लिंक्ड विद द गवर्नमेंट एंड यू आर शेयरिंग योर व्यूज. आप आरटीआई एप्लीकेशन ऑनलाइन जाकर फिल कर ले रहे हो, दैट इज एन एग्जांपल ऑफ ई गवर्नेंस. आर यू गेटिंग द पॉइंट? अगर आप जैसे मान लो कि अगर कहीं देयर इज अ पॉट होल, इफ यू क्लिक अ फोटो एंड सेंड इट टू सम एप्लीकेशन ऑफ से योर म्युनिसिपल कॉर्पोरेटर, सो टॉकिंग अबाउट एंड इफ यू आर गोइंग टू उसको लिंक कर दे रहे हो आप उसके कोऑर्डिनेट्स के साथ, यू आर डूइंग दैट. होता है भुवन ऐप में, होता है भुवन ऐप के थ्रू आप कर सकते हो ये सब. तो यू कैन डू ऑल दैट, जिसके बेसिस पर आप गवर्नेंस के इफिशिएंसी को यू आर मेकिंग इट मोर इफिशिएंट. सो दैट इज व्हाट ई गवर्नेंस इज ऑल अबाउट. सो ई गवर्नेंस के बारे में आप देख लो, एग्जांपल्स आप क्या क्या दे सकते हो. भूमि राशि, इट्स सॉर्ट ऑफ अ पोर्टल जहां पे आप जमीनों के बारे में आप पता कर सकते हो. झार भूमि में जाओगे तो झारखंड की जो भी लैंड्स हैं, डिजिटाइजेशन ऑफ द लैंड हैज टेकन प्लेस. मिस्टर मोदी हैज बीन यूजिंग द वर्ड्स लाइक टेक एड. अब ये भी याद रखो कि मिस्टर मोदीज गवर्नमेंट हैज अ नैक फॉर द कीवर्ड्स. बहुत सारे कीवर्ड्स वो यूज करते रहते हैं. इट इज गोइंग टू ऐड वैल्यू इफ यू यूज दोज वर्ड्स. टेकेड मतलब टेक्नोलॉजी का डिकेड है ये, टेक प्लस डिकेड, टेकेड. ठीक है, ये टेकेड हो गया. या फिर अब GOV गव टेक 3.0 अभी चल रहा है. इंटरऑपरेबिलिटी ऑफ वेरियस, जैसे मान लो कि अगर आपको कार का रजिस्ट्रेशन करवाना है, ड्राइविंग लाइसेंस, पुलिस वेरिफिकेशन, ऑल दीज पोर्टल्स आर इंटरलिंक्ड. कहीं भी जाओ एक जगह आपको सारा डेटा मिल गया, कनेक्टिविटी है. Yesterday I gave you an example of connecting police with judiciary and your prison management. किसी भी prisoner का डेटा लेना है, पुलिस बैठ करके वो डेटा ले लिया और जज को चाहिए होगा उसके बारे में, वो बैठ करके, that is interoperability, that is e-governance and governance using technology 3.0, which is interlinking all these platforms together. That is what e-governance is all about. ठीक है, तो देखो PM जी दिशा, ठीक है, या फिर आप देखो आधार इनेबल्ड पेमेंट सिस्टम या डिजिटल पेमेंट सिस्टम. ई कोर्ट्स के बारे में सुना होगा आपने, ई डेमोक्रेसी सुना होगा, ई डिस्ट्रिक्ट सुना होगा. ये सब क्या है? ऑल दीज आर एग्जांपल्स ऑफ ई गवर्नेंस. ठीक है, उमंग ऐप के बारे में, कोई अगर उमंग ऐप जाओगे, कभी यूज किया होगा तो आप देखोगे उमंग ऐप में सारी चीजें एक जगह मौजूद है, पेमेंट से लेकर के हर चीज. ठीक है, स्वयं यूपीएससी 2016 प्रीलिम्स में सवाल पूछ दिया था स्वयं से. ठीक है, तो ई हॉस्पिटल जहां पे सारा डेटा आपके पास मौजूद है. तो ये आप छोटा मोटा एग्जांपल देंगे, माई जीओवी ये एग्जांपल दे देंगे. टाइप्स ऑफ ई गवर्नेंस क्या क्या है? G2G, G2C, G2B, G2E. मतलब बिटवीन द टू गवर्नमेंट्स इफ दे वांट टू कैरी आउट समथिंग, जैसे कि खजाने, स्मार्ट गवर्न, ये सारे एग्जांपल्स है आपका ई गवर्नेंस का. ठीक उसी तरीके से G2C, डायरेक्ट फ्रॉम गवर्नमेंट टू द सिटीजन. भूमि प्रोजेक्ट, आई एम अ सिटीजन, आई वांट टू नो अबाउट माय लैंड, आई विल गो ऑन द भूमि, I'll go the ज्ञान दूत, है ना. फिर G2B बिजनेसेस के लिए क्या है? MCA, मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ कॉर्पोरेट अफेयर्स. अगर मुझे रजिस्ट्रेशन करवाना है, टैक्स फाइलिंग करना है अपनी कंपनी का, तो आई एम अ बिजनेसमैन, गवर्नमेंट टू बिजनेस, आई कैन गो ऑन दीज एप्लीकेशंस. व्हाट इज हैपनिंग, सी बहुत सारा है, भूमि प्रोजेक्ट, ज्ञान दूत, लोकवाणी प्रोजेक्ट, ये सब आप एग्जांपल्स को मेंशन कर सकते हो, खजाने प्रोजेक्ट, है ना। अब मेरा सवाल वो नहीं है, मेरा सवाल ये है, अच्छा इसका एडवांटेज क्या है, इंटीग्रेशन हो जाता है इससे, पर मेरा सवाल क्या है, मेरा सवाल ये है कि व्हाट आर द चैलेंजेस। डिजिटल डिवाइड है हमारी कंट्री में, सबके पास एक्सेसिबिलिटी नहीं है। अ फार्मर हु इज वर्किंग से in a village area of any state for that matter doesn't know how to make use of a smartphone, he won't be able to use it that effectively, ठीक है। linguistic barrier है, most of them are either in Hindi language or English language, linguistic languages are not an option over there, so anybody who's in the village is not having effective knowledge of going about it. दूसरा क्या है, challenges in interoperability, we are still in that phase, gov tech 3.0। देखो पहले जब हम लोग we were shifting from pen and paper to digitization, it was government tech 1.0, जहां सारे को हम लोग we were converting it into digitized form। थोड़ा सा और एडवांस स्टेज हुआ तो हर एक मिनिस्ट्री और हर एक डिपार्टमेंट की अपने पोर्टल्स होने लगे जहां पे आप लॉग इन कर सकते हो, आपका एक डेटा एनालिटिक्स आ जाएगा, वो जीओवी टेक 2.0 हुआ। अब क्या हो रहा है, उनको कनेक्ट करके एक नेटवर्क बनाने की बात हो रही है, तो इसको जीओवी टेक 3.0 कह रहे हैं। इसी को कहते हैं इंटरऑपरेबिलिटी, मतलब एक मिनिस्ट्री को दूसरे मिनिस्ट्री, दूसरे को तीसरे, तीसरे को चौथे से कनेक्ट करके एक सिस्टम बना लो। इफ यू आर गोइंग एंड विजिटिंग अ डॉक्टर, he will just type and you have the password and your all medical history that you have been going through, you are going to, इसी को कहते हैं health stack, HEALTH, health stack, STACK, stack। So what is doing, it is bringing about ease in governance, e-governance को ease in governance भी कहते हैं। तो उसके issues क्या क्या है, अभी भी हम लोग इतने एडवांस नहीं है। तो challenges in interoperability, मतलब सब कनेक्टेड नहीं है अभी। दूसरा linguistic barrier, तीसरा डिजिटल इलिटरेसी, चौथा लैक ऑफ डिजिटल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर। सबसे बड़ी बात, जब भी डिजिटल आएगा तो प्राइवेसी इश्यूज है। वी डू नॉट हैव अ रोबस्ट साइबर सिक्योरिटी फ्रेमवर्क इन आवर कंट्री। पॉसिबिलिटी है इस बात की कि भाई उसका वो मिसयूज कर सकता है, ठीक है। और अगर आपका डेटा का मिसयूज हो जाए तो कंप्लीट रिड्रेसल और ग्रीवांस रिड्रेसल का मैकेनिज्म अभी भी उतना रोबस्ट नहीं बना हुआ है, ठीक है। तो हम लोग देखते हैं फिर फेडरल इश्यूज भी है। अब जब आप डेटा देते हो तो कुछ जो स्टेट के पास होना चाहिए वो स्टेट के अलावा सेंटर में भी चला जाता है, तो फेडरल इश्यूज। क्योंकि फॉर एग्जांपल अगर देखो मोटर व्हीकल्स एक्ट है ना, या अगर सबको आप एक ही प्लेटफॉर्म पे डाल रहे हो, नेशनल हाईवे वाला भी आप के साथ इंटीग्रेट कर रहे हो, नेशनल हाईवे को मोटर व्हीकल्स के साथ आपका ड्राइविंग लाइसेंस को इंटीग्रेट कर रहे हो, तो इसमें से कुछ सेंट्रल मिनिस्ट्री के अंदर आती है, कुछ स्टेट के साथ आती है। और जब आप इंटीग्रेट कर दोगे तो वो डेटा तो स्टेट से सेंटर के पास भी चला गया ना, एक तरीके से आप देखो तो फेडरल इश्यूज इससे क्रिएट हो सकते हैं। तो आपका डोमेन जो बनाया गया है वो एक इंपैक्ट हो सकता है। और सबसे बड़ी बात है कि इट मे इंक्रीज इनइक्वालिटीज, बिकॉज गेटिंग एक्सेस टू सर्विस इज एवरीबॉडीज राइट, एवरी सिटीजन राइट, बट इट इज सॉर्ट ऑफ अ एक्सपर्टीज दैट यू नीड टू हैव। सो जिसकी वजह से एक इनइक्वालिटी क्रिएट हो जाता है इफ यू आर नॉट दैट वेल एजुकेटेड और इफ यू आर नॉट दैट टेक savvy। Your parents, your mom or maybe your grandmom cannot use आधार या आपका जीपे नहीं यूज कर सकती हैं with that ease, तो वो तो डिपेंडेंट हो गई कि कोई आकर के उनके लिए वो पे कर दे। सो दैट इज अ सॉर्ट ऑफ एन इनइक्वालिटी दैट इट क्रिएट्स। और इतने सारे जो प्रोग्राम्स, डिजी लॉकर, ये आप मेंशन कर दोगे, ठीक है। सो दिस क्वेश्चन नंबर 8 इज डन। समझ में आ रहा है या मैं लिंक कर पा रहे हो यार? मेरी कोशिश ये है कि समझो कि पेपर क्यों आ रहा है, ऐसा क्या है पेपर में, वो हो जाएगा। इफ यू हैव आंसर्स टू व्हाईज, द आंसर्स टू व्हाट्स एंड हाउज विल ऑटोमेटिकली कम। ये याद रखना जिंदगी में, व्हाईज की तरफ जाओ, ऐसा क्यों है। यूपीएससी की साइकी को समझो। यूपीएससी को क्रैक करने के लिए या किसी भी जिंदगी में कुछ भी कर रहे हो ना जिससे तुम डील कर रहे हो, पर्सनालिटी टाइप होता है, उसके कुछ एलिमेंट्स होते हैं, यू नीड टू आइडेंटिफाई दोज एलिमेंट्स, है ना। तो दैट नीड्स टू बी सीन, ठीक है। वी हैव डिस्कस्ड 5 क्वेश्चंस, ठीक है। वी आर स्टिल लेफ्ट विद 4 क्वेश्चंस सो आई एम गोइंग टू डिस्कस, बिकॉज अभी स्लॉट दूसरे टीचर का है, तो आई विल आस्क फॉर सम मोर टाइम टू डिस्कस द रिमेनिंग 4 क्वेश्चंस। आइडिया इज की क्वालिटी डिस्कशन होना चाहिए, एक एक क्वेश्चन को वी आर गोइंग टू डिस्कस इन डिटेल्स, ठीक है। आई एम गोइंग टू गिव यू गाइस द स्लाइड एंड ऑल, डोंट वरी अबाउट दैट, focus more on how do we go about the questions, ठीक है। चलो, thank you।
Good afternoon. We'll have a small brief, but just 20 minutes. Yeah. Start? Yeah. Good afternoon. Yeah. Just a small quick revision of the remaining 3 questions. Hope you all were there yesterday. Yeah, so I discussed about the 3 questions yesterday. So now the remaining 3, how to approach with that part. Let me give you a small glimpse. I'm not going to take much of your time. It just we'll do it, tuck, 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 we'll move it. Then we'll give you a break. Fine. So the next question was, yeah. So I'll take it was a 12th question. What were the major what were the major technological changes introduced during the Sultanate period? Sultanate period. Getting this is the question. When you look at it, it is for again 250 words. Again, it was for 15 marks. So this was the 12th question when you look at it. Now again, getting into a small introduction. As I told you yesterday, any question would have 3 parts: introduction, body, conclusion. I told you a quick revision, history to be very simple. You should include years into it, number 2. Number 3, keep it more conceptual, then conclude it. When these are all there, your answer would look complete. Keep it very simple, don't complicate. And it's a traditional subject, so we are going to keep it like to the facts. So the question starts with what? So they're going to ask you what were the major technological changes. So what is technology? When you apply science, it becomes technology. So what was the changes introduced during the Delhi Sultanate period? It's a very direct, simple question. So in the introduction, what are we going to write? So in the introduction, we are going to write about the Delhi Sultans or the period of the Delhi Sultanate. So if you look into the bracket of Delhi Sultanate began in 1206. It came to an end in 1526. Get it? So we are not going into the slave, which comprises 5 dynasties. The 5 dynasties were the slave dynasty, the Khilji dynasty, the Tughlaq dynasty, the Sayyid and the Lodi. So in the classes, you would know the name of the dynasties. But here, you're not going to write all of them. You're not going to write. You're just going to write an introduction of the Delhi Sultans or the Delhi Sultanate. They were the first Turkish rulers of India. Because before this, we had the era of Rajputs. Getting it? This is the beginning of medieval Indian history. Rajputs began, then we happen to have the Delhi Sultanate. So when you look at this period, so give an introduction about the Delhi Sultanate. So they were Turks. They ruled from 1206 to 1526. And they gave a consolidated rule in India. And a firm foundation was established. 3 lines. We are done with our introduction. Then coming on to the body, what is there in the body? So what do we expect to be answered in the body? They're asking about the technological changes introduced. So what were the changes which was introduced? Which was there? Getting it? There are 2 types of changes. One, certain things would have already been there, but certain things should have been totally new. Getting it? That innovation, invention, already existing ones were advanced. You have to keep that in mind because here it is said that technological changes. So when you look at the changes, we are structuring it into different compartments. We are taking it into different heading. So what would be the heading? The first heading we can say in the field of, let's take it, in the field of textile. So you can make your body like the technological changes introduced where? Getting it? Number 1, in the field of textile. So in the field of textile, what did they actually do? Say for example, we all know weaving machine. Getting it? Handloom was already there. But now what did they do? They introduced something called pit loom. Pit loom was introduced. So getting it plus this pit loom, getting it, so this made weaving much faster. So getting weaving was there, but weaving was little bit faster and more colors were added in the process of weaving. Initially, when a cloth was made, it was a single color. Now, two varieties of colors were added there. So these changes were introduced by whom? The Delhi Sultanate. You can just add pit loom was actually introduced. Just a line where weaving became much faster. And again, different colors were used in clothing. Because initially people used to wear the same colored cloth. Now different colors, just two lines. If you do not know, you can skip the explanation part. Just write pit loom was introduced. The second one, as I told you, lots of dye was introduced. So dye gave what? Multiple shades. So Delhi Sultanate started using multiple dye. Getting it? So the dyeing process got advanced during the process of what? Delhi Sultanate. And when people started wearing multiple colors, what will happen? Don't you think the supply and demand will match with each other? So the purchasing power will increase. So don't you think this will promote trade? This will promote the textile industry? Getting it? So automatically what happened? The economic prosperity was seen. So these two, you can say that in the field of textile, the Delhi Sultanate advanced it, number one. Going on to the second part, in the field of, we can say, architecture. When you take in the field of architecture, for the first time, what was introduced? Delhi Sultans introduced the concept of arch. Getting it? The concept of arch and the concept of dome architecture. See, before that, when you look at the ancient Indian architecture, we never had the concept of arch and dome. And this dome was particularly what? It was a hollow dome. You get inside the structure, if you lift your head, you'll have that hollowness. So Delhi Sultans introduced the concept of what? Hollow dome structure. So this structure was something very new to India. So this architecture attracted. Are you getting attracted? The common people to look into it, to view into it. So that was one style they actually made. The second thing what they did, that is adding more of lime and mortar as a cementing agent. Getting it? So initially we did have this. It's not like we are not having it. What were the changes introduced? Which means more amount of lime. Lime was used as a cementing agent. So automatically we call that arcuate style. When the arcuate style was made, you know, this lime and mortar made the building to stand sturdy. Getting it? And again, once they made the building, they started to polish the building completely. So automatically that gave the building a fine look. Say for example, there's a building called the Quwat-ul-Islam Mosque. If you want to give an example, you can say the Quwat-ul-Islam Mosque, built by Qutbuddin Aibak. So he built this, and where is it? It is at Delhi, near Qutub Minar. So this is the first dome architecture of India. So when you look at this building, you see the dome and you see the arch style here. For the first time, India had these kind of building. So this attracted the common masses. So which made what? The building material became very strong. And they started making strong beams. And they started making strong iron beams was introduced. So this made the building to stand what? In a sturdy way. So this was a kind of an advancement. See, we do have them in engineering today. But before that, in ancient India, these were not that much in greater use. So who actually widely used it? It was the Delhi Sultans. Yeah. No, dome was there, but that was stupa. It was not hollow. We are talking about the hollowness. Stupa was solid. No. The hollow dome comes. Who introduced hollow dome in India for the first time? Turks. Who introduced arch? Turks. So are you getting it? So stupa was never hollow. Stupa was solid. Clear? So this is what that's what I've drawn the structure. The structure of hollowness comes with them. And particularly we call this style as arcuate. Why do we say arcuate style? Making an arch and entering into that. That style was an attraction. That's an Islamic style. So when that Islamic style entered India, they were Turks. We call it as Indo-Islamic architecture or Indo-Turkish architecture. So it entered with whom? The Delhi Sultans. Where was dome in ancient India? Where?
that mean that
We don't have a dome. You mean to say the stupa? Stupa is under the semi-solid, the solid structure, but that was not hollow.
the specific style in ancient India where things were made in the ancients?
Yeah, that is Torana. That is cave architecture. That is rock cut cave architecture. We are talking about purely with brick and stone. You are talking about a Chaitya Vihara, that is rock cut, right? Getting that, you make a design. If this is a cave, you just make, if this is a cave, you just make a design here. Lomas Rishi cave, Barabar cave. So that is cave architecture. We are talking about pure brick and stone in Arcurate. Who introduced that? Pure brick and stone. In Arcurate style was introduced by Delhi Sultans only. That's why the first example of a dome building in India is what? Quatul Islam Mosque. Who built it? Qutbuddin Aibak, which means slave dynasty. So that's what in one prelims there was a question. Which among the following was true regarding Babur? There was a question. In that option it said Babur introduced arch and dome architecture in India. That is wrong. Babur did not introduce. Who introduced it? Delhi Sultans introduced. So these are all concepts. You have to be very clear. Be careful when you're studying about a dome, whether it's hollow, whether it's shallow, whether it's arcuate or trebiate. You have to be very particular. So this was introduced by whom? It was introduced by Delhi Sultanate. And don't you think Qutub Minar? Again an attraction, a taller kind of a minar-like structure. Getting it? So all those big beams were made, and they were made to make the building very strong and solid. So this too you can give example for what? In architecture. The third one we can go on with agriculture. What was the status in agriculture? The Delhi Sultans were first, they introduced something called the Persian wheel. So the concept of Persian wheel was introduced by the Delhi Sultan. See, initially we did have the concept of wheel, but this Agrahatta, where this irrigation, so what did the Persian wheel do? It made what faster? It made irrigation faster. So this concept, because it's, look at the name, it's called what wheel? Persian wheel. So the Turks borrowed it from Persia. When it entered India, automatically what happened? Irrigation process doubled in India. So this led to what? This led to advancement in agriculture, advancement in architecture, advancement in textile. So that is how we need to see. How was the economic aspect of Delhi Sultanate? That was greater, much, much, much greater. So we see the concept of Persian wheel. The second one, they introduced a kind of a measuring element. They introduced a kind of a measuring element, which we call it as Gas-e-Sikandari. So if you're worried with the terms, you can ignore. Let me tell you that. No, need not sit and mug up all the term. Because how many to remember, how many to memorize, that's always a big game. So if you know the concepts thoroughly, and these concepts were all taught in the classes, what were the changes? Because whenever we study about a particular topic, and whenever something is new, when we talk about them, we always say why. What changes did they bring? Why did they actually enter India? And after that, how did they actually make the Indian economy flourishing? So history should always have this kind of an idea. When you get these ideas, automatically, we will get what? We would get the answer of what made them to enter. Keep this in mind and study all the topics. You will eventually get it. So again, a measuring element was there. That was Gas-e-Sikandari. That is a name. So where people started measuring the land. The land measurement was made exactly proper. So this measurement made what? It made the process of land revenue collection faster. So again, what happened? The process of land revenue became what? Fast. Because when you start measuring the land, don't you think, how was land revenue measured? 1/4 of the produce, 1/6 of the produce. So how will you collect it? When you start collecting it with this unit, it became even more faster. So again, the next one we move on is with military. So what happened with military? What were the changes? See, when Alexander entered India, we had a new element of military strategy entering India. After that, we have Indo-Greeks coming up. Military advancement was seen. Then we had the Turks entering India with Ghazni and Ghori. Advancement was again doubling. But what did happen with the Delhi Sultanate? So they started introducing iron stirrups. Iron stirrups were there, and these iron stirrups with toe hooks was introduced for the first time. So what is a stirrup? Stirrup is a kind of like a saddle. It's just like you put your feet and you climb the horse. So that when you climb a horse, automatically these stirrups will give you what? An advancement, a good edge in warfare. But when you look at Greeks, Indo-Greeks introduced metal stirrups. Already we had metal stirrup. Now what stirrups are coming? Iron stirrups are coming, and when you put your feet inside your toe, there'll be a small clip for the toe. So you insert your toe there, automatically what happens? You'll get a grip when you're riding a horse. So this makes what? Mobile cavalry faster. So a horseman can double the speed in the riding and he can fight faster. So this was an advancement which took place in what field? In the field of military. So this is actually one of the greatest one. That is also one reason why when Delhi Sultans entered the warfare, there were lots of winning edge seen. Look at the battles fought majoritarily by the Delhi Sultans. They actually won the battle. Why? Because the Turkish archers and the Turkish cavalrymen were already, were always seen as what? A scary element only. Because of the speed, because of the cavalry system, what they had. So this was introduced by them during this period. Ma'am, should I write the year? Should I write the king? Should I write the, the name of the particular element? You need not remember. That is for optional students. Even for optional students, I tell them don't be factual. Because you keep on memorizing all the year, keep on studying all the element, then how many would you study? How many would you register? How many would you write? So that's humanly impossible. Because the question is, what were the changes in a general way? So when we take the 4 changes, plus there were multiple changes. But here when they talk about technology, you can even add, if you take agriculture, you can even add horticulture. Firoz Shah Tughlaq introduced the concept of horticulture. So many elements. Are you getting the concept of horticulture? What's horticulture? Yeah? Fruits. Are you getting it? Yeah? Yeah, fruits and flowers. Are you getting it? So the concept of lots of tulips, lots of special variety of flowers, getting it? Were actually sowed in the palace of what? Firoz Shah Tughlaq. So all these started developing. See, it was there in India. Again, I mean to tell you that it was all there in India, but we need to highlight what? We need to highlight the changes introduced by the Delhi Sultan. You have to hit it there, then and there. As you said, the concept of a semicircular element is there in India, but that hollowness comes with whom? The Delhi Sultanate. When you start highlighting that in each and every part, and don't you think technology becomes an indispensable tool today? Because technological advancement is always seen as what? A sense of awe. We always look high on technological advancement. And what does technology give us? Technology makes our life easier. So let it be any sort of technology. Don't you think? With these military technology, they were able to win wars. With agricultural technology, they were able to produce more. With the measuring sticks, they were able to collect land revenue better. So in every aspects of life, get it? So the concept of pulley, we all know pulley system. So pulleys were already there in India, but the exact concept of a circular pulley was introduced during this time. So life became much faster. Why? And what were the major reasons for these introduction? Because these Turks, they were all predominantly Turks. Delhi Sultans were predominantly Turks, and these Turks were connected with the world then. And they were connected with the Central Asians, they were connected with the Persians, they were connected with the Afghans. So the Central Asians, Afghans and the Persians, when they all came together, don't you think sharing of knowledge would eventually happen? So that is what the concept of Minar was introduced in India by Turks. But how could the concept of Minar come? Because there was a cultural influx there in the northwestern part of India. When you start mingling with multiple culture, don't you think the cultural element will automatically enter a particular land? And when they started to stabilize themselves, they started to introduce that. That is why we always said during Firoz Shah Tughlaq's period, there was a great advancement in technology, particularly during the Delhi Sultanate period. So you can give a conclusion with that. With all these changes, the Delhi Sultans were able to give what? A proper economic stability. They were able to win all battles, and the people particularly who were under the direct control of Delhi Sultanate, they had a stable, settled life. You win war, you earn well, your land revenue is fine, getting it, your economy life gets contented. So how will the lifestyle of Delhi Sultanate be? With peace and prosperity. When you know the content, so that is the conclusion. So automatically what happened? It promoted what? It promoted economic stability to the people of India. Why? Because these technological advancements helped the common man, helped a peasant to do faster, helped a mason to cut things faster, helped the weaver to weave faster, helped the dyer to color faster. So automatically what happened, whatever advancement they brought, it attracted the common masses. I'm giving an overview so that with that we are just going to write a conclusion. So your conclusion should be positive because the question talks nothing about any negativity. So is it clear? So this is about, it's an overall idea. When you start studying it again and again, you will get the concept. So moving on to the next concept, a very easy question again. It's the 13th question. How did the colonial rule, so how did the colonial rule affect the tribals of India? How did the colonial rule affect the tribals of India? And what were the tribal response? What were the tribal response to the colonial oppression? What were the tribal response to the colonial oppression? So don't you think again, the question looks very simple. It's like how. So you're going to give an answer. How? When they ask you how, you have to directly explain it. Again, look at the second part. So this question has got two parts. How? The second one is what? Getting it? Again, the same thing applies here. It was for 15 mark and it was for 250 words, which means you're going to write it for 2.5 pages. So what is the question? How did the colonial rule affect the tribals of India? So the question is nothing. In modern India, we have a chapter called the Peasant and Tribal Uprising. So it's only tribal uprising. Entire topic is only 3 pages. The entire topic, tribal uprising, is only 3 pages. If you thorough the tribal uprising, you'll be able to write it. It looks factual because you have to write some facts here about some tribes. Getting it? So which means first, in an introduction. So what will be the introduction? When you start with an introduction, who were tribes or who are? Because we're talking about past. So who were the tribes? Who were tribes? Tribes were the native sons of a particular region. Or you can call them as what? The sons of the soil. So they were the indigenous people of the land. So where do you find? So give an introduction of tribes, 2 to 3 line. Natives of the soil, sons of the soil, or indigenous people of the particular land. And tribes are very much connected to what? Very much emotionally connected to the land. You touch their land, they would be so much affected. So are you getting? So that's one thing about the tribe. And where do we find tribes? We find tribes in the hilly region. We find tribes in the central Indian forest. Then we find the tribes in the northeastern part of India. So you can just give a rough idea. Need not write about all of them. Of course, every part of India has got an element of tribal element. But we are consolidating it and we are bringing it into 3 regions. Tribes are found in the hilly region, plus central Indian forest region and northeastern region. So again, this is the introduction, a small introduction of the tribe. Coming on to the body. What is the body? So how did the colonial rule affect the tribe? So getting it, so what is the body? You have to talk about the colonial rule. So getting it, it is exactly, when the Britishers started to occupy India and they started annexing all the provinces, particularly in the mainland of India, they later, as a process of expansion, began to occupy these tribal regions as well. So when they began to occupy these tribal regions, so why tribal region? There were multiple reasons for them. Say for example, number 1, the Britishers wanted lots of timber from the forest. So automatically what happened? To get the timber, they have to go to the tribal region and take what? To cut all the tree. So that affected whom? The tribes there. And gradually when they went to collect all the timber there, they found that there were some medicinal plants also there. So automatically I need to what? Native intelligence are very high with tribes. Tribes have that native intelligence. If they have fever, they'll take a small herb, they'll eat it. They're done. So they don't go with Dolo 650. They have a plant, they eat it, which means what? So automatically there were many medicinal herbs with them. So when the Britishers got to know the know-how about these herbs, so they started to use it for what? Commercialization. So number 2, they wanted the land. So they slowly started occupying the tribal land. But the tribes were very sentiment to their land. And again, the tribes were living in groups. Tribal mentality is what? A group mentality. So they couldn't oppose the colonial rule. Why? Because the colonial masters were so big. They couldn't fight with them. The army, whenever the colonial oppression takes place, they come with a huge army. So whenever in these regions the Britishers entered, the tribes could not fight against them at that point of time. So automatically they succumbed, they surrendered. So their lands were all occupied. Many lands in central India, many hilly tribal region, and many northeastern kingdoms were all annexed. Getting it? So when you see that, you need not write that. I'm just giving you a background because we are going to write how did the colonial rule affect the tribe. So to write the affect the tribe, we have to first see what did the Britishers do. So this happened in multiple waves. So first wave, Britishers targeted only central India. The second wave, they started targeting the hilly region. Where do you get the best honey? Hills. So to get honey from the hills, where do you go? You go to the tribal region. Who sells you honey before? A tribe would sell. Who sell all the herbal medicine? A tribe would sell. Who sell all the important type of wood? Getting it? Kind of sandalwood. If you come to Karnataka, we have all the sandalwood. If you go to Andhra Pradesh, the redwood. Getting it? So everywhere the timber collection was always in scarce. So what happened? Local, zamindars, local rulers always used to hold a tribe. And they used to have what? Barter system or a money exchange system was generally happening in India. Every Indian ruler will have a tribe holder. So that, business began to prosper. But when Britishers wanted to hold the land also, and don't you think the tribal land is a new set of a land? A new set of land. The occupation would be fresh there. Because tribes never exploit the region more. Tribes generally will promote the region only. Exploitation never happens by the tribe in their region. It's only promotion. When all these happened, the Britishers began to annex all these places. When they started encroaching all the tribal land, now the body comes into the picture. How did it affect them? So in the body, you can directly start that the colonial masters, they oppress the tribes because of, or you can directly start it like affect the tribals, number one. So how did it lose them? Loss of their tribal lands. Don't you think? They completely lost because they've occupied it. So how did it affect them? I was a landlord before, but now I don't have a land. When they went and attacked Assam, the tribal regions of Assam, particularly from the Ahom kingdom. So automatically what happened? The Ahoms lost their land. And what happened to these rulers? These rulers were made to work in the tea plantations of Assam. So don't you think that's again loss of sovereignty? So again, the second thing, loss of their own sovereignty. Particularly what sovereignty? Tribal sovereignty. You can add these 2 points, you can merge it, you can split it. I was once a tribal king, but now the Britishers have taken my land and now I'm no more a tribal king. So what will I apply? I will come here and automatically I have lost my land also. So loss of tribal land and loss of sovereignty. The third one with these, don't you think, with sovereignty and land, they completely lost what? They lost their independence. You can add it. See, it all looks similar. You can add it. They completely lost what? The right over their particular land was lost. So getting it? The third one, what happened? They lost their loss of tribal culture. The tribes lost their culture. What is the culture here? Tribes had a particular language. Now what was imposed? English was imposed. What was the religion of the tribes? Tribes were worshipping nature. Tribes were worshipping ancestors. Tribes had their own kuldev. You know kuldev? Their own gods, kula, because tribes are very particular about their clan. Clan culture is very emotional with them. So automatically what happened? They began to lose their religion. And what religion was imposed? Christianity entered the tribal region. That's why don't you think even today, you could see lots of northeastern states full of Christian elements are seen. Why? Missionaries were sent to control them. So loss of language, loss of religion, loss of their food, loss of their dress habits, everything, etc. started seeing. Look at the tribes there. Later, they were all what? Modernization was introduced to them. The food culture, the colonial food practices, or typically, say for example, if it was a northeastern region, the typically Bengali type of food started to enter. So the original indigenous food culture was predominantly lost because there was no other option. Why? I don't have land to cultivate all of them. So automatically, when people were divided, what happened? People started migrating. Where did they migrate? They began to migrate to other presidencies or other nearby region. Exactly the people of northeastern part, Where did they migrate? They migrated to regions of Bengal. The people of central India, they moved towards the central provinces. And the hilly region people, they settled accordingly wherever they found a kind of a presidency there or a princely state there. So the tribal infiltration was more during this period. Did the Britishers bother about that? No, they did not bother. So don't you think these three top points, it affected the tribals predominantly. Again, what happened? It led to what? There was an economic stress in their land. How did it affect? There was a big economic stress. What is that? Economic instability. Now, what will they cultivate? Where will they cultivate? How will they cultivate? They don't have any land. So automatically what happened? This economic stress led them to a life of what? Took them to a life of poverty. Initially, a tribe never knew poverty. Are you getting? They had a land, they cultivated it, they ate all of them from the land, they gave everything from the land. Now, for the first time, our Indian tribes are seeing what? It's kind of a hand-to-mouth existence. Getting it? So automatically, economic stress was one of the problems. So politically, there was a problem, loss of sovereignty, loss of independence. Economically, what happened? They've completely lost everything. Socially, what was their problem? They were badly divided. The tribes were divided. The tribes were mixed, actually. And don't you think every tribe has got a family? So the family was a unique character of a clan culture. So automatically what happened? The social setup of the tribe, either they got merged, two tribes got merged, or one tribe got broken into multiple elements. Isn't it happening? Today we are talking about the tribal element there. The Manipur issue, about the tribal issues, what we are talking about it did not start today. The issues sprang up much earlier. Getting it? So who holds the land of that? Who are the original people? Don't you think there was a small mix which took place? Today we are not able to find who's the original one. Everyone claims to be an original one there in the northeastern part today. But don't you think, how did this mix started to come? It's because why? Because of the Britishers only. So when a tribe lost his identity, he took shelter in a nearby tribe. And for generations when he settled there, don't you think he will start owning the name of that family? This also started coming up. Though it might look very small, but this was a very big problem which came up later during post-independence era. This was a problem. That is why Nehru drafted a special province called the Tribal Policy of India. It was a very big issue. So that is with Nehru as a prime minister. But why would Nehru deal it, ma? Because of these problems only. The tribes got mixed. Because by face you can't identify a tribe. Because by face, by identity, they'll all look alike. They'll all look alike. But the language what they speak, the food what they eat, the dress what they wear, the culture what they hold was a unique element of a tribe. But don't you think even mainland Indians will not be able to find a particular tribal group even today? It's very difficult. Are you getting it? Imagine. And when they get mixed with each other, a tribe will know that he or she has lost what? Their identity, particularly the division. You can quote these 5 points telling that the colonial rule affected the tribes. Now the part is over. So what are the examples you can give here? I'm giving you rough examples because in classes we would have dealt it in detail. Here example you can give. Example, the Ahoms. The Ahoms. Example, the Ahom revolt. You need not write about them. Don't worry. Because no one is going to ask you write about the Ahom. Example, you can talk about what? The Bills. Example, you can talk about what? The Santals. Give rough example. Anyway, yeah. Are you getting, ma? You can write anyone. Are you getting? Because whenever we teach the tribal topic in detail, all these tribes were all undergoing what? These all problems. Yeah. You had something? No, you need not because how did the colonial rule affect the tribals in India? It's a general one. So you elaborate these points and give example. Either you can pick one here. Either you can pick one here and give independent example, or you can collectively give example telling that these were the tribes of India who were undergoing the problems with the Britishers. Because it's general. How? Don't feed the examiner more. Give him what he wants. That's what I told you. This time the history questions were very general. If you know the year, don't you think with the classes you would have studied the year? In the classes you would have studied the person Birsa Munda. You would have studied the person. Don't you think in the classes you would have studied about the leader who actually fought for their rights? So if you know them, you can add it. We are just generalizing here to tell you, because when I go inside the detail, it will look like a tribal class. Just take an idea. See, there's no particular format that you should write like this only. I may write something, you may write something, but don't you think, what will the examiner check? Are you and me in track or in sync with the demand of the question? So make sure you don't deviate yourself from the demand. And I told you yesterday, history without example goes a myth. So include examples in your answer. When you give, you can write. If you know them in detail. I always tell students, tribal and peasant uprising, thorough them. Socio-religious reform movement, tribes and peasant uprising, when you thorough them, these three topics will help you to put your edge into the other concepts as well. So always do that, because freedom struggle, these three topics are very, very important. And you can quote these there with the current ongoing issues also. So keep that in mind. Clear? The second part, what were the tribal response to the colonial oppression? So what did the tribes do? What were the response? The second part of the question. The first one is, they led an armed struggle. They led an armed struggle. Tribes were continuously fighting. You can say the Paika rebellion. You can give an example of the Paika rebellion. Getting it? They all started to becoming in groups and they started fighting with the Britishers. They led an armed rebellion, number one. The second one, what happened? They fought with the Britishers openly. Open fight with the Britishers. Open fight. Here you can give an example of Birsa Munda. Getting it? He actually, he collected all the tribes together and he openly fought with them. One man openly fought with them, but still oppression was there. Suppression was there. We are not touching that point. My tribes did fail. Are you getting it? They did fail. But on learning their failure, we took some inspiration. Clear? Open fight. The third one, you can say, they merged with the freedom struggle. Don't you think the tribes merged with the freedom struggle? Say, for example, they merged with freedom struggle, which led to the path of non-violent activities. Don't you think? The second point, we say open fight. But look at the third point. It's like satyagraha. It's like non-violence. Here you can take an example. Rani Gaiden Liu of Nagaland. She wanted to fight with the Britishers, but she was never violent. Her process was all what? A non-violent method. 1931, Rani Gaiden Liu of Nagaland. You can give her as an example. Rani Gaiden Liu. So again, she was an example of Nagaland. You can quote her as an example. And you can add one more example also. Don't you think during the civil disobedience movement, the tribes participated with what? The Gandhian Satyagraha. Tribes did lend their support. During the Quit India movement, a tribal support was seen. So how do you write it? They merged with what? They merged with the freedom struggle. They couldn't fight alone. So automatically what they started doing? They started joining Gandhi. When they joined hands with Gandhi, don't you think Gandhi got the support from the tribes? So our freedom movement took a what? A very different shape. So you can quote these three. Getting it? So three there, you can make it. You can just elaborate it and you can consult. Just 2 pages. If you write it, then how do you conclude? When you give a conclusion, you can just write tribal response to the colonial oppression. Though the tribal oppression and the response looked like a failure, but yet it created a very big impact in the minds of what? The Indian freedom struggle movement or the people. So though it was a negative element, my tribal leaders, they were always suppressed, all were killed, all the tribal lands were taken aback, but the tribal element left a deep impact in the Indian freedom struggle. You can conclude it like that. So just give it because it's very direct. How? And the next one is what? What? So don't you think it required some sort of facts here as well? And moving on to the last question, a very simple question. That is the 11th question. I think I missed it out. What were the major features of Vedic society and religion? So we are going, it's a very factual question, religion. Do you think some features are, do you think some of the features are still prevalent or still prevailing? Still prevailing in the Indian society. So I think this is a question. It's a very simple, easy question. which is again for 250 words. This is again for 15 marks. Again, the keyword here, what do you think? Getting it? So what are they asking about? The Vedic society and religion. When they talk about the Vedic society, it's both early Vedic period and you have to talk about the later Vedic period. So there are two periods. You have to add both of them together. Early Vedic period and later Vedic period. Please club it together. If they ask you Rig Vedic period, if they ask you later Vedic period, then you segregate. The question is Vedic period, which means what? Early Vedic and later Vedic. So what we are going to do, we are going to write about the Vedic society and religion. There are two ways of writing this. One, you can make a table. You can make a table telling that the Vedic society, and you can write all the points. Or the other one, you can make a paragraph telling that this is how the Vedic society was. So in the introduction, what are you going to write? Introduction, you're going to write about the Vedic period. So what is the age of Vedic period? 1600 BC to 600 BC is the bracket of Vedic age. We're going to give a year because history without years is incomplete. 1600 BC to 600 BC is the bracket or is the period of the Vedic culture in India or the age of Vedic age. And this Vedic age is divided into two, early Vedic and later Vedic, where there were many changes seen both in both in societal and religious practices. Just give a small introduction about them, about these only. Write the year, write the Vedic period, and tell the examiner how the Vedic period is divided. 2 to 3 lines. Done. So I'm just making it very simple. The question is like Vedic society. So when you look at the Vedic society, how was the Vedic society and religion? When you look at the Vedic society and religion, number one, I'm taking numbers. The Vedic society was patriarchal. The Vedic society had what? It had a joint family system. Getting it? And in the Vedic society, it was divided into 4, where we have the concept of the Varna system entered. That entered with LVP. Then the 4th one we can take the concept of Jati and Gotra entered during the Vedic period. Then again coming on to the 5th one, the concept of marriage. There were many types of marriage during the later Vedic period, early Vedic and later Vedic. Here you can just take an example, monogamy. Getting it? We can take the concept of monogamy. We can even take the concept of polygamy, etc. All these, we'll just take 2 because we're not doing a detailed study about them. So these were all there with marriages. And in the concept of marriage, the concept of dowry entered during Vedic age. Stridhan. It was called Stridhan, which entered during the later Vedic period. So later Vedic age add these 6 points. Getting it? Then the 7th one, untouchability entered. Untouchability entered during the Vedic age. Getting it? Then the 8th one, we happen to see what? The concept of prostitution. That also entered during the Vedic age. Prostitution was there, dowry was there, untouchability was there, joint family was there, Varna, Jati, Gotra was there. We are taking all of them. Then the 9th one we can take that in religion. Getting it? Nature worship predominantly existed. So nature worship existed, animism existed. What is animism? Worship of animals, nature worship, sun, moon, all of them were worshipped. Then the 11th point we can say the Vedic gods. The Vedic gods. Who were the Vedic gods? The Vedic gods predominantly were Rudra. The Vedic gods were Prajapati, that is Brahma. Then we have Vishnu. Then we have Krishna. Yeah, Shiva. There's no term Shiva mentioned, Rudra. Vedas never have the term Shiva. Shiva is identified as what? Rudra. Then apart from this we have Indra. Apart from this we have Varuna. Apart from this we have Vayu, etc. So in one line, how do we club them? We club them as what? Vedic period, it was into polytheism. Don't you think? What is not monotheism. Vedic page was what? Propounding what? Polytheism, worshipping of multiple gods at a time. So getting it? So when you take religion here and animism, which was sacred then, cow was sacred. In nature worship, which was sacred then, sun was sacred. Again, rain was also considered to be sacred. So when you club both Vedic age, this is the Vedic age society and religion. So if you know your classes in detail, We'll be doing all of them together with numbers. I'm giving you the major element. Getting it? Now look at the question. Look at the question. What were the main features of the Vedic societies? You're going to write the feature. The family system, joint family system, you're going to write it. Then, do you think some of the features still prevalent in Indian society? So just have a look. Are we patriarchal today? Yes. Do we have a joint family system today? Yes. Do we practice Varna, Jati, Gotra? Is it there in the Indian society? Yes. Is marriage monogamy there? Yes. Is polygamy there? Some tribal groups have polygamy. Is dowry there today? Yes. Is untouchability seen? Yes. Is prostitution there? Yes. See, the variety changes. Prostitution was not evil in Vedic age, but today it is forced. It is evil. So we are not objectifying that. Are there some similarity? Are they continuing today is the question. So don't go somewhere. Don't beat around something else. You have to be to the point of what they ask. Then, is nature worship there today? Yes. Is cow worship there? Yes. Are these gods worshipped? They're all merged as Hindu gods? Yes. So can we say, yes, the Vedic elements are still seen in our Indian society today with minor alteration. Please do understand, we don't exactly go with minor alterations. You have to include this, ma. We have some alterations here. Exactly we don't follow, but small alterations are there. But the core concept of the Vedic age is still seen where? Is still seen in our Indian history today. That's it. So this is how you need to take it. So just keep it, study your facts thoroughly, have an applied mind, then look at the question. And as I told you yesterday and today, history questions are all very direct. It's like what, how, why, where, when. So clear? So thank you so much. I have a small announcement. This announcement is for history optional students. History optional students, I would be having a detailed question and answer session, and I would be discussing the history optional paper of 2023. So that would also be the same type of a session, but there I would be giving you the keywords. Because due to the length of the paper, I will discuss all the question, but I would be giving you the keywords of each and every topic. So this announcement is for history optional students. The second announcement from my side, we'll let you know the date soon. Yeah. Yeah. Guptas. Sati comes with Guptas, not here. Yeah, Satiprata comes with Guptas, not in Vedic age. So if we write it here, it will go wrong. A factual error. Clear? Yeah. In the second announcement, I would be launching a separate history GS crash course for prelims and mains as well. So next year, the coming year, that is from Jan, I'll be launching a separate crash course for history GS. So that's a separate initiative. Students who are not GS students, general studies students of Shubhra Ranjan IAS, can get yourself enrolled, and that would be a special course only on history, where ancient, medieval, art and culture, modern history only would be taught. And then after prelims is over, I would be launching a crash course on history GS mains. There the course would include ancient, medieval, modern, art and culture, post-independence, world history. So these are two separate courses which I'm planning to launch it here. So we will let you know about the duration. We will let you know about the fee structure. We will let you know about the timings very soon. So this is from my side, I thought. We are launching it. So thank you so much. Yeah, all the best.
Good evening, everyone. Let's settle down. All right. So, myself, Ketan, I will be taking your internal security questions or topics related to internal security. So, first of all, tired? How's the Josh? So, this is one thing which you have to learn from the UPSC. There are a lot of things which you will learn in this preparation. One is how to maintain patience and continuity. So the extended sessions like these will help you in understanding that these are the demands of the thing. For example, in mains, you have to write continuously, write, think and write for 6 hours on several days. Let us say कभी उस तरीके से किया ही नहीं है. No, after half an hour you are feeling sleepy. So these are the things which will prepare you for the D-Day. All right. All right. So I hope a lot of esteemed faculties might have talked already about how to approach the things. I will give you a little bit just my point of view. So, what are the few ingredients? See, 2-3 things you have to be very, very crucial about answer writing. Very, very crucial. First thing would be that you're writing answers to get marks. Simple. As simple as that, because you're sitting in a competitive exam. So, you're writing answers with a single focus of getting marks. That's it. Alright. So, you have to have that approach. You have to develop that expertise ki how to write the things in order to fetch more and more marks. Alright, that is the one thing which you have to develop. So answer writing needs practice. So that is one very, very crucial aspect, that it need practice. You must have seen in the previous discussions which has had today and yesterday also, that they are repeatedly asking the previous year themes. And the topic which we are going to discuss, that is internal security. Alright. So it's a very, very rewarding topic. Very rewarding topic. If you have done the syllabus itself, if you have read the syllabus, what is the basic requirement of the syllabus, you will be able to do all the question, and we'll see. You will be able to do all the question. So first is, it need practice. It cannot come overnight. It will never come overnight. The first answers which you will write will be first answers. But you have to learn over a period of time the mistakes you need to avoid. That is the first thing. The mistakes you need to avoid, and the positives which you need to carry answer after answer. Alright. So the mistakes which needs to be avoided, and the things which needs to be there in your answer. So you will learn this ability only via practice. You can see n number of videos, you can read n number of tips and tricks, but if you are not practicing it, you will be not able to emulate via answer writing. Alright. Second is, so various subjects, one of the very key thing is that develop subject specific vocabulary. Subject specific keywords. Alright. For example, internal security, so you have to write in that manner. Agriculture, you have to write subject specific vocabulary. Economics, you have to write in that manner. Alright. polity, you have to have that ability of writing the subject specific keywords. That you will develop over a period of time. That you will develop over a period of time. As you read newspaper, as you attend the classes, as you read books, you will develop that thing. So this will also not happen overnight, and this is very, very important. Very, very important if you want to fetch that extra marks. Alright, if you want to fetch that extra marks. Alright, so fetching, let us say 0.25 or 0.5 marks extra in each question, and from, let us say, rank 250 to under 10, as simple as that. As simple as that. So because hardly 20, 30 or let us say 40 marks will separate all these people. Alright, so that is why this has to be very, very clear that okay, over a period of time, this is what I have to keep in mind. This is what I have to keep in mind. Another very crucial aspect which student often misses out. See, one of the thing is that you will keep on reading things. That's it. You will keep on reading various things. But what is the game of mains? Application. Whether whatever you have read, you are able to, let us say, reproduce, represent in a fixed duration of time, that too in a fixed amount of paper, 1, 2 paper or 3 pages, fixed space. Alright. So in mains, you are working under 2-3 limitations. First is limited time and limited space. That is a given. From the day one, you have to understand that you will be working under this 2 constraint. Alright, approximately 7 minutes for 10 markers and 11 minutes or let us say 12 minutes, 11.5 minutes for 15 markers. So from the day one, you have to understand that you have to work under this constraint. So how to overcome this constraint? Mainly through practice. And the one very crucial aspect which student misses out is they are more into reading more and more things and less into brainstorming. So meaning of brainstorming is that you are able to connect with the question. Okay, these are the few things which I will be writing. I may not write, but I will think around that question. Let us say whatever the current happenings have been there, whether I am able to connect it with that question or not. Alright, whether I am able to come up with certain introduction, whether I believe that I will be able to put certain value addition in it. Alright. So this you will only understand when you will sit with the question. When you will sit with the question. It's mostly that what you do. You read, and then suddenly you give the marks, you take the test, you read the answers, let us say, and just you never sit with the question. Okay, let me sit with the question, let me talk to the question, let me find something extra which I can put in that question. Let me, put in the process or think a little bit around that question. So that is one of the most significant aspects of mains. Sometimes you may see certain toppers which they will say that I have read less, but I have brainstormed more. That is why I was able to get more marks. Alright. So very clearly, even if you are reading everything, if you are knowing everything also, you have to translate it into marks. You have to translate it into the marks. Sometimes you will see people who know every questions, but they are not able to write all the answers. Maybe slow handwriting. Alright. So knowledge is one thing. Be very clear. Knowledge is one thing. Getting marks in the actual exam is another thing. There may be certain correlation, but not always. It does not mean कि आपके पास knowledge है, you will get marks always. Alright. So keep those things in mind. Like go for certain value addition. See, I'm not talking about the basics because I know कि those things which have been discussed extensively. So I'm mostly focused on what are the things which you need to think upon. Right? So this subject is specific again. All right. So polity, judgment, keywords, articles, etc. I know economics, committee recommendation, facts, etc. So this thing you will be able to understand only when you are having or sitting with the question, spending some time with the question, whether you are able to write it or not. Otherwise, more or less what happens is people end up writing very generalistic answers. जो उस समय दिमाग में आ रहा है वो लिख देते हैं. Simple. Because sometimes you may hear that कि अगर पेपर कंप्लीट भी कर लिया है तो बहुत बड़ी बात है, ऐसा कुछ नहीं है. Right? So you have to understand that you are sitting in a competitive exam and you are writing this mains only to get more and more marks, and that should be the only strategy in your mind ki how to get the more marks. The practices which increases your chance of getting more marks are good practices. You have to keep repeating those practices. You have to keep repeating those practices, and the practices which do not help in getting more marks, you have to leave them. That is what we call as incremental changes over a period of time. You will write few answers, you will get, okay, these are the positives, these are the negatives. Then you will maximize on positives, you will leave on the negatives, you will write other things. Then again you will take the feedbacks, and over a period of time, you will see that from where you started and from where you are, there is wider change. That can happen only through these points. So content is the king, that is no doubt. But how to present that thing? How to present that thing? All right, because sometimes when you have not practiced this, you may end up writing notes, your notes as an answer. No, simply you will copy paste your notes and you will understand कि ठीक है ये तो सारा मैंने लिख दिया है, but you will not get the marks. So just few things to understand that कि हाँ, these are the very, very crucial aspects. Now coming to internal security. Few mistakes which students often do. Say they generally correlate GS3 paper with only economics. With only economics and agriculture. No, they will only think upon that this paper is only related to economics. They will GS3 मतलब economics पढ़ रहे हैं या agriculture पढ़ रहे हैं. But if you see the paper, 50% questions are from internal security, science and technology, and environment and disaster. So वो एक बहुत बड़ा confusion है कि I am only reading economics, and I am thinking that GS3 में marks नहीं आ रहे. Alright, that is the first thing. Second thing is regarding internal security. So it is one of the highly rewarding topic for the mains. Very high reward. If you have done the things, at least the syllabus you have covered. Minimum requirement is at least if you have covered the syllabus, you will be able to answer and you will be able to get good marks. All right. So that is why very high rewarding. Another very crucial aspect is questions are usually direct and within the syllabus. वैसे तो सब कुछ syllabus का part है, but just within the syllabus. Usually direct. So also themes are usually repeated. In one form or the other. In one form or the other. Alright? In one form or the other, these are usually repeated after every 2-3 years. So if you have done the basics in internal security, alright, so you will be able to maximize your score. You will be able to maximize your score. Or from internal security, usually 4 questions are asked. 4 questions are asked. It will be usually 9 and 10 and 19 and 20. So these are 10 marks each and these are 15 marks each. These are 15 marks each. So this is basically the things related to internal security. So it's a very rewarding topic. Very, very rewarding, and you have to just spend, or you have to attend the classes only. That will be more than sufficient. That will be more than sufficient. So now let us look the question. Alright, so first question is winning the hearts and minds. Winning of hearts and minds in terrorism affected areas is an essential step in restoring the trust of the population. In restoring the trust of the population, discuss the measures adopted by government in this respect. In this respect meaning in promoting VAM. In this respect meaning in promoting VAM as a strategy as part of conflict resolution in Jammu and Kashmir. So specifically they have specified ki VAM strategy as applied in Jammu and Kashmir. Jammu and Kashmir. Alright. So see, one of the key point of the syllabus is development and spread of extremism. The first topic is development and spread of extremism. So from there they have taken this usually the things. When, for example, let us say, I will ask few questions from you guys also. Let us say government is going for, or for example, let us say the people in conflict inflicted, let us say Jammu and Kashmir, for example, is their support to the government, or let us say to the police, state police or central police, is essential in fighting the, let us say, terrorism in that area. Why?
And without their cooperation, operations cannot happen.
So there will be less radicalism and extremism population as with government.
So that is what one of the thing is, that winning the hearts and minds of people. Sometimes, see, very plain, sometimes when you see, let us say, an act, sometimes you watch a movie. So by watching the act of, let us say, certain people, let us say watching a movie, you say that they have win over your hearts and minds. What a performance. Alright. So one of the very crucial aspect is voluntarism. Not coercion, not force, but voluntarily. You are performing certain action, and voluntarily people are accepting that you are doing the development of that area. It's not that you are forcefully making people believe that, no, respect me, trust me. Alright? Because if local people trust is not there, local people trust, or let us say local people are not with you, because they may act as informant to enemy, they may act as informant to enemy. बता देंगे यहाँ पे पेट्रोल कर रहा है BSF, कल नहीं आप परफॉर्म करोगे, no, do not do blast on the next day, or they will inform that the, let us say, VIP movement is going to occur, then they may act as a conduit. Alright, drug trafficking में मदद कर रहे हैं, so सी एक चीज और मैं बोलना चाहूंगा, जस्ट हियर ऑन लो इन द इंटरनल सिक्योरिटी एस्पेक्ट दैट like geography maybe you will also see, IR maybe you will also see, but if you are able to make India map pictorial representation, if you are able to do, ठीक है, especially in internal security I'm talking about, that will be good, that would be appreciated. All right, so one of the key aspect would be try to make a India map. You should be able to draw India map, let us say 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 4 seconds maximum. All right, so that is also one of the things which you have to understand. You should be able to draw a map. So local people, so they can act as an informant, they can help in, let us say, drug trafficking, for example. Let us say, so what is here? Golden So what is here? Golden triangle. Proximity to drug producing regions. Proximity to drug producing regions. So they may help in drug trafficking. And if they are not having trust with the government, let us say, if they are not having trust with the government, they will move more towards the terrorist. They will help in drug trafficking, let us say arms smuggling. All right. So that is why this strategy is such that the work done by the government gets voluntarily support from the people. They believe that government is working for them. They believe that whatever action the government is taking against the insurgents, against the terrorists, that is right. That is right. All right, that is right. So one of the very crucial aspect of, let us say, anti-terrorism activities or counter-insurgency activities is VAM strategy. All right, people are having trust in your actions. All right, so this is what we are calling as VAM. Because for example, let us say the question might look like कि is Naxalism only an law and order problem? Let us say Naxalism की बात कर रहे हैं, or let us say is terrorism only law and order problem? So developmental issues. So that is why one of the very crucial aspect in tackling these what we call as extremism, let us say militancy हो रही है, terrorism हो रहा है, left wing extremism हो रहा है, its government try to adopt multi-pronged approach. On one hand, security related efforts. On another hand, development related efforts. And these are very crucial aspects for VAM strategy, which will strengthen people trust in this aspects also. In this aspects also, that whatever government is doing, we should not resist it, because what government is doing, that is advantageous for us. That is what advantageous for us. See, one of the thing is, if you talk about terrorism also, if you talk about, let us say, militancy, if you talk about insurgency, one of the very key aspects for these form of extremism that they have been continued for so long, so much, and for let us say last 20-30 years, is that the people trust in them. That people believe that these separatist movements or these terrorists are working for them. They have been brainwashed. So that is what government wants to wean away these people from them, to believe in their strategies that okay, what government is doing is correct. That is what is VAM approach. That is what we are calling as VAM approach. So winning hearts and mind. Heart means, sorry. All right. ठीक है. All right. So to win people confidence, trust and respect through genuine goodwill. So government through their effort earns genuine goodwill, humane attitude, sympathetic conduct, and most of them are understanding the social, cultural and moral sensitivity. For example, let us say in these areas, people usually get alienated from the government. In these areas, in these conflict ridden areas, let us say Jammu and Kashmir, people get alienated from government because they believe that government has not been able to reach us through lack of development, let us say, through lack of employment opportunity. All right, government has not been able to reach us. So I am feeling disgruntled. I am feeling alienated. All right, so one of the very crucial aspect is that the developmental efforts by the government in these areas will win hearts and minds of the people, and that will wean away people from these, helping the terrorist activities. So people will have trust in the government, people will have confidence in the government, and also people will try their best that the terrorists do not succeed in their activities. All right, so kind of win-win situation for government also and local public also. Are you getting the points? So to win popular support voluntarily, that is very important term. It's not based on coercion or force. It's voluntarily. All right, and willing support from people towards military action against terrorist counter-insurgency operation via people-friendly operations. Because sometimes what we will see, why alienation? Let us say one aspect is lack of economic development. Another aspect is, let us say, killing of normal people, innocent people. Sometimes they also get killed. All right. So that is why people-friendly operations. All right. So following a humane approach. It's not about only law and order. It's also about developmental efforts. We have to understand why if people are supporting the terrorist, why? All right. That is what the idea is. So the first part is this, that you can introduce the BAM strategy, why it is needed, why required, in 2-3 lines. So hearts means persuading people at that their best interest are served by the counter-insurgency operation. What government is trying to do, because what government wants is that people should be on our side. Rather than helping terrorists, they should help me. And when it will be happening? When the government has won the hearts of the people. And the minds are that they are convinced that what counter-insurgency operation they are doing it, people will not resist it. Because they believe that terrorists are not doing any good for them. It's the government who is doing the good for them. Right? That is what. Then introductions you can write. See, always remember few things, because sometimes यहाँ पे थोड़ा I may have written a larger thing, but when you are writing, let us say 150 words, so you have to approach in such a manner that you maximize your score. So usually the thing is that you will see that, okay, VAM strategy, 2-3 lines, and then directly hitting the question, the measures. All right, then directly hitting the question key, what are the measures adopted by the government. All right, so measures, if you see, a lot of measures you can write. All right, so abrogation of Article 370, integration of Jammu and Kashmir has been made complete. A lot of things have changed. A lot of central laws are now active in the Jammu and Kashmir region. Some of the notable laws are, Child Marriage Act, Right to Education, Land Reforms, Right to Education, Reservation Law. right to information, RTI. So earlier when the 370 was there, when a special status was there for the Jammu and Kashmir, all right, then these laws were not applicable. That is why we say that the abrogation of Article 370 or reorganization of state of Jammu and Kashmir into two UTs, like, have made the integration of these areas into mainstream India, or they have streamlined their integration. Because now earlier क्या था, a lot of articles of the constitution were not applicable. A lot of articles of the constitution was not applicable. And most of the time you must have seen that if central government is making law, there would be one line, except Jammu and Kashmir. Except Jammu and Kashmir. वो अब नहीं है. Except has been removed. All right. Then women empowerment. Earlier there was a thing that if Kashmiri woman has married a non-resident, let us say non-Kashmiri people, then she will have no right on real estate or transfer property to the children. All right. But that has not been the case now. वो हट चुका है अब. Another thing can be the 3-tier system. All right. 3-tier system has now been operationalized. Elections, regular elections are going to happen. वो हो रहे हैं. All right. So winning the hearts and minds of the people through the actions, that is very, very much important. All right. Through the actions. It's not about words. It's not about words, but through the actions. All right. Then another aspect is industrial development. Various steps are, see, when we are talking about development, has various aspects. So industrial development, economic development, social development, political development, which we talked about, ki 3-tier system has been operationalized. All right. For example, if you're reading newspapers, you might have heard that for the first time PVR has opened. All right. Emotional connect. PVR has opened in the Jammu and Kashmir. All right. So those are the things which if you read newspapers, if you do the things, that is why I called as brainstorm. Sometimes if you brainstorm, you may come out with good points which you have read over, let us say, 1 week, 2 week, 3 week. All right. So that is what the idea is. So industrial development. So new central sector scheme for industrial development of Jammu and Kashmir has been announced by the central government, where the emphasis is on job creation, skill development and sustainable development by attracting new investment. So a lot of restrictions have now been eased, which was earlier there when a special status to the state was provided. All right. Now more and more private investments, more and more foreign investments, more and more industrial development. All right. So this, you can see that this has been there. So there has been less incidence of, which was earlier there, of stone pelting. So youths were taking stones and they are throwing to the government, stone pelting. All right. Terrorist activities, wo bhi slow down hua hai, because government is winning over the heart and mind of the people. They are not very much interested in terrorist activities. If you are reading newspaper on a regular basis, you must have seen that a large number of people have gathered when the government, this employment drive was there in the Jammu and Kashmir. A lot of people registered themselves and they actually reached the spot, because they want, we need the things, or we have to move away from this helping the terrorist. क्यों help कर रहे हैं? पैसे के लिए कर रहे हैं? That is what the idea is. और क्या कर रहे हैं? Why should you help? All right. But if you are able to get in a legal way, you will be able to get the jobs, you will be able to do the business. Why should I help it? All right. That is the case. Another thing, देखिए, sorry. One thing which you have to see here is, when we talk about keywords, so the idea is, discuss the measures adopted by the government. So here it can be central government efforts or union territories government effort. Both can be there. All right, both can be there. So just try to break down कि हाँ central government or let us say UT government भी कुछ कर रही है, that also you can write. That also you can write. Right? So UT government of Jammu and Kashmir has taken various policy initiatives. Alright, various policy initiatives. For example, Jammu and Kashmir Industrial Policy 2021-2030, Jammu and Kashmir Industrial Land Allotment Policy, Jammu and Kashmir Private Industrial Estate Development Policy, all those things. So this is one of the key aspect is that you can also write, if they have written government, alright. So you can also write, if you know, if you have read, or if you have made notes, कि हाँ, these are the things which have been done by UT government also, right? Then infrastructure development. So Prime Minister development package of 80,000 crores has been announced for the development of social infrastructure, economic infrastructure. Then construction of roads, railways, tunnels. What is the latest tunnel जो open हुआ था? Hydropower projects. Alright, hydropower projects, they are being constructed. Jammu is the only city to have premier institute like IIT भी है, IIT and IM. IIT, IM and AIMS, premier institutes. Alright, only district जहाँ पे तीनों हैं. So that is there. Then very recently, Vibrant Village program was announced to develop the infrastructure in the border villages. Alright. Development of border villages, infrastructure development, social infrastructure development, physical infrastructure development. All right. Then Operation Sadbhavna by the Indian Army. So Indian Army अपने स्कूल चलाते हैं, all right. Women empowerment के लिए work करते हैं. So one of the very crucial example of WAM strategy. One of the very crucial example of WAM strategy. Alright, so welfare activities such as army goodwill schools, infrastructure development project and education tools, etc. Alright. Another thing is that because of all these things, what we are seeing is highest ever tourist footfall. There has been highest ever tourist footfall in 2022. In 2022. Alright. Then back to village scheme. It is being implemented where gazetted officers have to stay in panchayats and block assigned to them for 2 days and 1 night to understand the problems of the people. Alright. So local problems, local grievance of the people are being addressed. Local grievance, local people grievances, difficulties, challenges are being addressed by the government. Alright. So ease of doing business also. So to promote private investment or to promote FDIs. So ease of doing business, a lot of things have been there. Seamless establishment of business enterprise, various steps have been taken. For example, let us say single window portal. आपको खाली एक जगह जाके सारी चीजें कर दीजिए, आपको required necessary permissions मिल जाएंगे. Necessary permissions मिल जाएंगे. Alright. Then hosting the events of G20. Alright. So you are the Jammu and Kashmir is now on the map of international arena. People know that because government is very consciously hosting the G20 meetings there. So it will have a lot of impact on tourism potential. Lot of impact on tourist potential. Alright. So if you talk about one of the few success, that stone pelting incidents, terrorist related activities have come down. Alright. They have come down. So these are the things. Then to further bring peace, stability and prosperity, the government should maintain security preparedness along with socio-economic political development to address the alienation among the Kashmir population. So this is what is related with first question. Few things which I would like to here mention is that the thought process should be the introduction 2-3 lines, then directly hitting the core of the question, ki what are the various things or what are the various government efforts to promote the VAM strategy. Then success, one of the things jo kai bar which few people do and that is why they get marks is sometimes what are few obstacles, all right. For example, extrajudicial killing of the people, all right, extrajudicial killing of the people sometimes. For example, let us say AFSA providing excessive powers. So this needs to be seen. This needs to be seen. So one or two lines should always be here that a few obstacles in the process of VAM strategy are, and then you may write the conclusion and all those things. So this is how you have to proceed in this question. All right. Next. See, this is directly from the syllabus. Directly from the syllabus. All right. So all these things are covered in the class. Next, the use of unmanned aerial vehicles. Use of unmanned aerial vehicles by our adversaries. By our adversaries across the border. Across the border. To ferry arms. Ferry का मतलब? Ferry का मतलब? To carry. Alright, to carry arms, ammunition, drugs, etc. is a serious threat to internal security. Is a serious threat to internal security. Comment on the measures being taken to tackle this threat. Again, see, one of the good aspects कह लो या one of the bad aspects कह लो कि it is mostly on a kind of you have to learn the steps which government is taking. Similar as we saw in VAM strategy, तो थोड़ा सा आपको याद करना होगा कि these are the steps which government is taking, because most of the time you will see that discuss the steps taken by the government, so and so for so and so things. So you can say that who is good in, let us say, थोड़ा cram करने में, that is fine. Otherwise you have to also if you attend the class, you have to always also understand that how we connect the things. So comment on the measures being taken to tackle this threat. Unmanned aerial vehicle used by our adversaries across the border. All right. So what do you mean by UAV? See, also one of the good practices, I don't know, this might have been told also, try to see each and every word of the syllabus, be it GS1, GS2, GS3, GS4, especially I am talking about GS2, GS3, GS4 because GS1 में mostly आप करते हो. Whatever word is mentioned, you should be very clearly कि I am able to write 2 or 3 lines as soon as I hear that word in a definitional based way. Let us say for example communalism. So आपको start करना है, कुछ नहीं समझ में आ रहा है, one of the strategy is definition based approach, but वो definition वहां पे बैठ के नहीं बनाना है. You write a definition, no, the evaluator himself or herself is not able to understand कि भाई communalism ही लिखा है, क्या लिखा है. For example, globalization. For example, internal security itself. Let us say you have to write 2 lines on internal security. What would be that? What would be that? All right. So in general also sometimes let us say आधार, आपको कुछ नहीं समझ में आ रहा है, एक लाइन लिखनी है. Let us say a lot of things governance में आप देखते हो civil servant, civil services, 1 line on civil service, and आप start ही नहीं कर पा रहे हो. Trust me, आप start ही नहीं कर पाओगे. आपको स्टार्ट करना है ऑन सिविल सर्विस राइटिंग वन लाइन, यू विल नॉट बी एबल टू स्टार्ट. फिर आप सोचोगे इसको नहीं दूसरा कुछ लिख देते हैं. दैट इज हाउ द थिंग्स वर्क. Once you start writing, this is what the thing is. All right. So be in this habit of at least able to write 1 or 2 lines of all the keywords which are there in the syllabus. Which are there in the syllabus. You are able to write at least 2 or 3 lines. And remember that whatever you try to write, दिमाग में वही होना चाहिए, I am writing to get marks. एक थोड़ा सा बना लीजिए. समटाइम्स यू विल से कि देयर कैन बी एन नंबर ऑफ थिंग्स जो कि आप मेंस में कर रहे हो, बट द प्राइमरी थिंग इज गेटिंग द मार्क्स. सिंपल, राइट, वेरी वेरी सिंपल थिंग. सो फॉर एग्जांपल लेट अस से यूएवी को आपने ड्रोन लिख दिया एंड समबडी सेज ड्रोन का मतलब ड्रोन का मतलब यूएवी. समझ लीजिए सर. अब so this is see jokes apart, this is one of the very genuine difficulty which you will face. All right, very genuine difficulty. See, in this question, how you can start? Let us say very simple. How you can start? By citing few incidents of use of UAV by the adversarial country in the recent times. Let us say कुछ हुआ है. That can be one good way of context. You are setting the context why this question has been asked. Another way can be, let us say वो चीज नहीं आ रही मान लो. What can be the another way? Let us say definitional based approach. So हाँ. Yeah. In context setting, जैसे this is specifically asking for India, use of UAV by adversaries of India. But in the, let us say, introduction, you may highlight that non-conventional way of warfare by the state or non-state actors. One of the way of non-conventional warfare is increasing use of drones, which may be seen, for example, why this drone came into light was use of drones by Houthi rebels. All right, they attacked the oil rigs of Saudi Arabia through drones. That is why first time it came into news. And in 2021 also the drones was used by our adversarial nation Pakistan to attack the bases in Jammu and Kashmir. All right. So context based में you can definitely write whatever you are saying, that कि हाँ, it has been one of the prime source of use by, let us say, adversarial country or state and non-state actors, and being used as a non-conventional warfare. Then one line, why? One line, why? Mainly because of improved technologies. Mainly because of improved technologies. ड्रोन की बात हम 10 साल पहले क्यों नहीं कर रहे थे? Because technology was non-existent या technology was very costly. Technology was very costly. Now the same is not the case at this moment. Same is not the case at this moment. One of the very crucial aspect why drone is widespread used, especially for this, positive भी है सारा कुछ drone का application, but here we are mostly concerned with negative, how it is hampering the internal security. So one of the very crucial aspect is increasing use of drone technology, mainly because of access has been increased. Access has been increased. Improvement in technology. Improvement in technology. Less costly. Less costly. All right. That is why widespread use. That is why widespread use. क्योंकि let us say you use drone from old Rajinder Nagar, let us say, to go to Mukherjee Nagar. If you use it, or let us say you want to put surveillance on that. So आपको खुद से नहीं जाना पड़ रहा है, logistic cost कम का है, and you are able to avoid security apparatus most of the time. All right, that is why the use of drones has increased. All right, are you getting the points? Now for what purpose? See, I am just trying to make you aware कि how to think. ये भी एक बड़ा वो है कि सोच ही नहीं पा रहे. So they are being used. Why it is being used? Because technology access has increased. And for what purpose they are being used? So एक दो purpose लिखा हुआ है. Question में ही एक दो purpose लिखा हुआ है. Carrying arms, ammunition, drugs, etc. Carrying arms, ammunition, drugs, etc. You can increase certain other features ki for which they are being used. All right. So payload threat or smuggling, arms, ammunition, drug, counterfeit currency. All right. So if you see the, for example, India map. All right. So this is India for me. So what I am trying to say, you should also be able to, make map in this like half a second, 1 second. All right. क्योंकि मुझे एग्जाम नहीं देना है तो मेरा इंडिया कुछ भी लग सकता है. All right. So otherwise, for example, drones are being used on the western borders. For example, Punjab drug trafficking, drugs दे रहे हैं. Here western border or LOC, most of the time arms and ammunition. Then fake currency also. Fake currency also. Then another very important thing is surveillance. You can, if you want to do the surveillance, you can use the drone कि VIP movement कहाँ पे हो रहा है, critical information infrastructure कहाँ पे है. All right, that you can do surveillance. All right, then attacks. You can use weaponized drones for attacks, as was done in like 2021 on army base in Jammu and Kashmir. All right, so you can also use it to carry explosive which can destroy target. It may be used as a delivery system for chemical, biological and nuclear substance. All right. So potential threat from drones are many. Potential threat from drones are many, and there has been a increased use of drones from on the western border by our adversarial country. All right. So this is there. Now, what are the various steps which government has taken? What are the various steps which government has taken to counter it? Again, I am saying that whatever we have said, you have to write in 2-3 lines, 2-3-4 lines maximum, because that after that you have to attack the main question. So context setting can be there. Why increased role of drones and for what they are used? One line. All right. So recent drone attack, Air Force base in Jammu was suspected members by Lashkar-e-Taiba 2021 mein. Then border security forces have shot down a lot of drones, carrying arms and drugs. They have shot down a lot of drones. Then BSF has reported more than 268 drone sightings in 2022 compared to 109 and 49 in 2020. So the use of drone is increasing. This fact is telling you about that. The drone sightings by BSF has increased multiple times compared to 2020. Right? Compared to 2020. Now, if you're talking about the So measures entry drone system D4S. D4S. So drone detect, deter, destroy system. Drone detect, deter and destroy system. So first indigenously system developed for anti-drone system. Indigenously developed anti-drone system जो recently it was deployed for Red Fort 15th August के लिए. Alright, last year. So this is there. Then drone detection and tracking. Drone उड़ रहा है उसको आप detect कर लिए. That is one very primary thing. You have to able to detect it via several things, via use of technology. Let us say ground-based radar system, thermal imaging, acoustic sensors. Alright, you are able to detect कि हाँ drone आ रहा है. Monitoring. Alright. Then handheld radio frequency jammers are used. Handheld radio frequency. See, again I am telling you that one thing कि subject specific vocabulary. यहाँ पे ये सारी चीजें आपको लिखनी पड़ेंगी because that is what is being used. तो थोड़ा सा यहाँ पे ये सब चीजें आपको लिखनी ही पड़ेंगी. Alright. Then border floodlights दिखे, रात में भी दिखे, ड्रोन आ रहा है तो. Alright. Border security fence to light up the area during the hours of darkness. Then another very important crucial aspect is intelligence network has to be very strong. Alright. Intelligence network has to be very strong and coordination of various, let us say BSF, let us say BSF has spotted, for example, let us say BSF has spotted a drone is coming, for example. Now coordination with military, coordination with let us say local police, local law enforcement is very much required so that a fruitful action is being taken. आपको information है something negative is going to happen tomorrow, let us say. If you are not able to execute that information in crucial action form to avoid that, what is the fayda of that information? That is where coordination is very much necessary to take coordinated action to prevent the thing from happening. To prevent the things from happening. Right? Then vulnerability mapping. We will try to understand which are the areas which are more vulnerable to this drones. So detailed vulnerability mapping has been carried out along India-Pak border, including Punjab state, to strengthen surveillance. Weak points क्या हैं? Weak points क्या हैं? Vulnerability में पता चल जाएगा. Then anti-drone systems. If you know that drone is coming, we will try to jam it or we will try to destroy it. Alright, अगर वो frequency में जाके jam कर देते हैं, it is called as soft killing. And if you use guns, if you use let us say missile to destroy it, उसको बोलते हैं hard target, hard killing, soft killing and hard killing. Alright. Again, very important is working with the community, raising awareness of the people. That is why अगर यहाँ पे भी वही important है कि winning hearts and minds of the people. That people, if you have any information, you come and tell to us. If you spot any drone, you come and tell to us. Alright. That is what working with the community, working with the what government is doing. They are working with the committee. Alright. Then anti-rogue drone technology committee that has been established by the MHA. Alright, by the MHA. Then drone rules 2021 has been notified. कौन ड्रोन उड़ा सकता है, what is no fly zone, all those things have been specified. Alright. Then digital sky platform. So drone operators are required to obtain necessary permissions and approvals, which helps in ensuring that only authorized drones are allowed to operate, reducing the risk of illicit drone activities. Another thing is we are also collaborating with technology companies to develop geofencing technologies that prevents UAV from entering sensitive zones. So various steps are being taken to tackle this emerging tool which is now being used to threaten the internal security of the country. Like various things are being done by the government. Now again I am saying that this answer would be less complete, or the chances are you may get less marks if you are not able or missing out this कि what are various concerns. कई बार वो क्वेश्चन में लगेगा कि यार ये तो पूछा नहीं है, but this is what you learn through practice. This is what you learn through practice. Right? So one of the aspect is sometimes the small UAVs, that is what we call nano UAVs and micro UAVs, they are able to dodge the technologies. वो डिटेक्ट ही नहीं कर पाया रडार में, इतना छोटा था. Right? They are able to dodge the technology. Another very important aspect is swarm drones. So multiple drones are flying at once. Then this confuses the radar system. Then sometimes even if we have the information, we are not able to take the timely action, mainly because of lack of coordination among the security agencies. Like these needs to be seen. Then cyber security concerns related with drones, all those things. So then few suggestions. So promoting startups working in drone technology, national level hackathon to brainstorm and develop new anti-drone technologies, and then collaborating with like-minded countries. Alright, so all those things you can write this. Let us take two questions in a just try to understand ki what is the major chunk, otherwise वो सारी चीजें आपको दिख जाएंगी. What is the crucial aspects which needs to be addressed, that is more important, right? For example, another important aspect, if you have seen the mains paper, you may seem like कि questions तो बहुत आसान पूछ रहा है, पढ़ना क्या है? किसी को ये feeling आई है? सबको ही आई है, बस बता नहीं रहे. तो trust me, question will always be easy, but getting marks would be difficult. Question will always be easy, right? Getting marks would be difficult. For example, what are the internal security challenges being faced by India? Give out the role of central intelligence and investigative agencies tasked to counter such threats. So very simple, if you read the syllabus, जितने भी challenges लिखे हुए हैं, अगर उतना ही लिख देंगे तो आपको marks मिल जाएंगे. सिलेबस में जितने इंटरनल सिक्योरिटी थ्रेट के चैलेंजेस लिखे हुए हैं आप उतना ही लिख दें, इसमें और दिमाग लगाना ही नहीं है, उतना ही लिख दें तो ठीक हो जाएगा. और उससे रिलेटेड यू विल नीड कि एक दो एजेंसीज आप पढ़े होंगे, दैट यू कैन राइट कि हाँ दिस इज द रोल ऑफ दिस. आर गेटिंग द पॉइंट्स? कि दिस इज व्हाट यू हैव टू अंडरस्टैंड फ्रॉम द सिलेबस कि हाँ दीज आर द 8-9 मेन इंपॉर्टेंट threats which we need to study. Why same thing you can write? Alright, why same thing you can write here? Alright, left wing extremism, insurgency in northeast, militancy in Jammu and Kashmir, cyber security threats, money laundering, terrorism, organized crime, illegal migration, drug and narcotics trafficking, arms smuggling, counterfeit currency. जो सारा सिलेबस में है एटलीस्ट उतना तो हम लिख सकते हैं. This is how you have to see. This is how you have to see. And then you can write about the various central agencies, जो चीजें हैं. It's a very direct question, very direct questions. This you can just write whatever things are there. You can write about कि हाँ this has played crucial role, this has played crucial role. Then again the comes very important thing is what are the few suggestions or few difficulties in central investigative agencies. मैन पावर की कमी है, कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग अप्रोच नहीं है, फाइनेंशियल्स की दिक्कत है, टाइमली कोऑर्डिनेशन नहीं है, टाइमली एक्शन नहीं है, एंड ऑल दोस थिंग्स, एंड स्टेप्स नीड्स टू बी टेकन टू काउंटर इट. steps needs to be taken to counter it. So this is what you can write in this question. All right. Direct question, straightforward question. If you see the previous year question, the similar nature of question has been asked multiple times. Another important thing is give out the major sources of terror funding. So this is mainly because India, there was no conference on no money for terror. That is why this question was asked. This question was asked. Sometimes you may see that current affairs का implications कैसे है. Let us say left wing extremism के blast कर दिया left wing. So that topic may come into the news. Alright. So this was kind of static thing, came in the news because this conference was held in the country. Alright. So terror funding. So various terror funding, for example, proceeds from organized crime, they can be used for terror funding. Then proximity to drug producing region, golden crescent and golden triangle. So drug trafficking से हमारे पास पैसा आ रहे हैं. Then use of counterfeit currency. Then hawala transactions, money laundering. You'll read hawala transactions. At least word use होगा, सुना होगा लोगों ने hawala transactions. Then social media platform, darknet to solicit donations, crowdfunding. All right. Then proceeds from cyber crime and cyber frauds. These are being used to fund the terror attacks. Use of NGOs. All right. Use of NGOs. Front organization is NGO. उसके बाद उसका पैसा हम channelize कर रहे हैं terror activities में. All right. Use of cryptocurrency. That is also because it provides anonymity. It provides anonymity. That is why it is being used. Then foreign funding, state sponsored, Pakistan fund कर रहा है. So various sources of funding. Then what are the government efforts? वही सारी चीजें government efforts लिए हैं, legislative efforts है, institutional mechanism है. For example, demonetization. One of the crucial aspects of demonetization was terror funding को रोकने के लिए था, black money रोकने के लिए था. So all those things you can write. Institutional mechanism is there, legislative mechanism is there. All those things you can write down. So this I have just written down the what are the 5 pillars which was given by our Home Minister during that conference. What are the 5 pillars to combat financing of terrorism? All right, these are the 5 pillars which was there. And then they have asked you what are the aim of this conference and the objective and focus area of this conference. Very direct question. Very direct question. But the 2-3 crucial aspects which you have to take out from this session would be approaching a subject specific vocabs for different subjects, practicing answers, especially doing the previous year questions, and giving due weightage to each and every sections of the syllabus, because GS3 does not mean. All right. So that is it from my side. I will not take much more time. Thank you.
Alright, so we are discussing the questions of science and technology, and the first question that I have taken the screenshot is about the artificial intelligence, which first asks you to introduce the concept of artificial intelligence. In this, you have a little liberty to choose your introduction. The good introduction would be if you can write a good definition. When I say good definition, do not write a loose definition that artificial intelligence is something in which a machine mimics a human intelligence. No, that is not how you write the artificial intelligence. That is what I said. Do not write a technology answer in a generic language, right? So let us first understand how will I introduce. Second, if India or world or any organization, global organization has an aim of using that technology for some future perspective, you can use that introduction also. And third, if there has been some major initiative. Now, the second part is how does AI help clinical diagnosis? So when I talk about clinical diagnosis, it is clearly saying diagnosis. What is it is not asking AI in healthcare. Please try and understand, this is not artificial intelligence in healthcare. Artificial intelligence in healthcare mein aap hospital management, you do not have to speak about the hospital management. You do not have to speak that it will help in, you know, making the your rosters better, or it will help in management of the data. No, it is clearly asking you. And why it is asking you that how it will help in clinical diagnosis? Because I have the habit of attaching the links also of the sources from where the question would have been made. There have been various initiatives taken by various countries and organizations such as European Union, Canada, USA together have now formed laws, and you also have a law for the country. Our country has also come up with the law on data. In general, जो आपको Data India Bill याद होगा, the Data India Bill that you would have mugged up or you would have studied with its different postulates, it basically is going to cater to all these technologies in various areas. Now, what exactly is diagnosis? I have to understand. Diagnosis is when I get to know that what is wrong with the person, and how by having a better diagnosis, I will be in a better position to provide healthcare. So understand the demand of the question. आपको 2 दिन से ये बोला जा रहा है, demand of the question ढूंढिए, demand of the question ढूंढिए. ये रही demand. Demand ये है कि it is not AI in healthcare, it is AI in clinical diagnosis, and how that will eventually help in the healthcare. That is how you have to frame the answer. Third thing, do you? First is do you. It is not saying what are the various concerns. It is asking, do you perceive that there are any threats which are associated with using of artificial intelligence in healthcare? Now this is talking about a more wider perspective. That if I start using artificial intelligence in healthcare, is it going to replace doctors? Is it going to create a one treatment for all kind of a scenario? Will it be catering to different people in different areas? So the 3 parts of the questions are varied. We have to first identify in that very less time 1, 2, 3 part, then cater to them, divide our time as well as the word limit accordingly. Everybody would have told you that do not go with the introduction for more than 50-60 words, and that applies to science and tech as well, right? हमको सारी कहानी introduction में नहीं बता देनी है, ये सब आप जानते हैं. इसलिए मैंने आपसे पूछा था, the question I asked you, did you try to write it? Because when you, I have this observation, because the questions are coming to me, people are trying to attempt these questions, and I am finding they are confused between the second and the third part, and they are simply writing about the healthcare. So first we will try to understand how we will attempt. Now second is discussed several ways in which microorganisms can help in meeting the current fuel shortages. Now, is it a technology question? Is it an environment question? Is it something from Sustainable Development Goal 7? How will I attempt this question? So if you remember from the classes, we used to do a topic called as alternate fuels. And that was something that I had also told that this you can fit in the environment also, this you can fit in your governance also, this you are going to fit in your science and technology also. Now, obviously this means is over. The idea of keeping this session is one, not only analyzing this year's question paper, but also trying to analyze what exactly are the demands of UPSC when they ask questions in the means. So here I understood that electric vehicle has been asked, microorganisms in fuel has been asked, that is UPSC is focusing on alternate fuels. So I have to prepare a broader topic first, from my basic understanding, one, what are alternative fuels, and then I will fit what are the various ways. For example, this is a question on biotechnology also. This is a question from nanotechnology also. Those who are from foundation, they can find the various aspects ki isme, the postulates which we have done, biotech and healthcare. If you remember, we had written in points: biotechnology, major umbrella, biotechnology in healthcare, biotechnology in industry, biotechnology in fuel, biotechnology in my normal life. Or one generic answer I used to tell everyone, simply write how technology will revolutionize the life of a farmer and how it will revolutionize the life of poorer section. Same goes with nanotechnology, same goes with all of them. Why this practice was given to the students? Because when a question comes like this, I'll show you a model answer also. It helps me in better understanding. For example, this was the question which we had made students practice. A more generic question, it isn't more specified. The question that has been asked in the paper is a more specific question. Here we have simply asked, the advancements in biotechnology have increased the utility of microbes in a variety of industrial processes. Now this is how you have to prepare these topics. When you have the major topics, the major blocks being ICT, nanotech, biotech, these are the major areas which are repeatedly being asked, if not directly in the science and technology, then in various areas. Another area which is upcoming, which I am seeing repeatedly, is the alternate fuels and how India is going to achieve its target that India has promised at various forums, and how the world is going to do. Again, something we used to discuss in the class again and again. Nitin Gadkari Saab and Prime Minister Modi is saying that we are going to make it the green hydrogen hub. Right? So green hydrogen hub is equal to electrical vehicles. So we have to prepare these topics from the point of view of alternate sources. Right? How will I prepare micro or the role of microbes in ensuring that the fuel is a clean fuel is when I have a clear idea about what are the various clean fuels, and within this the area is the biomass energy. If I prepare alternate source of energy, I have various other energies, so I have my knowledge base created. Right? I am not going to discuss ki is answer mein you have to write this point, that point, that. You are going to get model answers. 250 model answers will be available. What we have to do is how we learn from this question paper in order to prepare for the future question papers. I am seeing that there is a connection. I am seeing that there is a repetition of theme. For example, there is a repetition of theme with the third question, which is on Chandrayaan. Chandrayaan mission is a repetition of the theme of current affairs plus space. You had the space, say related James Webb Space Telescope. And do you see the tone of the question is the same? The tone of the question, for example, here if I see, this is the question that was asked. The question said, first part of the question, what is the main task of India's third moon mission which could not be achieved in its earlier mission? Whenever you study any mission, there is a general learning that any teacher, or I have also said in the class, if you are studying Chandrayaan 3, you have to know what happened in Chandrayaan 1, what happened in Chandrayaan 2, what could not be achieved in Chandrayaan 2, and that is exactly the tone of the question here. Ki what was the task which could not be achieved earlier? So if you simply do the current affairs, I am trying to establish the fact that science and technology is not just about mugging up the one-liners from the current affairs magazines. Try and understand, it is more elaborate. They are asking you everything about India's space initiatives to moon, right from the first Chandrayaan mission to second mission, and what we could do in the third mission which we could not do. The best source for reading would be ISRO's website. ISRO will give you what are the objectives. We'll be seeing the answers to these questions also. But for example, is the similar question is going to be repeated? Why not? In 2022, the question in the mains was, launched on 25th December 2021, James Webb Space Telescope has been in news. What are its unique features which make it superior to its predecessor? So I need to know what was the Hubble's telescope and how it is an upgradation. Second, what are the key goals of the mission? Do I see the same line here? What are the key goals, or what are the subparts, subsystems in the spacecraft? And then what potential benefit it holds for the human race. So same tone, same kind of question asked repeatedly. 2022 means you took a current affairs topic and you asked everything right from the beginning of similar concepts and how it is going to create a narrative for the future. Same goes with Chandrayaan also. You can find a similar question in your upcoming mains for Aditya mission and Gaganyaan mission. The two more upcoming missions are these. So you have to prepare these missions also on the same line. For example, the same question can be reframed, let us say in the future question papers, what exactly is Aditya L1 mission? What do you understand by the Lagrange points? How many Lagrange points are there? Are there only Lagrange points between sun and earth, or is it between multiple planets? Anything from that area can be a subpart here. Then they are going to ask what is the significance of this mission and how this mission is going to help the future understanding of the solar atmosphere and the solar surface. Just like in this year, first part of the question is what is the main task? Second, list the countries that have achieved. So you simply cannot mug up Chandrayaan 3 mission. These are the payloads and that is what we have done. When did Russia do the soft landing? Because we are studying that India is the 4th country. We are mugging up the name of the countries. We are not trying to understand that when these feats were achieved. They have simply asked you the facts. So first myth broken is you cannot go with the one-liner understanding to gamble with 3 to 4 questions in your mains. Second, you need to have a clear understanding of these major projects, projects to moon, projects to Mars, projects to asteroids. Another area for, let us say 2024 or 25 would be question on asteroid. You can find a question on asteroid because a lot of projects are coming up. Hayabusa 2 is there, Osiris Rex is already there. Then you also have various initiatives to not have another dinosaur extinct kind of event that has happened with the earth, and it is not just by NASA, it is by European Space Agency also. So you need to know what these projects are. Another important area here comes is asteroids. Third important area which is important is the moons of Saturn and Jupiter, right? So when randomly you find questions on, let us say, Bennu, it is not just random that any space program happened and they are asking questions, because the main reason for these space initiatives is one, trying to find the possibility of life, which can be on a moon, which can be on a planet, which can be on any satellite, asteroids, anything. For example, Titan, which is a very important moon, also has various missions. So from the theme space, I identified 4 more areas for my upcoming examination. 1, Aditya mission, Gaganyaan mission, missions on asteroids, mission on the moons of Saturn and Jupiter along with Mars. Mars is something which will remain relevant. I have identified these are the areas which are important for me. Now, the demand of this question proceeds. Introduce the subsystem in the spacecraft. If you go through the ISRO's website, they have categorically in a tabular form have given you these are the various payloads and this is the significance of various payloads, right? And then what is the role of the virtual launch control center? Now the term here, there are 2 things. There is a high possibility a lot of students did not know about this part of the question. They would have been comfortable with half of the question. This is a 15 marker. So 15 marker question, आधा question उनको पता होगा, they would have known half of the question. What 2 areas which I believe they would have not known is what are the timelines and the other countries when they achieved the soft landing. That is where they would have found a little problem. Second is they would have found a little problem with the control center, the virtual launch control center, which is at Vikram Sarabhai Space Center. Because all we hear again and again is Sriharikota. So Sriharikota is something that, and not everyone comes from a science background or has a huge interest in space technology. So maybe they only stuck to this basic understanding. What you have to go with is keywords. Keywords here is 1, virtual. Virtual means the actual launching did not take place there. What would the keyword virtual mean? That it is a place or it is a center where the actual landing or the actual event did not take place. It is a control center. It is a control center. So a good guess would have been that this is a center where the simulations, 1, or the controlling of the launching of Chandrayaan was taken care of. Even if you would have written that, I have told you there are two ways of marking when it comes to mains. If it is a known theme, they expect you to write a good, proper, structured answer, such as the question on microbes. They would want you to write a good answer. They would want you to make a proper table also. They would want you to write multiple dimensions also. In this question, as long as you had written the year and the country, and as long as you had written that it is a virtual center from where the simulations or from where the launching was controlled, apart from Sriharikota, it would have done the job. But it is all about the presence of mind. Do not get feared when you find these terms. Go for the root word. With technology, always remember, go for the root word, virtual and control center. So now let us try to attempt these questions. These are the other questions which I found in GS paper 3, which are not directly from science and technology, but had an element of technology with them. For example, the status of digitalization in Indian economy. Whenever we do ICT, I told you in ICT, there are no technologies, there are more applications. How ICT is going to revolutionize governance, how ICT is going to revolutionize the economy, because ICT in general, you remove blockchain, you remove big data, there are only 4-5 topics that are left, which are not being asked directly from 3 to 4 years. These are more application based. So if you have written, for example, when sir was discussing, I was listening to that discussion, when he was discussing drones, you simply cannot write that drones will be used for border management. You have to give a little detail also, a little technical detail also, which he told also, likhna padega aapko. Right, that applies with the applied areas of technology also, that for example, if there's a question on status of digitalization, you have to write the various initiatives that are being taken by the banks, that are being taken by the NBFCs. For example, what exactly is UPI, what is UPI 2.0, how it has revolutionized the payment systems, how QR codes, pick your initiative. You do not have to know all, but if you have written 2, 3, 4 initiatives with the technical understanding, वो जो 3 से 4.5 का सफर होता है आंसर्स में, मार्किंग में, that can be achieved with this. Second, of course, electric vehicles. Electric vehicles, again, the theme that has been covered here is alternate fuels. So I find 2 questions in GS paper 3 from the theme of alternate fuels. So you have to find good content within your notes. Try to find it from credible sources about the various alternate sources for clean energy. The main theme would be clean energy. It is not an environment theme, it is not a technology theme, the major umbrella theme in which the various questions will be formed. Let us attempt the first question. In the first question, introduce the concept of artificial intelligence. So let us try to introduce. What is artificial intelligence? Artificial intelligence is a field of computer science and engineering practices for intelligence demonstrated by machines and intelligent agents. Now this is the definition which is given by IBM. It is very difficult for me to remember this definition, right? बहुत technical है, there is a lot of jargon, technical jargon, if I talk from non-science background, for a person who's not from the technical understanding or let us say interest. So what the question said, introduce in your words. So you can introduce in your words that the use of various chatbots, you can take the example there. The chat GPT was able to diagnose the disease in a US woman which otherwise has remained undiagnosed from last 10 years, as reported by New York Times, is an example of how artificial intelligence is revolutionizing the clinical diagnosis. If I am not comfortable with the technical definitions, I cannot ask you to go on mugging up. That is not possible. That is not even practical. So at least for those areas, when you know the theme is quantum computing, any day question can come. AI, any day question can come. So find out such examples and keep them ready for your mains. So what will be your learning from this? Your learning from this is, if I am not able to remember the definitions which are very technical, then I am going to find the examples or case studies which will give, there are 2 types of introduction which I find. One is the simple placebo, right? पत्ता गोभी type introduction की है, ठीक है, खराब नहीं है, लेकिन समझ में आ रहा है what is happening. Second is the Jhatak type of introduction कि हाँ, examiner को समझ में आया, they know what are the various applications and the student has directly jumped to the main theme of the question, which is my clinical diagnosis. For that, I need to do a little extra effort, that is go through the news, and this is the news we all had seen, read somewhere, just jot it down somewhere for your answer writing. It will help you in answer writing, it will help you somewhere in your essay also. You have been attending the workshops, you know that you need a lot of content for your means. Now, AI in healthcare has the opportunity to transform the way we diagnose, first part, treat, second part, and prevent the disease. So I have established that I am going to talk about three aspects, that is the diagnosis, second the prevention, and the third is how I am going to treat the disease. So I am going to talk about various therapies, I am going to talk about the various diagnostic tools, and I am going to talk about the various preventive therapies, which is more of precise medicine, right? These are 3-4 points that I have jotted down from one, the Hindu. The points that I have taken are purely from newspapers, and the Hindu, Indian Express, and Economic Times are the three sources that I have used. Now these points have come in your the Hindu article. So when we say that you have to have the understanding of newspapers, this is what we are trying to say. When I say diagnosis, do not just go that with the help of AI, since these are intelligent machines, we are in a better position to diagnose the disease. No. Tell which is the way. For example, if I have taken the first point is diagnosis and treatment planning, then to analyze the imaging. आपने अगर इतना भी थोड़े बहुत points लिख दिए that it will help in making MRI, X-ray diagnosis and various diagnosis easy, faster, cheaper, then also it will do the job. But when you will read this much, you will end up writing 2 to 3 relevant lines in your mains. So for example, we can stick to this. You can remember 3 to 4 points. For example, detecting lung cancer or strokes based on CT scans. Now what happens is, we cannot understand the whole imaging thing, but what is the meaning of imaging? Imaging and diagnosis. आपने labs के बाहर पढ़ा होगा, so and so imaging, and what is imaging? Photo खींचना, right? For example, X-ray is a more simpler form. Then you go for a CT or a MRI, in which you have a more detailed picture of the internal organs. It is based on the interpretation by the medical practitioner that he or she is going to tell me what is wrong with your body. But what happens that I use machine learning, deep data, do we have some knowledge about these concepts? Thoda bahut? Do we understand how ChatGPT works roughly? Right. So I have the natural language learning processes. So basically when I put in a lot of data, these various algorithms, they pick up on this data and they make a general understanding. For example, if I have a brain scan and I find certain lesions which are common to this brain scan, and I find that whenever such lesions are present, 98% of the times the people end up having a stroke. This data can be collected by integrating the systems of various hospitals, various organizations throughout the world, and then if I have a system in which if I put the scans, the data or the result that will come out is not the interpretation of a medical practitioner, but will be by the combined judgment of more than 1,000 of medical practitioners. So this is how it is going to make it faster. Understand it, do not just mug it up. That I will put multiple scans, multiple such information into something called as machine learning. I do not know machine learning, but I know that something in which there is a machine which is interpreting data and giving you the output. What is that data? Data from various hospitals, imaging centers, etc. Will it make the overall process less costly? Yes, because less humans are involved. Will it make the process faster? Yes. आप इसमें points क्या लिखेंगे? That it will make processes such as imaging or diagnosis faster. But we have to, if possible, we have to include some example like this, right? There is no harm. There is no harm. If you look at model answers, you will simply get subheadings such as it will make imaging better, it will make imaging faster, it will be helpful in clinical trials, etc., etc. You would have seen that even in the toppers marks, GS paper 3 generally ends up with double digit. GS पेपर 3 में ट्रिपल डिजिट लाना थोड़ा मुश्किल होता है. आप ये एनालिसिस खुद कीजिए, क्योंकि दिक्कत क्या है, ऑल द सब्जेक्ट्स विच आर पार्ट ऑफ GS पेपर 3 आर वेरी स्पेशलाइज्ड इन देयर ओन डोमेन, बट वी स्टार्ट राइटिंग समथिंग विच इज वेरी जनरल. if you have identified the theme, try to find notes which are more specific to that particular area. For example, this is an example of AI in healthcare. Try to find something in AI, let us say in governance. How AI is going to help in governance? What are the initiatives? What are the processes that will be involved? So these are the various initiatives. For example, here you can use a simple 1, 2, 3, 4 diagram that it will help, let us say, developing the drug faster. Do we remember in the introduction we established diagnosis, treatment and prevention. This is the part of the treatment, that how am I going to prevent drugs. When we say that we will make very precise drugs, this is how we precise. We first find the target molecule. Have you done biotechnology somewhere or read by yourself? Right? आपने सुना होगा that RNAi gene or genetic therapy or gene therapy, with gene therapy the cancer treatment is better, etc., etc. This is what exactly happens. You identify the molecule which is a problem, you discover the effective drug which works on that particular area. For example, there is a particular gene which is creating a problem, there is a particular protein which is creating a problem, you find a drug for that. You speed up the clinical trials. How do you speed up the clinical trials? For example, 12 labs are doing the same clinical trials in 12 parts of the world, and you integrate the data. This is where AI comes. This is where AI comes. So if the drug making during vaccine क्या बार बार ये बोला जा रहा था कि आपकी जो वैक्सीन मेकिंग प्रोसेस बहुत लंबी होती है, लेकिन उन्होंने बहुत जल्दी वैक्सीन बना दी. It is a very lengthy process, but they have prepared the vaccine very fast. Why it is the lengthy process? This is where the time consumption is maximum. If I use AI in this step, then the drug manufacturing will be biomarkers. When you will be, this is very technical. This, until and unless you do not study this question will be difficult to answer. Right? You cannot simply answer this question. You cannot expect good marks in this question by just general knowledge. You have to know the various techniques which are involved, what are biomarkers, what are the role of biomarkers, and how if I integrate AI with that, it will help. So then you have personalized treatment also. Personalized treatment, then you have the genomic studies also. Hanji sir.
तो एक तो AI डेटा लेके आ रहा है, उसके based on that AI is giving us result that what can be for prescription.
Yes sir.
My question is that for that there shall be a data.
Yes sir.
जिसमें वर्ल्ड का डेटा है वो that data, क्योंकि अगर डॉक्टर्स कुछ कंक्लूजन में पहुंच जाए तो जरूरी तो नहीं कि वो कहीं पे जाके डंप करें.
So this is how, even for example, there is something called as the standard books for medicine. वो standard books for medicine, for example, are approved by the various hospitals and medical boards, and then they are allowed to be used by the doctors. How that approval takes place, if you happen to find time, जो research papers भी होते हैं, जैसे even in class, whenever there is a new technology, I ask my students that first see whether the government has approved it or there is only a research paper. A research paper is something I have done a research and I am giving my data. But if the government has agreed to it, that means the government has taken considerable such examples, found out the result, and then given approval for that particular technique. Yes, now it is exactly, this is what the future holds. For example, Medanta is there, Apollo is there. For example, Sir Gangaram Hospital. If I look at Delhi, I've got 4 or 5 such hospitals which have a centralized computer system. Medanta has one of the best brain and spine department. Right? There might be such departments in various parts of the country. They will find, for example, there is a study also going on what is the linking of COVID with brain hemorrhages and stroke. And that is a study that has been carried out by Medanta, that has been carried out by Beijing, that is being carried out by 12 such hospitals around the world. Now this data is actually being collected from 3 years. This data this part is where the AI will take place, that these clinical trials, this data, these observations will be put in a system that if, let us say, there is a lesion like this in the brain, then this is the outcome. This is what is happening. It will help me, one, in understanding the disease and their connections better, and it will help me in making the treatments better. The processing work will reduce with AI.
Once you are putting the data,
yes,
AI is taking the use of that data.
Yes, sir. But इसका जो third part है, what are the concerns? That is also the important part. Of course, sir. Without, until and unless the hospitals won't put the data of the this is specifically a question on the clinical diagnosis. It is not AI in healthcare. Had it been a question on AI in healthcare, we would have written a general answer. But this is on diagnosis. For diagnosis, until and unless there is an data which has been put into the system will not get anything to process. So it starts with that. That I have multiple labs. For example, I have Covaxin, I have Covishield. They have their findings, and then let us say we want to make, just like we have the flu vaccines. Flu vaccines कैसे बनी है sir? Flu vaccines भी ऐसे ही बनी है, that multiple vaccines were created, and then finally we found various formulas which worked for different climatic conditions on different people. So, but that process takes a lot of time. AI can cut down on that time-taking process. Because then it is as simple as having a phone with a better processor than having a simple phone. The one with the better processor will do the functions faster. Artificial intelligence will basically find the commonalities and the differences and then make its final judgment. For example, here, let us say, when I am doing the personalized treatment, the algorithm can predict the patient's probable response to a certain treatment and then design the right treatment. So, for example, if there has been, during COVID, ये trials and errors तो हो रहे थे ना sir. During COVID, there was no such vaccine, but various organizations and hospitals around the world, this question actually is stemming out. Very honestly, since we read a lot, we can understand why, but this particular question is stemming out from how the various hospitals, the big hospitals or the big medical centers around the world are actually planning to integrate their information, especially after COVID, to create a better diagnosis system. And for that, they will be using AI. Right? So, if I want to write a very specific answer, I can write it in this form. This also I have sourced from Hindu only. Hindu में आपको proper technical details के साथ answers दिए जाते हैं if something is happening on a larger scale. Keep an eye on that. For example, the potential benefits are there, but what are the concerns? Now, this is something which we know. This is something, Hanji sir. OPED. Yes. Sometimes in OPEDs, though science, abhi itna kuch is happening in the world that technology is the last thing that comes to the OPED people's mind. But sometimes when the issue is bigger, you find a very detailed analysis even in the OPEDs. Right? Same with the Indian Express also. Indian Express ka bhi coverage of technology based areas is very good. Yes. And of course, the specialized paper that will help you. That is more helpful in the prelims part also. Right? So, sir, coming to the third part of the question. Third part of the question was concern. Concern part, I expect the students generally know. What could be the concern? Concern would be data privacy and security. For example, this was also the concern with something as simple as Aadhaar also, that I do not want to share my data or my biological information. Here, when I'm talking about clinical diagnosis, you are actually sharing your, basic biological information with the system and then eventually with the machine. And as you know that there has been allegations about data being sold, data being used for various purposes, then there is always a concern that pharmaceutical companies can use the data to their advantage. Here you have the liberty to write the answer in your term. This is one area. Out of this question, the only area I was concerned for my student was that they will move AI into the healthcare rather than clinical diagnosis. Right? This question is on clinical diagnosis. So let us say bias in the data. If AI has the set patterns for certain type of input or data, वो उसका तो आपको जवाब दे देगी, लेकिन जिसकी उसको Alexa किसी ने यूज करा है घर पे? When you ask questions from Alexa, when the Alexa does not have the input, what does Alexa say? मैं इसके बारे में आपको नहीं बता सकती. That is, Alexa is nothing but a simpler form of AI. What is Alexa? Alexa is also an example of artificial intelligence in your general surroundings. Now, what does it say? That bias in the data means that if the data that they are trained on is not represented in the population, then the final result will be biased. Initially जब Alexa आई थी या Siri आई थी, Indian accents or Chinese accents they could not understand because the data that had been fed was more in the American accents and the European accents. So since the data is not, they are not trained on a certain type of data, then the result also can be biased. And when it comes to health, that can be a concern. Whether कोई मेडिसिन है या कोई फार्मास्यूटिकल ट्रीटमेंट है वो आपकी पॉपुलेशन को सूट कर रहा है नहीं कर रहा है, दैट कैन बिकम अ प्रॉब्लम. द मेजर प्रॉब्लम इज we do not have any rules and regulation. We do not know, for example, Alexa is constantly hearing your voice. Your Google, okay Google is constantly hearing your voice. You do not know whether the data is being used, misused, it is being sold, and what exactly, because there are no international national laws on that. So what is conclusion? कैसे लिखेंगे? Body हमको समझ में आ रहा है कैसे लिखना है? Do I need to tell you how to structure the body part? There has to be paragraph, there have to be pointers. I think you would have been told that 200 times by now. Right. So let us come to the main portion कि लिखना क्या है, content क्या है. Conclusion हम इनमें कैसे लिखेंगे? जैसे मैंने आपसे बोला था introduction में, या तो define the technology or write something that has happened very interesting or something that is revolutionary. In conclusion, what are you doing about it? So this question raised three issues. One, what exactly is AI? Second, AI in diagnosis, clinical diagnosis. Third, what is the major concern if I use it in the healthcare? तो इसका conclusion क्या ही हो सकता है कि what is the initiative of government of India to make sure that one, we use the technology. We cannot run away from the technology. कभी भी कोई नई technology आएगी, whenever there will be a new technology, there will be concerns whether it will be harmful for the human race, whether it will be good. It is with every technology. You have to adapt and make the best use of it. Your answer should be also of the same tone. So we will simply write that the Data India Bill, which is currently, if a student had written the answer right now, it is right now open for discussion. So this bill will basically put in place the proper regulations for technologies such as artificial intelligence, quantum computing, etc. That's it. This will be an answer which is of science and technology and not an answer which is about general use of technology. Is answer mein, always remember science and tech is very scoring if you write very specific answer. For that you need to identify themes, you need to identify the umbrella topics और उसके ऊपर कुछ ready-made, गाय का ऐसे जैसे याद था ना बचपन में, साइंस एंड टेक के साथ कुछ एरियाज ऐसे हैं. फॉर एग्जाम्पल, आई नो दिस थीम इज इंपॉर्टेंट, आई हैव टू रिमेंबर. अनदर सच क्वेश्चन फ्रॉम दिस थीम वाज माइक्रो ऑर्गेनिज्म. Are microorganisms being repeated? Have you done an analysis of previous year questions? Yes. So microorganisms, how, or biotechnology, how it can help the farmer, how it can uplift the poorer section. Here they have asked about the fuels. So for fuels, we will write about the microbial fuel cells. What are microbial fuel cells? Microbial fuel cells, अगर आपको नहीं आता, I'll share this PPT with you. This is a very simplified diagram of how you make electricity by using a fuel cell which uses microbes, right? So you use organic material, that organic material ends up creating electricity. उसके अलावा something that you know, biofuels. You have the National Biofuel Policy 2018. इस question में ना you have a level playing field. You can write a lot about it. You can write various aspects about it. For example, we can write how it acts like a battery, how it can produce electrons, which then थोड़ा anode cathode याद है लोगों को, right? So what was you had the anode part, then you had the cathode part. From this the electron movement was taking place. What exactly is electricity, Baba? Movement of electron. So if I can create any cell which allows for the free movement of electrons, that means I will be able to create a battery or a cell. Whether I am using microbial fuel cell, whether I am using hydrogen fuel cell, whether I am using any fuel cell. Basic यही है कि there will be an anode cathode and I have to allow for the movement. For example, in hydrogen fuel cell, I will use the electrolysis of water. I will break water into hydrogen, oxygen, and then this is that hydrogen which will be used for the making of fuel. Same hydrogen, आप इस question से, जैसे these are the various areas. For example, what is biogas? Biogas is methane. आपका गोबर्धन इनिशिएटिव है गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया का. हमारा गोबर्धन इनिशिएटिव बेसिकली इज कन्वर्टिंग काउ डंग, दैट इज वेस्ट टू fuel. I want to convert cow dung into fuel which can be used for cooking, which can be used for running cars, vehicles, anything. So I can use that area, that basically methane and biogas can be used. Then bioethanol. What is bioethanol? Ethanol is used in industry. Ethanol is also used for blending, right? आप पेट्रोल डीजल के साथ ब्लेंडिंग करा रहे हैं जिसमें आपका बायोफ्यूल वाला जो इनिशिएटिव है दैट विल come into picture. Then you have biodiesel, advanced biofuel production. केवल biofuel की जगह अगर इसको bifurcate करके लिख देंगे, if you write it bifurcated, then you will have better chance of getting good answer and good marks. Then bioprocessing. What is bioprocessing? Now this is something which is a little edgy. ये हम थोड़ा क्लास में भी डिस्कस करते हैं. जैसे whenever I ask how microorganisms can be used in industry, this is where the knowledge will help you. For example, when I'm extracting ores, petroleum, iron, to remove the impurities also you can use the genetically engineered microorganisms. Can we recall that? We studied that genetically engineered microorganisms can be used for bioremediation. They can be used, we can recall that, for bioremediation, for cleaning different types of fuels, etc. Use that in your answers here. Right? Use that in your answers here, because eventually, if I remove these impurities from my conventional fuel also, the efficiency of the fuel will increase, right? So I have got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. If it is a 10 marker and I have to write how microorganisms will help me in creating cleaner fuels, then I need to write at least 5 to 6 points. In that 5 to 6 points, we can also, for example, we can use how biomass can be used for making energy. Wood. Do we know what is biomass and how biomass can be used for making energy? Biofuels, right? So biomass hota kya hai? Biomass is agricultural waste, wood chips, leaves, anything which is organic, जो कि convert किया जा सकता है, which can be converted into energy, is called as biomass energy. So biomass is agricultural crop, waste material, soya bean, etc. and energy which is created by using the biomass. So you will use this also for energy. Then we will distinguish biofuels into 3 parts. What are the 3 parts of biofuels? You have the solid, liquid and gaseous. In solid you have wood, dried plants, these are simpler. With liquid you have bioethanol, biodiesel, which we have discussed, and then you have biogas. And then we can write about the salient features of the biofuels policy, and that ways आपको जैसे बताया गया था कि use an infographic or use a table along with the paragraph, you can use it for the first generation, second generation, third generation. India is now trying to move to the higher generations of biofuels. Why higher generation? Sir, I'll share this with you. I'll share this with whatever group, these PPTs. So I have basic biofuels which are first generation, and then I want to create second which has less greenhouse gas content. Then you have carbon neutral biofuels, and then you have carbon negative biofuels. This is more useful for your mains. What is carbon neutral and carbon negative? क्या होता है? Carbon neutral यानी कि break even, basically. In simple layman language, it is break even. कि आप उतना, जैसे हम जब net zero पढ़ते हैं, net zero ऐसा नहीं है कि you will not produce carbon dioxide, but you will take measures that whatever carbon you are producing, you will absorb that also. Right? Similarly, that will be by the third generation. Fourth generation is that you are using genetically engineered crops in order to create biofuels. These biofuels will actually function with the help of microorganisms to convert these fuels or for producing energy, and this will actually be a carbon negative energy. What is carbon negative energy? That it is reducing more carbon than the process that is involved in producing the product, right? So this point I will use in, let us say, conclusion also, that as India is inching with its biofuel policy towards the fourth generation biofuels, we will be able to realize our 7th SDG, we will be able to realize our 2030 goal, whatever you want. There are so many things when it comes to clean energy, right? Content. What I'm more focusing on science and technology rather than structure, this, that, beautification is content. Content, if it will be rich, if the content will be more specific to the answer, you will gain a lot of, this is the most scoring part of GS paper 3, the most scoring part. Now coming to the next question, the last question. Believe me, we all are in a hurry. Yes. Chandrayaan mission, the easiest one. Did you find this question tough? Was it the most predictable question? साइंस एंड टेक में इसमें भी अगर दिक्कत आ रही है तो फिर थोड़ी दिक्कत, राइट? अगर if you are not expecting even a question on Chandrayaan, literally everyone was thumping their chest, तो फिर थोड़ा we need to revisit our thoughts, why we started what we started. So Chandrayaan mission I can divide into 4 parts. I can easily write 2 parts out of the 4, which is what was the main task of the Chandrayaan mission, right? वो हमको रटा दिया न्यूज़पेपर और न्यूज़ चैनल एजेंसीज, दे हैव you know, we mug everything कि साउथ पोल, why साउथ पोल, water, why water, चालू हो जाए, है ना? Why India or the world is focusing on south pole of moon? 1, availability of water, gallons of water, why water, survival of astronauts, and the fuel source also. Which fuel? Hydrogen fuel. Hydrogen fuel, which is one, the most efficient fuel, and it is also a clean fuel. Second, why South Pole? Because it has huge craters which are untouched by the sunlight, and therefore we will also understand how the planets and the moons have evolved. Second part done. Third, we want to demonstrate. ISRO has clearly written on its website that we want to demonstrate the technology of both soft landing and rovering, right? We want to demonstrate 2 things. 1, soft landing and rovering. First part done. What is the main task? We understood the main task. Main task you can write in the point form also. Task 1, task 2, task 3. List the countries. This is a little tricky. If you remember, then well and good. Otherwise, it can be a little painful. Subsystems in the spacecraft launch. Again, even if I don't remember all the subsystems, at least I remember that there is a lander and there is a rover. So you cannot leave this part empty. You have to write at least about it. If you can be more specific, great. For example, be very specific with Aditya mission. What are the different payloads of Aditya mission? If you have attended the class, we have written directly from the ISRO, these are the payloads and what are their significances. And if you remember in the class also, I was saying you have to expect a question on either of the 3, Chandrayaan, Aditya or Gaganyaan. It was written, the question will come, and the question will come exactly in the language ISRO has put. If you look at the website of ISRO, na, 1, 2, 3, 4 point में ही उन्होंने दिया हुआ है. This question is a cut and paste from the official website, literal cut and paste. The 4th part is explain the role of virtual launch. So this is a little tough, this is a little tough. This I think we all know. What is in situ scientific experiments? In situ, ex situ, right? शेर पिंजरे के अंदर, जू में तो ex situ, शेर अपने जंगल में तो in situ. So anything which is on the site is in situ, right? So we want to do the experiments in situ. If I, let us say, collect the soil sample from moon and I do experiment in the lab in Ahmedabad, that will be ex situ. Soft landing, rovering, in situ. It is a follow-on mission to Chandrayaan 2. You have to write it. It is a follow-on mission to Chandrayaan 2. Chandrayaan 2 was a partial success. It was not exactly a failure. So it was a follow-on mission which we tried to do this capability. These are, again, I'll give you the notes if you want. Ab it is not relevant. Obviously, they will not ask you in the upcoming examination. What is your learning from this? When you are preparing for Aditya mission, when you are preparing for Shukrayaan mission, when you are preparing for mission to other areas, you also have to study what are the mission by different agencies. So this is, it started with Russia. Whenever Russia does something, किस country को करना पड़ता है? Second country will be USA. When USA does something, किसकी मजबूरी हो जाती है? और जब चाइना कुछ कर लेता है, then the 4th country is, yeah. So we are the 4th country. As you can see, it started with Russia. ASAT mission started with Russia, followed by USA, followed by China, followed by India. Moon landing started with Russia, then with USA, then with China, then with India. And then finally, what exactly are these payloads? These payloads. Again, I am saying, if you are not able to remember this part, This part is more technical, this has more mugging up part. You have to remember this part, right? And this is not the tough part. That is करना क्या चाहते हो. अगर हम बोलें कि हमको नहीं समझ में आ रहा कि तुमने चंद्रयान की बग्गी पे क्या भेजा है, what you have sent on Chandrayaan, I do not understand. Who is Rambha? Who is Chaste? Who is Ilsa? I do not understand, but I understand that I want to measure the surface plasma. Plasma I understand. Plasma, solid, liquid, gas, plasma. तो यानी कि something that has to do with the climate of the universe, weather of the universe. I can remember this. I can remember that I want to understand the thermal properties. South pole की बात कर रही हूँ, तो pole की properties क्या है? Thermal यानी ठंडा है, क्यों? वहां पे sunlight नहीं आई. ये सब रटा था ना हमने 1 2 3 4. Why South Pole? No sunlight, extremely cold. Water in the hydrate and cold form. So I want to do the thermal property experiments and the understanding of this region. Then seismicity. What is seismicity? Earth shaking, anything, volcano, seismicity. पूरा geography. Dimple ma'am ने शुरुआत करी है आज तुम्हारे साथ. Right. So seismicity I want to understand, and then I understand the dynamics of moon system. Now moon system, like earth system, atmosphere, hydrosphere, lithosphere, combinedly it is called the moon system. So this, even if I don't understand this part you have to understand for Aditya, this part you have to understand for Gaganyaan, Shukrayaan, and likewise. Similarly, rover payloads. What are you trying to do here? This is rover. Rover यानी something that is on the surface, in situ वाला part. This is what you are trying to do. These are the findings of Chandrayaan 2, and this is why we are so keen on moon. If you want, you can read, although I don't think the question will be repeated again. The idea was, 1. What are the themes important for the GS Mains 2024 are read your basics, that is the core areas of science, and then integrate them with your current affairs. Do not simply write the generic answers. If you have any issue related to science and technology, otherwise also I tell other students also, feel free to ask. You find any article which you find, ma'am इसको पढ़ना है, इसको जाने देना है, कितना पढ़ना है, तो आप हमसे पूछ सकते हैं कि इस आर्टिकल के साथ आपको कितना इन्वॉल्व होना है या इनको साइड से निकाल दें, राइट? बिकॉज साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी में जेनेरिक आंसर लिखोगे आपके नंबर कम आएंगे, राइट? टफ लगता है, बिल्कुल लगता है. मैडम ने पता नहीं क्या क्लिनिकल डायग्नोसिस से शुरुआत करी, एक्सरे तक तो मुझे समझ में आ रहा था, उसके बाद आई डू नॉट अंडरस्टैंड वेयर शी वेंट, आई नो दैट, बट क्या किया जाए, राइट? सो thank you so much, and I hope these sessions help you in the understanding of various subjects. Thank you so much. Have a great day. I have shared the PPT with the management.